Towering apartment blocks, each over 100 meters tall, stood pressed tightly together. Their outer walls had taken on a grayish hue, worn and aged. These buildings were never designed with their residents in mind. The gaps between them were far too narrow, leaving the interiors starved of sunlight. Every floor was of equal height and privacy was practically non-existent. So long as one's eyesight was decent, one could clearly see straight into the homes across the way. For this reason, every ventilation window bore curtains of different colors and patterns, some hanging crookedly askew. What was even stranger was that even two neighboring windows would display entirely different drapes. Trash bins stood downstairs, but they were stuffed to overflowing with piles of garbage amassed around them. As if no sanitation worker had ever set foot in the place, the ground was stained pitch black from grime, and a foul stench permeated the air. Yet at the entrance of the stairwell, two white-haired old men sat playing chess, seemingly oblivious to the reeking odor around them. At that moment, the white-haired old man seated near the unit entrance, who was missing one ear, looked up, his eyes brightening. A warm smile spread across his face as he said cheerfully, "Xiaoyang, why are you home so early today? Didn't you go to the martial arts hall after school?" Approaching from the opposite direction was a powerfully built young man with a somber expression, standing at least 180 centimeters tall. Hearing the old man's greeting, a slight smile tugged at his lips. "Today's my birthday. My mom asked me to come home early. She said she'd prepare something nice for me." The other old man, who had only one eye, kindly warned him, "Xiaoyang, I know I shouldn't bring this up on your birthday, but I came down early today and happened to see Xiao Lei. He didn't look too well. You'd better steel yourself." The sturdy young man's face immediately turned serious. "Thank you, Grandpa Du. I'll go back right away." With that, he turned into a black blur and dashed straight into the unit entrance. His name was Zhang Yang, and the Xiao Lei the two old men had spoken of was Zhang Lei, Zhang Yang's older brother. After entering the unit, Zhang Yang flew up the stairwell, his movements swift and agile like a black panther. Watching the door numbers was passed, Zhang Yang was already accustomed to it, just as he had grown accustomed to the stench coming from downstairs. Worry gnawed at his heart, for he had no idea what was happening at home. He silently prayed, praying that his parents were safe and unharmed. At the same time, he thought to himself, just wait a little longer. Soon everything will change. We'll leave this shabby, cluttered tube apartment behind, and my family will no longer have to live in danger. Why was Zhang Yang so full of confidence? Because he harbored a secret. He was a transmigrator. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary salesman on Blue Star, earning a monthly salary of over 5,000 yuan. After the mortgage, he still had more than 2,500 left to spend. Life had been tolerable. But he never expected that while swimming in a reservoir with his friends, his leg would cramp up. He had stretched beforehand, and it was the height of summer. It wasn't as if he had just entered the water. He struggled desperately beneath the water, unable to hear a single sound. Looking down, he saw gleaming golden sand. Looking up, he saw a blazing orange fireball. When he woke once more, he found himself in a hazy, indistinct state. He was extremely weak, and his perception was dull and dim. Only after some time did he realize that he had become a fetus. Now he was about to turn 18. He was incredibly fortunate. The moment he was born, his golden finger system had arrived. The system was extremely simple. Each year, he could enhance his strength or talent by 1/10. However, this was a fixed value. Each time he broke through a major realm, this 1/10 foundation would be refreshed. Strength and talent were the two major categories, with smaller sub-options beneath them. Talent was divided into essence, chi, and spirit. When selecting, he could focus on one direction, which would receive a steady 1/10 boost, while the other two attributes received slightly less. He glanced at the other option, strength, and decisively chose talent instead. Ridiculous. What use would strength be to a newborn baby? Was he supposed to eat faster? Before he had time to examine the strength option, he was interrupted from the outside. Slap. A crisp, clear sound rang out, and Zhang Yang felt a sharp pain explode from his tiny little bottom. Zhang Yang struggled to open his eyes, but he failed. At that moment, he somewhat regretted not choosing strength. That way he would have been able to see which nurse had been so harsh. "I'm just a baby. I was merely contemplating a question. Was that any reason to spank my bottom?" Fortunately, when the nurse heard his loud, vigorous cries, she analyzed from her delivery experience that this was a healthy baby, and Zhang Yang escaped the fate of being spanked again. "Congratulations, Ms. Wang. It's a healthy little boy." Zhang Yang could understand some of it even then, for he was a diligent child and prenatal education had proven quite useful. Immediately after, Zhang Yang felt a gentle rocking, and then his cheek was lightly touched. It must have been his mother kissing him. Encouraged by his mother's loving gesture, Zhang Yang didn't cry during his bath. Now 18 years had passed since that day, and he had made his selection twice. The reason it was only twice was that in his second year, he had come to learn exactly what kind of world he had been born into. The Great Nirvana Period, tube-shaped apartment buildings, martial artists, the Limit Martial Hall. These words all served as undeniable proof that this was the world of Swallowing Starry Sky. He had a relatively deep understanding of Swallowing Starry Sky. After all, it had been immensely popular during his school years. He was equally familiar with the general trajectory of future events. he simply couldn't pinpoint exact dates. However, since the golden-horned beast had not yet made its appearance, he could roughly deduce that the protagonist of this world had not yet begun his meteoric rise. This period was free of great calamities and life could be considered fairly well guarded. After all, there were no martial artists in his family. After determining his approximate place on the timeline, he decisively switched his annual choice from physical enhancement to spiritual enhancement, setting it as his default selection. Before leaving Earth, brute strength took precedence, but Luo Feng progressed far too quickly. After seizing the golden-horned beast, he shot directly into the cosmos and soon entered the virtual universe company. The window of time was simply too short. If he did not choose the right path, he might miss out on this universe genius battle. To achieve a good result at the genius battle, one had to comprehend the laws. Without the laws, one might not even pass the preliminaries. And to comprehend the laws, he absolutely had to invest in elevating his spiritual aptitude. His choice was undoubtedly correct. As he grew older, a colorful sphere continued to expand within his mind, formed from the condensation of his vast latent spiritual power. At the same time, he had come to realize that his original aptitude as a psychokinetic was not truly exceptional. Having now chosen to enhance his spirit 17 times, that was a 7-fold improvement over his original talent with an emphasis on spiritual power. Even his essence and chi had been raised to roughly 5 times their original aptitude, and even that merely matched the innate talent Luo Feng was born with. Zhang Yang rushed up to the 31st floor without taking a single deep breath. Once he arrived, he also brought his train of thought to a stop. This was his home. He had thought that being reborn with his past life memories would leave him feeling estranged from this life's family, but he soon realized he was wrong. He too needed to eat. The first time he saw his mother Wang Feng feeding him, the deep unyielding motherly love in her eyes nearly made him cry. A tremor stirred in his heart. The bond of blood made him feel as warm as if he had returned to his mother's womb. Click, creak. Zhang Yang hastily pushed the door open, then saw his father Zhang, just sitting on a worn-out sofa drinking alone with a worried expression. Drinking, his eyes narrowed. He knew that today was his birthday, and his mother would make an exception to let his father have a little, but seeing him drinking straight now made his heart tighten all at once. Dad, where's Mom? Your mother hasn't come back from grocery shopping yet. Zhang Yang couldn't help but let out a silent sigh of relief. Mom was fine. Then the whole family was together, no danger. Very good. In a slightly relaxed tone he said, I heard my brother wasn't in a good mood when he got back. Zhang Zhe said with an unpleasant expression. It's all because of Li Huan's parents. Her younger brother is quite talented and her parents want to raise money to buy him some resources. These days, which family isn't short on money? Resources are something families like ours can hardly afford. So they took advantage of their daughter's marriage to raise the bride price. After saying this, Zhang Zhe jerked his chin toward the bedroom. Your brother came back and threw a big tantrum in the bedroom. Hearing this, Zhang Yang's heart settled. He had thought it was an emotional conflict. They were about to get married. If something had gone wrong in the relationship, how distressing would that have been? He knew Li Huan's family. They lived in the adjacent tube-style apartment building. He had heard about her younger brother too, a boy named Li Fei. He was indeed quite talented. 1 year younger than Zhang Yang, and had become an intermediate student only a few months later than him. Still, he was something of a little genius. Dad, don't worry. I'll go talk to my brother. I guarantee he'll come out of that room happy. Zhang Zhe's expression relaxed a bit at these words, and he nodded at Zhang Yang. He was rather reassured by his younger son. The boy had been sensible since childhood. Although his academic grades were not outstanding, his talent in martial arts was considerable, and he trained very diligently. Maybe in the future their family would produce a martial artist. Then the family would truly prosper, for martial artists belonged to a privileged class. Since the apartment had only one bedroom besides the living room, Zhang Yang reached the bedroom door in just a few steps. Click. He opened the door and saw that the already small room was now a complete mess. Zhang Lei's carpenter tools lay scattered on the floor, a chair had toppled by the wall, and the lower bunk, his bed, was completely empty. A pair of underwear was also lying right at his feet. Brother, are you all right? Zhang Yang walked in, saw Zhang Lei sitting on the floor with a dejected face, and asked with concern while tidying up the room. Seeing his younger brother come in, Zhang Lei forced a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. His younger brother had been very good to him, gifted and hardworking in his training. Their mother had originally wanted to regularly nourish the younger brother, but he declined, saving the money so Zhang Lei could take a wife. He had also discussed with the family about not wanting to go to university. His whole heart was set on becoming a martial artist, but his parents didn't agree. Otherwise, with this crisis of mine, borrowing a bit more money might barely see us through. But the days after would still be hard. It's all because of Li Huan's mother. A bride price of 50,000 was already a lot, and now she wants 200,000. She has the nerve to say it. My monthly salary is only 2700 yuan. Even if I didn't eat or drink, it would take me 6 years to save up. If I gave it all to her, how could Li Huan and I live? Zhang Yang folded the quilt and asked with an unreadable face. And what is Sister Huan's attitude? Zhang Lei's expression turned somewhat awkward, and he said in a low voice, "She's pregnant. We were afraid it would ruin our reputation, so we didn't dare tell anyone. Otherwise who knows how her mother would make a scene. But she quietly told me that if it really doesn't work the two of us will first hide away, and come back in 2 years when we have money. The marriage is the small matter." Zhang Yang stared at his brother in astonishment. He hadn't expected that things had developed this far. Around here such behavior was hardly approved of and hotels were rare, and very expensive. Now he understood why his brother, usually a little reckless, had become so dejected. If there were no reason his brother would have been unable to hold back his temper in Li Huan's house, and would have made a huge scene. So it was because he was about to become a father yet the bride couldn't be brought into the family. Not only would the reputation suffer, but he also couldn't give his own child a stable home. "Brother, do you know what my strength is now?" A trace of envy flashed through Zhang Lei's eyes, then he said grumpily, "Your brother is already worried enough to lose his hair. Don't keep provoking me. Let me be quiet for a while." Less than 2 seconds later he asked with some curiosity, "How much strength have you reached?" Zhang Yang's eyes were brimming with laughter. This brother of his was a little reckless and liked to show off, and as the younger brother, he couldn't scold him directly. So he would always pour 2 buckets of cold water over him when he was being smug just to sober him up. Now he actually thinks I'm provoking him again. My foolish brother. I thought you didn't want to know and would tell me to leave. With his attention diverted, Zhang Lei's expression improved considerably. Although he was very curious, he pretended to be impatient and said, "Are you going to say it or not? If not, get out. Don't bother me." Zhang Yang said casually, "My strength is almost 900 kilograms now. I'm about to reach the standard of a quasi-martial artist. Brother, with you talking to me in that tone. Do you have some objection to Sister Huan's character?" Zhang Lei scrambled up from the floor in one swift motion. He was at least 185 centimeters tall, and much more powerfully built than Zhang Yang. But who would have imagined that the work he did was actually something artistic? He said incredulously, "What? How has your strength improved so fast? Weren't you only just promoted to senior student last year?" Zhang Yang said calmly, "That's because I reached an agreement with my teacher. I only spend 1 day a week at school. All the remaining time I train at the martial arts hall. And I didn't tell the family. If Mom and Dad hadn't stopped me from dropping out, and if I weren't afraid of getting my legs broken, I would already be a quasi-martial artist now." Zhang Lei raised his hand and pointed at Zhang Yang, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Who could have imagined that his always well-behaved younger brother could actually do something like this? He had always thought his younger brother was too timid, not at all like his own personality. How could his brother dare to skip class in secret and even get the teacher to agree? He found it hard to believe the teacher could be so easygoing. "You little brat, you're actually this wild. Aren't you afraid that if Mom and Dad find out, they'll give you a tag team beating?" After he said this, a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Zhang Yang said expressionlessly, "Brother, in this family, you're always the one who gets beaten. Mom and Dad have never hit me since I was little." Crack. Zhang Lei's eyes were as wide as copper bells. He felt as though his heart had shattered. Zhang Yang set the last chair upright, his expression serious as he looked at Zhang Lei. "Brother, I'm about to become a quasi-warrior soon, so your issue should be easier to resolve. I think you'd better come clean with Mom and Dad. I'm sure Sister Huan is fine, but you know how Mom and Dad are." Zhang Lei shuddered, suddenly speaking timidly. "How about I marry Sister Huan first, and then tell them after you become a quasi-warrior?" Zhang Yang replied impassively, "The exams are in a few days and the quasi-warrior assessment is in the middle of the month. That's the earliest I'll know my specific talent. If my talent isn't good, I won't be able to join the Limit Martial Arts Hall until after the actual combat assessment on August 1st. In other words, I'll become a quasi-warrior within about 10 days at the latest, but I won't get the money until August 1st. Your wedding will have to wait even later. I have some confidence in my actual combat ability. After I pass the quasi-warrior assessment, I won't let Mom and Dad go to work anymore. Then you'll be facing a full-strength mom. I think you should reconsider." After hearing this, Zhang Lei's body trembled. Zhang Yang thought for a moment and added, "I don't know how many months along Sister Huan is, or if she'll start showing and get found out. But I do know that if I join the Limit Martial Arts Hall, they'll probably provide me with accommodation. You'll have to live with us then." Zhang Lei's face turned pale. He clutched his chest and said hurriedly, "Brother, stop. Please." A gentle middle-aged woman's voice came from the living room into the bedroom. "What are you two whispering about in there? Why aren't you coming out to help me pick vegetables?" Zhang Lei shivered, turned to the door and replied quickly, "All right, Mom, we're coming out." Then he looked back at Zhang Yang. "Brother, what are you holding that wooden knife for?" Zhang Yang said expressionlessly, "Dad has old injuries and isn't in good health. He can't use his full strength. I'm preparing something so he can vent his anger without hurting himself." Zhang Lei's mouth twitched. "All right," he said dryly, then turned and walked out like a soldier heading to the battlefield. Zhang Yang followed him out and saw a plump, round-faced, middle-aged woman who looked very kind. That was his mother. He remembered that his mother hadn't always been so stout. She used to be slender, but there was nothing to be done when even eating steamed buns and pickles made her gain weight. Zhang Lei crept hesitantly up to Zhang Zhe and said in a low voice, "Dad, I need to tell you something." Zhang Yang walked up behind his father. Zhang Zhe glanced at him, paused at the wooden knife in his hand, then turned to Zhang Lei and said sternly, "Look at you all scared. What is it? Spit it out." Zhang Lei cast a sidelong glance at his mother, and whispered, "Dad, Huan is pregnant." The moment he said it, the room fell silent. The sound of Wang Fong washing vegetables stopped. Zhang Zhe's face slowly reddened with anger, and his body trembled slightly. Zhang Zhe pointed at Zhang Lei and said in a muffled voice, "Wife hit him." Wang Fong hurried over, wrapped her arms around Zhang Lei, and asked worriedly, "Old man, what's wrong? If she's pregnant, isn't that a good thing? They're already engaged anyway." Zhang Zhe snorted disdainfully. "This isn't about the child. The problem is that Li Huan's mother wants a betrothal gift of 200,000. Wife, you handle it." Wang Fong's face stiffened at the news and she roared, "That sausage-lipped son Shijuan dares to ask for 200,000 as a betrothal gift. Has she lost her mind?" Still fuming, she tossed the celery onto the table. Slowly turning around, her expression hardened. She glared at Zhang Lei and demanded, "Is she really pregnant?" Zhang Lei lowered his head and whispered, "Yes, she missed her period last month." Wang Fong didn't lose her temper enough to ask if the child was his. She confirmed again, "She really dares to ask for 200,000. Zhang Lei explained quietly, "I heard it's to buy cultivation resources for Li Fei." "Ah! Ouch! Ow!" Zhang Yang saw his father stand up and quickly handed him the wooden knife. Zhang Zhe forced a smile at Zhang Yang, then grabbed the knife and joined the fray. Zhang Yang looked at his brother 6 years older now in such a miserable state that he couldn't help raising an eyebrow. He never expected his brother to be so bold. If news of premarital pregnancy spread through this tenement block, heaven knows what it would turn into. This was a nest of poor folks. Nothing exciting ever happened normally, but there were plenty of gossips. Good news traveled slowly, but bad news spread like wildfire. More importantly, he didn't even have a girlfriend himself. In his past life he'd nearly been played for a fool, barely stopping himself from resorting to violence. As for this life, he had no plans to fall in love anytime soon. Wasn't cultivation better? Wasn't breakthrough more satisfying? And the most important reason, the human talent on Earth was far too poor now. If he had to face separation by life or death, the pain would be unbearable. After a storm of blows and a flurry of emotions, the family sat peacefully at the dining table. Though it was a simple folding table thanks to the brother who had just been beaten, it looked quite neat. Zhang Zhe took a sip of sorghum liquor and said in a low voice, Yang, I heard about your school situation. You've always been resourceful. The college entrance exam is coming soon. What are your plans? Zhang Yang was a bit surprised at first, then understood. The school must have notified his father after the incident was exposed. His father knew but trusted him enough not to interfere. He might have even inquired about his training at the martial arts hall. Dad, I'm almost strong enough to become a quasi-warrior. I plan to take the assessment on June 15th. Wang Fong, who had been listening intently with her head down, brightened and looked up. Zhang Zhe also smiled and gestured for Zhang Yang to continue. Zhang Yang decided to hold nothing back and speak openly. Mom, Dad, this is the age of warriors. I became an advanced student before I turned 17. I believe I have the talent to become a warrior. I think true mastery requires focus. So I often skip school to train at the martial arts hall. The knowledge taught in school isn't useless, but some of it doesn't suit me. After the quasi-warrior assessment, I want to join the Limit Martial Arts Hall. The benefits aren't great, but it's free. I can control my own safety and won't be forced into random missions. I can train seriously. After that, I'll train for a while, before going to the wilderness to gain experience. That way, I'll have better self-defense, and it will benefit my cultivation. Zhang Zhe fell silent for a moment after hearing Zhang Yang's words. With a hint of barely perceptible melancholy in his joy, he said, You always make big moves without a word. Such a major thing as becoming a quasi-warrior you didn't tell us earlier. You skipped class like that before too. If the school teachers hadn't been responsible enough to call us, who knows how long it would have taken us to find out. You have been obedient and sensible since you were a child. We believe you know what you are doing. After you became a senior student, I stopped interfering. You want to become a martial artist. Though the family can't help you much, we won't be a burden to you. Now that you are about to become a quasi-warrior, the family can't even give you advice anymore. I hope you stay cautious. The wilderness zone is not as safe as the base city. After speaking, Zhang Zhe's eyes showed a look of reminiscence. During the Great Escape, even martial artists were not safe. On the road of escape, they died even faster than ordinary people. Zhang Yang felt a warmth in his heart. Although he, having transmigrated here, would naturally not cause any trouble, his parents had never stopped worrying about him. Perhaps at times, he didn't know his parents were quietly watching over him. Maybe this is what family affection is. Dad, rest assured. I won't go to the wilderness zone when I'm not confident. Actually, it's not as dangerous as imagined. As long as you don't go to those dangerous cities, and gradually delve into the urban interior, the monsters are all hunted by martial artists. Zhang Zhe nodded. Zhang Yang's personality was unlike Zhang Lei's. He was steady in his actions, and had a relatively calm temperament. He was quite at ease with his younger son. Wang Feng saw they had finished talking. She picked up some vegetables with her chopsticks and placed them on Zhang Yang's plate, saying kindly, "Yang Yang, this is the flat bean shreds you like. Eat more today. It's your birthday. These are really fresh. I picked them for a long time at the market." Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Thanks, Mom." He picked it up with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth, chewing. The fragrant taste of beans filled his mouth and his expression was very satisfied. Wang Feng's expression became even more kind as she looked at her son's face. She knew best what her son liked to eat. She had also studied cooking seriously, for the family to be happy and joyful. That was her greatest wish. Zhang Lei looked at his own bowl, then at Zhang Yang's bowl. How long had it been since his mother had picked up food for him? He remembered that when he was young, he was the most favored child in the family. With slightly dark circles under his eyes, he said discontentedly, "Mom, what about mine? Can't you buy some celery, green peppers, or something with a crispier texture when you shop?" Wang Feng's good mood was ruined. "You are still in a state of atonement, yet you have so many demands." Yang Yang never fusses about food. He eats everything with great relish. She casually picked a few bean sprouts and put them in his bowl, saying crossly, "Eat, eat, eat. All you know is eating. Can't you give me a break? You don't even know how to buy groceries and you complain about the texture. I'd like to see if you dare say that when you're with Huan Huan in the future. You only know how to bully your own mother." Zhang Yang saw that his mother's temper seemed to be flaring up again. He spoke up to comfort her. "Mom, what brother meant is that the food you pick up is more fragrant. He wants you to give him a little more, not that he thinks your cooking is bad." Wang Feng felt comforted by her younger son's words, but she couldn't hold back her anger. She turned to look at Zhang Zhe, who was drinking. A flicker of pain flashed in her eyes, but it was more concern. Lowering her voice a little, she complained, "You have a wound on your chest, so drink less. What's so good about it? If you drink too much, will you still be able to do your editor's job? If you lose that job, I don't know what else you can do." Zhang Zhe looked sternly at Zhang Yang, who was eating silently, then at Zhang Lei, who was winking at him. He felt that he had hit him too lightly today. He tightened his grip on the chopsticks slightly. He turned to his wife and gave an awkward smile. "Just 1 cup. I'll only have 1 cup. It won't delay the important matters. 2 ounces of wine is just right." Zhang Yang didn't need to look up to know that his mother must have rolled her eyes at him again. Zhang Zhe usually didn't drink. It was too expensive. He only had a cup during festivals or holidays. Actually, his father was usually very kind, only occasionally looking stern. His elder brother always provoked him at such times. Zhang Yang felt his brother was very brave. At such moments he would just quietly eat his vegetables. Late at night, it was already past 11 o'clock. Back then Wang Feng had felt the signs on the night of June 3rd and went to the hospital. The process went smoothly, and around 1145 Zhang Yang was born. After that, Zhang Yang would wait calmly at this time every year. When the time came for him to make his own choices, he would silently feel his own changes. He had a premonition that today might bring some different changes. Time passed slowly. In the past at this time he would recall those happy moments and then look forward to the future. But this time he chose not to do that. Humph humph. Zhang Lei was still snoring under the bed, looking sound asleep. The parents outside the door had also long rested. The night was quiet as usual. Zhang Yang was not only awake but more nervous than ever. The solid sphere of spiritual energy in his mind had become very large. He was probably on the verge of awakening. The awakening of a psychic was never that safe. He usually felt a swelling sensation in his head. He was not like those students at school who knew nothing. He had dropped out and rapidly strengthened himself, not out of urgency to become a martial artist but to save himself. No one could help him through this barrier. The spiritual sea of consciousness was always the most mysterious. Current medical conditions could not detect it at all. Speaking out would only worry his family for nothing. He had awakened from ignorance and knew that coming to this world, he would face the first threshold to becoming a strong person. He did not believe he could not make it through. Unfortunately, he was still a little short. Now his punch strength was 852 kilograms. If he could be a bit faster, he would become a martial artist. Then his physical fitness would greatly improve and the awakening of his psychic power would be much safer. Even if he adjusted the system's options to the strength option without the gene origin energy cultivation method, he could not break through the martial artist bottleneck. Facing the awakening of his psychic power was equally dangerous. The talent that could slowly improve his psychic power gave him time to enhance his physical fitness to withstand all this. He was already very lucky. Moreover, he believed the system's choice was correct. The talent option was not meant to enhance only one aspect but was in a balance that he did not know. In other words, the system determined that he could successfully undergo awakening. As for the process, whether it was painful or not, he would face it all. Having come to this extraordinary world and been influenced by its culture for 18 years. How could he not have this awareness? He still had family to protect. Zhang Yang did not wait long before the system selection interface lit up. He knew he could make his choice now. He was not sure what exactly would happen to him, but the awakening of a psychic master presumably felt like an excruciating headache. In that case, he needed to take precautions. He rolled a small piece of the quilt and stuffed it tightly into his mouth, clamping his upper and lower teeth together, while leaving gaps on both sides to prevent suffocation. As for the rest, he gave up. There was nothing sturdy enough at home that could withstand his soon-to-be over 900 kilograms of strength. He raised himself and looked at the ground in the moonlight. The height was only about 1.7 meters. If he fell, it would be nothing to him. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yang lay flat on the upper bunk, gripping the bedding tightly, and in his mind selected the spiritual talent enhancement. Bang! Lying on the bed, Zhang Yang's body suddenly snapped taut, and as he tilted his head back, an abnormal sound escaped. His eyes snapped open wide, quickly filling with bloodshot streaks, and his entire body trembled incessantly. Pain, a suffocating agony, as if needles were drilling into his brain and insects were crawling inside. The constantly stimulated nerves felt somewhat like a toothache, except all his teeth ached, and the pain was hundreds of times more intense. Now he felt as if his entire skull were filled with nerve endings, and someone was brushing them with a wire brush, while balls inside his head were popping one after another. Ha! He involuntarily took long breaths. The pain nearly made him faint, but being a senior apprentice now, he had sufficient control over his body. The will and spirit naturally grown from his spiritual talent allowed him to barely retain a sliver of consciousness to control his own actions. Without his current strength, he would have already begun to struggle wildly. The bedding under Zhang Yang's slowly moving hands was being torn apart bit by bit, and the entire bed was shaking in all directions. The sound of snoring and gasping below did not disturb Zhang Lei, who was sleeping soundly, nor did his parents outside seem to notice anything. Zhang Yang felt he could barely hold on. He had prepared beforehand, but he never imagined the pain would be so excruciating. He had already lost control of his body. He was just an ordinary person, and he had never experienced anything like this before. Fortunately, he managed to get through the initial milder stage without being discovered by his family. Now he wanted to howl, but he no longer had the strength to do so. His soul felt as if it were being scorched in flames. He struggled wildly within, but to no avail. He had lost the ability to think, only enduring and resisting unconsciously. Creak, creak. Yang, aren't you sleeping? What are you doing? The sound of the bed shaking came from the bedroom. Wang Fong, awakened outside, asked softly. But Zhang Yang inside the bedroom had long lost consciousness. Aside from the continuing creaking sounds, she received no reply. Wang Fong realized something was wrong. She shoved her husband aside and dashed into the bedroom. As soon as she turned on the light, she saw Zhang Yang convulsing uncontrollably. Yang. Am I dead? No, I have consciousness. I succeeded. His consciousness slowly returned and his body gradually regained sensation. Zhang Yang opened his eyes tremblingly, and saw his mother lying beside the hospital bed. This made his gaze somewhat dazed. It's over, everything is over. From now on there will be no more danger. Mom, our happy and comfortable life is about to begin. Zhang Yang vowed in his heart. Although he was lying flat now, he could feel a significant increase in strength. In his mind, it was as if a ferocious beast was imprisoned, ready to unleash devastating blows on his surroundings if he was not careful. Zhang Yang slowly sat up and reached out to gently hold Wang Fong's hands. He felt they were cold, probably due to poor blood circulation, indicating that his mother had been there for a long time. Although Wang Fong was very tired, she slept lightly and was highly sensitive. Zhang Yang's movement just now had already alerted her. When she felt Zhang Yang's warm hands, she snapped her eyes open. Seeing Zhang Yang sitting up, her eyes filled with joy and relief, and she immediately pulled him into a hug. Yang, you scared me to death. You've been unconscious for 2 days. How do you feel now? Zhang Yang gently patted Wang Fong's back and said softly, Mom, it's okay. I feel great now. That was a normal phenomenon of psychic awakening. You can think of it as a talent. It's a good thing. Your son is now a complete genius. Strictly speaking, I'm already a martial artist. Upon hearing this, Wang Fong was delighted, but more so terrified in retrospect. After all, Zhang Yang's condition at that moment was too horrifying, as if he would die the next second. She couldn't bear such a shock. As long as you're fine, I'm relieved. Zhang Yang continued to soothe her. Mom, of course I'm fine. Your son has made it. I'm now a martial artist and a talented one at that. From now on you don't have to work anymore. I'll soon earn a lot of money to support you. We'll live in a beautiful neighborhood with big houses. You can watch your favorite TV dramas at home every day. I'll also find a way to cure Dad's health. Isn't brother about to get married? Sister Huan also has a child. You'll soon be able to stay home and watch over your little grandchild. Isn't that wonderful? Wang Feng also entered the fantasy Zhang Yang described, and her emotions eased. Yes, my son is a genius. Your father and I always knew you were a genius since childhood. Our family will definitely be fine in the future. Seeing that his mother's emotions had stabilized, Zhang Yang whispered, Mom, although I have talent, we can't tell outsiders. We'll just say that my body discomfort was caused by overtraining. Wang Feng nodded quickly upon hearing this. She understood the principle of not flaunting one's wealth. Although their family didn't have much money, they had heard plenty of such stories. Son, you've grown up. I'll listen to you. I won't say anything wrong. Zhang Yang smiled and said, Mom, let's call home first to reassure Dad and brother. Tell them they don't need to go to work tomorrow. I'll be discharged tomorrow, and you should get some rest. I see dark circles under your eyes. Wang Feng touched under her eyelids with both hands and exclaimed, What? The next day, walking on the stairs, Zhang Yang, carrying a large number of bags, complained, Mom, I told you I'm fine, why don't you believe me? Why buy so many supplements? They're expensive and a ripoff. Wang Feng rolled her eyes at him and said, You little brat, you didn't eat for 2 days and didn't complain about hunger. Yesterday I was muddled and let you trick me into falling asleep, and I didn't even give you the chicken soup I had made earlier. Zhang Yang said helplessly, Mom, I really wasn't hungry. Besides, it would be uncomfortable to drink such delicious chicken soup in the hospital. When we get home, I'll drink it all. Wang Feng thought about it and agreed. As she turned around the stairs before she could say anything, she saw Zhang Zhe and his son Zhang Lei already coming down to greet them. Zhang Zhe looked Zhang Yang up and down, his eyes full of worry. Seeing that he was indeed fine, he said with relief, You're okay, that's good. Your mother has been worried to death these past 2 days. Zhang Yang smiled at his father and said, Dad, I'm really fine. It's not convenient to talk here. Let's go home and I'll tell you everything. After saying that, he glanced at his brother, whose 2 black circles were now symmetrical. Zhang Lei's eyes were full of worry and a hint of resentment. Brother, let Sister Huan come over. Mom has made chicken soup here. After returning home, there was another round of explanations. Soon after, Li Huan came back with Zhang Lei. Zhang Yang was already very familiar with Li Huan. After all, she had grown up with his brother since childhood. In his eyes, although she was not exceptionally beautiful, her features were regular, and her delicate appearance carried a hint of heroic spirit. She was quite a match for his stalwart brother, and could also manage Zhang Lei. But now, as she entered the door, she showed a different demeanor. Her originally cheerful personality had become somewhat shy. She crossed her hands in front of her, looking rather unfamiliar. Wang Feng saw her. Oh, Huan is here, why not come in quickly? She then stood up and went over to pull her and turning to scold Zhang Lei. You big idiot, Huan is shy, and you're pretending to be dumb at the door. Zhang Yang also stood up with a smile and greeted. Sister Huan, you're here. Mom has made chicken soup and we've been waiting for you. Li Huan's eyes held admiration and a hint of envy. Yang, your brother said you've become a martial artist. Zhang Yang said confidently, I've reached the required strength. On the 15th of this month, I'll go to take the assessment for quasi martial artist. Li Huan's eyes flashed a trace of sadness. She couldn't help but praise. You have much better talent than Xiaofei. If he could work as hard as you, he wouldn't have to make his family buy him all sorts of things. Zhang Yang smiled but said nothing. He and Li Fei were considered the most talented in this neighborhood, and both had some reputation at school, but he didn't really like Li Fei's personality. Li Fei was somewhat arrogant and prone to blaming others. It was said that he had many conflicts with some wealthy students at school. Zhang Yang was different. He just wanted to wait steadily until he reached his strength before considering other things. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly that he was still young and impetuous, not knowing how big the world was, blinded by the praise in front of him. One day a fall would sober him up. If he had the ability and Li Fei showed improvement out of respect for Li Huan, he might still have to lend a helping hand. After staying at home for a while, watching his mother pull Li Huan into chatting about family matters, Zhang Yang went out. He had been suppressing his mental strength and striving to control his physical power. He still didn't know how much his strength had improved. He was born in Shandong Base City, which was located south of the provincial capital Jinan of the former Huaxia Shandong province. At that time it was called the City of Springs. But after the Great Nirvana, everything changed. Half of the city was destroyed and names were basically taken according to the region, so the city was renamed Shandong Base City. Zhang Yang had heard from his father that their hometown was in Weifang, but it had now been overrun by monsters. Back then, after a migration of 200 kilometers, they came to Liqing district of Quanqing Base City. Here people settled down, built the base city together and guarded it. A distance of 200 kilometers sounds close, but in the wilderness even a single kilometer is filled with countless dangers, let alone a large group's migration of 200 li. Death could come the moment you were distracted. Some mutated animal might take your life. Because he was in Shandong Base City, he couldn't be sure of the time because Luofeng's Jiangnan Base City was too far away. Non-martial artists couldn't leave the base city, and if they did they would just be delivering food to the monsters. Senior brother Zhang Yang is here. Little Yang. Senior brother Zhang Yang. Inside the limitless martial arts hall, Zhang Yang smiled and responded to various greetings. Many people here were familiar faces. Those with poor talent could hardly become martial artists within a few years. More often people trained from age 16 to over 30 and were then expelled. Those over 30 years old had no more potential and were forbidden from using the martial arts hall's training resources. So although some people called him senior brother, most of them were older than him. After all, these people at this stage were not in school. Those who didn't pass the college entrance exam, or couldn't afford tuition, unwilling to give up, would come to the martial arts hall to continue fighting. Maybe they become martial artists in their 20s. Only to find that being a low-level warrior is just the beginning. In the wilderness, they can only kill 2 monsters with a machine gun, which doesn't pay much and might even lose money. Zhang Yang silently walked up to a punch force testing machine. He closed his eyes, slowly feeling his strength, then opened them and quickly threw a punch, his whole body stretching like a bow. His fist slammed heavily into the punch target of the testing machine. Bang! Beep beep beep. The punch target shook violently. The punch force testing machine displayed 1,125 kilograms. Seeing this number, a smile appeared on the corner of Zhang Yang's mouth. He had known before that his punch force had increased greatly because he could no longer control his strength well. He originally had a punch force of 850 kilograms, and it was certain to exceed 900 kilograms. But he never expected it to reach 1,100 kilograms, which increased his punch force by 20. No wonder it was hard to control. Zhang Yang saw that no one around had noticed. They were all diligently training. He quickly cleared the value on the punch force testing machine. Reaching 900 kilograms was already incredible. If it could increase so much beyond 900 kilograms, then the power of a spiritual mentalist would no longer need to be hidden. Revealing all of one's strength too early is not good. Keeping a trick up your sleeve helps you live longer. It's enough to know your own strength. If others knew, you wouldn't be able to handle unexpected situations. As long as he could steadily cultivate to the level of high-level warrior, he would no longer fear a martial artist's sniper rifle. Facing a beast tide, as long as they couldn't fly, he could escape. He picked up a slightly heavier Shadow Series broadsword and began to swing it, slowly getting familiar with his strength. In the martial arts hall, Zhang Yang's figure constantly shifted as his blade fell like lightning, pursuing speed, with an aura capable of splitting mountains and rivers. The sweeping strikes became perilous, his saber technique exuding a fierce edge. When he pressed the blade down, his stance was as steady as a mountain crouching, as if lifting a cauldron bearing 1,000 june of strength. Then, with a flick of the blade, the killing intent was undeniable, followed by a domineering slash. After 3 consecutive repetitions, he slowly sheathed the blade, ending with a gentle exhale of turbid breath. With his current strength, wielding this 60-kilogram shadow broadsword was still extremely strenuous. After just 3 rounds, a fine layer of sweat had emerged on his body. Yet the gains were tangible. The more arduous the control, the stricter the mastery over power, and the more pronounced the subsequent improvement. If there was still chicken soup at home when he returned, he wouldn't have to be so cautious this time. Otherwise, if he snapped the ladle again, his mother would surely scold him. His choice of the saber was deliberate: a month for the staff, a year for the spear, a lifetime for the saber. Not only was it easy to learn and quick to show results, it could rapidly enhance his combat prowess while concealing his spiritual telekinesis. The saber embodies dominance, and among blades the broadsword is even more ferocious, helping him break free from the shackles of his former complacent mindset. This was a bloody world. Earth, the universe, and the wars between races were no different. Moreover, the saber's unyielding spirit benefited his temperament. Though he had the aid of a system to steadily enhance his strength, improvement still depended on a solid foundation. In this world, even a single minor rank required a 2-fold increase. For a martial artist, both the body and the genetic energy had to be elevated. If he merely waited after the planetary stage, it would take 10 years to advance 1 rank, even without meeting other conditions. Later, combat power would soar by tens of thousands or even millions of times. Moreover, this assumed a life of complete ease. He didn't know how immense a chain reaction his presence as a small butterfly had caused, but he knew that as long as he existed and had changed, the world would transform. Perhaps the impact on Luofeng was only a 0.1 second difference. But if it changed, who could say whether he would still be able to kill the golden-horned beast and successfully seize its body? He didn't know if the aliens would make the most correct decisions, or if his comprehension of laws would shift in the future. He couldn't afford to wait. Neither would he forever place his hopes on others. He needed to strive on his own, with the system merely assisting his growth and accelerating his cultivation speed. A fervent applause suddenly came from the side. Zhang Yang had been so absorbed in his saber practice that he hadn't noticed the surroundings. At the sound, he whipped around abruptly. Instructor! A thin, middle-aged man stood before him. Upon closer inspection, 2 fingers were missing from his right hand. This was Zhang Yang's coach, named Wu Jun, originally a high-level warrior martial artist. During a monster hunting expedition in the wilderness, a cloud-devouring python had bitten off 2 of his fingers, but he had also driven his blade into the python's vital spot. Afterward, due to age and physical condition, he stopped going to the wilderness and became a coach at the martial arts hall, nurturing the next generation of martial artists. Wu Jun approached and praised. Your saber technique today is more ferocious and sharper than before. I wonder where you learned it. Zhang Yang knew the instructor was well aware of his background. He couldn't help recalling the agonizing sensation from 3 nights ago. A truly painful death experience. He hadn't expected it to benefit his saber technique, but now his movements felt more fluid. In comparison, his earlier drowning during the transmigration was like falling asleep in a bath. Uncomfortable, certainly, but it was more about panic and helplessness. True pain was minimal, and when it came he was close to fainting. As for where he learned the saber technique, it was adapted from Zabuza's moves in Naruto. After all, decapitating an enemy was ferocious enough, and the fight scenes were plenty. In contrast, the movies and TV shows he had watched were too mind-boggling. Slow-motion moves, left dragon, right tiger, 100% empty-handed blade catching, utterly indescribable. So their practical value was extremely low. The saber technique came from my own pondering after watching short clips. As a child, I saved up to buy a wooden saber and practiced at home. As for the change, it might be due to overtraining a couple of days ago, which led to fainting and being sent to the hospital. Wu Jun nodded. Geniuses occasionally had breakthroughs, it was possible. Suddenly his eyes widened. You're using a 2nd series N6 model. You can swing it like that with less than 900 kilograms of force. Zhang Yang's gaze flickered. It seemed the instructor was merely surprised, not suspicious. He felt relieved. He couldn't hide it. He couldn't skip training at the martial arts hall for the next 10 days, so he had to reveal some things. I just tested my punch force. It's reached 1,000 kilograms. Maybe it's related to the overtraining 2 days ago. Wu Jun's eyes lit up. Are you planning to take this month's prospective martial artist assessment? Zhang Yang nodded. He knew the instructor had his own incentives, but he didn't mind. No one would help without benefit. Wu Jun had always been attentive to him and given him much help. He had already planned. I intend to take the prospective martial artist exam this time, and then I want to proceed to the actual combat assessment. I'll need your help arranging it, instructor. Wu Jun didn't answer directly. After a moment of thought, he said, the prospective martial artist exam is no problem. The actual combat assessment will depend on your performance later. The actual combat test is on August 1st. If you can absorb your first genetic energy before then, I'll help you apply. Zhang Yang nodded. Wu Jun was very responsible. Without absorbing the first genetic energy, participating in the actual combat assessment with only 1,000 kilograms of punch force was extremely dangerous. If he successfully absorbed the first genetic energy, an ordinary person's strength would increase by at least 300 kilograms, the excellent by over 600 kilograms, and the elite by 1,000 kg. An increase of 1,500 kilograms or more would undoubtedly be a genius. Regardless of which, his power would soar, and even if he experienced adverse reactions during combat, he could still survive. All right, thank you, instructor. Wu Jun smiled warmly. Come on, let's see what your exact stats are. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered, but he didn't refuse. After a series of tests, punch force 1,017 kilograms, speed 28, 8 milliseconds, neural response test excellent. Seeing Zhang Yang's results, Wu Jun's eyes grew even more fervent. This was an 18-year-old genius. With his diligent teaching, the results were finally showing. With your current level, you'll definitely pass the prospective martial artist exam. Once you obtain the genetic cultivation method, don't slack off. A martial artist is just the beginning. Yes, instructor. I will continue to train diligently. On June 7, 2054. It was the day of the college entrance examination in Shandong Base City. Zhang Yang arrived alone at the examination hall. Although he had initially awakened his spiritual telekinesis, he still decided to take the test. He wanted to ensure that his years of hard work would not go to waste and to make his life on Earth more complete, so he resolved to participate in the examination. Perhaps he had arrived a little late. The school gate was already surrounded by a circle of anxious parents. For those without martial talent, the college entrance examination still held significant value. Although the social structure had introduced a privileged class of martial artists, not much else had changed. Everything now merely revolved around these warriors. After all, martial artists were the primary force defending the city. They were humanity's heroes. Zhang Yang. A girl emerged from the crowd and called out suddenly. Hearing a girl's voice, Zhang Yang turned around and saw a fairly traditional young woman. A ponytail, canvas shoes, a dress, and a delicate face that radiated vitality. Su Peipei, I didn't expect you to arrive as late as I did. Su Peipei rolled her eyes at him. I'm not nervous. I'm just composed. The earlier you come, the more anxious you become. As for you, I never imagined you would actually show up for the exam. You haven't been at school for over 10 days. Zhang Yang smiled. Each of us has our own aspirations. I came to take the exam, so I wouldn't leave any regrets in life. Who knows? Years from now, this experience might become a precious memory. Let's go. We'll go in together. You're a top student, so of course you're not nervous. As for me, I always feel a strange anxiety about exams. Probably some lingering shadow from the past. They chatted briefly on the short walk and soon parted ways. Zhang Yang arrived at his examination room taking out the admission ticket and ID card he had received half a month earlier. Staring at the test paper in his hands, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. 3 days flew by quickly. Zhang Yang walked out of the examination hall, but unexpectedly ran into a familiar face. "Hello, Teacher Wang." Wang Yi looked at his student with a complex expression. This was probably the student who had skipped the most classes in his teaching career, yet he had never wanted to expel him. He hadn't expected to see him at this final moment. "How did the exam go?" Zhang Yang tilted his head slightly and mused. It felt much easier than before. Wang Yi's eyelids twitched. "How is your martial arts training progressing?" Zhang Yang replied confidently. "I'll be taking the quasi-martial artist assessment in the middle of this month." Wang Yi spoke with a hint of nostalgia. "You've always been hardworking. Back in your first year of middle school before you joined the martial arts hall you studied very diligently. I won't dwell on it. I wish you success in becoming a powerful martial artist." Zhang Yang smiled. "Thank you, teacher." As he walked down the stairwell he felt a pang of melancholy. This might be the last time he ever saw his teacher. Partings are inevitable. He truly should thank his teacher for not causing him trouble, for tolerating his truancy, and for caring deeply despite it all. Stepping out of the teaching building, Zhang Yang said in surprise, "Su Peipei, who are you waiting for?" Su Peipei smiled easily. "I'm waiting for you." Zhang Yang's pupils contracted slightly, then he relaxed with a smile. "All right, let's head back together since we're going the same way." They walked in silence for a while before Su Peipei asked softly, "You're not going to continue school, are you?" Zhang Yang nodded, his expression serious. "Actually, I quite like school, but I probably won't have the chance. I'll take the quasi-martial artist assessment in the middle of this month." Su Peipei looked at him in astonishment, a trace of wistfulness in her eyes, then said happily, "You've already reached the standard for a quasi-martial artist. You've always been outstanding like this." Zhang Yang chuckled softly. As a reincarnated person, there was no point comparing himself to a bunch of children. Su Peipei read his expression and understood everything. She asked quietly, "If you become a martial artist, where will you go?" Zhang Yang lowered his head, thinking for a moment, then said softly, "After becoming a martial artist, I'll probably train in Shandong Base City for a year or two, then go to the nearby wilderness zone for experience." At times like this, the wilderness is not something a mere martial artist can traverse alone. Su Peipei's expression brightened considerably. She said cheerfully, "If you go to the wilderness zone, you have to tell me about it. I've never been outside before." Zhang Yang replied calmly, "Okay." Su Peipei's mood improved greatly. "I'll be attending Shandong 2nd Military Academy. If you have time, you can come visit me." Zhang Yang said uncertainly, "I don't know what the future holds. We'll see." Time passed quickly during their chat. At a fork in the alley they parted ways. Zhang Yang lowered his head, his heart heavy. He could feel Su Peipei's affection for him, a fondness that had grown since childhood. Unfortunately, he was not a suitable match. In at most a few years, he would leave for the cosmos, and then he might be gone for centuries, followed by an endless expanse of time. Perhaps even replying to a message would take 100 years. That was the best-case scenario. If things went poorly, he would have to advance slowly, from the Chenwu Dojo to the Chenwu Secret Realm and finally to the Virtual Universe Company. This path would be even longer and more arduous. But there was a common thread: time would stretch infinitely in the future. Those who loved him were destined for loneliness. Due to the system's issues, he could not cultivate any clone-related techniques in the future. A love that was only one-sided was better left unbloomed. For now it was more important to spend time with his family, for who knew when they would meet again. As soon as he got home, Wang Fong walked over and asked lightly, "Yang Yang, how did the exam go?" After the exam, Zhang Yang felt much more relaxed. The bad habits he had carried over, pre-exam anxiety, had lingered even after his rebirth, but now he could finally let go. "Not bad. It was a kind of test for my past self. How are you and Dad adjusting at home?" Wang Fong looked a bit troubled. "Yang Yang, I feel like I can't stay idle. Staying at home makes me a little uneasy. I never had this problem when I took days off before." Zhang Yang comforted her. "Mom, maybe it's because I haven't passed the assessment yet, so you're still unsettled. Don't worry. I'll go to the martial arts hall with my brother as soon as he gets back. Strength isn't like knowledge. If you have it, you won't be lacking." On June 15th, Zhang Yang arrived at Shanquan Community early in the morning. This exclusive villa district was home to martial artists, and the Extreme Martial Arts Hall's main branch was situated at its heart. This Extreme Martial Arts Hall was the main headquarters of Licheng District, and today's quasi-martial artist assessment was to be held here. No entry for unauthorized personnel. A security guard extended his hand to block Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang produced his ID card and assessment documents, saying with a smile, "Hello. I'm here to participate in today's quasi-martial artist assessment." The guard glanced at the ID and chuckled. "Oh, a prodigy are you? At 18 coming for the quasi-martial artist assessment. You're the second I've seen this year." Alright, go on in. After your assessment, maybe you'll end up living here. Zhang Yang retrieved his documents and smiled lightly. Thanks, I hope your words hold true. Entering the hall, he didn't expect his instructor Wu Jun to already be waiting inside, arriving even earlier than him. Greetings, instructor. Wu Jun said with a hearty laugh. I didn't expect you to come so early. Didn't we agree on 8 o'clock? Zhang Yang replied somewhat sheepishly. My family's been a bit worried lately. I thought if I finished early I'd be done sooner, so I came a bit ahead of time. Ha ha ha. Wu Jun let out a laugh. You're the hope of your whole family now. If you become a martial artist, you'll directly improve your family's living conditions. Naturally, they also worry about your safety. It's all normal. With your current strength, there's definitely no problem. But the order of assessment isn't up to me. It depends on how Chief Instructor Yu Heng arranges it. Zhang Yang nodded. He already knew all this. It was just that his mother and older brother had been at home recently and felt a bit idle. His father seemed to be living quite comfortably, lurking in group chats and scrolling through novels to pass the time. Today he had actually been chased out of the house by his mother. He had planned to come later, but since he was kicked out he decided to come straight over. There was nothing interesting to do outside anyway. An hour later there were already 20 to 30 people around, each accompanied by a coach. Without keeping everyone waiting long, a stern-faced man in a Zhongshan suit walked out. His features were similar to Wu Jun's, but his eyes were filled with deep weariness. Everyone is here. Today's quasi-martial artist assessment officially begins. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man with a crew cut stepped forward. He was presumably the examiner for this assessment. He glanced around and announced loudly, First item, punch strength test. When your name is called, step forward to begin. Each person has 2 attempts. Let's start. First, Yang Gu. A young man in his 20s stepped out. Facing the punch strength tester, he took a few deep breaths, then placed his fist behind his back to gather power, his body arching like a shrimp. Ha! After adjusting his state, he suddenly let out a loud shout, then swung a fierce punch that struck the target with great force. The examiner looked at the tester and announced loudly, Yang Gu punch strength, 932 kilograms pass. Next, Wang Tao. A relatively muscular man stepped out. Wang Tao punch strength, 890 kilograms disqualified. Next, Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang heard his name and stepped forward. His instructor Wu Jun gave him a gesture of encouragement. His strength now far exceeded that of a quasi-martial artist. The main reason he came was to obtain the genetic essence cultivation method, which would allow him to progress even faster. Zhang Yang approached the punch strength tester with a serious expression. He was ready to give it his all, and if possible he wanted to make an impression on the chief instructor. If the chief instructor noticed him and he performed well later, the chief instructor might recommend him to higher-ups. And further up, that would be the 4 giants of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Shandong Base City. If he could make a name for himself and gain a little attention from these important figures, he might have a chance to meet them later. Zhang Yang had also given serious thought to power generation. However, those techniques all required cultivation methods or elemental powers and concepts like lifting lightness as if heavy were beyond his grasp. But he could manage simple borrowing of force to strike. He quietly closed his eyes, recalling past scenes of generating power. Back then he had come up with this method thanks to his wild imagination. What if power circulated not outside the body but inside it? A couple of days ago, during an unconscious attempt, he had unexpectedly succeeded. Zhang Yang assumed a slightly bow-legged stance, channeling force from the ground to his soles, then from his soles to his calves, waist, and shoulders. Then he reversed the flow, and when the force returned to his soles, he simultaneously exerted his own strength, resulting in double the power when it flowed out again. He could now achieve one perfect cycle of force. Any higher and he couldn't control it, and it would hurt his body. He just didn't know how much it could increase his strength. Wu Jun, watching from below, was puzzled. He couldn't figure out what Zhang Yang was doing. Wasn't he supposed to just go up and punch casually? Watching his current stance, he wondered if Zhang Yang could even hit 900 kilograms. Zhang Yang was always a steady person. Why was he acting rashly on such an occasion? Zhang Yang's current posture was different from his usual power-generating stance. Though it seemed disadvantageous for delivering force, he had actually been building up power for a long time. He slowly opened his eyes. Before him, the punch target had shrunk to a single point. That was his target. As the third wave of power transmitted from his heel to his waist and finally to his arm, he could barely contain it. Ha! Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, the punch strength tester displayed 1,530 kilograms. The examiner stared at the number in disbelief, then turned to look at Chief Instructor Yu Heng. Yu Heng nodded slightly, indicating the test was valid, then gave Zhang Yang a deep look. The examiner's voice trembled as he shouted, Zhang Yang punch strength, 1,530 kilograms. Assessment passed. Wu Jun's face was far from calm. He said with concern, Xiao Yang, what the hell are you doing? Wasn't your strength just over 1,000 kilograms before? How did it become 1,500 kilograms during the test? Zhang Yang smiled and said, I would have passed the second round anyway. Last night, I suddenly discovered this trick and found it interesting. I couldn't resist trying it on stage just now, and it turned out pretty well. Wu Jun whispered to Zhang Yang. Don't do that again. The chief instructor is a serious person. Zhang Yang nodded to show he understood. Today he had acted on a whim. Although he might have shown off a bit, he believed it wouldn't have any negative impact on his future. Recommending a genius comes with rewards. He had no grudge with the chief instructor, so why would he turn down money? Zhang Yang, who could create his own power technique, was undoubtedly a genius. Once his talent in cultivation manifested later, even if the chief instructor did not accept him, he could still negotiate with the Thunderbolt Martial Hall. However, Zhang Yang's performance today was already outstanding. He proceeded with the remaining tests steadily. Time passed quickly. In the remaining 2 tests, speed and mental reaction, Zhang Yang achieved 31 millisecond and an excellent neural response rating. Although he had not practiced body movement techniques, he was after all a spiritual psychic. His body was well coordinated and his neural reaction speed was certainly excellent. He had not engaged in much cultivation before as it was somewhat counterproductive. Without the aid of spiritual power and equipment and lacking sufficient combat experience and movement technique manuals, his progress in body movement was extremely slow. The only thing he was proficient in was the basic movement technique. Before becoming a martial artist, the issue of spiritual awakening had always troubled him. All he could do was endure it, he could not escape. Improving his physical constitution was the key. He had sparred with others twice before using only basic movement. When he could not dodge, he would resort to fighting head-on with his blade or fists. At this moment, his identity as a quasi-martial artist was already being entered into the system. Presumably, in a few days, his status would change. The gene primal energy cultivation method, which Zhang Yang valued most, had also been obtained. He could not help murmuring in his heart, soon, very soon. The talent he had accumulated for 18 years was about to shine. He just did not know what his physical talent would be like. However, with the solid sphere in his spiritual sea of consciousness, the increase in power should not be insignificant. Walking out of Shanquan residences, he thought it was better to inform his family first. They must be waiting for the results. Hello, Mom. I've passed the quasi-martial artist assessment. Really? I knew my son was the best. When are you coming back? I'll be right back. I won't go to the martial hall today. I've obtained a new cultivation method and want to try it. Alright then, hurry home. Your father and I will go out to buy some groceries. Let's celebrate. Hearing that his parents were going out, Zhang Yang's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. At this time of day, it was not a good time for poor people to wander around. Mom, Dad, please be careful when you go out. Wang Feng's somewhat impatient voice came from the phone. What's wrong with you, child? What could happen while shopping for groceries? I'm hanging up. Beep, 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 beep. Hearing the busy tone, Zhang Yang couldn't help but smile wryly. Perhaps he was just being too cautious. However, the current society had vast wealth disparity and there was a privileged class above. Anyone who was wealthy was inevitably connected to the government or martial artists. For now, his status had not yet changed. If any accident occurred, he would definitely be the one to suffer. His family's safety was paramount and no amount of caution was excessive. Only when he signed a closer contract with the Extreme Martial Hall and his family moved to the martial artist compound would there be true safety. Then he could relax and focus on cultivation. Late at night, the surroundings were now very quiet. After today's celebration, the whole family had relaxed, and he was about to take his first step as a gene martial artist. Hoo-ha-hee! The familiar sound of snoring arose. Zhang Yang paid no attention. He was used to it. No matter how many flaws, after living here in hardship for a while, he would adapt. Shutting out external distractions, Zhang Yang assumed the posture of the 5 hearts facing heaven cultivation method. During the day, he had clearly memorized every detail of this posture, and the method of cultivation was already clear in his mind. The so-called 5 hearts facing heaven was actually a posture similar to meditation. However, due to the flexibility gained from practicing martial arts since childhood, he could sit cross-legged with the soles of his feet facing upward. Both hands were also placed palm up, resting on top of his legs. His waist was naturally straight and his spine rose like a dragon ascending, allowing his entire body to enter a state that was neither tense nor relaxed, firm yet supple. Zhang Yang slowly released his mind, gradually emptying his thoughts. After shutting out external distractions, he could perceive the changes in the world more clearly. Now that the cultivation method was available and his body had reached the standard, the door to cosmic energy should be opened for him. Everything around became extremely sensitive. Zhang Yang could even clearly feel the airflow from his own breathing. For him, the process of subduing the restless mind was still difficult. He was usually silent because he knew more than others. It had been like this since childhood. Back then, he could not play with children of his age. Yet his inner thoughts had never been few. His inner world was rich, but this richness had now become an obstacle for him. This was the most difficult part of sensing cosmic energy. He knew he needed to enter a state of no thought, no idea, no desire. Only in that state could the cells of his body spontaneously initiate the absorption of cosmic energy. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 40 minutes. 2 hours. The night grew deeper. Zhang Yang made no movement and was not anxious. He continuously restrained his thoughts, not allowing them to influence his body's instincts. His mind was calm and distracting thoughts had vanished. At this moment Zhang Yang seemed to be asleep. He had relinquished control of his body and mind, but his body still maintained the posture of 5 hearts facing heaven. From a mysterious perspective cosmic energy began to appear. It never rejected anyone. Now it was continuously pouring into Zhang Yang's body. Zhang Yang let out an unconscious hum, but he was unaware of it. When he had gathered his mind, he was practically already asleep. His cells unconsciously began to scramble for the surging energy. They had been starving for 18 years. During this time, aside from the small amount of cosmic energy obtained from food, they had never absorbed any cosmic energy. As cosmic energy was unconsciously absorbed by Zhang Yang, his body continuously grew stronger, and his spiritual sea of consciousness began to change. The originally colorful solid sphere began to rotate slowly. Each rotation produced wisps of mist. As cosmic energy also entered the spiritual sea of consciousness, the changes became more intense. The mist churned and the entire sea of consciousness began to tremble. The spiritual power with specks of color continuously merged with cosmic energy, after which these colored spots began to glow. Red turned into fiery red, blue became azure gray, turned into bright silver. 1 grain, 2 grains, 10 grains, countless grains. Countless colorful specks formed a series of magnificent rivers, illuminating the entire spiritual sea of consciousness. Ah, so comfortable. Did I fall asleep? It should have worked, right? Zhang Yang opened his eyes and found himself alone in the bedroom. Zhang Lei had already left, and there was no sound outside the door. It seemed his family had quietly left to ensure his cultivation was undisturbed. He rolled toward the edge of the bed, his body dropping directly from the mattress. Midair he adjusted his posture and landed safely. Sigh! Zhang Yang suddenly threw a punch, and the air emitted a faint tearing sound. Very subtle, yet enough to fill him with joy. He could fully sense the resistance of the air, a sensation far more pronounced than before. With the same body weight, greater strength brings higher speed and consequently greater air resistance. Such a noticeable change meant his strength had increased tremendously. Closing his eyes, he sank his mind into his spiritual sea. Though he could not observe the changes in his spiritual sea as clearly as during his first awakening, he could still perceive his own power quite distinctly. At this moment his spiritual power felt much gentler, no longer needing to be constantly restrained as before. Previously his spiritual power was like a wild beast. If not careful, it could cause very adverse reactions. To prevent harm to his family, he had always exerted great effort to keep it in check. But now that feeling was gone. It was docile, as if it could be commanded at will. The stronger the physical power, the harder it might be to control. Spiritual power, however, seemed to work in reverse. The more powerful it was, the more delicate the control. He picked up his phone and dialed Wang Fong. Mom, where are you? Yang, hold on. After a few quick footsteps, Wang Fong's voice came through the receiver again. We're at Li Huan's house discussing your brother's wedding. This morning we saw you were still cultivating, so we didn't disturb you. I absorbed cosmic energy for the first time and succeeded. I'll go to the martial arts hall later to test myself. How are things going with brother's matter? Wang Fong's angry voice came through the phone. That sausage mouth is still stubbornly holding onto the 200,000 dowry, and that Li Shu has no backbone. It's infuriating. If you hadn't become a martial artist, this marriage would never have been possible. Zhang Yang consoled her. Mom, if it doesn't work out, just agree to it. Though 200,000 is a heavy burden for us now, it won't be a problem for our family soon. Consider it as helping the in-laws out so Huan Jie can rest easy with the child. Didn't we already discuss it with Huan Jie yesterday? Let's finalize the engagement first. Don't mention that I've become a quasi-martial artist yet. Let's go through the proper procedures first. We can't let their family change their minds once they find out we have a martial artist. That's not how things are done. Wang Fong said unhappily. I know, but I can't agree so easily. That sausage mouth is so black-hearted. 200,000. That's 200,000. Our family savings aren't even that much. That's the money your father and I have saved for most of our lives. Today I have to have a good talk with her. Don't worry, Mom knows what she's doing. She's even more anxious than us. If I don't straighten her out today, my name isn't Wang. Beep, beep, beep. Zhang Yang couldn't help but smile. His mother was no pushover in the neighborhood. If she didn't make Sun Shijuan as docile as a quail today, she probably wouldn't come back. Money wasn't really the issue. It wasn't like cosmic units or virtual universe company credits. On Earth, as long as there was enough to get by, that was fine. In this era, even eating was difficult. No one squandered or wasted. Once he became an official martial artist, a small portion of his earnings would be enough to support his family well. And as a spiritual psychic, he would never have to worry about money again. Zhang Yang, you're here. How did cultivation go yesterday? Wu Jun's face lit up with a smile as soon as he saw Zhang Yang enter. A slight smile also curled at the corner of Zhang Yang's mouth. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. It seemed his original spiritual talent wasn't particularly outstanding, but his martial artist talent was quite good. Now, with his physical talent boosted by about 2 times, he felt his strength had increased enormously. Even without the system, he reckoned he could be considered a minor genius in terms of physique alone. I tried last night and woke up at noon. I don't know how long I absorbed cosmic energy, but I feel a huge improvement, so I came to test it. Wu Jun's eyes brightened with surprise and delight. He had always thought Zhang Yang was a genius, but not to this extent. He urged, "You succeeded on your first try. Let's go test you right away and see how much you've improved." First try and you succeeded. Come on, let's hurry and see how much you've improved. Zhang Yang no longer needed to hide. Since he had become a martial artist, showing his talent was a good thing. During the previous assessment, his actual strength was over 1,200 kilograms. But he had only shown 1,000 kilograms in front of Wu Jun. A difference of 200 kilograms was quite noticeable at the submartial artist level, easily hinting that he might be hiding something. But now that was no longer the case. He had absorbed genetic energy, and an increase of 1 or 2,000 kilograms would be attributed to his natural talent. As for the extra burst of power at that time, it was due to accumulating strength. Strictly speaking, an immature technique of exerting force done for show. Zhang Yang stood again before the punching machine's target. He adjusted his state, his conviction growing stronger. With this punch, he would surely enjoy the treatment of a genius and join the extreme martial arts hall ahead of time. He just couldn't recall the exact procedure. Who would recommend him? The instructor or the chief instructor? Taking a deep breath, he gathered his strength, and suddenly his fist shot out like lightning. Bang! Even though the machine had a high upper limit, the target shook violently under Zhang Yang's force. The reading on the machine was 3,624 kilograms. Joy filled Zhang Yang's eyes. He had expected an increase of only 2,000 kilograms at best. But now he had increased by 2,400 kg. In his instructor's eyes, it would probably seem like 2,600 kilograms. To have such a huge improvement on his first absorption of genetic energy was extremely satisfying. It seemed his original martial artist talent was indeed decent, capable of an increase of 600 to 1,000 kilograms. Quite impressive. Wu Jun was stunned, staring at the machine's reading. Good heavens! In all his years as an instructor, he had never seen anyone improve so much on their first try. Then, with a burning gleam in his eyes, he grabbed Zhang Yang's arm and urged, "Come on, hurry up, follow me to the extreme hall." Zhang Yang allowed himself to be led by Wu Jun, without any refusal, as he had already planned to go along. He simply hadn't anticipated that the instructor would have the authority to recommend him. While hailing a taxi, Wu Jun turned to Zhang Yang and said, "Xiao Yang, are you willing to formally join my extreme martial arts hall?" "Not the current form of joining. Right now we only provide you warriors with some free resources to nurture your growth. A true induction into the extreme martial arts hall means you'll become one of us, establishing a direct subordinate relationship. You'll be required to serve the hall in return, but naturally your compensation and cultivation resources will be substantially increased." Zhang Yang smiled and replied, "Instructor, of course I'm willing to join the extreme martial arts hall. After all, isn't becoming a warrior all about giving our families a better life? I believe the extreme martial arts hall won't treat me unfairly. They'll offer me the best treatment and superior training." Wu Jun's face lit up with excitement as he said, "I knew you'd agree, but I don't have that authority. Not even the chief instructor does. I'm taking you to the city center's extreme martial arts general headquarters right now. There are 4 stewards there and the president with the highest authority. If any one of them agrees to see you, the terms they offer will definitely be top-notch." Zhang Yang smiled and said, "I appreciate the trouble, instructor. I'm not very familiar with these matters, but I trust the extreme martial arts hall won't deceive me." Wu Jun's enthusiasm grew even more intense. This Xiao Yang really knew how to speak in a way that put others at ease. This was a genius emerging from under his tutelage, and now it was no longer just a matter of reward. He himself was a high-level warrior with a strength of less than 8,000 kg, yet this Xiao Yang now had a punching force of over 3,600 kg. What kind of talent was that? Becoming a war general would require only a doubling of his strength. And he was only 18. Even the rank of war god was a very real possibility. As his former instructor, the value of this connection network had just jumped 3 levels. Although the other 2 tests haven't been conducted yet, you've always outperformed your strength in those areas. I'm confident you'll do even better this time." Then, as if recalling something, he added, "Oh, you didn't use that unusual power release technique earlier, did you? You seemed to be in a hurry this time, not like you were charging up." Zhang Yang shook his head gently and said, "No, that was just my raw physical strength. I wanted to test it, but you pulled me out before I could." Wu Jun's face reddened slightly, but he showed no sign of embarrassment. This time use that unusual power release technique of yours. This is the moment you need to shine. Don't let me down. Zhang Yang considered for a moment, then replied seriously, "Don't worry, instructor. After I went back last time I rethought the technique. Now I can stabilize about 50% of its output. I'm sure I won't disappoint in this test." Wu Jun said happily, "Great. I'll contact the city center's Extreme Martial Arts General Headquarters now. I hope a steward is available. That way the contract's terms can reach the highest level." He pulled out his phone from his pocket and said loudly, "Headquarters." A call icon appeared on the screen, and soon it connected. An elderly man with white hair appeared on the display. "Xiao Wu, what's the matter?" Wu Jun said excitedly, "Uncle Kai, I've discovered a super genius here. He's just turned 18. But he's already a quasi-warrior. After the test yesterday, he successfully absorbed his first genetic primal energy last night, increasing his strength by 2600 kg. Today, I personally witnessed his punching force reach 3600 kg. He paused, glanced at Zhang Yang, then gritted his teeth and continued. "And it seems he's created some kind of power release technique that can boost his strength by about 50%. Uncle Kai's eyes were initially a bit unfocused, but after hearing the latter part, he froze, then put on a skeptical expression as if expecting a tall tale. Wu Jun looked at the calm Uncle Kai and felt a twinge of doubt. Was Zhang Yang not a genius? Had the headquarters assessment standards risen that much? Had the Extreme Martial Arts Hall become too arrogant? He said urgently, "Uncle Kai, what's wrong? Why are you making that face? He really is a super genius." Uncle Kai replied, "I'm at work now. I don't have time to waste on your nonsense, you brat. When I have time I'll visit old Wu. That's it. Do your job properly. Stop daydreaming all day. What do you even know about power release techniques?" Beep, 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 beep. Though Zhang Yang was secretly amused to spare his instructor further embarrassment, he kept his gaze fixed out the window. At the same time he thought to himself, having connections is good. Surely they could summon a steward. And if it was a steward who had a good relationship with Uncle Kai, the terms would be even better. Wu Jun glanced awkwardly at Zhang Yang, and finding no reaction his expression eased. After all, he had blundered in handling this, and Zhang Yang's current demeanor showed he knew how to navigate social situations. Still, the fact that this kid remained so calm when his own future was at stake truly marked him as a genius. Inwardly he grumbled at Uncle Kai, but without hesitation he dialed again. Seeing the familiar figure appear on the screen, Wu Jun said with a serious face, "Uncle Kai, everything I said is true. We're already on our way to the city center headquarters. Would I joke about something like this?" Uncle Kai had actually regretted hanging up earlier. After all, Wu Jun might have been unreliable in the past, but it had been years. Could this be real this time? When he answered the call and heard the boy confirm the previous claims, he still found it absurd. This kind of talent was unheard of, self-created power release techniques. It was only because the boy was ignorant while he worked at the Extreme Martial Arts General Headquarters, and was a war general himself, that he fully understood the importance of such a technique. So he couldn't help but say, "Fine, I understand. I'll invite a steward. We'll sort everything out when you get here." After hanging up, Wu Jun regained his smug demeanor, and said to Zhang Yang with a grin, "Xiao Yang, it's all set. I've arranged an audience with a steward for you. Just give it your all during the test." Zhang Yang smiled happily too. "I really appreciate all the trouble, instructor. I'll definitely give it my best. I didn't expect you to have connections at the city center level. And you seem quite close." Wu Jun waved his hand cheerfully. "He was a comrade of my father's. I heard our families used to be neighbors. The base city isn't that big nor that small. Our families keep in close contact, often joking around. That's why there was that misunderstanding earlier. But fortunately it didn't affect you." Zhang Yang nodded. "That's really nice. In my family we only keep in touch with my aunt. Every time we visit her my parents are especially happy." The train was still moving forward, and as Zhang Yang watched the scenery flashing past the window, a sense of anticipation stirred within him. Everything was about to change. He recalled how he had spent these 18 years. A destitute family, a filthy and foul living environment, cramped quarters, and meager forms of entertainment. This made him deeply nostalgic for life on Blue Star, where he would flip through his phone to decide what to eat, often feeling torn at noon. During gatherings, the dishes on the table were barely touched. Everyone was too busy drinking. Now the things he once enjoyed so easily had become a luxury. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. He had once been troubled by this. Fortunately, his family was very harmonious. Life was hard indeed, and his parents were exhausted every day, and his older brother could be unreliable at times, but the whole family was striving together. This was filled with the joy of life. He cherished the time spent together with his family more than ever before. He had sworn countless times to make his family's life better. This was the greatest motivation in his heart as he sweated through training at the martial arts hall. After all, this was a future society with developed alien civilization ruins, so the technological level was extremely high. Shandong Base City, one of the 23 base cities, housed the main headquarters of the Limit Martial Arts Hall. The building was enormous, stretching a kilometer in length. The entire headquarters was silver-white, resting there like a giant spaceship. Looking at its exterior, Zhang Yang couldn't help but guess that it was modeled after the global headquarters of the Limit Martial Arts Hall in Hongning Base City. That place was the true headquarters of the Limit Martial Arts Hall, also a real spaceship, but it was broken, leaving only the shell. Following Wu Jun inside, Zhang Yang saw Uncle Kai standing at the door. With graying hair, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, not particularly tall, but his stern face and intangible aura exuded more authority than what he had seen on his phone. Wu Jun waved from afar, shouting, "Uncle Kai, over here." Seeing the two before him, Uncle Kai's stern face softened into a smile, making him appear much more approachable. "Xiao Wu, you're over 30 now. Can't you be a bit more steady?" Turning to Zhang Yang, his expression grew even kinder. "You must be Zhang Yang, right? Don't be nervous. The director values talented individuals highly. Just take the test normally." After reassuring Zhang Yang, Uncle Kai said to Wu Jun impatiently, "Let's go. The director is waiting inside. I've reported everything you said exactly as you told me. You know what that means." Watching Uncle Kai walk ahead, Zhang Yang, unlike Wu Jun, understood the implications. He knew that Uncle Kai had even reported his doubts about the power technique. But now he had mastered it, so he felt no unease, his eyes curiously scanning the surroundings. The three of them went upstairs to the 10th floor. This was nothing like the cramped apartment building Zhang Yang lived in. Here he finally felt like he was in a futuristic world. The floor was as clean as snow, footsteps echoed crisply, elevators rose silently, walls were silver-white with a metallic sheen, and employees in professional attire hurried past carrying unknown instruments. The sensation of leaping across a century felt surreal to Zhang Yang. Exiting the elevator, they walked straight in, and soon reached a room with a noticeably larger door frame, guarded by two martial artists. Uncle Kai said in a formal tone, "A talent from Liqing District has arrived. I've already informed the director." After being allowed in, Zhang Yang soon met this important figure from the Limit Martial Arts Hall. He appeared much younger than Uncle Kai, probably in his 40s, dressed casually in leisure wear with a smile on his face as he saw Zhang Yang looking very approachable. But Zhang Yang knew that to be the director of the Limit Martial Arts Hall, he must be at least a high-level warrior with extensive connections and the support of numerous war gods to secure the position. "Director, we meet you." The director smiled lightly, looking at Zhang Yang. "Uncle Kai, this must be the genius you mentioned earlier. 18 years old, truly young." Uncle Kai replied respectfully, "Yes, director. He is the talent Wu Jun discovered in Liqing District. We brought him for testing right after testing his strength." The director's smile grew warmer. The Limit Martial Arts Hall had rivals such as the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall next door, and competition was fierce. It was best to bring talents in directly, and he didn't blame Wu Jun for rushing. If the report was true, not only was he a physical genius, but he could also create power techniques. Then even he would be eager. A genius who could learn power techniques was a true genius. Such talents could later defeat multiple ordinary warriors of the same level alone and had greater potential. Of course, such geniuses were rare. In a large base city, at most 1 or 2 appeared each year. Once confirmed, they would contact higher-ups for a chance to enter the elite training camp of the Limit Martial Arts Hall, which was a reserve for war gods. And this young man was even more extraordinary. Not only could he learn, but he could create, which was a whole different level. Thinking of this, a sense of urgency arose in the director. He stood up smiling. "Let's go. Let's test him first. I'm very curious about Zhang Yang." Soon Zhang Yang stood before the punching target of the strength testing machine again. This time he would give it his all. His method of generating power was somewhat clumsy, but it was also easier to learn. For example, Luofeng's Ninefold Thunder Blade relied entirely on posture and sensation to deliver power. But Zhang Yang was different. He first cycled and stored power within his body, and only after succeeding would he find and familiarize himself with that sensation, making subsequent power releases smooth. However, this limit was not the physical limit his body could handle now. After all, circulating excessive power within the body required higher physical fitness than simply releasing it by sensation. When releasing power by sensation, the force burst outward directly. He had to control it all the time. Of course, once he learned and became familiar with the sensation, he no longer needed to control it, but he also couldn't achieve higher levels of power release. Because his body couldn't withstand the higher circulating power, and to improve he would have to start seeking the right sensation and try again. Of course, with disadvantages come advantages. It is simpler than any current power exertion technique, so simple that even a dullard could learn it. The limit of power exertion is 100, and there are many paths to achieve it. Later stages even require a certain state of mind and more complex conditions to complete. At present, these low-level principles of power exertion are somewhat intricate and varied. Zhang Yang circulated the inner strength within his body. After all, he had only familiarized himself with it for a day, and could not yet unleash it instinctively. Now, facing the assessment, he needed to get more accustomed to it. After about half a minute, Zhang Yang fully familiarized himself with the feeling of that power, and threw a fierce punch. Bang! Beep! 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 The punch strength tester displayed a value of 5,433 kilograms. The supervisor stared at the number on the tester, lost in thought, muttering to himself, "Is it indeed the power exertion technique?" Wu Jun was completely stunned. This was almost comparable to him, and such strength had reached the level of an advanced warrior. Kai Lao's eyes narrowed slightly, but he maintained his composure. Having thrown the punch, Zhang Yang felt no satisfaction. Although this power could be unleashed, it required a long time to build up. He had already been familiar with this feeling for a day. But after all, it was accumulated through technique rather than comprehended. To make it instinctive and fully master this power exertion, he would probably need a few more days, or a fierce battle. In fact, he did not know that even those who cultivate blade techniques and gain some insights in battle unconsciously using this power exertion still need more time to find that feeling. To fully master this power, time is also required. But at this moment he felt very constrained. He disliked this feeling. After throwing one punch, he did not stop but immediately threw another. However, this punch did not manage to use the power exertion. Still, he did not stop and continued to strike the punching target, one punch after another. Beep, 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 beep. The sounds from the punch strength tester merged into a continuous stream. The punching target kept shaking and the numbers on the screen changed constantly. 3,621 kilograms. 5,430 kilograms. 5,455 kilograms. 5,450 kilograms. Finally, the value stabilized around 5,450 kilograms. Zhang Yang stopped panting, but the exhilarating feeling made him feel extremely satisfied. Clap, clap, clap. The supervisor beamed with joy and clapped his hands excitedly. Excellent, Zhang Yang. You are truly a genius to have created this power exertion technique yourself. I have never heard of anyone your age achieving such a feat. Although the later tests are unnecessary, you have already met the standard of a genius. I still want to see your performance. Zhang Yang smiled naturally, though this small achievement was nothing to him. But he was not yet a strong man. If he could join the Limitless Martial Arts Hall early, then his family could start enjoying life sooner. That had always been his greatest wish. Supervisor, my current test is nothing. I am not tired. The seniors shed their blood in the wilderness, so under their protection, I naturally must work even harder. With that, Zhang Yang walked over to the speed tester. He took a deep breath, knowing that power could be applied not only to attacks but also to speed. He was already somewhat familiar with that feeling. Although it was hasty, he could still apply it simply. Bending over, he assumed a sprinting posture. As power circulated in his legs, his body trembled slightly. He needed to refamiliarize himself with that feeling in his legs. This time the difficulty of getting familiar with it was no less than before with his fists, but he would not give up because of the difficulty. After about a minute of familiarization, Zhang Yang dashed out like a cheetah, turning into a black shadow on the speed tester. Whoosh! Reaching the finish line, Zhang Yang immediately turned to look at the value on the speed tester, 73 milliseconds. He clenched his fist. His control was not yet perfect. He had made 2 mistakes in the middle, otherwise he could have reached 80 milliseconds. He felt a bit regretful. The supervisor, however, saw his current state and comforted him. You've probably just mastered this power exertion not long ago. I saw you needed to find the feeling before. But it's okay. Once you know it, getting familiar becomes easy. You've done very well now. Zhang Yang nodded and proceeded to the neural reaction test. The result was similar to before: perfect for intermediate warrior, excellent for advanced warrior. Although he was a spiritual psychic, his imperfect control of power exertion meant that a single mistake would put him in an awkward situation. This result was barely acceptable to him. After the tests, everyone sat down and the atmosphere became much more serious. Now what kind of treatment he would receive all depended on this supervisor. However, he did not put on any airs. Sitting opposite Zhang Yang, he said with a smile, Zhang Yang, don't be nervous. My name is Zhou Chuanheng. You can call me Uncle Zhou. Zhang Yang called out warmly, Uncle Zhou. Hearing this address, Zhou Chuanheng's smile became even warmer. When Zhang Yang grows up, he will be another war god. He is still so young. Perhaps his future achievements will surpass even what I imagine. Little Yang, since you came to the Limitless General Hall, I assume you are willing to join the Limitless Martial Arts Hall. Have Wu Jun or the others told you about the benefits? Zhang Yang smiled lightly and said, Uncle Zhou, of course I am willing to join the Limitless Martial Arts Hall. I started my training at the Limitless Martial Arts Hall as well. I think it's a great place. As for the benefits, the instructor hasn't given me the details yet. He only said I could get the highest treatment, and it won't be inferior to any other place. Zhou Chuanheng's smile widened. According to the usual rules, you can choose a villa to live in either in Liqing District or at the headquarters in Shizhong District. You have the right to reside there but not the right to sell it. The villa community of our Limitless Martial Arts Hall is exclusively for martial artists within the hall. Besides that, a starting fund of 20 million, and 3 secret manuals, body movement guiding technique and attack method, each with a price not exceeding 50 million. Zhou Chuanheng smiled and asked, Are you satisfied with these? Zhou Chuanheng turned to a beautiful woman in a professional black dress and stockings beside him. Xiao Shui draft a contract following the usual rules, but modify 2 clauses. Zhang Yang can choose any secret manuals of body movement guiding technique and attack method. As long as the total price is within 100 million, it's all free. I'll cover the cost. Change the starting fund to 100 million as well. Yes, supervisor. The woman in white suit glanced at Zhang Yang in surprise and gave him a sweet smile. Zhang Yang could sense the change in the secretary's attitude. She must have a special relationship with Uncle Zhou, so he returned her a smile. Turning back, the smile on Zhang Yang's face deepened. He could sense the favor from this Uncle Zhou who had likely given him more than an additional 100 million. Funds that came from his own pocket. Now to have it all invested in him. When he changed the way he addressed that supervisor, he knew there would be a raise, but he never imagined Uncle Zhou would be so generous. Uncle Zhou, thank you for your trust. This is exactly what I need right now, and I will remember this day. Zhou Chuanheng had been willing to part with 100 million precisely for such a remark. Geniuses receive treatment befitting their caliber. Ensuring their smooth growth was their responsibility, but the bonds formed along the way depended on one's own cultivation. To be honest, he had only been a supervisor for a few years, and this 100 million was no small burden for him. After all, he was still young, and his promotion had already cost him dearly, leaving him financially strained. Yet he still held great faith in Zhang Yang. He was willing to spend this money, as cultivating a prodigy from a base city was a family strategy, and Zhang Yang was a talent worth investing in. Zhou Chuanheng encouraged him. Xiao Yang, you already have the technique of exerting force, but this world is vast. After becoming a martial artist, this aspect will become even more crucial. You should be able to feel the boost. I believe you have the talent. When you return, choose a top-tier martial art manual. It shouldn't be too difficult for you. Learn it or absorb its essence. Once you master these completely, Uncle Zhou will give you a great opportunity. One that will save you 10 years of cultivation. Zhang Yang's mind was clear as a mirror. That opportunity was likely the global extreme elite training camp. He would go, but the timing depended on his cultivation progress. There were still aspects he needed to hone, and he wanted to spend more time with his family. Uncle Zhou, I understand. Becoming a martial artist is just the beginning. I will keep working hard. Soon the beautiful older sister returned with printed documents. Zhang Yang confirmed they were correct and signed them. Seeing the matter concluded, Zhou Chuanheng had talked enough with Zhang Yang. He stood up and said, "All right, Xiao Yang, keep striving. You are now a member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. If anything comes up, you can talk to me directly. Your Uncle Zhou still has some influence." Zhang Yang smiled and replied, "Don't worry, Uncle Zhou. I wouldn't dare approach you without significant progress. I plan to live in Shanquan community in Liqing district. There shouldn't be any trouble there." After a few more exchanges, Zhou Chuanheng left to attend to his duties. Uncle Kai glanced at Wu Jun, who had been a silent wallflower, then fixed his gaze on Zhang Yang and said with emotion, "I never expected the supervisor to value you so much, Xiao Yang. You must work even harder. The supervisor personally spent over 100 million on you." Wu Jun's eyes widened at this. He had never encountered such a prodigy before, so he was naturally unaware of the details. The previous 200 million had already made his head spin, but now it turned out the supervisor himself had contributed over 100 million. He stared blankly at Zhang Yang. Good heavens, was this kid really worth that much? With the matter settled, Zhang Yang felt relieved. Facing Uncle Kai's advice, he knew even more, and said confidently, "Uncle Kai, rest assured. I won't let Uncle Zhou down." Zhang Yang and Wu Jun sat on the train back to Liqing district. Wu Jun's eyes were still dazed. "Xiao Yang, do you have 200 million now?" Zhang Yang glanced at his phone and said, "Instructor, I've only received the first 100 million as startup funds. The other 100 million is probably at the extreme home we mentioned earlier, right?" Wu Jun lowered his head, feeling he had underestimated something. Was this contract normal? No way. He had seen the standard contracts before. 5 million was already generous. 200 million, that was a goal he might achieve with a lifetime of effort. "Zhang Yang, I'm afraid I can't teach you much anymore." Zhang Yang could sense his instructor's mood and said calmly, "Instructor, you are a senior. To be honest, I probably won't go to the wilderness area for the next 6 months. You can continue teaching me survival skills and combat techniques against monsters. Even in the martial artist community, you can introduce me to seniors. We are both martial artists of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall now. As a senior and my guide, you still have much to impart." Wu Jun's spirits lifted at Zhang Yang's words, though he wasn't very strong and had been injured, limiting him to teaching trainees. But his wilderness experience and interpersonal connections could greatly benefit this outstanding junior. Having finally encountered such a prodigy, he couldn't let him wither. "Xiao Yang, you're right. When do you plan to move?" "Once you're at Shanquan community, I'll tell you all about the wilderness." Zhang Yang returned home and opened the door, surprised to find everyone there. Even his brother and Li Huan. He stepped in softly, slowly gathering an aura as if about to announce something. Wang Fong called out to him but sensed the change in atmosphere. Zhang Zhe looked up from his phone and Zhang Lei and Li Huan stopped their playful gestures. Seeing his family's cooperation, Zhang Yang stopped his pretense, cleared his throat, and said seriously, "I have something to announce." Facing 4 pairs of eyes fixed on him, Zhang Yang continued, "I have already joined the Extreme Martial Arts Hall ahead of schedule. Thanks to my talent, I've gained the recognition of an important figure. We can move tomorrow. I've already obtained the keys to Shanquan community." With that, Zhang Yang raised his keys high. The silver-white key gleamed brilliantly in the cramped home. He looked at his brother and said softly, "Brother, the martial arts hall gave me some startup funds. Now you can marry Sister Huan without any worries. Get ready to be a groom." Wang Fong walked over excitedly. "Yang, is this true? Shanquan community. The martial artist community near Qigong Mountain in Liqing District. Do we have a house there now?" Zhang Zhe stood up, his eyes serious. "I've edited many articles describing Shanquan community. There's only one Shanquan community in our Liqing District. Even the descriptions made me feel how beautiful it must be. I never thought I'd live there one day." A note of emotion crept into his voice. Zhang Lei naturally believed his brother. If Li Huan hadn't been there, he might have snatched the keys to inspect them already. But at this moment he only wanted to hold her and comfort the woman who was his wife and the mother of his child. These days she had endured much worry and unease. His parents' bias, his own hesitation. He knew it all. He couldn't promise before, but now he could. "Huan, don't move around there, I'll handle these myself." "Son, are we really not taking these things?" "Zhang Zhe, when did you hide stones in the house? You're wasting money again. When did this happen? It's a pity to throw these away. I spent a lot of effort hunting them down after we got married. The house was a mess but few could sort it out. Only his mother, it seemed." Zhang Yang's expression was somewhat awkward. This was really not his strong suit. The only precious thing he owned was a wooden knife bought with a year's worth of allowance. A piece of Nanmu from the wilderness, excellent in quality and pleasant to the touch. As for his brother, forget it. He was only talented in woodworking. Usually it was Zhang Yang who cleaned the room, or otherwise, he doubted anyone could even step into the bedroom. Zhang Zhe's treasure was a basket of books. His favorite reads, which he once cherished dearly. Yesterday he said he would place them on the bookshelf from now on and preserve them well. So Wang Fong was tidying up with Zhang Yang helping and screening. Anything unnecessary was discarded. His older brother acted as a porter carrying things downstairs. As for his father, Zhang Yang guessed, he was showing off his dignity in front of the neighbors downstairs. But he couldn't escape. Everything bought with his secret stash had been dug up by his mother, and there was no suspense once she took action. Watching from the side, Zhang Yang silently noted that his family status was indeed high. Apart from himself, the other two had all been disciplined. Downstairs was a 5-meter-long truck now fully loaded. Who would have thought that a room of at most 50 square meters could hold so many things? How had they even lived in it before? The truck driver helped load the items and said with a smile, "It looks like a lot, but this is actually relatively little. Usually when people move they need another trip." "Which neighborhood are you moving to?" Zhang Yang replied with a light smile. "Thank you, driver. We're moving to Shanquan district." The truck driver's expression suddenly turned bemused. The cigarette in his mouth twirled as his eyes swept over Zhang Yang and Zhang Lei. "Young man, I didn't expect you to be a martial artist." Zhang Yang nodded with a faint smile. Wang Fong walked over, her expression somewhat conflicted, and said, "Son, are we really not taking those things? And what about the refrigerator we bought just a few years ago?" Zhang Yang chuckled. That refrigerator was also second-hand, always humming and buzzing. He gently advised, "Mom, they have all these things over there. We should just keep the items with sentimental value. If it were up to me, I'd cut at least half of what's on the truck." Wang Fong shot him a glance. "You rascal, you don't know the value of these things because you've never managed the household. From now on I'll have to keep an eye on you and make sure you don't waste money." Zhang Yang could only appease her with a smile. Yes, Mom is right. I'll listen to you." Wang Fong gave him a satisfied look, then turned her gaze to Zhang Zhe, who was still surrounded by neighbors. Why was that widow Li standing so close to him? So she shouted loudly, "You blockhead. How much longer are you going to dawdle over there? Even if you won't help, you should at least know we're done packing. Get over here. We're leaving." Zhang Zhe shuddered at the sound. Every time he heard that nickname it meant trouble. Hastily he bid farewell to the neighbors. "Everyone, we're moving away. We'll come back later to host a feast and invite you all to join us." As he walked back, Wang Fong gave his waist a good pinch. Sitting in the taxi behind Zhang Zhe could only force a smile as he waved goodbye to the neighbors. Li Huan glanced at her mother-in-law, a thoughtful look in her eyes, as if she understood something. Zhang Lei, sitting in the front, felt a chill from the air conditioner and couldn't help but shiver. With Zhang Yang giving directions, the car smoothly arrived at Shanquan district. Leaning out of the window of the truck, Zhang Yang waved the key in his hand and said to the familiar security guard, "Brother, I came for the test the day before yesterday and joined the extreme martial arts gym early, My name is Zhang Yang, ID number 370181. The assigned villa is 703. Please open the gate. The security guard's eyes lit up when he saw Zhang Yang. So it's you. I was wondering why I hadn't heard of any genius lately. I'm by Sijia, just call me Old Bai. Here's my number. If any friends come by in the future, give me a call, and I'll arrange it. Zhang Yang replied with a light smile. Alright, Old Bai. I'll trouble you with matters from now on. Bai Sijia said warmly, no trouble at all, it's my duty. Because the Shandong Base City was built on the former half of JN City, this area belonged to the southern part. Since half of the city was here, the facilities were complete and life was convenient. The reason wasn't initially about martial artist privileges. The north was the Yellow River, where many sea monsters swam upstream. Monsters liked to occupy cities, so the main forces were concentrated in the north to block them. Zhang Yang's family's villa was very spacious. Comparing along the way, he realized that his house was probably one of the larger ones in this area. Unlike the gardens in Jiangnan, this area favored high courtyards, open and bright, lifting one's spirits. Behind the house was a small plot of land for planting. The new villa seemed to have been rebuilt. It wasn't entirely made of brick and cement, but rather some synthetic stone, overall gray-white. The architectural style leaned slightly western, giving a clean and somewhat ceremonial feel. Zhang Lei exclaimed loudly, wow, it's huge. Li Huan hugged his waist, her eyes sparkling as she looked around. Was this where she would live from now on? It had already fulfilled all her fantasies about the future. She couldn't help but stroke her belly. Baby, you will be happy. At the same time, she hadn't expected that her childhood friend, though not a potential stock, had still appreciated so much. This made her look at Zhang Yang with some caution. He was no longer the somewhat unsociable child. Wang Fong and Zhang, just supporting each other, were mostly filled with amazement and disbelief at the sight of such a beautiful house. Coming back to herself, she pushed her husband aside and hugged Zhang Yang. Her precious son had really made something of himself. Yang, is this really ours now? Zhang Yang, used to his mother's enthusiasm since childhood, nodded with a light smile. Mom, this is ours now. You can stay as long as you like. Meanwhile, he added in his heart, I will not fall. I will live well. As long as we want, we can stay here forever. After touring his future residence, he was quite satisfied with the villa. The basement floor contained a recreation room and a shelter. The ground floor held the living room, dining room, and kitchen. The second floor consisted of bedrooms and a study, and the third floor housed a cultivation chamber and 2 bedrooms. Zhang Yang was definitely going to live on the third floor. In fact, sleeping 3 or 4 hours a day was now sufficient for him. After viewing it, he felt somewhat emotional. Even in his past life, he had never lived in such a house. He had been to his ex-girlfriend's home, a 3-story small building. How to put it? It was similar to a 2-story rural house, just with better decoration. At that time he was still young, and it immediately shattered all his fantasies about villas. Later he realized that the villa he had imagined was actually more like a manor. After entering society, he grasped the concept of a villa. A decent villa would take a lifetime of labor, and a manor was something you'd only dream of. The current villa could be considered a small manor fulfilling his dream. He took a deep breath to adjust his mental state. Everything before him was obtained through his own talent. Being able to own such a villa, large enough to house hundreds in a traditional tenement, was naturally due to his irreplaceable social value. He was still not strong enough. Acquiring was easy, but guarding was difficult. He needed to work harder. Before he could even walk downstairs, Zhang Yang heard his mother's nagging. Huan, just stay here. Why go back? I've discussed it with Xiang. With Shijuan. Your wedding is next month. It's only a month away. You can go back 2 days before the wedding. Take the 200000. Let them handle things over there. You just stay here comfortably. Li Huan's eyes were also full of anticipation. After a slight hesitation, she agreed. All right, auntie. Actually, I quite like it here too. Wang Fong said teasingly. Still calling me auntie. Good child, I've watched you grow up. Now you're part of our Zhang family inside and out. You should call me mom. Li Huan couldn't help but feel shy at this. Even though she was usually a bit carefree, she now became extremely bashful, and with a slight blush softly called out, Mom. Wang Fong was delighted and quickly pulled her future daughter-in-law over. Oh, what a good child. Let me tell you, the eldest is a bit of a fool. Sometimes clever, sometimes muddled. In the future, you must keep a good handle on him. You need to do this, and that. Zhang Yang walked downstairs and knew exactly what his mother was saying without needing to listen closely. This time his brother was in for a lucky fate. In the art of managing a husband, his mother was a master. Even his father, who seemed somewhat old-fashioned but was actually shrewd, could be handled perfectly, let alone Zhang Lei. Moreover, based on Zhang Yang's understanding of Li Huan, he had already seen through his brother's future life. He should cherish the time before marriage, especially now that she was just pregnant. Wang Fong caught sight of Zhang Yang from the corner of her eye and stopped passing on her wisdom. Those few sentences should be enough for Huan to ponder. Yang, I've asked Huan to stay here. You don't have any objections, do you? Li Huan also looked at Zhang Yang nervously. She knew the two brothers had a good relationship, but after marriage, strictly speaking, they would become separate families. Moreover, Zhang Yang had become a martial artist, and she worried about potential changes. Zhang Yang smiled naturally. Mom, what are you saying? When did this house become my responsibility? I still need to focus on my cultivation. Just make sure not to disturb me suddenly when I'm in a cultivation state. Wang Feng was satisfied, but then she began to worry. Becoming a martial artist was good, but the wilderness was not a safe place. During the migration in the past, quite a few martial artists had died, and even more ordinary people. Previously, she hadn't experienced this feeling. Now that she was in this house, perhaps because life had no pressure, she had more time to think about other things. This house was something her son would have to fight for with his life in the future. Her voice trembled slightly as she said, No. Cultivation is the most important. Yang, you must pay attention to your safety when you go to the wilderness in the future. Seeing his mother's expression, Zhang Yang knew she was worried about him. Ordinary martial artists would naturally hide things from their families, but Zhang Yang felt he should tell his mother more about the world of martial artists. He was very steady and had a clear plan for the future. By letting his family understand more about his situation, they could feel at ease. The unknown is always what people fear most. The more they know, the more rationally they can analyze, and the better they can understand Zhang Yang's situation. Once they confirm there is no danger, their mindset will naturally calm down. Besides, he couldn't keep his family as ordinary people forever. They would gradually become martial artists. He might not have many resources now, but he would prepare some for them in the future. Zhang Yang comforted her. Mom, we just moved. Let's not think about all this now. I won't be going to the wilderness anytime soon. I'll tell you more later. If the wilderness were really that terrifying, if even a genius like me appreciated by the Martial Arts Academy can't survive, then how can ordinary martial artists live? This isn't the old era anymore. Martial artists are extremely powerful. Then he turned to Li Huan with a smile. Sister Huan has also watched me grow up. Just stay here comfortably. All I need is a place to cultivate. I'll be home less often. A family is only a family when it's harmonious. My brother and I won't split up or anything. Don't worry. In a few days I'll be calling you sister-in-law. We'll be one family from now on. Li Huan nodded with a complex expression. Although the situation was very good. Such a nice house, such a beautiful environment, and no need to toil hard anymore. It was already a fantasy life, but it was different from what she had imagined before, and she felt a bit unsettled. Originally she had thought she would rent a room in a tenement with Zhang Lei. Their life would be somewhat difficult, and they would soon have a child to raise. A life of poverty but happiness. Now everything had become better, so she needed to change as well. She would carefully ponder the experience her mother-in-law had passed on and maintain this family well. Tonight was another luxurious meal. Zhang Lei really knew how to cherish his wife. He deserved to have a wife. Li Huan had also become Wang Feng's treasure. Zhang Yang estimated that both of them would gain weight over time. He could already imagine the scenes in the future. As for his own father, Zhang Yang saw through him quite clearly. Beneath the stern exterior lay a rich heart, otherwise how could he be an editor? If there were no changes, life now was pretty good. But Zhang Yang would not forget how this comfort was obtained, what disasters Earth would face in the future, and how cold the universe was. After chatting with his family for a while, it was time for him to return to his own place. Third floor training room. Zhang Yang had now joined the Limitless Martial Arts Hall. Previously Zhou Chuanheng had also granted him access to the internal network of the Limitless Martial Arts Hall, so he could log into the internal network Limitless Home, even before obtaining his official warrior status. Typing Limitless Home on the keyboard, the screen in the training room displayed the network entry point for Limitless Home. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang clicked to enter. When the page redirected to the Limitless Home website, identity verification was required. He gently placed his finger on the sensor, and the screen displayed new content. Name Zhang Yang, gender male, address Shandong Base City, Huaxia Nation, martial artist ID quasi-martial artist, special level quasi-martial artist, contribution points 0, currency balance 100,000,000 Huaxia coins. Zhang Yang received 2 emails. One was from Zhou Chuanheng's assistant, roughly saying to train diligently. The money had arrived, and could be used for techniques, secret manuals, and guidance methods, along with some blessings. The second email was a brief introduction to Limitless Home, emphasizing that with a certain level of contribution points one could receive discounts on purchases up to half off. There was also information about hunting monsters and submitting monster materials to earn contribution points. He was already familiar with all this, but he still read it carefully. Indeed, to earn contribution points one had to rely on monster hunting. Those who donated money were different from people like him who logged in through a special channel. His permissions were granted by the upper hierarchy of the Martial Arts Hall. As for those who donated, they were likely ordinary people cooperating with the Martial Arts Hall. One contribution point cost 10,000 Huaxia coins with a cap of 100 billion. Utterly extravagant, entirely to support the development of the Martial Arts Hall and contribute to the base city. After a quick glance around Limitless Home, Zhang Yang felt a very warm sensation. This Limitless Home truly lives up to its name as a home. It is entirely dedicated to serving martial artists. In the Limitless Home online mall you could shop for everything related to martial artists, weapons and equipment, communication backpacks, firearms and ammunition, medicines. All available in abundance. For daily life there were learning templates, discussion forums and mission posting areas covering martial artists training, daily routines, income methods and more. The martial artist forum particularly pleased Zhang Yang, as the communication environment was very clean with no advertisements except for some announcements from the Limitless Martial Arts Hall. Zhang Yang hesitated no longer. He currently had no body movement guidance technique or blade technique, so he had to purchase them. Opening the secret manual category for attack blade techniques, he discovered the Ninefold Thunder Blade. The detailed price for the blade technique appeared on the large screen. The Ninefold Thunder Blade, all 9 levels, 100 billion Huaxia coins, full price 500 billion, half price, requires 4-star contribution points. The first 8 levels, 500 billion, full 250 billion, half, requires 3-star points. The first 5 levels, 20 billion, full 10 billion, half, requires 3-star points. The first 4 levels, 5 billion, full 5 billion, half, requires 2-star points. The first 3 levels, 2 billion, full 1 billion, half, requires 2-star points. The first 2 levels, 1 billion, full 500 million, half, requires 2-star points. The first level, 50 million, full 25 million, half, requires 1-star points. So expensive. Seeing the detailed prices, Zhang Yang felt a pang of pain in his teeth. Suddenly he realized one thing: he was far too poor. He now had 200 million in funds to purchase these items, but he could only afford the first 3 levels of the Ninefold Thunder Blade. Bought! Without hesitation, Zhang Yang decided he had to buy what was necessary. It's expensive, but it contains not only force technique references, but also higher force multipliers than what I created, allowing me to enhance my strength more. The body movement technique within is also the most top tier on Earth, an area I haven't yet touched. I can also compensate for my weaknesses. And the most important aspect is the guidance technique. If the genetic energy cultivation method is the door to martial artist training, then the guidance technique amplifies my cultivation speed. The guidance technique can increase the time I spend daily cultivating genetic energy. My entire improvement relies on absorbing cosmic energy for genetic energy cultivation. Increasing absorption time will definitely accelerate my strength growth. None can be omitted. At the same time, another thought crossed his mind: these ultimate secret manuals had high force multipliers, but their difficulty was also unquestionable. In comparison, the force technique he had created was likely very simple. As long as one's control reached a certain standard, they could definitely master it. Then, if he could research a guidance technique that matched his own force technique based on the guidance technique in the Ninefold Thunder Blade, wouldn't that be very popular? After all, his force technique had such a low threshold. Most people who became martial artists could control their full body strength and exert 100 of it, so learning his force technique would have no obstacles. Once the technique was learned, the amount of force depended on physical strength. As for the final step of finding the feeling of force, even a relatively slow learner could probably master it within half a year, right? Thinking this, Zhang Yang's heart burned with passion. Indeed, knowledge was the most expensive wealth in the world, wasn't it? It seemed he had found a stable income channel. His secret manuals didn't need to be sold so expensively. Just 5 million or 10 million Huaxia coins would do. He was aiming for volume. For ordinary martial artists this price might be a bit high, but increasing strength and cultivation speed was better than any medicine. The main appeal was the guarantee of mastery. His method seemed capable of raising the lower limit of the entire martial artist community, since the methods ordinary martial artists used had little amplification. As for the realms on Earth, basic, proficient, perfect artistic conception. His force technique didn't rely on those. Those required insight and talent, while his force technique could be taught in a foolproof manner. His own techniques were only basic, so he wouldn't mislead others. But if he developed the force technique and the matching guidance technique, it should cover his future expenses. At this price, shouldn't every martial artist be able to afford a copy? The best scenario would be that after he enters the elite training camp, he would have enough money to buy a bottle of dragon blood, thereby unlocking most of his spiritual psionic talent. Then his strength would truly skyrocket. Combined with his subsequent plans, he could rapidly rise to the level of the Invincible War God. Zhang Yang couldn't help thinking, Luofeng, where are you in the story now? He shook his head. He would no longer rely on others. He must quickly improve his own strength to prepare for the arrival of the golden-horned beast. The next day, Zhang Yang emerged from the training room after cultivating his genetic energy, only to hear a burst of laughter downstairs. He came downstairs in his training uniform, surprised to see Wu Jun. "Instructor, you're here. Why didn't you let me know in advance?" Wu Jun chuckled. "Why didn't you tell me you moved yesterday? I wanted to come and see your new place. I only found out from the gatekeeper today that you'd already moved in." Zhang Yang smiled. "Instructor, it's just a small matter. No need to trouble you." Wu Jun didn't mind. Once someone became a martial artist, they usually moved in immediately. He knew Zhang Yang's family situation. You're still as diligent as ever, that reassures me. As martial artists we must persevere in our training. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. Don't worry, instructor. I won't slack off. Every bit of strength I gain now will make me safer in the wilderness later. Wu Jun sighed at the mention of the wilderness. His own strength was lacking, making it more dangerous. You asked me to buy the 3 Series Shadow Battle Blade yesterday. Is it for training at home? I just gained access to the limit house, but I have no contribution points. I noticed that with points the price is halved, so I thought I'd ask for your help. Zhang Yang explained. Wu Jun suddenly understood. I was out with friends last night and got home late, so I didn't ask for details. But my wife already bought the items for you. Zhang Yang said apologetically. I'm really sorry to trouble you, instructor. Wu Jun waved his hand. It's nothing. You must have bought the secret manual, right? Zhang Yang nodded, wincing. I did. The first 3 layers of the Ninefold Thunder Blade cost me 100 million. I've never even seen that much cash before. Wu Jun's face froze, then he gave a thumbs up. You've got guts, kid. The Ninefold Thunder Blade is no joke. I wanted to try it myself, but my old man mocked me, saying I couldn't even master his own blade techniques before reaching for the sky. Zhang Yang said uncertainly. This kind of training probably relies on feel. If you find a technique that suits you, it should be much easier. Wu Jun waved his hand. Don't comfort me. I know my talent well enough. Seeing you younger ones grow is my greatest hope. I've gotten used to being an instructor. But now that you're a martial artist, stop calling me instructor. Just call me Brother Wu. Zhang Yang naturally didn't refuse. Alright, Brother Wu. After chatting for a while and exchanging apartment numbers, Wu Jun headed to the martial arts hall. Around noon, a Zhang Lei came upstairs. Brother, someone's downstairs looking for you. Seems like a delivery. A hint of joy crossed Zhang Yang's face. It must be his weight training equipment and the secret manual. Brother, that's the gear and manual I ordered. Saying that, he hurried downstairs. The deliverman was a middle-aged man in black attire. You're Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang nodded. Yes, I am. The man nodded seriously. I'm here to deliver the manual and equipment. The equipment is straightforward, but there are some restrictions on the manual. Do you know about them? Zhang Yang was cautious about the manual. I saw online that it can't be shared, but I'm not clear on the details. The man nodded but still gave the warning. As per the rules, I'll state it once. The copyright of the manual belongs to its creator. The copyright of the Ninefold Thunder Blade belongs to Thunder God. The buyer only has the right to learn, not to teach. No copying, private sale, or instruction is allowed. Violators will be hunted down by the Limit Martial Arts Hall, Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall, the Underground Alliance, and the government military. I hope you take this seriously. Zhang Yang affirmed. It's only right. After fingerprint verification, everything was complete. He couldn't wait to go upstairs. Brother, don't call me for dinner tonight. I need to study something. Flipping through the newly arrived Ninefold Thunder Blade, Zhang Yang murmured. What a remarkable thunder god. Just the word speed gives a sense of sharpness. In the martial world, nothing is indestructible, only speed prevails. He understood this principle. Kinetic weapons destroy targets through immense momentum. Absolute speed grants immense power, and immense power can also bring absolute speed. They complement each other. Thus, extreme speed naturally enhances one's strength. The eruption of hidden force here is exquisite. My understanding of hidden force is far inferior. Although both methods use stacking hidden force to increase power, the approach differs. The Ninefold Thunder Blade enhances speed to stack power, releasing 70 of one's strength at once. Essentially, it's a single force. My method circulates power within the body, then releases it together with the base strength after charging. Strictly speaking, it's 2 separate forces. With my method, when physical fitness doubles, the amplification is only 0.25. By the 9th layer, total amplification is 2.25 times plus the base makes 3.25 times. The Ninefold Thunder Blade uses 70 increments. At the first layer, double force gives 1. For times only 1.5 times the base. But by the 9th layer, total power is 7 times the base. Twice my amplification. What's the secret? The amplification method differs, and the final gap is a full double. Can my method be improved? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yang decided to start training. There's no better way to understand a force technique than to master it personally. After switching to a new weapon, the feel was perfect. The 3 Series blade corresponded to 3rd level apprentice or advanced warrior. Though Zhang Yang was slightly below that, the weight was better for control and training than a lighter one. Gloomy blade light flickered on the 3rd floor, accompanied by the whistling sound of air being split. Anyone nearby could sense the danger, but Zhang Yang was exhilarated. He felt he was getting the hang of it. On August 1st, the day of the martial artist practical assessment arrived. Becoming a martial artist was as easy as taking candy from a baby for Zhang Yang, but he still had to participate in the required evaluation. That day, Zhang Yang encountered Wu Jun once again. Xiao Yang, how's your training been lately? It's been a long time since you last visited the martial arts hall. You're not cooking up some big move again, are you? Zhang Yang chuckled lightly. Brother Wu, I've been so engrossed in practicing the Ninefold Thunder Blade that I don't even want to leave the house. It wasn't until my brother got married that I realized nearly a month had passed. Ha ha ha. Wu Jun was delighted. A genius like this didn't need any reminders. He was already diligently training on his own. After you finish the assessment, let's head to the martial arts hall for a test to see how much you've improved. Zhang Yang didn't refuse. He too wanted to know how much he had progressed in the past month and a half. Alright, I'd like to confirm my own training progress as well. After parting ways with Wu Jun, Zhang Yang queued up to enter. The smile on his face faded slightly. He was warm and close to those he considered his own, but he couldn't be bothered with outsiders. He didn't know the talents of these people, but seeing them standing around in small groups, he knew none of them were exceptionally outstanding. These people were not on his level. Though he didn't want to bother with others, he was a hot topic for them. Joining the limitless martial hall early, turning 18, and living in a villa. Each of these details stirred everyone's nerves. Is that Zhang Yang? He looks sturdy enough, but he can't be that powerful, can he? Humph, you talk about him, but you're 25. And the golden period of cultivation is almost over for you. What right do you have to judge him? What level do you think Zhang Yang has reached now? No need to ask. He joined the limitless martial hall early, and with his first gene energy training his strength must have increased by at least 1,000 kilograms. Adding the 1,500 kilograms from the quasi-martial artist test, he's got to be at least a mid-level warrior now. It's more than that. He's been training for a month and a half too. How much can one improve in a month? I've only grown by a little over 100 kilograms. That's just you. I've grown by 200 kilograms. He's probably grown even more. Zhang Yang ignored the discussions. He quietly took out his ID card and quasi-martial artist certificate. The inspecting soldier glanced at them and let him pass. This is your Series 2 Shadow Armor set. Take it. A soldier handed him a set of equipment. Zhang Yang nodded with a light smile. He felt grateful toward these soldiers. They fought on the front lines to protect the base city. Thank you. After changing into the armor, Zhang Yang quietly assessed himself. As expected, with his current strength, the Series 2 felt a bit light. This was not surprising. Equipment should be at least on par with one's own level to be useful. Although weight was not the only factor, the metals available on Earth at that time had no extraordinary properties, so weight could partially reflect the quality of weapons and armor. A faint smile curled at the corners of Zhang Yang's mouth. It seemed his strength had already exceeded 4,000 kilograms, reaching the level of a high-level warrior. Only then would the Series 2 equipment feel unsuitable. Zhang Yang, Chief Instructor. Yu Hing forced a faint smile. Come on, the director asked me to fetch you. Zhang Yang had lived in the martial artist community for over a month. Although he had little interaction with the always stern Chief Instructor, he had come to understand his temperament. Smiling, he replied, All right, Chief Instructor. Zhou Chuanheng's eyes lit up when he saw Zhang Yang following behind. He had been paying close attention to Zhang Yang and knew he had been training at home, but he wondered how much he had improved. Zhang Yang, come sit over here. Zhang Yang smiled. Uncle Zhou. He then walked behind Zhou Chuanheng and exchanged a brief nod with a young man sitting behind him, acknowledging each other. A slender elderly man sitting across from Zhou Chuanheng chuckled. Director Zhou, so this is the genius from your limitless martial hall this time. Zhang Yang observed him silently. The seats of this man and Zhou Chuanheng were clearly prominent. Someone of such status must be from either the military or the Thunderclap Martial Hall. Judging by his tone, he was definitely not from the military. Zhou Chuanheng's smile didn't change. That's right. What do you think? The old man didn't answer. Instead, he gestured with his eyes to the two young men behind him. They understood immediately and stood up. The more burly one spoke directly to Zhang Yang. My name is Shi Jian. The other slider said in a softer voice. I am Feng Yi. Zhang Yang understood that the rivalry between the Thunderclap Martial Hall and the Limitless Martial Hall was deliberately tolerated by Hong and Leishan to increase competitiveness. He bore no ill will toward them and said with a light smile, What can I do for you? Shi Jian said gruffly, Nothing much, just want to spar. Zhang Yang's smile remained. Oh. He acknowledged briefly and fell silent. Shi Jian and Feng Yi exchanged glances. Feng Yi couldn't help asking, Zhang Yang, what do you mean by that? Zhang Yang gently stroked his chin, looking them over for a moment before saying with a smile, How about we wait 2 years? The veins on Shi Jian's neck bulged. Wait 2 years. Was he implying that his strength wasn't sufficient? Furious, he shouted, You. The old man sitting in front of him raised a hand to stop the dispute and looked at Zhang Yang with interest. At his age, he couldn't quite figure out what this calm, smiling young man was thinking. He wasn't sure about Zhang Yang's talent, but his demeanor was restrained yet sharp. Judging by Zhou Chuanheng's smug expression, this was no ordinary genius. There is always someone better, and geniuses must be judged by the company they keep. He was old and had seen much. Zhou Chuanheng, how about you let me have this person? Zhou Chuanheng laughed inwardly. No way. Zhang Yang was a genius who could create his own power techniques with excellent physical aptitude, and he had already invested over 100 million in him. There was no way he would let him go. Haha, Director and I think we'd better respect the martial artist's own choices. Director and I was not one to be polite. With a grin he said directly, Zhang Yang, right? I have high hopes for you. How about coming to my Thunderclap Martial Hall? Whatever the limitless Martial Hall gives you, I'll double it. Zhou Chuanheng frowned. This old fox had sharp eyes. Had he been too obvious in his earlier behavior? Zhang Yang said calmly, Director, both the limitless Martial Hall and the Thunderclap Martial Hall are pillars of humanity. I feel quite good at the limitless Martial Hall right now. Thank you for your kind offer. Manager and I was not disheartened by the refusal. Instead he grew even more intrigued. This young man possessed such a grand vision, did he not? Zhou Chuanheng also felt quite pleased. This Xiao Yang had a remarkable sense of humanity. He also made Zhang Yang feel comfortable. How so? He had directly doubled his compensation. The young man had spoken the truth before. Zhang Yang was fully aware of his investment. As for placing Ladian Martial Arts Hall and Jishin Martial Arts Hall together, he saw no issue. Since they were rivals, they needed to be equally matched to be worthy opponents. After a while, the assessment officially began. Walking through the wilderness, though it was a man-made wilderness, the faint scent of blood in the air still made Zhang Yang's expression tense. To be honest, he had never seen a live monster before. The largest creature he had ever encountered was a giraffe at a zoo back on Blue Star. The most ferocious animal he had known was a tiger, but domestic ones had long lost their edge, no longer terrifying. Though he now possessed strength, his mindset had not changed much, leaving him with an unknown fear of these monsters. He tried to recall the feeling of slaughtering chickens back at home. With his current power, these H-level monsters were as easy to kill as chickens. If only he could unleash his full strength. Rustling. Zhang Yang sensed something approaching from the surroundings, but the sounds were chaotic. There might be more than one. His gaze darted across the bushes that could conceal figures. Silence fell around him. Zhang Yang knew that if he remained this cautious, the monsters might not emerge. Though cruel and fierce, they still followed their hunting instincts. He averted his gaze from the bushes and slowly walked forward, knowing the monsters would spring out on their own. What kind of monster would it be? Judging by the hunting rhythm, perhaps a feline. Sure enough, as Zhang Yang resumed walking, the bushes suddenly erupted. A black figure shot out from within, pouncing toward him. The instant he heard the noise, Zhang Yang reacted. His gaze sharpened as he saw the sleek black fur and agile movements. It was a shadow cat. Zhang Yang shielded himself with his mental energy while raising his broadsword. He sensed 3 attacks coming from different directions. This time he would attempt to kill, gauging the monster's strength. The broadsword tilted at a 45-degree angle. With his body slightly bent forward, the moment the shadow cat approached, the blade left a black line in the air. Upon his first contact with the shadow cat, Zhang Yang's heart eased. Their strength was just over 1000 kilograms. Equipped with proper gear, even a quasi-martial artist could handle them. Die. A force exceeding 4000 kilograms delivered a devastating blow to the first shadow cat. Zhang Yang felt almost no resistance as the blade continued in a U-shaped arc, heading for the second one. The second shadow cat likewise offered no resistance and was cleaved in half. But the third shadow cat was beyond the blade's reach. Just a centimeter away from Zhang Yang, his body suddenly lunged forward, the blade continuing its arc as he spun swiftly. His eyes locked onto the last shadow cat. His posture now resembled the one he had assumed earlier. The rotational force of his body added power to the broadsword, and the third shadow cat met the same fate. Thud, thud, thud. 3 consecutive sounds of falling. The 3 shadow cats dropped one after another. But the monsters had tenacious vitality. Even after being severed, their upper bodies struggled on the ground. With each convulsion, the 2 have separated, further blood splattering from the violent movements. Zhang Yang frowned slightly at the bloody scene. He felt somewhat uncomfortable. It did not affect his power much, but it was nauseating. Especially seeing the writhing corpses stirred a tremor in his heart. He glanced at the shadow broadsword, which bore not a single drop of blood, and felt deep satisfaction. Then he approached the still twitching shadow cat, though its struggles were fading, and with a flash of the blade the cat's left ear fell off. After collecting the trophy, Zhang Yang dashed into the distance. He would continue hunting monsters, sparing no type. My heart trembles. Since I cannot keep calm the first time, I will kill more times. With enough kills, I will naturally adapt. Zhang Yang kept slaughtering monsters. Whether shadow cats, wild boars, or mastiffs, all met their end, torn apart, struggling for a while after death. He was like an executioner, constantly releasing inner brutality. Every kill was a bloody spectacle. His eyes were slightly bloodshot, but his heart rejoiced. He had chosen the right weapon. Only such a cruel, brutal, and fierce instrument could forge his heart into steel. 20, 50, 110. The slaughter continued. His speed was several times that of other participants. Even on the surveillance footage, if the camera did not deliberately track him, he would vanish in a flash. Lock onto camera 65. Zhou Chuanheng said in the monitoring room. The lens slowly adjusted and soon a figure carrying a dripping burlap sack appeared on the large screen. It was Zhang Yang. Zhou Chuanheng recognized him at once, but he saw more. The blood-soaked sack was not the source of horror. It was the redness in Zhang Yang's eyes. Something was off. His current state was troubling. Manager and I beside him also grew solemn and said softly, "He is forcing himself to kill. Perhaps he discovered some adverse reaction when facing monsters and wants to correct it." Zhou Chuanheng nodded in agreement. He also felt Zhang Yang was a bit too kind-hearted, but such an attitude was unacceptable in the wild. It would be best if Zhang Yang could change. Zhang Yang continued sprinting, searching for monsters. At first his heart palpitations were manageable, but after killing over 20, he felt nausea and his strength waned. The faint smell of blood, the vivid red color, the agonized screams of the monsters, all kept assaulting his nerves. Being a martial artist was not easy. The monsters he faced now were still weak, without bizarre shapes or foul odors, nor were they particularly strong or ferocious. For him, even grotesque forms seemed better than this bloody feeling. But after killing 100 he felt much better. Not because he no longer sensed it, but because he had grown numb. Let his heart be numb. This too was what he desired. If his heart could not accept it, then he would force himself to embrace it all. He acknowledged the blood-soaked scenes and the death throes of those monstrous beasts, taking them as a warning deep within his heart. He would never allow himself to fall. At noon the next day, Zhang Yang walked back carrying a burlap sack stuffed full. Because it was packed so tightly, the sack was dyed crimson with blood, and a foul stench emanated from it. Wherever he passed, droplets of blood stained the ground, some still vividly red. My God, how many has he killed? Is this the strength of a martial artist who joined the Limit Martial Arts Gym early? Looks like he's killed at least 100 monsters. Shu, keep your voice down. His expression is off. Can someone give me a hand? I broke my leg. He walked silently to the 3 officers tallying the scores. These are the ears of the monsters I hunted. The leading officer, whose shoulder bore 3 chevrons, stared at Zhang Yang's sack, his pupils contracting sharply. He looked him up and down and said, "You're Zhang Yang, right?" A corner of Zhang Yang's mouth lifted in an unnatural smile. "Yes, I'm Zhang Yang." Then he fell silent again. The officer understood Zhang Yang's state. Some new soldiers who had just experienced battle were like this. He said nothing more and silently began counting. After a moment the officer raised his head and announced loudly, "Zhang Yang, 217 left ears of monsters, ranking first." Zhang Yang gave a faint smile to the officer. He understood why the officer had done this, using glory and the cheers around him to help him recover. But he didn't need it, he had already adapted. He was just a bit numb now and needed a day or 2 to ease back. Soon after the assessment ended and Zhang Yang received his martial artist certification. Name: Zhang Yang. Martial artist ID 423015205408010001. Martial artist rank: basic warrior. The prefix of the ID is the region code, the suffix indicates the year 2054. August 1st 0001, signifying he was the first in the base city's examination. Zhang Yang lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the martial artist certificate. He had struggled for 10 years to obtain this, and now he had finally succeeded. Now that he had officially become a martial artist, the next step would be his rise. Zhang Yang interested in a chat. Director and I had appeared before Zhang Yang, without his notice, and spoke softly. Zhang Yang forced a faint smile. Director and I know what you want to discuss. But if I can leave the Limit Martial Arts Gym today, I can leave the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Gym tomorrow. Is that what you want to confirm? Director Ni's expression froze. This kid was gentle yet firm. Forget it, forget it. Why am I not so lucky? He shook his head helplessly and turned to leave. He could see that this little fellow killed monsters as easily as slaughtering chickens. The power he displayed now suggested he had already succeeded in cultivating those ultimate secret manuals, and in such a short time. With excellent physical talent and high comprehension, Director and I had only encountered one such genius in his entire tenure as director, and that one hadn't even come from his own gym. That prodigy was already a war god. How far would Zhang Yang, an even greater prodigy, go? No sooner had Director and I left than Zhou Chuanheng jumped out. Seeing Zhang Yang standing alone, he couldn't help but feel relieved. That Director and I was a sly old fox. He had almost fallen for it. He had even gotten military officers to cover for him to sneak over and find Zhang Yang. "Xiao Yang, how are you feeling?" "Not adapting." Zhang Yang smiled and replied, "Uncle Zhou, rest assured I've overcome it. It won't affect my combat ability." Zhou Chuanheng slapped Zhang Yang on the shoulder and encouraged him. "It's fine, everyone goes through this. But you're still pretending to be tough. If you smile like that now, you'll probably scare little kids to tears." Zhang Yang's heart tightened. Was his face really that awful? He'd better stay at the gym for a couple of days. He couldn't go home like this. "Thanks for the reminder, Uncle Zhou." If I go home like this my family will worry. Zhou Chuanheng smiled. Everyone had a family at heart. When he went to the wilderness his wife and children worried constantly. That was why he had chosen his current job. Xiaoyang, judging by your performance you've mastered the Ninefold Thunder Blade, right? How's your physical condition? Zhang Yang, seeing through his act, stopped smiling and replied seriously. I haven't tested my physical condition yet, but I should be at advanced warrior level. The Ninefold Thunder Blade is tough. The third layer always feels off. Zhou Chuanheng was already impressed that he had reached advanced warrior, having increased his strength by over 600 gene in a little over a month. But when he heard about the Ninefold Thunder Blade he couldn't help shuddering. That ultimate secret manual was far more than just difficult. It was excruciatingly hard. He had tried it himself and failed. Hearing Zhang Yang say it was difficult seemed normal to him. After all, even if he had researched his own force techniques, learning such an ultimate manual and familiarizing himself with it would certainly be doable. But when he heard the last part something felt off. Did I mishear? What does he mean by, the third layer always feels off? Are you skipping levels? A suspicion formed in his mind, but he couldn't believe it. He couldn't help but remind him, Xiaoyang, that's not how you train a manual. You have to start from the first layer and progress step by step. Even though the layers are sold separately, each includes the previous parts. Zhang Yang's expression was flat. He said softly, Uncle Zhou, I did start from the first layer. It took me 6 days to master the first layer, 20 days for the second, and I've been stuck on the third for 20 days without any progress. Zhou Chuanheng's pupils dilated slowly, but being in a high position, he maintained his composure and didn't lose his cool outwardly. Yet a storm was raging in his heart. This was the Ninefold Thunder Blade, the blade art of Thunder God, the world's second strongest. The Thunderbolt Martial Arts Gym and the Limit Martial Arts Gym stood side by side. Even as the founder of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Gym, he had to admit that Thunder God could rival his own gym's founder Hong, the world's strongest. How could the blade art of such a figure be simple? The manual had only 9 layers, and yet this person had completed the first 2 in less than a month. He had never heard of anyone doing that. He believed that even if someone could do it, it would have to be a war god or a being above war god because of their high realm. So what was this Zhang Yang? Could it be that he was truly a genius capable of creating his own force techniques? In a daze, he seemed to see another giant rising slowly. Zhou Chuanheng adjusted his mental state and said calmly, Zhang Yang, keep working hard. I'll apply for a spot in the Global Ultimate Elite Training Camp for you when I get back, but it's already August and enrollment won't officially start until September. At the same time, I can't fully guarantee your selection, but the spots probably haven't been decided yet, so you still have hope. Zhang Yang chuckled lightly. Uncle Zhou, thank you for always helping me like this. But I'm still young. If I don't make it this time, there will be next time. But in his heart, he still wanted to go to the elite training camp as soon as possible. The earlier he went, the faster he would improve, and the stronger he would be to protect himself against future dangers. As for why he didn't reveal his psychic powers, it was because psychic talent was difficult to measure. Only when progress slowed down would others confirm that your talent had reached its limit. He could say there was a sphere in his head, but unfortunately no one would believe it. Besides, the talent he had shown so far was already impressive. Over the past month, he had optimized his force emission technique and the corresponding guidance art. Now that he had become a martial artist, it was time to reveal them. If he could promote them within a month, many people would probably buy them. Zhou Chuanheng gritted his teeth and said, I'll do my best. A year may not mean much to me, but it's extremely important to you right now. The golden period of martial artist cultivation cannot be delayed. Zhang Yang smiled and said, Uncle Zhou, I trust you, but I have a method that might improve my chances of selection. Zhou Chuanheng raised an eyebrow, looking surprised. Let's hear it. Zhang Yang organized his thoughts and slowly began, Uncle Zhou, actually I've also organized my previous force emission technique after watching Thunder God's Ninefold Thunder Blade. And since it was created before becoming a martial artist, it's very simple to learn. Not based on comprehension but on one's own strength. From a junior warrior to a senior war god, once learned, each additional level of mastery increases the amplification by 30. Thus, at the 9th level, which corresponds to a senior war god, it would increase one's power by 7 times. Adding the base power, that's a 7-fold amplification. The guidance art might be somewhat inferior compared to the current top-tier guidance arts, like the one in Ninefold Thunder Blade. At the same level, it's certainly not as good, but the advantage is that it can take effect at lower levels. Once the force emission technique is learned, the guidance art will naturally break through. If I were to publish this universal force emission technique, would it increase my chances of selection? Zhou Chuanheng's eyes widened. What on earth? A junior warrior had created a force emission technique and guidance art that even war gods could cultivate. Are you serious? I'm currently a senior war general. According to your words, I can definitely achieve a 8-fold force emission. Zhang Yang thought for a moment and said, Uncle Zhou, if you practice more daily, and don't have too many official duties, definitely within a year. Zhou Chuanheng began to trust Zhang Yang's words, but his expression turned strange. He couldn't help saying, Xiao Yang, if what you say is true and I can achieve it too. 8-fold amplification, that would already be a top-tier secret manual. You don't think all secret manuals can reach a 7-fold force emission at the peak like Ninefold Thunder Blade, do you? That's impossible. Even senior war gods cultivating top-tier techniques currently have an amplitude of only 4 to 5 times and they can't even reach perfection. What you've created is not far behind them. In fact, even our Hall Master Hong has a technique of only about 6 times, definitely not reaching 7. Zhang Yang had been taking things for granted, and couldn't help letting out a surprised sound. Oh, I always thought my force emission technique was rather clumsy, requiring step-by-step progression, and only cultivable at certain levels. I never expected that even war gods can't perfect some techniques. Zhou Chuanheng's mouth twitched involuntarily. He himself was included among those people. No, he didn't qualify. He wasn't a war god, and the technique he was currently cultivating, even at its peak, didn't reach a 3-fold force emission. He had only just reached 2-fold. His gaze became somewhat distant, and his voice carried a hint of melancholy as he said, Xiao Yang, upload your secret manual to the limit home first. After the review I'll purchase and take a look. This is a necessary step. Now I'll go back and help you apply for the elite training camp. Watching Zhou Chuanheng leave hastily, Zhang Yang knew he had probably depressed him a bit. To be honest, he hadn't meant to do that, but he had indeed made a mistake. He had forgotten to conduct market research. Seeing Zhou Chuanheng doing his best to help him, he couldn't help but want to contribute as well, and also hope to get his technique internally recommended by the Limit Martial Arts Hall. Good things also need good publicity to achieve good sales. He felt that his force emission technique was definitely a good thing among ordinary martial artists, since they didn't even know what force emission was. The Ninefold Thunder Blade is difficult, but that's because its upper limit is high, so the starting point is also high. Other force emission manuals are not much simpler. The method he had always thought was clumsy turned out, when cultivated to the end, to be nearly top tier among current manuals. He also knew the limits of this method. With further research, the upper limit of this technique could be raised, but the learning difficulty would also increase. So after optimizing it from 2.5 to 30 amplification, he had stopped thinking about this issue. Zhang Yang followed Wu Jun to the martial arts hall. He planned to stay there for 2 days to dissipate the killing intent on him. Standing before the fist target of the punching force tester again, Zhang Yang felt much more at ease. He was now officially a martial artist, and Zhou Chuanheng was working hard to get him into the global elite training camp. Everything was on track. He knew that although he mainly improved his spiritual talents, the other 2 aspects also improved just slightly less, since the 3 were symbiotic. Moreover, spiritual power was not just about increasing psychic talent. Spiritual power could sense laws, contained will, and allowed faster learning of techniques, enhancing comprehension. He, Zhang Yang, was an enhancement-type genius. The further he progressed, the more evident his genius would become, and it was all-encompassing. Although each increase was only 10 and the annual improvement wasn't obvious, that was only because he had lived for a short time. With time, he would surely become renowned across the universe and shake all races. Of course, the most important thing right now was to give the familiar fist target a solid punch to see the results of his recent training. Then he would report to Zhou Chuanheng to make the information he uploaded more complete, ensuring he could join the global elite training camp on September 1st. A casual punch. The punch force tester displayed a value of 4,614 kilograms. Zhang Yang was quite satisfied with this result. Having increased by 1,000 kg in a month and a half, he had spent 20 days on the first stage of the Ninefold Thunder Blade and another 20 on the second. With the second stage, the accompanying guidance technique also improved, and the Ninefold Hunyuan could roughly double his cultivation speed. Next, applying the power of the second stage of the Ninefold Thunder Blade, he delivered another fierce punch to the target. The punch force tester showed a value of 9,670 kilograms. Zhang Yang reveled in the sensation of impact. His force output was firmly at the second stage, about 2.1 times his previous strength, which was exactly the sum of 370 forces. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang threw another punch at the target. The punch force tester displayed 8,760 kilograms. This was a force technique Zhang Yang had created himself. With his current physique as a high-level warrior, he could stack 3 layers of power. Thus 90 plus his natural body strength gave a 1.9-fold force multiplier. 1.9 times 4,600 kilograms was roughly the same as the value on the tester. Meanwhile, Wu Jun, standing beside Zhang Yang, was not so relaxed. Zhang Yang had already surpassed him. After obtaining the secret manual in just 1 month, he had overtaken Wu Jun. With a somewhat dejected tone, he said, Zhang Yang, I thought you would surpass me, but I never imagined you would do it so quickly. Zhang Yang only then realized that Wu Jun was still there. Reluctant to discourage him, he said, the 4,600 kilograms before was just my physical fitness. The later results were due to my cultivation of the Ninefold Thunder Blade. Although Zhang Yang tried to reassure Wu Jun, the gap was not so easily smoothed over. Afterwards, Wu Jun left on his own, returning to the Limit Martial Arts Hall's restroom to silently adjust his state of mind. Ring, ring, ring. Hearing his phone, Zhang Yang quickly picked it up. He hesitated for a moment upon seeing the name on the screen, but finally answered. Su Pei Pei, is something the matter? I came to school early today for a campus tour, and met some senior students. They said there's a practical combat assessment for warriors today. I thought since you've passed the preliminary assessment you should be participating in this one too, right? Zhang Yang could sense the worry in her tone, but he didn't want to get too close to Su Pei Pei. If feelings developed it might only harm her. He had never experienced the agony of long waits, but he knew how much his mother worried whenever his father didn't come home on time. My current strength means the practical assessment is nothing to me. After that I might go to the Limit Martial Arts Hall headquarters for training. You know I've already joined the hall in advance. Su Pei Pei, clutching her phone at Shandong Second University, felt her nose sting. She gripped her admission letter tightly. She could sense Zhang Yang's distance. Sometimes she wished his talent were not so great. Are you planning to go to the wilderness area soon? Zhang Yang could hear the slight tremor in her voice. He could already picture what she looked like right now. His grip on the phone tightened, but he refrained from saying anything too harsh. No, I'll be training hard at the hall. I probably won't know the final result until the end of August. After all, not everyone gets a chance to train at the headquarters. Su Pei Pei said softly, all right then, you train well. I won't disturb you. I'll be waiting for your good news. I hope you can go to the headquarters for special training. Zhang Yang replied politely, thank you. I'll keep working hard. Then goodbye. Goodbye. After hanging up, Zhang Yang's heart felt unsettled. To say he felt nothing for her would be a lie. He still remembered how obedient Su Pei Pei was as a child, always following him around. Others teasingly called her his child bride. He never took it seriously. How could he like a little girl? He wasn't sick. But as they grew older, by the time he was in 7th grade, Zhang Yang began to notice her budding feelings and deliberately distanced himself. Then came senior year, when he was already busy training as a warrior. He had neglected to observe those around him, never expecting Su Pei Pei to actually have feelings for him. As for his own feelings, there was a hint. During his adolescent years he had fantasized about it, but he always kept himself in check. In truth, he saw her more as a little sister. Zhang Yang shook his head, casting aside the messy thoughts. He was now organizing his force technique. Such a thing had to be reviewed by the Limit Martial Arts Hall, so it had to be rigorous, extremely rigorous. This determined his future funding. If more people could practice it, he would truly take off. First a set of dragon blood, then a set of wood spirits. He had planned to stay at the hall for 2 days, but the submitted manual was sent back for revision. Once so he stayed another day. Finally it entered the review stage. He believed that as long as someone could successfully practice it, it could be published. Yang, you're back. Why did you stay at the hall so long? As soon as he entered the door, Wang Fong, seeing her precious son, got up and asked anxiously. Zhang Yang had now mostly polished away his killing intent. He smiled and said softly, Mom, I needed to comprehend some things during training, so I sorted them out at the hall. There are more warriors there, so I could exchange ideas. Besides, it was just the warrior assessment. I told you your son is very strong. Killing an H-class monster isn't much harder than you killing a chicken. He took a certificate from his money pouch and said, Mom, this is my warrior certificate. From now on your son is an official warrior. Wang Fong quickly took the certificate. She had never seen one before. Li Huan also leaned in, clearly curious. Zhang Yang looked around. His brother and father were both absent. Those two never got along. Why weren't they home? So he asked Li Huan's sister-in-law where are brother and dad. Where did they go? Li Huan smiled and said, Dad heard that a good piece of wood came to the HR Alliance Mall, so he dragged your brother to take a look. Probably wants to buy it and have him make some bookshelves or tea tables. Zhang Yang nodded. Apart from training, doing something one enjoyed to cultivate one's temperament and refine one's mind was something he approved of. Such insights might even aid cultivation in the future. After all, he knew that the Earthlings here were not ordinary. A god king who roamed the origin continent could easily create a race that stood at the apex of the universe, yet he expended even greater effort to create Earthlings with low bloodlines. If anyone said Earthlings had no potential, Zhang Yang would be the first to disagree. They simply lacked inheritance and cultivation resources. 10 days later, a soft chime echoed through the air. Zhang Yang, who was immersed in his daily cultivation, felt his communication device vibrate. He opened it to find a message. Greetings, warrior Zhang Yang. The technique you submitted, Divine Power Ninefold Circulation, has passed the review. In recognition of your exceptional contributions, the Extreme Martial Hall awards you 10 million contribution points as a testament to your service to the human warrior community. You are now requested to proceed to the Extreme Home to set the selling price for the technique. The price range is between 5 million and 50 million Chinese yuan. Once set, the price cannot be altered and the technique will be listed immediately. Note, you will receive 80 of the sale proceeds in currency, while the remaining 20 will be awarded in contribution points. A chime sounded again. Respected warrior Zhang Yang, you now have 10 million contribution points. Your star rating has been upgraded to 4 stars. Scrolling through the emails, he noticed that even the Thunderbolt Martial Hall had sent a contract regarding the technique listing. A glimmer of delight flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes. At last the hen that had laid the golden egg was about to be put on the market. He would no longer face the predicament of lacking funds. Without hesitation he logged into the Extreme Home. In the back-end messages there was a quick pricing channel. He clicked on it and set the price at 10 million Chinese yuan. He then perused the documents from other organizations which were all similar to the Thunderbolt Martial Halls. This was likely an unspoken consensus among the major powers. Not only Zhang Yang but anyone who passed the review for a new manual would receive such emails. If the person belonged to the Extreme Martial Hall, the pricing would be dictated by the hall. When all the documents were signed, his communication device buzzed again. "Hello Uncle Zhou, what's the matter? Aren't you nervous, kid? I reported your information to the higher-ups and word came back that as long as you pass a certain assessment, you can enter the global elite training camp. How about that? Happy?" Zhou Chuanheng's teasing voice came through the phone. Zhang Yang was pleasantly surprised. Not only had the manual passed the review, but the global elite training camp was also within reach pending an assessment. This was beyond his expectations. "Thank you, Uncle Zhou. I never thought it would actually work out. I thought I'd have to wait another year." He wondered if his luck had turned ever since his spiritual power awakened. Things were progressing far more smoothly than he had imagined. Zhou Chuanheng awkwardly said over the phone, "I didn't do much. It's all thanks to your own talent. Reporting the region's geniuses is part of my duty." In truth, he hadn't initially thought this way, but after an analysis from the old man at home, he barely managed to avoid an embarrassing situation. Still, sometimes luck counts as a kind of strength. The genius he had recruited with his own ability couldn't be dismissed by a few words from others. After a little family drama, he remained as proud as ever. Now the inspector from above had settled the matter, and it was only waiting for Zhang Yang to pass the assessment. Zhou Chuanheng had full confidence in him. Zhang Yang continued to deflect credit. "If you hadn't given me early access to the Extreme Home, I wouldn't have had time to accomplish all of this. I had only just started the second layer of the Ninefold Thunder Blade, and now I've reached the third. With that 100 million as starting capital, I also purchased the first 2 layers of some techniques for study. That helped me immensely. Otherwise, I wouldn't know when my own Divine Power Ninefold Circulation would have been listed." After hearing Zhang Yang's words, Zhou Chuanheng fell silent. He hadn't missed the mentions of the third layer of the Ninefold Thunder Blade, the Divine Power Ninefold Circulation, and the 100 million. Well, he was a man of the world and he had money. That was all the support he could offer. Talent was something the young ones had to cultivate themselves. He was just an investor, so why was he feeling flustered now? Steadying himself, Zhou Chuanheng gave a fair assessment. "Xiao Yang, your physical condition is improving rapidly, and your comprehension is naturally high. What you lack right now is combat experience. How about I find a team to take you out for some training?" A flicker of hesitation passed through Zhang Yang's eyes. He had originally planned to train in the wilderness for over a year, but now he had unexpectedly qualified for the global elite training camp this year. Indeed, he needed more experience. Training when one is relatively weak yields different results than training after becoming powerful. But as a spiritual mentalist, his spiritual power was 3 levels higher than his martial rank, making him equivalent to a high-level battle general. Now, whether training as a warrior or a spiritual mentalist, he could find suitable opponents. However, revealing his spiritual power was not advisable. "Uncle Zhou, wouldn't that be a bother? Maybe I should just post a mission." In the end, he decided to go out with a team this once just to gain experience in the wilderness. Later, when he went to Shandong Base City, he could hunt monsters alone. Zhou Chuanheng's face stiffened, and he scolded. "Do you think your Uncle Zhou doesn't have that much influence? What kind of warriors can you hire with your little bit of money? High-level battle generals won't even look at you, and even if you find someone, you can't trust them. Do you think the wilderness is a safe place? Sometimes humans are more terrifying than monsters. Alright, don't refuse. In half a month someone will come to pick you up." Zhang Yang apologized with a smile. "You're right, Uncle Zhou. I was being too naive." He valued his life dearly. The wilderness was a place where anything could happen, and the thought of going alone made him uneasy. Zhou Chuanheng was somewhat surprised that Zhang Yang had truly taken his words to heart. He had thought that a genius of his caliber would be difficult to persuade. After all, during the previous warrior combat assessment, Zhang Yang had shown a stubborn streak and acted recklessly in the wild zone. He thought to himself, "This kid is indeed impressive." Then he took out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and made a call. Soon a figure appeared on the screen with a ruined building in the background. He spoke softly. "Chuanheng, what's up? I'm in the wilderness." Zhou Chuanheng's expression turned serious upon seeing the background. That tall building didn't look like an ordinary city. Could it be one of the top 5 cities? He also lowered his voice. "Nothing, just be careful. Talk to you when you get back." "All right." The figure on the screen hung up and disappeared. Zhou Chuanheng took out his phone again and scrolled through his contacts, a thoughtful expression appearing in his eyes from time to time. After confirming the person, Zhou Chuanheng dialed again. The call was answered quickly. and within 3 seconds a middle-aged man with a scar on his face appeared on the phone screen. He teased Zhou Chuanheng. "Oh, what a rare visitor. How did our esteemed director remember me?" Zhou Chuanheng replied irritably. "Guamian, stop being sarcastic." Then with a very serious expression he said, "Help me with a favor." Guamian, hearing the tone that seemed to indicate serious business, also became much more solemn. "Chuanheng, what's the matter? Tell me. If even you need to ask for help, I'm not sure I can assist you." Zhou Chuanheng knew he was telling the truth, not making excuses. The person he sought was naturally of good character and close acquaintance. So he began to explain, "This year I've discovered a prodigy. I need you to take him to the wilderness for half a month of training. We'll depart tomorrow night." Guamian's expression relaxed and he said disdainfully, "Zhou Chuanheng, you've been staying in the base city for so long that you've regressed. I wonder if you still have any balls." Then his face turned arrogant and he said defiantly, "Who do you think I am, Guamian? You want me to be a babysitter for you? You really flatter me." Zhou Chuanheng remained expressionless, but his voice became somewhat low. He took the quasi-warrior assessment on June 15th, the warrior practical assessment on August 1st, and he is 18 years old this year. At the end of August, he will go to the War God preparatory team. "Guamian, will you help or not?" Guamian's eyes narrowed. The War God preparatory team. How could he not know what kind of place that was? If you come out alive, you become a war god in just 5 short years. At the age of 18, even among prodigies, he was certainly young. No wonder Zhou Chuanheng had to use his personal connections to ask for help. Besides him, a peak-level war general, any other high-level war general would have people flocking to them with just a word. This really was an honor for Guamian. If things went poorly, this young man might even break through to War God before him. Even if he himself also broke through, they could build a good relationship in the future. The connections within the War God preparatory team were not something a wild warrior like him could match. "Chuanheng, I'll take this job. I'll go inform the team." With that, Guamian's figure disappeared from the phone screen. Zhou Chuanheng smiled at Zhang Yang and said, "Don't be fooled by his fierce appearance. He's actually a good person, loyal and responsible. His name is Zhang Yang, but because of the scar on his face, he's nicknamed Guamian. His strength is top-notch among high-level war generals. I'm very reassured to have him accompany you." Zhang Yang didn't care about appearances. Judging people by their faces was not his way. Scars were medals for men. However, this Guamian was a tough man. To survive such injuries, he had walked through the gates of hell. Indeed, there are only wrong names, never wrong nicknames. Uncle Zhou's arrangement is naturally trustworthy. "Thank you for the trouble." Zhou Chuanheng punched Zhang Yang's chest lightly. "Kid, do you think the global elite training camp is some kind of paradise? There's competition there too. I was in the reserve there before. The competition was fierce. If you go out there and don't even dare to kill monsters, or if you encounter danger, that would be a big problem. Now a little training before the battle will help you get good results. Surviving well is the best reward for me." The next afternoon, Zhang Yang, wearing the equipment he bought yesterday, walked into the warrior supply base. A set of Tier 5 shadow armor, plus a Tier 6 broadsword and 6 Tier 7 flying daggers costing a total of 40 million. This was the 50 discount price after having high contribution points. Tier 5 equipment could already fight against mid-level beast general monsters, while Tier 6 could fight against high-level beast generals, though the equipment might wear out or even be destroyed during battle. The Tier 7 flying daggers were used as weapons for a psychic master. They corresponded to low-level lord monsters, and caused no wear against high-level beast generals while dealing sufficient damage. Of course, higher tiers were more expensive. These 6 Tier 7 flying daggers alone cost him 9 million. Given how small flying daggers are, one can imagine the price gap between different tiers. The sound of orderly footsteps, strict discipline. A military unit was stationed here responsible for guarding the base city. In the event of a beast tide, they would be the first to bear the brunt. Zhang Yang had come to this open military zone for the first time. He could almost smell the scent of gunpowder and feel the iron-blooded spirit of the soldiers. They were heroes. Everyone in the base city was silently contributing. Zhang Yang continued forward and soon entered the supply station's tavern. It was called a tavern, but it was just a name. There was no alcohol here. Daring to drink here and then go into the wilderness would be courting death. Zhang Yang quietly approached a table of 5 warriors. Among them, a lean man had a scar that ran from the top of his head across his nose and lips down to his chin. It looked ferocious. His nose was crooked and his eyes were fierce. Guamian. Guamian looked up at the young man before him and was surprised to find that he showed no fear. Most people would feel at least somewhat uncomfortable looking directly at him. It seemed that those who could enter the War God preparatory team were indeed different. He smiled and stood up, but it looked terrifying, nothing like a smile. Zhang Yang, right. My name is Zhang Jiang, but I prefer to be called Guamian because I want to forever remember that feeling of death and constantly remind myself. He turned to his teammates and said, Come, let me introduce you. This is the target we need to protect this time. He's 18 years old, a high-level warrior for half a month. I've already told you the rest. Any objections? No objections. Agreed. Pass. The captain's matter is our matter. Guamian looked at Zhang Yang and began to introduce. The first one who spoke, the one who looks like a skinny monkey, is Chen Yang. He's the team's artilleryman in charge of fire suppression. Strength low-level war general. Pointing to the second speaker, he said, Nantung, the one with a robust build and a big face. He's usually the support. Strength mid-level war general. Then he nodded to the third speaker. This quiet one is the team scout Yuqin. Strength mid-level war general about to become high-level. He's the second combat power in the team. After that he slapped a burly man on the back. This is Zhong Hao, my deputy. Strength mid-level war general. Power is his forte. Zhang Yang smiled and said, I apologize for troubling all of you seniors on this trip to the wilderness. If I do anything wrong, please feel free to correct me. I came here to improve myself. All of you are elite war generals, and there must be many aspects I need to learn from you. The four team members exchanged glances, communicating silently. They had already heard about Zhang Yang from their captain. Though there was no telepathy, their tacit understanding allowed them to grasp each other's thoughts. They were surprised to find that this prodigy seemed humble and modest. Ha ha ha, just follow us out there and learn properly. You'll definitely pick up a lot, said Chen Yang, the artilleryman, with a smile. Zhang Yang also smiled. Learning from you seniors is precisely my purpose here. Perhaps because of Zhang Yang's good attitude, even Yuqin, though cold and aloof, said nothing more. The group left the supply base under the cover of night. The lighthouse at the base pierced the darkness, illuminating the path home for those in the wilderness. Zhang Yang, running in the middle of the formation, asked Ghostface, Captain, which city are we heading to? Ghostface replied casually, the nearby cities have been frequently hunted by warriors, so the monster density is low and suitable monsters are scarce. If any appear, they tend to be clustered. We'll first go to City 096, formerly Heezy City. It's relatively safe for our squad. Monsters aren't too concentrated, there are more stragglers, fights won't easily attract packs, and suitable targets are easier to find. Zhang Yang nodded, silently assessing their current speed at about 35 milliseconds. This pace wouldn't put too much strain on his body over long distances. It would take about 2 hours to reach the destination, which he could endure. Ghostface added. That city was completely destroyed and is now overtaken by monsters. It's actually safer in a way, because there's no risk of oceanic monsters attacking from the land. This is the Yellow River Basin, and the ocean is far more dangerous than the land. Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed. He had avoided joining the military precisely because of the Yellow River. Monsters from the ocean would swim upstream to attack human base cities. If he went to war too early, he couldn't guarantee his survival. He would grow stronger eventually, but he couldn't fall in such a place. As long as he lived, clearing all monsters later would be no challenge. He was rational. Only by lying low now could he achieve greater value. Captain, is that why we stay away from the base cities? Because ocean beast tides are a disaster for us, and only large-scale armies can withstand them, Zhang Yang said. Ghostface said solemnly, you're right. You don't know the terror of beast tides. The troops at the supply base aren't just for show. They endure dozens of beast tides every year, large and small. But for us, even a small-scale tide is beyond our resistance. Zhang Yang clenched his fists tightly. On Earth there were monsters. In the future, there would be demon clans in the cosmos. Savage creatures with talents far superior to humans. The monsters on Earth were still manageable. A primitive monster society. Humans could rely on their home turf, manufacturing weapons and laser defenses. But in the cosmos, the demon clans possessed equipment and technological weapons combined with their inherently superior physiques. Truly terrifying. Halt! Ghostface said quietly, but everyone in the team heard and stopped. He then turned to Zhang Yang. Over there is a Yewen python, an F-rank monster. Zhang Yang, take it down. Let me see your strength. Zhang Yang strained to see the direction Ghostface pointed. Earlier monsters had attacked, but the team's war-level experts had casually slain them, ignoring the materials. They were a war-level squad, typically hunting high-level beast general monsters. This F-rank monster's materials were worthless. Although the moon provided some light in the darkness, a high-level beast soldier, like the Yewen python skilled in concealment, was difficult for Zhang Yang to handle. He could only faintly perceive a glimmer, likely the reflection of moisture on the python's tongue, which had given it away. Zhang Yang walked slowly forward, uncertain of the python's length. The Yewen python's attack range was about 66 of its body length. He wanted to kill it, but the python also wanted to hunt. Though it sensed danger nearby, its immature intellect didn't perceive the approaching human as a major threat. Both sides sought to kill, silently gauging each other's strength. Zhang Yang knew the Yewen python was fast. Its peak speed might even surpass his own after acceleration. He thought to himself, the python is now in a coiled, ready posture. Only at the instant its attack ends, when its body is fully extended, will its vital points be exposed. At that moment its old force is exhausted and new force not yet born. He just needed to wait for that instant. Shoo! Shoo! Zhang Yang held a shield in his left hand, while his right hand gripped a broadsword hidden behind the shield held inverted. Each step on the grass made a faint sound. He saw the python's tongue flickering faster, perfectly tracking his movements. When Zhang Yang was only 7 meters away, the attack suddenly launched. Zhang Yang barely caught a glimpse of a dark streak, but the ghastly white fangs were already thrusting toward him. The python's gaping jaws were over 30 centimeters wide. His eyes lit up. He raised his shield, stepped back, and angled it diagonally against the python. At the same time, he slowly raised the broadsword from the python's blind spot. With a collision, he knocked the python's head to the left, then lunged forward, the raised shadow broadsword slashing diagonally at the 7-inch mark of the python. The third level of the Ninefold Thunder Blade granted him the strength of a junior war level. The grade 6 broadsword was sharp enough. With nearly 13,000 kg of force behind the blade, the python's body was nearly severed, only a small portion still connected. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang struck again at the violently thrashing python. This time he used an upward cut, the sharp blade slicing from below the python's head. The lower jaw was split open and the brain was destroyed. The python twitched a few times on the ground before falling still. For Zhang Yang, the Yuan python wasn't exceptionally strong, but its concealment and burst speed were formidable. In truth, once Ghostface had alerted him, he was already halfway to victory. Had he been ambushed, it wouldn't have been so smooth. He would have needed to struggle for a while before killing it. The Ghostface squad, watching from the sidelines, cast an unexpected glance, never imagining that Zhang Yang could be so rational. Faced with an invisible enemy, he could calmly analyze, seize the opportunity to severely wound the opponent, and then execute a decapitation. With no prior experience, even if they had gone up with the same strength, they would probably have ended up much like Zhang Yang. To rely solely on combat experience and kill the opponent in a single blow was a demand far too high. It required a vast disparity in power and extensive handling experience, or otherwise it would be extremely dangerous. Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Yang, not bad this time. I can roughly gauge your combat level now. However, there are still shortcomings. Once the opponent is confirmed, there's no need to be so cautious. Be more decisive. The duration of the battle is crucial. The shorter it is, the less commotion it creates, and the fewer accidents will occur. Alright, let's move on. Zhang Yang paid no heed to the monster materials on the ground. For this group, going out on a trip without earning a few $100 million was impossible. Since they were now helping him train, he could just as well forego these petty gains. After advancing for another hour, the group arrived at City 096, which was the original location of Heezy City. Once inside the city, the number of monsters increased significantly. Just now they had encountered a group of hunting wild biao dogs, led by only an intermediate beast general. A monster of such strength could not be handled by Zhang Yang, relying solely on his martial arts ability. Guimian didn't care. This kind of monster was the boss here, followed by a bunch of underlings. But in some more dangerous cities, even this intermediate beast general was just a lackey, a bonus for the hunt. The group continued to delve deeper. The Ghostface squad, with their extensive experience, evaded most monster groups, and finally halted atop a high-rise building. Guimian said to Zhang Yang, "The number of primary beast general monsters in the inner zone has clearly increased. After dawn, the monsters won't be as active as they are now. Then we'll launch targeted attacks, and you'll be responsible for one early-stage beast general." Zhang Yang replied softly yes. Guimian continued to explain to Zhang Yang, "Now we're at the high ground. When we hunt monsters, normally we also choose such places. First, the wide field of vision makes it easy to locate the monsters we want to hunt. Second, it's easy to escape. These surrounding buildings are open and serve as our springboards, with the nearby structures providing cover. The next day, have you found a suitable monster group?" Guimian said to Yuqin, who was still searching. 30 degrees east-south, target 2 kilometers away. There's a herd of giant horned demon bulls about 100 or so just right. Inside there are 2 primary beast generals and 1 intermediate beast general. Guimian's expression improved considerably. He began to give orders. "Zhang Yang, you'll handle 1 primary beast general. You keep an eye on Zhang Yang. Nantong, you'll deal with the other primary beast general. Chunyang, provide covering fire. Zhong Hao, protect Chunyang. I'll take care of the intermediate beast general. Go!" The group began leaping across the high-rises toward the direction of the giant horned demon bull herd. Everything was so natural that even if they were occasionally spotted by monsters, at most a distant howl would follow, and then Zhang Yang and the others would vanish from sight. When they had crept to about 400 meters from the monster herd, Guimian made a gesture and everyone stopped. Guimian turned around, exchanged glances with his teammates, and then let out a loud shout, "Charge!" Before they had even charged over, Chun Yang's machine gun had already begun firing in bursts. Although it was called burst fire, that was only in the eyes of beast general level experts. For those who were not even martial artists, it was virtually indistinguishable from continuous fire. Bang, 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 moo, moo. The path ahead was filled with the sound of machine gun fire and the cries of monsters. Zhang Yang and the others encountered little resistance, and were already about to charge into the giant horned demon bull herd. Upon spotting them, the monsters immediately charged at them. At this moment, Zhang Yang carefully observed the full appearance of the giant horned demon bull. It was about 4 meters in length, 2 meters tall, with pitch-black fur. Its two horns, pointing at a 45-degree angle toward the sky, were nearly half the length of its body. The hair on its hooves was a mix of black and white, resembling patterns of flames. As he drew closer, Zhang Yang felt the ground tremble. This was just the commotion made by less than 100 monsters. He could not imagine what a real beast tide would be like. When Zhang Yang charged up to the beast general level monster, to his surprise, the giant horned demon bull did not attack him but instead charged at Yuqin. "Beast, your opponent is me." With that, Zhang Yang directly slashed at the bull's body. But after the attack, his expression turned grim. He felt that the blade had barely cut through the outer hide before being caught by the muscles. The giant horned demon bull suddenly attacked, managed to block the damage with its muscles, but it still suffered a considerable impact. After feeling the pain, the giant horned demon bull was successfully attracted to Zhang Yang. It turned its body, lowered its head, and charged toward him. Zhang Yang could no longer afford to care about others. He could feel how formidable the giant horned demon bull he was facing truly was. He thought to himself, "No, I can't fight it head-on." The giant horned demon bull was renowned for its strength and defense, so its power was probably over 16,000 kg, which already rivaled that of an intermediate beast general. Zhang Yang began to move in an arc. Just as the bull's horns were about to strike him, he angled his shield to block, causing the giant horned demon bull to veer off sideways. At the same time, Zhang Yang swung his broadsword and slashed at its throat. "Moo!" The giant horned demon bull bellowed in pain, but it was clear that Zhang Yang's blade had not cut through its throat. It had not suffered much damage. After charging forward a distance, it hastily stopped, turned around, and charged at Zhang Yang again. Zhang Yang's first strike had not been effective, but he was not discouraged. He was also testing the giant horned demon bull's defense. Obviously, its head was well protected by the giant horns. If Zhang Yang dared to attack the head, he would also suffer a powerful counterattack. As for the throat, Zhang Yang had already tried it. He might have cut through 2 pieces of cartilage inside, but such damage was not a serious injury for a monster. That left only the underbelly and the anus. Seeing the giant horned demon bull charging at him again, Zhang Yang repeated his technique and dodged once more. This time he did not intend to attack the bull's belly, as the skin there was also extremely tough. He intended to cut open the giant horned demon bull's anus. For that he had to be careful about 2 things. First, the bull's tail. Zhang Yang did not believe that a tail over 1.5 meters long was merely for show. Second, the bull's hooves. It would surely use its hind legs to protect its vitals. Once again he used the shield to deflect the bull's horns, pushing himself to the side. Zhang Yang's eyes were very bright. This time he was determined to break through the giant horned demon bull's defense. Zhang Yang watched the giant horned demon bull charge past, feeling as if everything had begun to slow down. Just as the beast was about to fully pass him, he struck a diagonal slash toward its rear. Ha! As expected, the giant horned demon bull had already been on guard, kicking fiercely at Zhang Yang with its hind leg. But Zhang Yang was equally prepared, his shield already raised in front of him. He slashed downward from the bull's rear, and this time he did not feel such strong resistance. Clearly this was its vulnerable spot. He left a gash over 1/2 meter long, extending down to the inner thigh, more than 10 centimeters deep. Zhang Yang was sent flying by a hoof strike, but thanks to the shield's defense, he suffered no damage. Moo! The giant horned demon bull was evidently in excruciating pain. Blood flowed from its rear, and its hind legs moved with difficulty. However, it was equally enraged to the extreme. With bloodshot eyes, massive and sinister horns, and a pitch-black hide, it was the very image of a demonic beast. It charged at Zhang Yang again, but its speed was noticeably slower. Zhang Yang did not let his guard down. He sensed something was off. Though such a wound might be painful for the giant horned demon bull, it hadn't even injured its internal organs. He couldn't believe the bull would be hindered in its movements. It must be preparing another attack method. Having figured out the bull's intentions, Zhang Yang's eyes gleamed with clarity. At the same time, he silently fortified his mental defenses to prevent catastrophic harm. Yuqin, who was protecting him on the side, also became alert. He too had noticed the change in the giant horned demon bull. Charged again. Zhang Yang used his shield to deflect it at an angle. But after sending Zhang Yang flying, the bull suddenly braked, raised its front legs, supported itself on its hind legs, and kicked wildly with its hooves. Zhang Yang did not keep blocking with his shield. Instead, he retreated decisively. Using the momentum from the 2 front kicks, he had already left its attack range. Upon noticing Zhang Yang's reaction, the bull abruptly lowered its body, its 2 horns thrusting at him like twin spears. Yuqin was already extremely tense on the sidelines. This move could not be met head-on. The giant horned demon bull's strength far exceeded Zhang Yang's. Zhang Yang had long recognized the reality. He could not fight it head-on. He resumed an arc-shaped movement, circling around the bull, constantly seeking another opportunity to strike at its rear. The giant horned demon bull had abandoned charging. Its horns swung wildly as Zhang Yang continuously dodged. It was gradually losing its mind as its wounds worsened, pain tearing at its nerves. but the human before it was as slippery as a loach refusing to engage in a direct confrontation. Moo! Zhang Yang struck another fierce blow. He could already see the bull's intestines. At most 2 more strikes and it would lose the ability to move. Ghostface and the others had already finished their battle. Since this monster was a giant horned demon bull, Chen Yang had switched to explosive rounds early on. For a beast with such poor turning ability, Chen Yang dispatched it as easily as shooting at a stationary target. The bullet entered through the eye directly into the brain. 1 shot, 1 kill. They were now watching Zhang Yang's fight. They could sense the disparity in strength between Zhang Yang and the bull, and they were fairly satisfied with his performance. After all, Zhang Yang's attacks were weak, and although the monster seemed slow, its large size meant its small-scale movements were still fast. Persistently attacking the vital points like this was the safest method of killing and the first choice for newcomers entering the wilderness. Die! With Zhang Yang's final slash cutting through the bull's internal organs, followed by 2 more strikes, he finally won the battle. He gasped for air. Even attacking the relatively vulnerable parts of this massive creature required great effort, let alone staying vigilant against its counterattacks. He was playing the role of an assassin. If the giant horned demon bull had landed a blow on his body, he would have been severely injured since his strength couldn't be channeled into defense. Even with armor, the immense impact force of an intermediate warlord level attack on an advanced warrior level body would still shock his internal organs. Most parts of the armor were soft, being too rigid would hinder movement. The combat suit's main function was to prevent tearing and piercing. Ghostface walked over and said, "You performed well this time, much better than last time, but in the wild if you kill a monster, don't relax. You never know if there are other predators lurking. These include not only monsters, but also some scum among martial artists who often do the same. Then there are high-value monsters. Their appearance signifies wealth but also brings risk. The value of a monster partly reflects its strength." With that, Ghostface paused, his expression turning serious. "Be especially cautious when facing injured monsters. They become extremely frenzied. You must have felt that just now. But if you encounter one already injured and you lack sufficient force, it's best to give up the hunt. It might be the prey of another hunting team." Zhang Yang's breathing had now steadied. Without the aid of mental energy, dealing with this massive creature was far too dangerous. He still had much to improve. "Thank you, Captain. I understand." Ghostface glanced around and announced, "Collect the spoils. We withdraw immediately. There are monsters approaching from afar." The scene shifted back to combat, but this time Zhang Yang's opponent was a different monster. It was a leopard with erect ears and cloud-like patterns on its body, moving with incredible speed. It kept ambushing Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's expression was extremely grave. This initial general-level beast was a speed type, presenting a completely different fighting style from the first one he had faced. He had some experience dealing with speed-type monsters. Against an opponent faster than you, do not pursue. Waiting in stillness is the best approach. Whenever the sharp-eared cloud leopard attacked, it would inevitably reveal some openings. After familiarizing himself with its attack patterns, he could block in different stances, observe its habits and flaws, and then, a flash of the blade. Zhang Yang's sword arced and opened a long gash on the leopard's belly. Roar! The sharp-eared cloud leopard let out a miserable cry. But Zhang Yang did not stop. He took the initiative to attack contrary to his earlier stance. Though injured monsters become more dangerous, their movements are hindered. Facing the frenzied leopard, Zhang Yang swung his broadsword continuously. The sharp-eared cloud leopard's wounds multiplied. The more desperately it struggled, the faster it approached death. Finally, its belly ripped open, it collapsed to the ground, twitched, and gradually fell still. After watching Zhang Yang's battle, Guamian walked over, signaling the time for combat critique. Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang looked at Guamian with a serious expression. "Captain. Zhang Yang, I have little more to say about your fighting style. Let me be clear, you are overly cautious in battle. Although your combat is rational and your offensive rhythm well-structured, you still lack the natural instincts and awareness of a true fighter. For now, these monsters lack intelligence, so your approach works. But when you face higher-level beast generals, they too will possess some cunning. They will not only fall into your traps but also lure you into theirs. In such fluid battles, your deficiency in combat awareness and instinct will lead to a dangerous situation. When you fall into the enemy's rhythm, you will be vulnerable. Without sharp intuition to anticipate the monster's movements and intentions, and given the ever-changing nature of combat, relying on deliberation after an attack is far slower than instinctive reaction. I have told you this many times, but although you have become more meticulous in planning, the core issue remains unchanged." Zhang Yang lowered his head. He knew why he was like this. Even now, during his training, he still used his spiritual power as a shield. Unlike ordinary martial artists who risk their lives entirely, he always kept the battle under his control. Such a fighting style could never cultivate true combat instincts. Since he held the reins of the situation and faced no life-threatening attacks, his instincts were never truly stimulated. Perhaps all he gained this time was experience against monsters, and some wilderness survival skills. Should he take risks? With his strength as a spiritual psychic equivalent to a high-level battle general venturing alone into the wilderness, where life would slip from his control, might be the very crucible he needs. Perhaps it was time to head to the global elite training camp and continue honing himself to swiftly remedy his shortcomings. He craved that thrilling, blood-pumping sensation. Captain, I understand. I will strive to make amends. Thank you all for your care over the past half-month. If you ever need anything, I will do my best to help. Uncle Zhou sent word this morning. We need to return tonight. Someone from headquarters is coming tomorrow. Guamian nodded, refraining from further reproach. To be honest, Guamian considered this training session barely passable. Zhang Yang had learned well in combat experience and wilderness survival, but his combat awareness and instinctual reactions were truly poor. Perhaps Zhang Yang was holding back, because he was about to enter the global elite training camp. Guamian sighed inwardly. All right, battle over. Clean up the battlefield and prepare to return. This expedition had lasted only half a month, a short time for Guamian's team, who often stayed out for 1 or 2 months. The city they visited had few dangerous monsters, and since they had been honing Zhang Yang, their gains were minimal. Now as they began their return journey, it felt almost like a leisurely outing far from the usual intensity. Zhang Yang's thoughts were tangled. His heart was in turmoil. I originally wanted to enter the training camp to rapidly improve my strength, but what about my current shortcomings? If I don't remedy them now, it will cause major problems later. If I waste too much time in the early stages, can I guarantee my rate of progress? When the golden-horned beast emerges, will I be able to deal with it? As a peak bloodline of the universe, not to mention its natural stealth, searching for it in the vast ocean is highly impractical. Moreover, if my advancement is slow, I won't even dare to venture into the deep sea before reaching the planetary stage. Guamian, who was running alongside, suddenly spoke. Zhang Yang, I know you don't want to take risks, but your current state is indeed problematic. You must understand that your combat power will not always surpass that of the monsters. A martial artist must pay a heavy price to kill a monster. When the enemy fights you with a life-or-death determination, your fear becomes your greatest obstacle. Some battles demand that you risk your life because you have reasons to fight tooth and nail, your family for instance. To overcome a stronger foe, you must banish fear from your heart. While there are still people who can help you train yourself relentlessly. Zhang Yang's body trembled. Yes, a necessary reason, something to protect. Wasn't that exactly what he was facing now? Something I want to protect. In his mind he saw his mother's doting affection, his father's silent care, his elder brother and sister-in-law, the unborn nephew, and even that innocent girl. He dared not imagine losing them. His heart roared in defiance. One step back and he would retreat endlessly. When would he stop? In real combat, it was never just about him. Even if he didn't seek enemies, the enemies would not spare him. If he could not overcome the fear in his heart and fought timidly, even if he were stronger than his opponent, he might still lose. The enemy would fight with abandon while he grew more restrained. The outcome was clear. He would fall. No. Zhang Yang roared in his mind. His own death was not a concern. He had died once before. But what about his family now? It was only a fierce battle. He had not yet reached a dead end. If he didn't fight boldly while the danger was still controllable, experiencing the thrill of dancing on a blade's edge to temper his will. Then when he later faced an evenly matched enemy, how could he dare to fight with his life on the line? He would likely be intimidated by the opponent's aura, his strength diminished. After all, combat is never solely about power. Even a divine king like Zuoshank had fallen. Who could guarantee that he would always survive? He only knew a fragment of the story. The universe was fraught with dangers he would eventually encounter. Facing unknown dead ends without his own resolve, not even daring to fight for his life, how could he save himself? Would he only struggle in panic? Leave his fate to heaven? The scenes from the battles over the past half-month flashed before his eyes. The countless fleeting opportunities he had abandoned because he sensed danger, choosing the safest option instead. Now they were crystal clear in his mind. The reason he could calmly fight those low-level beast generals was that Guamian and the others were there to protect him. He had even fooled himself into thinking he was improving. But the truth was, if you couldn't swiftly eliminate the enemy before you, more foes would gather. Every second the battle dragged on, the danger grew. Earlier he had inwardly compared himself to Luo Feng, feeling proud of his own superior talent and strength, complacent in his rational and wise combat approach. Yet the truth was the opposite. He was a grasshopper fighting within a cage, confined to a narrow space for sparring, having forgotten the nature of the wild after being trapped too long. Meanwhile, Luo Feng was a leopard in the jungle, an exceptional hunter in the harsh wilderness, devouring prey one after another to become an apex predator. After realizing this, Zhang Yang's mind cleared, and even the surrounding wilderness seemed more vivid. His perception sharpened, and the world before his eyes appeared transformed. Guamian's peripheral vision caught the change in his demeanor, nodding silently to himself, thinking, a young man of exceptional talent. May he not waste his gifts. By the time they arrived at the supply base, it was dusk. The massive lighthouse had been lit, guiding martial artists back from the wilderness. Zhang Yang felt a sense of solace. Before entering the base, Zhang Yang spotted Zhou Chuanheng standing at the entrance. Uncle Zhou. Zhou Chuanheng did not immediately reply, instead scrutinizing Zhang Yang from head to toe. After 3 thorough inspections he smiled. Not bad. It seems these 2 weeks have been fruitful. If you can maintain this state, I can rest assured when you go there. Then he turned to Guamian and said, Guamian, thank you for this. Guamian waved his hand. It's all an investment, helping out the younger generation. No need to thank me. If it weren't for Zhang Yang's talent, I wouldn't have helped. Don't call me for such things again. I've brought him back. Perhaps we'll meet again. With that, he nodded to Zhang Yang and led his team into the base. Zhou Chuanheng chuckled unfazed. I'll treat you to a drink sometime. Zhang Yang also called out, Captain, maybe we'll meet again. Guamian had made his stance clear. Regardless of his motives or reasons, it didn't change the fact that he had helped Zhang Yang, who was deeply grateful and remembered this debt. Only the 2 of them remained outside the supply base. Zhou Chuanheng said directly, word from above says a special envoy will come to our base city to pick you up in 2 days, but it might be sooner. Don't wander off these days. We need to find you when the time comes. Zhang Yang nodded. I'll stay home these 2 days. I'm about to join the War God reserve team, and I might not see my family for a long time. I want to spend time with them. Zhou Chuanheng nodded reassuringly. It's indeed hard to get leave in the global elite training camp. 5 years, only 1 holiday at year's end. It's good to spend time with family. But with your talent, if you work hard you might graduate early. Zhang Yang smiled faintly, but he no longer harbored the arrogant confidence he once had. The future was uncertain. If he trained diligently, he might indeed stay there for a long time depending on his cultivation progress. Strength was easy to improve, but the mind was not so easily tempered. It was difficult for other martial artists, but for someone who had lived in a peaceful world like him, it was even harder. Bidding farewell to Zhou Chuanheng, Zhang Yang hailed a taxi and headed home. After more than an hour, he finally arrived. Zhang Yang returned to Villa 703, standing quietly outside. From afar he could see the lights in his home. As he drew closer, his expression grew somber. The house wasn't as lively as he had imagined. Even with 4 people inside, it seemed eerily quiet at night, as if he had taken away the family's laughter. Once again Zhang Yang felt how important he was to his family. He couldn't bear to imagine what his home would become if he never returned. When he moved into the villa he had taken it for granted. After all, stories always went that way. Enough strength, talent, and being noticed by a big shot earned a house as a reward. He knew it was because of the special status of martial artists that such rewards were given, allowing them to hunt monsters in the wild without worry and protect the base city. But since he had only trained in the wilderness without encountering real danger or experiencing its brutality, he hadn't truly understood these things. Now, returning home and seeing how his family had changed in his absence, he had an epiphany. No matter how clearly he explained, he couldn't stop his family's worry. What about ordinary martial artists? Their lives were precarious and their families must live in constant fear, unable to disturb them. He had no better solution than to improve his strength. Only power could bring peace to his family. It was the same on Earth, and it would be the same if he ever went to space. To avoid falling, he had to become more perfect. Only with unwavering will and conviction could he find a path to survival in dire straits. He wanted to protect his family forever. Now he knew what he had to do. He wanted to live well. After adjusting his mindset, Zhang Yang walked toward his home with a smile. Entering, he saw his parents sitting silently in the living room. A warmth flickered in his eyes and he teased, Mom, Dad, what's wrong? Did you find Dad's secret stash again? Wang Fong jumped up at the sound of her son's voice. Yang. She rushed over and hugged him tightly. Zhang just stood up quietly, deep worry hidden in his eyes. Zhang Yang patted his mother's back and said lightly, Mom, Dad, I told you the wilderness isn't that dangerous. I went with 5 War God level fighters, not into the most dangerous cities. I called you every day. You should relax. Wang Fong, relieved her son was safe, didn't let him off easy. She slapped his arm. You little rascal, when you called us you were in some creepy places. How could we not worry? Zhang Yang realized he shouldn't video call them next time. He hadn't thought of that. He decided not to argue further. He knew no matter how much he said, they would still worry the moment he left the city. Mom, where's my brother and sister-in-law? Wang Fong complained. Your brother went to the park with Huan. They might watch a movie later. Since when did your brother become so thoughtful? Others say a wife forgets the mother. But he never thinks of me, always disobedient. Zhang Yang let out a soft sigh, but he had already shed the arrogance of being sure of everything. The future was unpredictable. Ding, 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 ding. Zhang Yang picked up his phone in the training room, and seeing who was calling, accepted the call directly. Zhou Chuanheng's figure appeared from the phone. Hey Zhang Yang, have you finished your family arrangements? Hurry up and come over. The president just said the special envoy will arrive in about an hour. Excitement flickered in Zhang Yang's eyes as he quickly replied, Okay, Uncle Zhou, I'll inform my family and head over right away. Just as Zhang Yang descended the stairs, Wang Fong asked him, Son, must you attend that training camp? Is it dangerous? A trace of reluctance glimmered in Zhang Yang's eyes. but he knew it would greatly aid his growth. Mom, this time I'm going to Hongning Base City, the place where the world's #1 powerhouse Hong resides. Have you ever heard of any beast tides in Hongning Base City? The global elite training camp I'm attending is known as the War God Reserve Team. Once I graduate, I'll become a war god. There are fewer than 200 trainees in total, comprising 5 years of students, averaging less than 40 per year. Not every one of the 28 base cities sends someone each year. How could a place like that be dangerous? Losing even one is a loss to humanity. Zhang Yang said in a deep voice, Dear Zhang Yang is grown up now. Let's not hold him back. Martial artists only have a few golden years. We can't ruin his future. Wang Feng's eyes wavered and she murmured, I'm not holding him back. I just think it's too far away. Only one holiday a year. The rules are too strict. Zhang Yang gently comforted her. Mom, don't worry. I'll call every day. He turned to Zhang Lei and Li Huan, brother, it seems I won't be able to see my nephew's birth this time. Zhang Lei said casually, no problem, I'll send you videos. Zhang Yang nodded and looked at Zhang Zhe, speaking softly. Dad, if anything comes up, contact the instructor or Uncle Zhou. I've introduced you to them and they'll help us out. Zhang Zhe gazed earnestly at Zhang Yang. Don't worry about home. When you're out there, don't act impulsively. Train hard. Only a strong martial artist can truly be safe. Zhang Yang said no more and strode out quickly. He was eager to see what the legendary global elite training camp was really like. His future was about to take off from there. Xiao Yang, you're finally here. According to the president's estimate, the special envoy will arrive in about 10 minutes. Zhou Chuanheng complained a little when he saw Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang gave an apologetic smile. Uncle Zhou, the traffic was a bit heavy. But it's okay. If time were tighter, I could have gotten out of the car and run here myself. That would take at most 10 minutes. Zhou Chuanheng laughed and scolded. You little rascal, a martial artist sprinting full speed in the city would cause all sorts of chaos. You'd leave with a pat on your back and I'd have to clean up the mess. Zhang Yang gave an embarrassed grin. Before they had waited 2 minutes, a triangular silver fighter jet appeared in the sky. Within 10 seconds of sighting, the aircraft hovered above the Jixin headquarters. Now they could see the full shape of the jet. The fuselage was at least 150 meters long, like a silver eagle in the sky, blocking the sunlight below. Before the crowd below could steady themselves, a tall, thin man in azure battle armor leaped directly from the jet. At the same time, a voice rang down from above. Du Jin, I'm here. Why aren't you coming out to welcome me? The instant the voice ended, a gray figure shot out from the Jixin headquarters building, landing almost simultaneously with the man from the sky. Ding Hongwen, you're 5 minutes earlier than I expected, but you're still as fond of showing off. Whose jet did you borrow this time? Du Jin, bullshit. I'm doing this for work. Come on, Zhang Yang, the special envoy has arrived. The man in the gray suit is President Du Jin of the Shandong Base City Extreme Martial Arts Hall, a high-level war god. As for the special envoy, I've never met him, but from his name, he should be the Windchaser war god from headquarters, also a high-level war god. Zhou Chuanheng called Zhang Yang out while introducing him. Zhang Yang nodded and silently followed behind Zhou Chuanheng. Greetings, special envoy. Greetings, President. Greetings, Lord Special Envoy. Greetings, Lord President. As the two approached, the two war gods stopped their conversation. The envoy's eyes swept over and landed on Zhang Yang. You must be Zhang Yang. You're just as young as described. And you look a bit different. Have you been in the wilderness recently? Zhang Yang could feel a fierce aura that made him slightly uncomfortable, and it stirred a renewed determination to temper his will. Yes, Lord Special Envoy. I returned from the wilderness the day before yesterday, having stayed there for half a month. Ding Hongyuan nodded. Besides the spiritual psychics, you're the youngest martial artist I've seen who qualifies for the global elite training camp. I heard you practice the Ninefold Thunder Blade. Zhang Yang nodded affirmatively. Yes, I've reached the 3rd level. I trust you wouldn't dare lie to me. With that, Ding Hongyuan said to Du Jin. Alright, I'm off. This year, the training camp is recruiting 12 external students. I still have one more person to pick up, so I won't waste time here. Fine, your mission comes first. We'll meet up again when we have the chance. Du Jin nodded and then said to Zhang Yang, work hard over there. Your family will be taken care of. Thank you, Lord President. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Zhang Yang's gaze sharpened as he noticed Ding Hongyuan had jumped directly onto the jet. The height was over 20 meters. Even an ordinary high-level warrior couldn't have made that leap. It seemed the special envoy, though claiming he wouldn't test him, was actually testing him in another way. Truly a man who loved his reputation. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang activated the Ninefold Thunder Blade. His original strength of over 5000 kg surged to 14000 kg. A force of 14 tons. Exploding from his legs, launching him like a cannonball into the jet. After landing, he steadied himself and found that besides Ding Hongwen, the special envoy, there were 2 other trainees inside. One was a slightly shy, lean young man who looked quite handsome and sunny. The other was a somewhat aloof girl. Not exactly beautiful but passable. Ding Hongyuan nodded with satisfaction when he saw Zhang Yang board with ease. It wasn't that he doubted the reports, but he found it incredible. Someone who started training at 16, became a martial artist at 18, and mastered the first 3 levels of the Ninefold Thunder Blade within 3 months. Even the geniuses in the current training camp hadn't achieved that. He certainly had to test him. Alright, the jet is about to accelerate. Hold on tight. We'll pick up one more person then head back to Shandong Base City. The spacecraft made another landing in the northwestern region of Huaxia, and then a tall sturdy trainee came aboard. Ding Hongyuan declared in a clear voice. Alright, now everyone is here. I am responsible for picking up trainees from the Asian region this time. There are 4 of you in total, accounting for 1/3 of the total enrollment. That's a very good result. You are all outstanding, but don't let your guard down. Because you can still be eliminated in the training camp. Even if elimination doesn't mean losing the opportunity outright, you'll just be transferred to the basic training camp for reserves. The competition there is fiercer with more people and fewer resources. Very few can re-enter the elite training camp. Yes, we will continue to work hard. Thank you, Special Envoy. We understand. Ding Hongyuan nodded. It was best if they understood. Every month people would be eliminated. He didn't want the students he had sent in to be weeded out, as that would bring him no honor. Zhang Yang, Special Envoy. Ding Hongyuan looked Zhang Yang up and down for a moment and said, your current physical fitness is only at the advanced warrior level. Although your force output is decent, it's still very dangerous. Because after you arrive, your basic score will be based on the monsters you hunt, and then multiplied by your combat amplitude. A low-level beast general monster counts as 1 merit point. A mid-level beast general monster counts as 10 merit points. A high-level beast general monster counts as 100 merit points. A low-level lord-class monster counts as 1000 merit points. Of course, no one will submit this level of monster. Once you are certified as a war god, you are no longer eligible to stay in the training camp. So with your current strength, you can only kill monsters at the primary war general level. Not only is it extremely dangerous, but you will also suffer greatly in terms of scoring within the camp. Zhang Yang was not too concerned after hearing this. He would use his spiritual telekinetic prowess to hunt monsters. Although he wouldn't start with high-level beast generals, there would be plenty of low-level beast generals. This was a telekinetic master's forte. Special Envoy, I will continue to work hard. Ding Hongyuan nodded and continued to remind him. If you rank in the bottom 3 in the month-end rankings 3 times in a row, you will be eliminated. Although you are still young and have a high chance of returning, I still hope you won't be eliminated from the start. Yes. Zhang Yang did not argue further. He knew his own situation well enough. It was perfectly normal for him to be underestimated given his current advanced warrior level. Your entry into the training camp is through the normal route, so you only need to take the A-level assessment. I believe this won't be too difficult for you. We'll explain the rest after we arrive at the camp. Ding Hongyuan didn't keep pressing Zhang Yang. After giving one more brief introduction, he said no more. The fighter jet flew through the sky for about an hour before finally arriving at Shandong Base City. This was a city established by Hong, the strongest human who guarded it. No king-class monster had ever dared to attack here, for such creatures possessed intelligence and did not wish to die. Ding Hongyuan continued to explain. Shandong Base City is guarded by Hong, the curator of the Limit Martial Arts Hall. It is the safest of all base cities with a permanent population of 80 million, most of whom are martial artists. It is a gathering place for human elites, and here you will also see many people from other countries. Alright, we're here. This is the elite training camp. Look, over there is the ranking board. He then looked at the 4 prospective trainees with interest, waiting for their reactions. Zhang Yang had already sensed something. He recalled from the original novel that there was a description of this segment. Apparently the ranking board had the eyes of 2 black dragons. Focusing his mind, he stared directly at it. The moment their gazes met, even though Zhang Yang had prepared himself, his heart still skipped a beat. That intense sense of crisis came not only from the ferocity of the black dragons, but also from every cell in his body trembling slightly. A king-class monster corresponded to a human planetary-level martial artist, a being whose genes had already evolved. How do you feel? Ding Hongyuan asked casually. The aura is very powerful. A faint sense of fear. The gap is huge. Ding Hongyuan nodded and continued walking inside. He had received many trainees before, and their reactions varied. That 150-meter tower over there is called the 9-story tower. It's where you will train and live in the future. Most trainees stay there. The group followed him all the way to the 9th floor of the 20-plus-story building. Although the exterior looked somewhat classical, the interior was brimming with a sense of technology. After all, even the fighter jets that could fly at high altitudes without fear of attack existed. If the interior were as crude as an ancient pavilion, they wouldn't know what good training resources it could offer. This was an era where technology assisted human cultivation. Teacher Ding, have you brought back new trainees? The elevator doors opened, revealing a hall similar to the first floor. A place where trainees probably gathered to socialize. Ding Hongyuan did not stop. He nodded at the passing Asian students and continued leading them deeper inside. The 5-meter-wide corridor was very spacious. Apart from the few students they had encountered earlier, they met no other trainees on the way. Eventually they arrived at a room filled with instruments which also contained 2 beds. The space was very wide, somewhat resembling a laboratory. Ding Hongyuan picked up a helmet and said, "This is a consciousness-sensing helmet developed by humans. Wearing it allows you to enter a virtual world. However, it is an imitation. Many of its technologies are not yet fully understood by humans. The mainframe, which is a treasure of humanity, cannot be used for research. Alright, who wants to go first?" Zhang Yang had been looking forward to this for a long time. This was the consciousness-sensing helmet. Something he had only ever fantasized about. Now of course he wanted to be the first to try. He quickly said, "Special envoy, let me go first." The other 3 trainees hesitated, exchanged glances, and said nothing. In truth, they also wanted to try it out early. Ding Hongyuan smiled, watching their eager expressions, as if reminded of his own past. "Alright, one at a time. No need to rush. You all have to go through the assessment anyway. Come Zhang Yang, follow my lead." Zhang Yang followed Ding Hongyuan's example. He first put on the consciousness-sensing helmet, then slowly lay down on the bed. It was very soft, giving a feeling of a vacuum sofa. "See, here is the switch. Press it once you are lying down." Zhang Yang spotted the raised button, adjusted his posture slightly, and pressed it gently. Wang. A sensation akin to tinnitus. Zhang Yang's consciousness arrived in a silver-white boundless space, while Ding Hongyuan had also changed into a silver suit of clothing. Around, apart from a towering stone pillar that soared into the clouds resembling a 7-story high-rise, there was nothing else, somewhat like the feeling of entering the Arctic. None of these were the most important. Zhang Yang felt that his current power had swelled, at least doubled, filling him with a desire to destroy, yet also a bit of discomfort. To possess such bodily power, he would at least need to reach the war general level, and now, he was experiencing it in advance, unleashing the Ninefold Thunder Blade technique. Bang! A force of 30,000 kilograms made the air tremble, and his attack speed had reached the speed of sound. Ding Hongyuan interrupted Zhang Yang, who was still experiencing. "Alright, you'll be given time to familiarize yourself later. After all, only your strength is lower than the body given by this space. They'll probably have to wait outside for quite a while." Zhang Yang also restrained his emotions. In fact, his current experience was very enjoyable. "Yes." Ding Hongyuan led Zhang Yang into the tower-shaped building. Only after entering did they discover that the stone pillar at the entrance had inscriptions. The stone pillar on Zhang Yang's side was black, engraved with name Zhang Yang, gender male, identity elite, training camp, probationary trainee, trial tower level 1. The pillar on Ding Hongyuan's side was white, engraved with the same format, name Ding Hongyuan, gender male, identity intermediate war god, trial tower level 3. 3. Zhang Yang understood upon seeing this, but still looked at Ding Hongyuan with a puzzled expression, as if he were here for the first time. Ding Hongyuan continued to explain, "Here our bodies are identical. The meaning of the trial tower level, as the name suggests, is the level of our combat challenges, reflecting the strength of our actual combat ability. This place is divided into 7 floors, each with 3 levels of tests A, B, and C. Every time you pass a floor, your trial tower level becomes 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, 0, and so on. The decimal part will be evaluated based on your performance. This time your challenge level is the first floor A level. After finishing, your trial tower level will become 1, 3. Familiarize yourself with your body now, then start the challenge. The first floor's A stage, based on your profiles, should be very simple for you." Zhang Yang nodded without refusing. If his current body were weaker than his previous one, it would be fine. He had experience, and fighting with a lower power level wouldn't be too unfamiliar. But now his power had suddenly doubled. If he couldn't master it proficiently, he wouldn't be able to unleash his full strength. Who knew what level of monsters he would encounter later? After half an hour of activity, Zhang Yang barely managed to control his body's power. For now, this was the best he could achieve. He wouldn't improve much in a short time. "Lord Envoy, I am ready. Zhang Yang, I wish you success." Yang Hui smiled. "Zhang Yang, please select your combat suit and weapon. After selection, enter the trial tower, within 1 minute, to accept the A-level test." Suddenly an electronic voice echoed throughout the virtual space. Zhang Yang chose a Shadow Series combat suit, and his weapon was still the Shadow Broadsword. These were familiar to him, with little difference from normal combat, except that the weapon's material could not be selected. Seeing a black vortex appear like a black hole, Zhang Yang no longer hesitated and charged straight in. "Zhang Yang." The electronic voice echoed across the entire grassland. "The A-level test is to kill 50 elementary beast general-level wild bulls that surround you within 30 minutes. If you die midway, you fail. If after 30 minutes you have not killed 50 wild bulls, you also fail. Since this is your first time entering the trial tower, you have 5 minutes of preparation time." Zhang Yang took a deep breath. This difficulty was indeed not too great. With his own physical quality, even after unleashing his power, he only reached 15000 kg, barely a mid-level war general. But now in the trial tower, his base strength had doubled to 10000 kg, so his unleashed power was 28000 kg, already approaching a high-level war general. His power had doubled and his speed had increased by 1.5 times. Moreover, the monsters were bovine types he was familiar with. It was easy first eliminate the beast soldier level wild bulls, which would then limit the speed of the remaining elementary beast general level wild bulls. His movement technique was at the micro level. These elementary beast generals wouldn't have movement techniques right. It was very easy, he could handle it. 5 minutes later the battle began. Zhang Yang's speed continuously increased and no wild bull could keep up with him. After leading the herd around twice, the beast soldier level wild bulls had already been reduced by half. 5 minutes later all beast soldier level wild bulls were eliminated. 15 minutes later the remaining 10 wild bulls were also killed. After the kill, Zhang Yang felt a bit unsatisfied. Those beast soldiers were all part of the favorable environment he had created. It was a pity these monsters were too weak, or otherwise he might have gained some insight into the perfect level movement technique. No pressure, no motivation. Ding Hongyuan saw Zhang Yang come out and asked with concern, "How do you feel?" Zhang Yang couldn't help saying, "I feel great. It's just that these monsters are a bit weak for my current physical condition." Ding Hongyuan smiled meaningfully. "You'll feel the difficulty later. Come on, let's go out first. Dear Ding, you actually arrived faster than me. I even used a fighter jet." After the two went out, a strangely accented voice came. Zhang Yang looked closely and saw a person with Western features followed by 3 students. Ding Hongyuan shrugged. "Jack, that's because you're too slow." He obviously didn't want to say much more. "Alright, next one." This time the sturdy student from the Northwest Base City Amotai directly followed and lay down on the bed, his movements very practiced. Meanwhile the young girl Wen Xian who had come with Zhang Yang asked in a clear cold voice, "Zhang Yang, is the assessment difficult?" Zhang Yang did not hide anything. "I faced 50 elementary beast generals. You should be about the same. After entering our bodies will become a standard physique of 10000 kg. You can judge the difficulty yourselves." Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Wen Qian's eyes flickered, and she didn't say more. It seemed she was confident. The sunny and handsome young man also breathed a sigh of relief, looking quite confident. On the way Zhang Yang had learned his name, Zhongyi, which matched his personality somewhat. As the scene fell into silence, a tall, lean youth with a countenance that could be considered handsome by foreign standards stepped forward from the group of trainees accompanying that Jekka. "Hello everyone, my name is Candice Bolognese. I hope to get to know all of you." Zhang Yang listened to his name, his brow slightly furrowed. With the continuous enhancement of his spiritual power, some past details began to resurface in his mind. This name felt very familiar. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yang suddenly realized, wasn't this the nephew of that vulture couple? The one who later delivered money to Luofeng. He had entered the academy in the same year as Candice Bolognese, which meant he was 2 to 3 years ahead of Luofeng. He could no longer recall Candice Bolognese's exact ranking after 2 or 3 years, but it should have been in the upper middle tier. To be a villain, one's talent and strength could not be weak. Given that the initial Luofeng dared not challenge him, his rank must have been within the top 68. By then Zhong Yi and Wen Xian had already announced their names, yet Candice kept staring at him. Zhang Yang said softly, "I am Zhang Yang. You should already know." Unexpectedly Candice was quite interested in continuing the conversation. "Zhang Yang, hello." He extended his right hand. Zhang Yang would not refuse a smiling face. He extended his own right hand and gave a light handshake. "Hello." Candice smiled. "You should have passed. I will pass too." Zhang Yang knew he would pass and paid it no mind, offering a perfunctory blessing. "I wish you success." Then he fell silent. He was not keen on conversing with Candice, for the latter's aura was cold and unsettling, which Zhang Yang found displeasing. Candice, being tactful, said nothing more and quietly retreated back to his own group. 2 hours later all 4 members from the Asian region had passed the assessment, and their trial tower levels had all reached 1-3. Ding Hongyuan led everyone out of the room and into a quieter lounge next door. "You have done well. All of you have passed the assessment. Now you are official members of the elite training camp. This year is 54, and it is now September. Your trainee numbers will be 5409, followed by 2 digits of your choice." Zhang Yang pondered over his system. 1 level of improvement each year. Though he wasn't sure what exactly that 1 level meant, he clearly had an affinity with the number 1. "I'll take 11 as my 2 digits. Ding Hongyuan encouraged him with a smile. "Good, very ambitious. But being first is no easy feat, and 11 is equally difficult. You must work hard." Soon everyone had chosen their trailing digits. Their student numbers were now confirmed, all appearing on the black dragonstone carving at the entrance of the elite training camp. Meanwhile, major organizations around the world received this news. In Huagua, the Special Operations Organization, a commanding officer with an imposing presence issued a stern order: target Zhang Yang has successfully entered the elite training camp. Immediately send personnel to protect his family. There must be no mishaps. No matter what happens in the future, he is a man of Huagua. As long as we protect his family, he will always remember this favor and assist us. After completing the registration, Ding Hongyuan said cheerfully, "All right, your information has been recorded. Your families should also be under protection now. From now on, your main task is to cultivate diligently and strive to improve your rankings." "Yes." Ding Hongyuan nodded in satisfaction, then his expression turned serious. "You have just joined the elite training camp. Your identities have changed and your futures will change as well. This change is no less significant than when you became martial artists, perhaps even greater. For here, as long as you do not fall, you are destined to become battle gods and among the strongest battle gods. That is your future." The admonition in Ding Hongyuan's voice grew deeper. "Because of your future, many forces will try to court you. Money, desire, power. All things you crave. I want to tell you that the limitless martial arts hall will not stop you, but you must always remember why you possess such value. It all comes from your talent and future strength. Self-improvement is always paramount. With strength, you will never lack what those forces can offer. I hope you will make the choice most suitable for yourselves at the right time, rather than being blinded by immediate gains." After being admonished by Ding Hongyuan, everyone was sequentially assigned to different places. Zhang Yang raised his head. The three large characters Shandongbu were dark red. Since ancient times, Shandong had witnessed many battles and frequent resistance against oppression. This was the temperament of the people there. Daring to defy injustice, yet filled with kindness and steadfast loyalty. The kind of honest folks who can't be bullied. "Hey, we just met. My name is Milu. I enrolled last year, so I'm your senior. I'm from the city center of Shandong Base City. A young man of ordinary appearance. Neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin. Spoke with great enthusiasm." Zhang Yang did not underestimate him. Outward appearance was never a criterion for judging a person. After the transformation to the planet level, there would be no such thing as an ordinary person. Anyone who could enter the elite training camp could not be simple. With a smile, he said, "Hello, senior. I am Zhang Yang. I live in Shanquan Xiaozu Liqing District." Milu said happily, "Liqing District. I've been there. People from the former Weifang and Zibo areas all live there. My uncle took me there on business." Zhang Yang chuckled. This senior was quite friendly. "Senior, is it just the two of us here?" Mila shuddered and lowered his voice. "There's also a senior from 51, named Baifang. He looks fierce and has a rather irritable temper. He's currently ranked 5th in the training camp. When Senior Yenling was still here, things were manageable. Now it's best not to provoke him." Zhang Yang nodded. It seemed that Senior had a quick temper and didn't care much for talkative people. Of course, these were merely speculations. He would only know for sure upon meeting him. "Rest assured, Senior. I'm used to being alone, so I shouldn't provoke Senior Baifang." "Milu, you motherfucker, are you bad-mouthing me again? Now that Senior Yenling is gone, I'll break your bones." A booming voice came from outside. Mila shuddered upon hearing it, but there was little fear in his eyes. It was more like the look of someone caught lying. A smile curled at the corner of Zhang Yang's mouth. It seemed that life here was going to be quite interesting. Within seconds, a burly man with a bare chest appeared at the door, standing at least 190 centimeters tall, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, with chest hair fluttering slightly as he walked. He strode over, grabbed Milu by the scruff of the neck, flashed a less-than-friendly grin at Zhang Yang, then turned and bellowed into Mili's ear. "You bastard, you're gossiping about me again, aren't you?" Milu, barely over 170 centimeters and much smaller and frielier than Baifang, was held like a chick. "Senior, by you're at it again. Could you please spare me some face in front of a junior?" Baifang swung his arm and flung Milu 7 or 8 meters away. Milu adjusted his posture midair, kicked off the wall, and landed back near Zhang Yang, flicking his bangs. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Hello, Senior Baifang." Baifang came over and slapped Zhang Yang on the shoulder. "Zhang Yang, right. Take a good look at the freshman handbook. We'll have some barbecue tonight. My treat. I've just had some insights, so I'm going to cultivate now." Zhang Yang still wore a smile, thinking to himself, "A tough exterior but a kind heart. Please go ahead, Senior. If I have any questions tonight, I'll ask you." After Baifang left, Milu spoke again. "See, he never lets anyone finish talking, always gets physical. It's just that I can't beat him or else." "Humph." A warning grunt came from afar. Mila quickly shut up and whispered, "Zhang Yang, take a look at the freshman handbook. If you don't understand something, you can ask me." Zhang Yang smiled. "Thank you, Senior Milo." In fact, he was quite familiar with the elite training camp. Apart from the basic points earned from hunting monsters, the most important thing was the combat amplitude. Note, the combat amplitude here differs from the later one in the universe. It will change. Combat amplitude, force emission level, trial tower level. Currently, Zhang Yang's trial tower level was 1, 3, and his force emission level was the 3rd layer of the Ninefold Thunder Blade, which was 2, 8. His combat amplitude was 1, 3, 2, 8, 3, 64. The ranking was determined by multiplying the combat amplitude by the monster hunting points. Different scores naturally came with different treatment, such as the usage time of the gravity room. Those with higher rankings could use it for dozens of hours a month, while those with lower rankings only got 1 hour or a few hours. The combat amplitude also divided trainees into grades. A combat amplitude of 12 was elementary. Most newly admitted trainees were at the elementary level. A combat amplitude of 24 was intermediate. After half a year or a year of training in the elite training camp, one could generally reach the intermediate level. A combat amplitude of 48 was advanced. This was the standard for qualified trainees of the elite training camp. A combat amplitude of 816 was excellent. This was the criterion for outstanding trainees. Since the range of 816 was broad, there were significant strength differences even among those at the excellent level. A combat amplitude greater than 16 was special grade, also known as superb grade. Zhang Yang gave a self-deprecating smile. My current combat amplitude is only intermediate. I need to buy the later techniques of the Ninefold Thunder Blade immediately. The ones I created myself are only suitable for ordinary people. I'd need the strength of a high-level warlord to match the current third layer. Earlier, when someone purchased my secret manual, a prompt kept ringing. I turned it off and didn't check again. I don't know how much money I have now. Zhang Yang logged into his limit home, confirmed his identity by fingerprint, and quickly saw the 999 notification on the prompt. His heart leaped with joy. He had priced it at 10 million. If 1,000 people bought it, he would get 80 billion, enough to buy many layers of the Ninefold Thunder Blade. He clicked it open and saw the specific data 2739 people had purchased his technique. His gaze then jumped to the balance, which had been cleared, but now showed 219. 12 billion. Ha ha ha. Now I have money to buy secret manuals. If I had waited longer, I wouldn't even need to rely on the training camp to provide dragon blood as a reward. What happened? I didn't do any promotion and Uncle Zhou's authority isn't enough. How did it become so popular? Zhang Yang jumped to the limit forum, hoping to find out what had caused so many people to buy his technique. Soon he found a post still marked with a hot icon dating back about 2 weeks. Poster: Yinmo War God. Title: Essential Secret Manual for Civilian Warriors, Divine Power 9 Revolutions. Description: Boost your training speed, learn what force emission really means, and achieve cross-level challenges. This manual can increase your strength by at least 30. Each minor level up adds another 30, meaning an advanced warrior can already fight a warlord. This is a manual you can cultivate all the way to the war god level. I'm not a first-time poster. If you've read my posts often, you know what kind of person I am. This is my first advertisement. As for the reason, if you trust me, don't hesitate and click to buy Divine Power 9 Revolutions. I swear by my reputation, if the content is not as described, I will be forever stationed on the East Coast. I have already promoted many new warriors. When I discovered this manual, I intended to support it. After all, a newly promoted warrior creating a technique that passed the Limit Martial Arts Hall's review deserves encouragement. But I never expected it to be such an astonishing manual. Divine Power 9 Revolutions has no special moves or artistic conception. Most people might think it's unremarkable. Yes, you're right. It is indeed simple. So simple that anyone can learn it. That's why I find it so astonishing. It allows every warrior to master it, doubling your strength at the advanced warrior level and tripling it at the advanced warlord level. Zhang Yang stroked his chin. Who is this Yinmo War God? He wasn't a paid shill. He stopped dwelling on it. Either way, it had been a huge help. Now he had money and could start training the Ninefold Thunder Blade again. If he could reach the 9th layer, even with his current trial tower level, he would be rated as an outstanding trainee. He opened the secret manual section. Attack Blade Techniques, Ninefold Thunder Blade. The first 5 layers cost 2 billion Chinese yuan full price, or 1 billion half price, requires 3-star contribution points. The first 4 layers cost 500 million full price, or 250 million half price, requires 2-star contribution points. Zhang Yang felt a headache coming on. Thunder God and Hong were just 2 tycoons. Without a word, they directly bought the first 5 layers with 1 billion Chinese yuan. That would be enough for him to study for 2 or 3 months. If by then he still hadn't received attention and signed a contract like Luofeng's, he would buy them casually. After all, the initial guidance technique greatly boosted training speed, but the later increments were minimal. Such a force emission technique less than tenfold wasn't worth spending too much effort on. Later, when he grew stronger, earning money to buy it would be much easier. Come on, Xiao Yang, have another skewer of lamb kidney. Bai Fong called out boisterously. Zhang Yang's face showed a hint of awkwardness as he said, Brother Bai, I don't have a girlfriend yet, so why would I need lamb kidney? Besides, we're martial artists. We don't have that kind of issue. It's just too gamey. Milu, seeing Zhang Yang's expression, teased. Xiao Yang, you're not still a virgin, are you? Zhang Yang's face flushed with embarrassment, his defenses breached. He retorted irritably, Milu, can't you just eat your meat and keep your mouth shut? Ding, ding, ding. Zhang Yang glanced down at his phone, his expression shifting slightly. Milu urged, what's wrong? You have a call. Why aren't you answering? Zhang Yang gave an awkward smile. I didn't want to ruin the vibe. No business talk over skewers and drinks. Hello. What's up? My senior's boyfriend went to the Limit Martial Arts Hall's basic training camp today for the assessment, but he didn't pass. I thought you'd be there too. You passed right. A hesitant female voice came through. Zhang Yang glanced at the two companions who were still eating, but had their ears perked up and said calmly, yeah, I passed. I'm now an official member of the elite training camp. I'm hanging out with my roommates. I'm glad you passed. I won't bother you then. Zhang Yang's eyes hardened. Su Pei, I don't want to think about any messy stuff right now. I just want to cultivate. Oh, I'm sorry for disturbing you. Beep, beep, beep. Bai Fong said bluntly, stuff like this happens all the time. Since I got into the elite training camp, I've run into a lot of it. Strangers can't even get through to my daily phone number anymore. Pass me a skewer. This barbecue master really knows his craft. Zhang Yang knew that Su Pei wasn't the opportunistic type Bai Fong imagined, but he didn't bother to explain. Mi Li's eyes flickered as he said casually, a woman. What's there to be conflicted about? If you like her, just talk to her. Some women are just foolish. They'll wait forever without giving up. Zhang Yang forced a faint smile. He didn't want to discuss these things. They wouldn't understand. After all, Earth humans were not a long-lived race. The current education and ideology shaped their perspectives and ways of thinking. If a person lived alone for tens of thousands of years, always waiting, it would be pure torture. Su Pei's personality wasn't that strong-willed, her character wasn't tough, her family upbringing wasn't exceptional, and her talent was mediocre. Facing endless waiting, she would go mad. Was Su Xian from the original novel truly happy? Let's just say she was sometimes happy. She exhausted her wisdom, worked hard for centuries, and barely managed to see Luo Feng's back. Zhang Yang silently thought, in 2 years she'll forget. Things are fine as they are. In truth, he sometimes wished he didn't have the memories of his past life and the system. How wonderful it would be not to know the plot of Swallowing the Starry Sky. With his original talent, he should be at the first military academy now, perhaps having a good outcome with Su Pei and probably already in a relationship. His brother's situation might have some complications, but it's not a big deal. He had a child already. At worst, life would be a bit harder. He downed 4 or 5 glasses in a row, but his advanced warrior physique made him feel nothing. Zhang Yang said calmly, Senior Bai Fong, Senior Mi Lu, I'm done eating. I'm going to train. Watching Zhang Yang leave, Bai Fong was about to say something when he felt a tug on his arm. Turning around, he saw Mi Lu giving him a meaningful glance and shaking his head. After Zhang Yang was completely gone, Bai Fong complained. Xiao Lu, why did you stop me? A woman ruined the mood. Women like that, the HR Alliance, Maul the U.S. government and countless other factions. All they do when they try to recruit is pile on promises. Mi Li's eyes showed a trace of longing and his voice was low as he said, Old Bai, not all women are like that. Bai Fong opened his mouth, but seeing Mi Li's expression, said nothing more. He knew it too, but he just hadn't encountered such a woman. His appearance was still a bit too wild. Now he had only 1 year left before graduation. He wondered what reasons his future wife would have for marrying him, and whether she might be arranged by some other faction. Feeling a bit dejected, he took a couple of hard sucks on his conch meat. Back in the training room, Zhang Yang slowly calmed his emotions. He would cultivate. Cultivation helped him forget everything. With so many things happening in the future, what reason did he have not to train hard? The 4th level of the Ninefold Thunder Blade. He studied the cultivation method, a contemplative look in his eyes. The first level was like lightning. Extreme speed brought the possibility of multiple forces, and extreme speed meant even more terrifying destructive power. After mastering it, one would have 2 layers of force, each at 70% of base strength, totaling 1 4 times the power. The second level was like a rippling lake surface pursuing a sensation. The layered ripples caused by waves one after another endlessly. After mastering it, one would have 3 layers of force, each also at 70%, totaling 2 1 times base power. The third level was like a mirror. When one side rippled, the mirror side also rippled. The two coordinated and corresponded with each other. 2 waves each with 2 layers of force made 4 layers total at 8 times base power. Then what about the 4th level? Zhang Yang swung his broadsword, practicing diagonal slashes, upward thrusts, chasing wind cuts, back sweeps, and parry counters. The Ninefold Thunder Blade. Is the 4th level related to lightning? What kind of force is it? Or is it a combination of the previous techniques? Or perhaps another natural phenomenon? No, that's wrong. That won't work. I can't feel anything. Training alone like this is probably useless. Zhang Yang's eyes grew firm. He steeled himself and his voice echoed in the training room. Between life and death lies great fear and also great opportunity. My talent is sufficient. I'll use real combat to ignite the sparks of insight. Tomorrow I'll go to the wilderness area to train. Having set his training plan, Zhang Yang began cultivating genome energy, then practiced the Ninefold Chaos Source to increase his cell's appetite, absorbing more cosmic energy. Zhang Yang, are you sure you want to go out and hunt monsters today? If so, from now on, even-numbered days each month will be your monster hunting days. After Zhang Yang submitted his request, the school instructor replied. Zhang Yang nodded affirmatively. Thank you, teacher. I'll go hunting on even-numbered days from now on. After registering, Zhang Yang walked out of the training camp, his gaze fixed on the distance. What would instinctive combat bring him? Where was the boundary between reason and consciousness? Thinking of dancing beneath the claws of monsters, his heart trembled slightly yet also burned with excitement. Traversing the desolate wilderness alone, no one was there to protect him anymore. Zhang Yang recalled every detail of his previous foray into the wild, observing the traces on the ground to roughly deduce the nearby beasts that might be lurking. He cast his gaze around with heightened vigilance. In the wilderness, beasts that concealed themselves were numerous, all of them masterful predators. The tension compelled him to involuntarily extend his tongue to moisten his parched lips. His nostrils twitched slightly. A faint musty odor. This suggests a boar-type beast. Which variety could it be? Zhang Yang crept forward cautiously. After passing through a valley, he spotted the beast. Indeed, a porcine monster, the thorn titan renowned for its defensive prowess. The largest thorn titan lounged lazily on a rock, basking in the sun. Even lying flat, it stood 3 meters tall, its dark azure scales gleaming faintly under the sunlight. 2 other sizable ones reclined beside it, but they were not resting. Instead, they watched the surroundings with a hint of alertness, their massive ears twitching occasionally. Zhang Yang silently assessed the strength: 1 mid-level beast general, 2 initial-level beast generals, 90 high-level beast soldiers, and numerous low and mid-level beast soldiers. Without relying on the power of a spiritual telepathist, it was a formidable challenge for his current physique. However, these beasts were renowned for defense, lacked varied attack methods, and were slower due to their bulky frames. His gaze sharpened and he hesitated no more. He charged straight ahead. Oink! Oink! One of the initial-level beast general thorn titans detected him the moment he appeared and let out a low grunt. So what if you've detected me? I'll take out the small ones first. Zhang Yang's shield in his left hand and broadsword angled back in his right launched a fierce charge. As he passed a high-level beast soldier thorn titan, he slanted his blade upward, slicing from its mouth all the way to its ear. The thorn titan did not halt its movement. After charging over 10 meters, its body abruptly crashed to the ground, its head striking the earth. The skull nearly split in two. Ha! Can you catch up to my speed, you stupid pigs? With a swift motion, another vicious strike landed. He brushed past the thorn titan's tusks, the distance between the tusk and his ear a mere 0.1 centimeters. Rumble. Boom. Boom. All the thorn titans broke into a sprint, the entire herd stirred into frenzy. Even the mid-level beast general thorn titan, which had previously shown disdain for Zhang Yang, now trotted toward his position, ready to deliver a devastating charge the moment he entered its range. Zhang Yang was sent flying by one of the initial-level beast general thorn titans, skidding over 7 meters across the ground. Then, with a lightness, he agilely recovered and maneuvered. His hand gripping the shield trembled slightly. The group is too massive. I can no longer keep good track of the movements of the 3 beast generals. Luckily, it was only an initial-level beast general thorn titan this time, or I would have been injured. He began to observe the battle with even greater vigilance. Zhang Yang would not engage the 3 beast general thorn titans until he had eliminated the miscellaneous soldiers. With the beast soldiers aiding them, it was too strenuous for his current less-than-perfect footwork. Oink! Oink! Bad news. The mid-level beast general had already begun to display intelligence. It was ambushing him. Seeing the mid-level beast general thorn titan charging at him from the side, Zhang Yang's heart tightened. Too dense. He was trapped in an encirclement with no way to dodge. Gazing at the initial-level beast general that was also attacking him from the opposite side, a flash of inspiration struck Zhang Yang. The environment. He was pinned down, unable to evade the mid-level beast general's attack. Why not use the initial-level beast general as a shield? He had been using the fallen beast soldiers as obstacles. What about the living beasts? With a newfound insight, Zhang Yang hesitated no more. He charged straight at the initial-level beast general ahead. With both moving toward each other, their combined speed meant they would meet sooner than the mid-level beast general. As the initial-level beast general loomed close, this time Zhang Yang only feigned an attack. His real aim was to evade. When they were 5 meters apart, he leaped abruptly, hurtling directly toward the thorn titan's head. The thorn titan did not hesitate either. It had finally caught the slippery eel. It pounded the ground harder, slightly lowering its head, ready to impale the human who had disturbed its rest with its long tusks. Though facing an attack and in grave danger, his heart racing, Zhang Yang's eyes blazed with brilliance. He crouched, slightly adjusting the angle of his shield. Zzz. A series of screeches as the shield scraped against the tusks. Zhang Yang's eyes grew even brighter. The thorn titan's weakness. He was now directly above its head, its eyes exposed before him. Die! A flash of the blade and the dark shadow broadsword slashed diagonally into the thorn titan's eye, then twisted inside. With little resistance, it had already shredded its brain. This is the feeling. Zhang Yang's body was flung backward by the thorn titan's inertial force, his posture somewhat disheveled. Yet he was exhilarated. A single fatal blow executed with seamless fluidity. This was the swiftest kill he had ever made. Face to face with the thorn titan's tusks, though dangerous, its weakness was wide open. So this was how one could fight. Come fight. Come fight. Recalling that sensation, Zhang Yang's blood surged with excitement. He charged at the other initial-level beast general, still cautious enough not to directly engage the mid-level one. He wanted to experience that feeling once more. Seeing the human daring to charge at it, the other initial-level beast general grew agitated and slammed into him directly. Watching the initial-level beast general's reaction, joy welled in Zhang Yang's heart. As the tusks drew near, his eyes grew brighter, as if something was flowing within them. With the same motion, after a slight adjustment, Zhang Yang delivered another fatal blow. Ha ha ha! Zhang Yang laughed heartily, no longer paying attention to the beast soldiers. He charged straight at the mid-level beast general, having found his rhythm. His figure constantly interwove with the mid-level beast general. The surrounding beast soldiers posed no obstacle to Zhang Yang. Though the mid-level beast general was stronger and more durable, it could not do anything to him. Is this all you've got? Zhang Yang felt a bit unsatisfied, but the present mid-level beast general Thorn Titan could no longer pressure him enough. Since you can only manage this, then die. After using a beast soldier to dodge the mid-level beast general Thorn Titan's attack, Zhang Yang reappeared before it. He cast a cold glance at the bloodshot eye, then the dark blade sliced through the void, plunging straight in. Once accustomed to the current cultivation environment, time passed swiftly. Though the ancient gravity chamber was unusable, there were many ordinary training rooms with 2 to 3 times gravity, which greatly aided cultivation. At the end of the month, Zhang Yang emerged from the ancient cultivation chamber. The relentless pressure had accelerated his cultivation speed by at least tenfold. Even the deepest seabed could not produce such an incredible pressure, but the ancient gravity chamber could. After coming out, he felt a lingering reluctance. This gravity chamber was truly a treasure, and he wanted one. Zhang Yang. Candace, you have something? Zhang Yang, we joined the elite training camp on the same day. How about a friendly sparring match? The bet is 1 billion Chinese yuan, what do you say? Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. All right. Candace stared in disbelief at Zhang Yang's departing back, his mind roaring with incredulity. How could this be? How could the gap be so vast? Out of 190 people, he ranked 178th, while Zhang Yang ranked 160th. Yet in their battle he was instantly defeated. How could the disparity be so immense? His face darkened with fury. He tossed the consciousness sensor onto the sofa and strode out. He had not been diligent enough in his training. He needed to train even harder. Zhang Yang walked out feeling nothing special about defeating Candace. Muttering to himself, he said, "In this past month I've cultivated rapidly. My punch force has reached 8,000 kilograms, matching the standard of a junior war general. In nearly a month I've improved by 300 kg. No one in the training camp can match me. But there was a price to pay." He pressed his hand against his right chest. The bone there had not yet fully healed. Even a light press caused a dull ache. This was the cost of provoking a lord-level monster. Walking on the edge of death naturally accelerated progress. The sensation of nerves pressing the body to constantly unleash its potential was utterly intoxicating, and he was deeply captivated by it. This also led him to feel a surge of arrogance after killing a high-level beast general monster with his martial power. However, a lord-level monster soon taught him a lesson. As a spiritual telekinetic master 2 levels above his martial rank, he was equivalent to a mid-level war general. He could fully control 3 flying knives, instantly killing ordinary high-level beast generals, which gave him no pressure. That was why he challenged a low-level lord-level monster. The lowest strength of a lord-level monster was 64000 kg. The one that injured him, a golden armored ape, was estimated to have strength reaching 100000 kg, 3 times his own explosive force. When he attacked the golden armored ape, which possessed power close to a mid-level war god, the ape hurled a massive stone that injured him. This indirect attack nearly incapacitated him with its immense impact. Fortunately, he had already prepared to escape using flight, thus saving his life. Now he could not use his explosive force for defense, which greatly restricted him. He had challenged many low-level lords but never killed one. The gap in strength was real. Although the mental energy consumed when attacking the monster's internal organs was enormous, as if cutting through alloy, the damage was sufficient. The problem was that those monsters had enough intelligence. When they realized they could not do anything to him and were injured, they would flee. Zhang Yang would have to use spiritual telekinesis to boost his speed in pursuit. Even if he caught up, he could do little against the thick-skinned massive monsters in a short time. They were highly skilled in combat, protecting their vital points well. Moreover, they could call for help. Calling in reinforcements was just too much. The points he earned from hunting monsters were actually not low. A spiritual telekinetic master with peak strength comparable to a high-level war general, even if he did not hunt much and mostly trained through challenges, his monster kill count was similar to that of 4-year veteran trainees. He intentionally kept it that way. The reason Candace dared to challenge him was that their scores were not far apart. At present, Zhang Yang's score had no multipliers. The trial tower factor was still 1. 3, he had not challenged it again. His explosive force amplitude was still 1, and he had not undergone certification. His combat amplitude was only 1. 3. Thinking of the gap between them, Zhang Yang sneered. I've already reached the 4th level of Ninefold Thunder Blade, with perfect blade technique and impeccable movement. Candace, how can you possibly beat me? He added silently, Candace, just give yourself a few more years to serve as Luo Feng's whetstone. The next day, after hunting monsters, Zhang Yang arrived at the 9th floor of the Ninefold Tower. Good heavens, Zhang Yang, you've made me your roommate, go 10 days without seeing you. You're really something. Tell me, how many people in the training camp do you know? Seeing Zhang Yang, Mi Li's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but tease him. Zhang Yang smiled and said, I don't want to get distracted during cultivation. Besides, with our physical strength, we only need to rest for a short while each day. It's normal not to see each other in daily life. Mila laughed too. He also spent whole days cultivating, but since he and Bai Fong both hunted monsters on odd-numbered days, they often met. I saw your ranking. It's the 28th now, and it's basically stable. You're actually ranked 160th, which is quite outstanding among the newcomers. Zhang Yang said uncertainly, maybe it's because I'm diligent. I'm quite active in hunting monsters. Milu nodded. Compared to other training camp members, Zhang Yang's effort was among the top. So what brings you here? Zhang Yang said calmly, I'm here for the trial tower assessment. What? You haven't taken the trial tower assessment yet? Can you pass the B stage of the 1st floor? Or have you not even tested your explosive force level? Mi Li's eyes widened. If it was just the trial tower level, it was fine, an increase from 1.3 to 1.6 wasn't huge. But if it was about the explosive force test, that would be a big deal. He knew that Zhang Yang was accepted into the training camp precisely because of his explosive force talent. Now, if his basic score was 160th place without the combat amplitude multiplier, what would his rank be? In the top 100. Thinking of this possibility, Mi Lu couldn't help but shiver. He was only ranked around 140th. Would a new junior directly surpass him? Although the people nearby weren't intentionally eavesdropping, with all of them being at least war generals, both loud and quiet voices regardless of distance were clearly audible in the hall. For a moment the dozen or so people in the hall turned to look. A robust black man spoke loudly with a strange accent, grandstanding. Chinese people are all talk. A lean but extremely cold-looking yellow-skinned man stepped forward. Kellogg, dare you say that again? The black man glared fiercely, his face menacing. He glanced around at the crowd, but ultimately said nothing more, muttering silently to himself as he retreated. Mila chuckled. Tisk, you didn't even attend the newcomer gathering, did you? Not acquainted. This is Senior Zhai Jingfan, ranked in the top 15. Those in the top 30 are all war gods. Zhang Yang took a serious look at the black man named Kalikiaki but said nothing. Though it was wartime, the underlying conflicts remained merely suppressed or played out in subtle maneuvers. Those not of our kind are bound to be of a different heart. He silently resolved that once he ventured into the cosmos, he would drive all foreigners off Earth. He would grant them a planet as compensation, leaving them to fend for themselves. The pristine environment of Earth was too good for such people. Senior, I actually intend to take the assessment. Milu opened his mouth but said nothing. He too found it hard to believe, mainly because it was too astonishing. If it were an outsider speaking, he would have thrown a shoe at them. Zhang Yang knew that, without experiencing it firsthand, it was hard to convince anyone. He said softly, Senior Milu, I'll go take the test now. Entering the room with the consciousness-sensing helmet, Zhang Yang casually picked one up, put it on, and lay down on the sofa before pressing the start button. Virum. A roar echoed in his mind as Zhang Yang once again entered the silver-white space. Initiate force level test. On the originally empty silver-white ground, a punching force test machine appeared. Zhang Yang stood before the punching target and delivered a serious punch. The machine displayed 35000 kg. Congratulations, Zhang Yang. Your force level has been updated to 3.5, trial tower level to 1.3, and combat amplitude to 4.55. Congratulations, Zhang Yang. Your evaluation has been upgraded to high. Outside chaos erupted as Zhang Yang's rank jumped from 160 to 96. An almost unbelievable leap. Who surpassed me? Zhang Yang. Is there such a person in the training camp? A white man in denim asked in astonishment. Oh my god, this Chinese guy is insane. An Indian exclaimed. Kalikiaki, I feel like you've offended someone extraordinary this time. The black man Kalikiaki sneered. I know. Damn yellow monkey, who would have thought he was this strong? Is he really a newcomer? Mila stood in the hall dazed. He was telling the truth. This is even more exaggerated than I imagined. How did he hunt monsters as a high-level warrior? Would you like to proceed with the trial tower level assessment? Zhang Yang said calmly, confirm. Please select your equipment. You have 5 minutes to prepare. A familiar shadow set appeared on Zhang Yang. Begin the test immediately. The scene shifted after entering through a black hole. He once again stood on a grassy plain facing a herd of violent bulls. Zhang Yang, the first layer B stage assessment has begun. You have 1 minute to prepare. You must kill 100 initial beast general grade violent bulls within 30 minutes. A failure to kill all within the time limit will result in disqualification. Zhang Yang was not overly tense. 14 days of intense combat mostly against stronger foes and countless brushes with death had ingrained in him the feeling of life bursting forth. He had even faced Lord-level beasts. These initial beast generals with only standard power and speed were nothing. Time was up. The herd charged toward him. Regardless of the creature, when numbers increased, a qualitative change occurred. But you're not enough. With that, Zhang Yang charged directly into the herd, blade flashing, bulls falling. His figure moved gracefully through the throng. The bulls couldn't even attack, let alone defend. Finding Zhang Yang was difficult, and any attack they launched was dodged only to strike another bull. Congratulations, Zhang Yang. You have passed the first layer B stage assessment, killing all violent bulls in 2 minutes and 35 seconds. Your trial tower level has been updated to 1, 6, force level 3, 5, and combat amplitude to 5, 6. Would you like to proceed to the next assessment, first layer C stage? Meanwhile, the rankings outside shifted again. Zhang Yang's rank rose from 96 to 92. He said calmly, "Continue the assessment." On the vast grassland, more violent bulls appeared. An electronic voice announced, "You have completed the first layer B stage. Next is the C stage assessment. Objective: kill 200 violent bulls within 50 minutes. Among them are 190 initial beast generals and 10 intermediate beast generals. Good luck." Zhang Yang's current body strength was a standard 10000 kg, and his force output was 35000 kg, already at the level of a high-level warlord. With his improved blade technique and footwork, any beast lacking superior power and speed could not pressure him. Congratulations, Zhang Yang. You have passed the second layer C stage assessment, killing all iron-armored scorpions in 10 minutes and 28 seconds. Your trial tower level has been updated to 3, 0, force level 3, 5, and combat amplitude to 10, 5. The rankings outside changed again. Zhang Yang's rank rose to 57, already surpassing many fifth-year students. Continue the challenge. You have completed the second layer C stage. Next is the third layer A stage assessment. Objective: kill 50 initial beast general death spiders within 30 minutes. Good luck. Time 20 minutes 6 seconds. Killed 100 initial beast general death spiders. Third layer B stage passed. Congratulations, Zhang Yang. Abandon the challenge. Zhang Yang said flatly. He had barely passed this stage. Killing 100 initial beast general death spiders took 20 minutes. The dense webs severely restricted his movement, and he narrowly escaped death several times. The next stage by pattern would involve 200 beasts with 190 initial beast generals and 10 intermediate beast general death spiders. Not to mention whether he could cut through the webs. Time alone was insufficient. Less than 5 minutes remained. He would try the third layer C stage another time when his trial tower time allowed. After logging out, Zhang Yang chuckled softly. The outside must be in chaos now. Force level 3, 5, trial tower level 3, 6, combat amplitude 12, 6. In terms of combat amplitude alone, I should be in the top 10. Not everyone could achieve such force amplitude. Ordinary techniques peaked at 4, top-tier ones at 5. Current students couldn't master them to perfection, so they were slightly above 4. He had barely passed the third layer B stage, or other students couldn't pass C stage. The top-ranked combat amplitude was around 14 or 15, the most talented student in recent years. After Zhang Yang came out, Milu ran directly over, looking at him, as if he were an alien, and shouted loudly, "Zhang Yang, you're such a monster. Do you know what your current ranking is?" Zhang Yang stroked his chin and pondered. "Probably around 30th. Milu said excitedly, You know, you're now ranked 29th. Crazy, absolutely crazy. A newcomer has actually reached 29th place. My god, Zhang Yang, how did you do it? Why didn't I notice anything special about you before?" Zhang Yang explained. "After I arrived, I had money, and bought the first 5 levels of the Ninefold Thunder Blade. I improved 1 level mid-month, and during subsequent training, I challenged high-level beast generals, which forced my movement technique to reach perfection, and my blade technique to achieve mastery." Mi Lu was stunned. "Your miserable state over the past half-month was because of high-level beast generals. Are you out of your mind? I can't learn that, I dare not. When you become a high-level war general, are you going to look for lord-level ones? Zhang Yang, don't do something reckless. Lord-level monsters are different. They can also exert force. They also train themselves." Zhang Yang suddenly realized. No wonder all those monsters had such immense strength, none under 8,000 kilograms. So the monster's intelligence had reached such a level that they could exert force, and no wonder. "Senior Mi Lu, don't worry. I won't do anything foolish. How would I dare to provoke a lord level? I still want to live well." He silently said to himself, "Senior, to live well one must fight desperately. How can a person have no ambition?" When the two returned to Shandong Fort, a middle-aged man with a dark face stood there glaring at Zhang Yang with hostility. Zhang Yang asked in confusion, May I ask what this gentleman wants? Mi Lu cautiously tugged at Zhang Yang's arm. Zhang Yang looked at Mi Lu with puzzlement, his eyes full of inquiry. Mi Lu said carefully. He is the Ghost Blade War God, a teacher of our Shandong fort. He went to the United States to help stop a beast tide, and probably just returned today. Zhang Yang nodded slightly, but his confusion grew. Why was a teacher treating him like this? Aren't I a genius? Hello, teacher. The Ghost Blade War God was clearly unappreciative and said gruffly. I heard you're ranked 29th now. What's your force exertion? What's your trial tower level? Zhang Yang answered honestly, force exertion level 3. 5. Just mastered the 4th level of the Ninefold Thunder Blade trial tower level 3. 6. The Ghost Blade War God's eyes flickered, then, without another word, he turned and left. Zhang Yang was confused and looked at Mi Lu. What's going on? Does he have a problem with me? Mi Lu gave an awkward smile. Not all War God teachers are highly talented. The current teachers are all over 50. If I remember correctly, Teacher Ghost Blade also practices the Ninefold Thunder Blade, and should be working on the 5th level, but I've heard he hasn't succeeded yet, and his trial tower level seems to be 3. 6 as well, supposedly stuck there for many years. Maybe he feels it's too late to teach you. After all, I practiced the sword. Senior brother by Fong uses a staff, and finally a blade practitioner has arrived. Now it seems he's a bit embarrassed to teach you. Oh, Zhang Yang responded softly. If he wasn't welcome, he wouldn't bother with Ghost Blade either. Just a war god whose potential was exhausted. He kept his spiritual power hidden to prevent emergencies. When he went out hunting monsters, he had carefully observed. Although elite training camp members were hard to kill, it wasn't too difficult. At most, escaping was a bit harder since there were many planetary level fighters and high-tech equipment here. This world always has jealous people and some scum. Even the Limit Martial Arts Hall and the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall have some hotheads who can't see the situation clearly, genuinely believing the two factions are hostile, and there has been plenty of killing in the wilderness. The struggle between nations was even fiercer. He couldn't expose himself to danger. If someone targeted him, they would at least misjudge his strength, and then his spiritual power could save his life. Walking back to his training room, Zhang Yang couldn't help thinking about the contract Luofeng had once encountered, wondering if he would have a chance to sign it. If he could get those rewards, he could improve even faster. He still lacked quite a bit of money in his account to buy dragon blood. Although those who had bought it earlier had a burst of improvement, they were originally people with poor talent. Even the fastest would take 3 months to succeed, and the slowest could take half a year or even a year. Without seeing real results, a war god's reputation like Qingmu's was limited. Here money was a martial artist's life. At this moment, Zhang Yang didn't know that the roundtable meeting he had been looking forward to had already begun. In a virtual space, 5 blurry figures appeared on 5 chairs around a large round table. They were the 5 inspectors of the Limit Martial Arts Hall. The president was a war god, the supervisors were strong among high-level war gods, and the inspectors must have strength beyond war god. Planetary-level people who could obtain citizenship even in the vast universe. The 5 figures became clear as their consciousnesses descended, all wearing white robes. Among them were 3 East Asians, 1 black and 1 white. Everyone here is Zhang Yang's information. Force exertion level 3. 5. 4th level of the Ninefold Thunder Blade trial tower level 3. 6. Past stage B of the 2nd floor stage, C not attempted. Currently his combat amplitude is 12. 6. Which is considered top among elite students, and he has only been in the training camp for a month. An invisible confrontation began. The fairness of the lower echelons is always the result of struggles among the upper echelons. The 3 different ethnic groups each had their own selfishness and favoritism. Resources were limited. It is not scarcity but inequality that causes concern. The discussion clearly yielded no result. Inspector Wang, I feel the treatment you're offering is excessive. Vladimir, if Candace could achieve the same, I would give him the same treatment. It's not about anyone in particular, but resources shouldn't be so concentrated. Our training camp has 190 people. Black Hughes Babraka once received such treatment. Zhao Bo, that was in the past. Now the membership is 3 times what it was. The 5 inspectors. An electronic voice sounded. Silence. The 5 inspectors looked up into the starry sky above the conference hall, where 5 documents floated down, landing directly in front of each of them. The electronic voice continued. This is the curator's decision regarding Zhang Yang. If you have objections, you may report to the curator. If not, please execute this decision. Any objections? The electronic voice said. None. The 5 inspectors quickly glanced through the documents and responded in succession. Then Inspector Wang, please execute immediately. The electronic voice said. Zhang Yang was not troubled by the ranking issue. He possessed self-awareness, realizing that the current training camp was merely an ant's nest. No matter how large the ants within it were, even without considering the entire universe within the mere galaxy primary universe country, there were countless individuals who progressed faster than Zhang Yang. After 2 consecutive days of relentless combat, Zhang Yang returned to the training camp mentally and physically exhausted. Unexpectedly, he encountered the Ghost Blade War God at the camp's entrance. He wished to ignore him, but fate seldom aligned with his desires. Ghost Blade spoke impatiently. Where have you been these past 2 days? Why did you turn off your communication watch? Zhang Yang naturally had to turn off the communication watch. He did not fully trust such high-tech devices, as they presented two major issues: authority and backdoors. The creators and distributors always held precedence, while the end users were merely third-hand recipients. He did not wish to sour relations with Ghost Blade, as he could not yet guarantee his own safety. However, he deeply disliked the man. His attitude, his demeanor, his tone, and even the prospect of going to Myligian to assist in beast-tide defense. Zhang Yang had not heard of any other instructor engaging in such behavior at the training camp. Could he be a traitor? I was engaged in combat outside and didn't want to be distracted. Is there something you need, Instructor Ghost Blade? Ghost Blade likewise had no desire to deal with Zhang Yang, but he could not defy orders. Inspector Wang instructed me to bring you to him as soon as you returned. Now you've disappeared for 2 days. I wonder if Inspector Wang has grown impatient. Oh, Zhang Yang responded lightly. Ghost Blade's expression twisted with ferocity, but he ultimately said nothing and turned to leave. Zhang Yang followed, casually unconcerned. Go on up, you. Zhang Yang nodded, gently sensing something off about this Ghost Blade. Was it really necessary to adopt such an attitude just because he had gained fame without ever being taught by him? Zhang Yang felt a pang of concern for the training camp having such an instructor. Stepping into the attic, his spirits were instantly revitalized. The air carried a peculiar fragrance reminiscent of bamboo groves and light tea. Following the faint, refreshing scent, he moved deeper inside. Each step produced a heavy thud. His combat boots were still caked with mud, which was somewhat discourteous, but Ghost Blade had not given him time to change clothes. Entering the already open door, he saw a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s sitting cross-legged on the floor. Zhang Yang knew this was Inspector Wang, a planetary-level powerhouse with a lifespan of 1,000 years. His appearance revealed nothing. He held a string of prayer beads in his hand, and though he did not employ genetic energy, an intangible aura radiated from him. Zhang Yang perceived his spirit, an immensely powerful mind. Zhang Yang gained some insight. Spiritual psychics undoubtedly possessed formidable mental strength, but martial artists' spiritual power was not weak either. Specifically, spiritual psychics might have weaker innate talents. Perhaps a certain region in their minds was smaller, storing less spiritual energy, or their spiritual energy had poor compatibility with cosmic energy. Zhang Yang felt a pressure from Inspector Wang's spirit. Greetings, Inspector. The middle-aged man spoke softly. Sit. Zhang Yang had grown accustomed to the retro trend initiated by Hong. Though he disliked it, he had no right to refuse, so he sat cross-legged on a cushion. Look over the contract before you. If there are no issues, sign it. Having said this, Inspector Wang resumed fingering his prayer beads. Zhang Yang's heart raced with excitement. He finally had the opportunity to obtain resources free of charge, which would greatly accelerate his cultivation progress, and allow his plans to unfold perfectly. He was overjoyed. He skimmed through the earlier sections, quickly scanning ahead until he found what he sought. If Party B achieves a combat amplitude of 14 before January 1st, 2055, they shall receive a full set of Grade 9 combat suit, and weapons, a complete set of any martial art manual, and a portion of dragon blood valued at 80 billion. If Party B achieves a combat amplitude of 14 between January 1st, 2055, and May 1st, 2055, they shall receive a full set of Grade 9 combat suit and weapons, and a portion of jade marrow valued at 30 billion. If Party B achieves a combat amplitude of 16 before July 1st, 2056, they shall receive a full set of SS-level combat suit, and weapons, a portion of dragon blood valued at 80 billion, a complete set of any 3 martial art manuals, and a set of the ancient civilization relic Black God. If Party B. Zhang Yang silently reviewed these 5 clauses. Only the first and third were useful. The second was a supplement to the first, applicable only if the first was not fulfilled. The third clause was significant because of the Black God set. Not for its superior equipment, but for the ruins where it was obtained, the only place where he could find cultivation methods for spiritual psychics. The subsequent clauses were irrelevant. Years later, he would not be staying that long. He carefully considered the first clause, combat amplitude 14. This threshold was cleverly set. Breaking through either the Trial Tower or the Ninefold Thunder Blade would achieve it. The Trial Tower might be more challenging, or it required elevating his blade technique to the realm of artistic conception, or his body movement to that level, allowing him to evade the 10 intermediate beast general level death spiders to have a chance of passing. As for force exertion, it was the 5th stage of the Ninefold Thunder Blade which he felt more confident about. Force exertion had always been his strength. Once he broke through the Ninefold Thunder Blade, the 3rd floor phase C of the Trial Tower would become easier to clear. With force exertion at 4.2 and Trial Tower score at 4 or 4.3, his combat amplitude would reach 16. It did not seem so difficult. After careful consideration, Zhang Yang hesitated no longer and began signing the 3 copies of the contract. Inspector, I have completed the signing. Inspector Wang's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. This young man was remarkably decisive. Very well, since you've signed, take your copy and go back. Yes. Zhang Yang picked up the contract, rose, gave a slight bow, and turned to leave. Stepping out of the attic, he found the area outside completely empty. A smile curved at the corners of Zhang Yang's mouth. He was glad not to see Ghost Blade and returned to Shandong Fort in high spirits. Zhang Yang, what's that in your hand? Mi Lu and the others had been relatively relaxed over the past 2 days, with the month-end rankings already settled. They had invited several friends over for a gathering. Seeing Zhang Yang brought a pleasant surprise. This exceptional figure had actually appeared. Zhang Yang smiled. Hello everyone, I've signed a contract with the Limit Martial Arts Hall. What? So soon? Why didn't you think it over more? What kind of contract? Zhang Yang naturally would not elaborate lest someone grow envious. Though they could not achieve it, that would not stop their jealousy. It's nothing special. I thought the Limit Martial Arts Hall was fine, so I signed. The person in charge said it was a standard contract. Zhang Yang, why didn't you wait? The benefits from the Limit Martial Arts Hall contract are quite low. Mi Lu asked in confusion. Zhang Yang smiled but said nothing. The Limit Martial Arts Hall only recruited the most exceptional talents. Ordinary prodigies were beneath their notice. How could anyone surpass Hong's judgment? Every genius personally recruited by him went on to achieve greatness. Cultivation resources were granted in the hundreds of billions. Other factions might have money, but some resources were simply unavailable. However, Hong would always have them. October 22nd. Zhang Yang walked through the wilderness area, where the corpse of a golden python lay on the ground. Today was the day he hunted monsters. Almost again. Zhang Yang did not feel joy from successfully hunting the monster. Instead, he was extremely troubled. This month I've spent too much time training in the gravity chamber and my strength has increased too much. Damn it. He continued, my current 5 times force exertion has already reached nearly 5,000 kilograms, almost reaching the power limit of a high-level war general. Under full force, these high-level beast generals cannot give me any pressure. Without the great fear of life and death, how can I quickly break through the 5th level of the Ninefold Thunder Blade? Zhang Yang hesitated. Should he go find a Lord-level monster? But his physical strength and speed could be enhanced by force exertion, but what about defense? Fighting a Lord-level monster at close range was suicide. One wrong deflection could cost him his life. If I use my psychic power to control a shield for defense instead of attacking with flying knives, the safety level should rise by a notch. If hit, I should be able to withstand 3 or 4 blows. Should I go? Fighting with psychic power and with a broadsword are two completely different concepts. Zhang Yang's eyes hardened and he went. This kind of battle was unacceptable now. In the future, during the Realm Lord period, wouldn't he still have to face undying gods? With a gene gap of over 100 times, he would still have to fight. Now the defense gap was less than 10 times and the attack gap was only 2 times. Why was he so hesitant? Zhang Yang silently advanced toward the territory of the Diamond Ape. Although the Diamond Ape was relatively strong among Lord-level monsters, its defense was also relatively weak. Comparing body structure and attack methods, he was more familiar with them, making it safer. Also, the Diamond Ape couldn't fly. As long as he didn't die, even if he lost an arm or leg, he still had psychic power and a portion of life water could heal him later. Beast, come out. In the distance, a golden hill-like figure heard the shout and kept shaking. Roar. Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed at the roar. This creature had some talent. It felt even stronger than last time. Boom. Boom. 2 10-meter diameter stones flew toward Zhang Yang. He quickly dodged and the stones smashed into the ground, sending soil flying. Thump. Thump. The Diamond Ape rushed quickly toward Zhang Yang, holding an ancient tree trunk in its hand. With its 20-meter height plus the 30-meter-long trunk, a fierce aura could be felt from afar. Zhang Yang's eyelids twitched. This Diamond Ape could actually wield a weapon. That was unexpected. Beast, first taste my flying knives. Swish. Swish. 2 flying knives shot toward the Diamond Ape at supersonic speed. The sound of air being torn made the ape wary. It recognized these things. They had heard it badly last time. Seeing the 2 flying knives fly behind it and hover around without daring to attack, the Diamond Ape's large face showed a sneering expression, looking quite ferocious. Zhang Yang also chuckled lightly. You think I was attacking you? A beast is a beast. Want to use a weapon? Don't you ask me if I agree. By the time the Diamond Ape realized it, the ancient tree trunk had been cut into several pieces. It now held only 2 3-meter-long stumps. The Diamond Ape was furious, its eyes bloodshot, and it directly threw the 2 stumps over. Zhang Yang casually dodged and then charged toward the Diamond Ape. This time he was here to break through his blade technique by engaging in close combat. He was just provoking it for now. The Diamond Ape didn't expect him to dare charge forward. It knew this human body was very weak. Was he tricking it? But it would not allow anyone to provoke it. It casually picked up a stone and charged. In close combat, it was not afraid of this weak human. As they tangled in a chaotic fight, Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. This was the feeling. The fist wind brushed past his face, his skin stinging, and the sense of crisis from facing death drove him to improve. The Diamond Ape's fists were like falling boulders from the sky. Its massive body did not hinder its speed. Although it seemed slow, it was 10 times the size of a human. Its attack frequency might be slightly slower, but its raw speed was faster than Zhang Yang's. Each swing of its fist covered a path 10 times that of a human. Combined with its own strength, even without much force exertion, its destructive power was still terrifying. Zhang Yang's leaping body seemed minuscule compared to the diamond ape, but he still persistently swung his broadsword, though it could only cut through the skin and slash into the muscle. Thump! Another fist landed on the ground, creating a large pit. Stones from the ground were bounced off and struck Zhang Yang's body. He gritted his teeth. It was acceptable. Not good. The splattered mud had blocked Zhang Yang's vision. From afar, a nearly 10-meter ape leg like a collapsing building rapidly smashed toward Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang quickly adjusted his posture, gripping the shield tightly, with both hands, while also applying his psychic power to the shield. Bang! Although Zhang Yang avoided the direct impact, his body was still grazed and sent flying like a baseball. He flew 30 meters, then slid another 10 meters on the ground. Mud clung to Zhang Yang's face, but he could no longer care because the diamond ape was already approaching. A distance of 40 meters was just a single step for it. He quickly rolled his body. Then the ground trembled as punch after punch landed. When the diamond ape noticed Zhang Yang struggling to cope, it became even more excited. Roar! Ooh! 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 The diamond ape roared excitedly. Zhang Yang quickly released his psychic power, controlling all the mud on the ground to explode in the air. In an instant, yellow dust completely obscured the entire battlefield. Zhang Yang's eyes flashed with ferocity. Beast, this time it's my turn. He hadn't wanted to use this move before because the diamond ape could run. Wasting a large amount of psychic power if he couldn't successfully attract the ape, the sky full of yellow dust would be meaningless. Zhang Yang quickly shot into the sky, creating sounds in different directions along the way. Then, with the aid of psychic power, he flew behind the diamond ape's neck. Ha! His broadsword swung wildly. Zhang Yang's consciousness seemed to burn. The broadsword, enhanced by psychic power, cut nearly 30 centimeters deep in just 0.2 seconds, revealing the white bone of the diamond ape's spine. Roar! The diamond ape let out a long roar from the excruciating pain in its neck. It sensed danger, frantically slapped its back, and quickly tilted its body, then rolled wildly. Previously it was Zhang Yang, now it was the ape. Zhang Yang chose not to retreat. Although the ape's hands were huge, using its jaw and neck as cover, he clung tightly to its shoulder and above. Meanwhile, his eyes grew brighter and his broadsword swings became more fluid. The Vajra ape, enraged by the pain on its neck, roared furiously and frantically pounded itself in a desperate frenzy. Although this deprived Zhang Yang of his ability to predict the ape's own attacks, only exacerbated its injuries. Sensing the massive palm just 5 meters away about to strike him, Zhang Yang's pupils dilated sharply. There was no time to dodge. He raised his shield again, flattening his body slightly against the Vajra ape, but there was no time for further action. Bang! Pfft. Zhang Yang felt as if his entire body was being crushed, but he dared not hesitate, for the other palm was already descending. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his eyes turning bloodshot, yet his mind remained terrifyingly calm. I can withstand 2 more blows. As his injuries worsened, not only from Zhang Yang's blade, but also from the Vajra ape's own frantic self-inflicted damage, the situation grew more dire. Zhang Yang once again climbed behind the Vajra ape's neck. Wielding his broadsword, he targeted the gap between its vertebrae. Gripping the blade, a strange sensation stirred within him, a burgeoning impulse. Faster. Even faster. His spiritual sense detected the ape's palm already swinging toward him, but Zhang Yang did not flee. Instead, he seized the opportunity to continue hacking. The back of the Vajra ape's neck had been carved into a deep pit, exposing the stark white bone beneath. Bang! A violent blow struck Zhang Yang, forcing another gush of blood from his lips. However, thanks to the hollow he had already created, the damage was somewhat mitigated. I can endure 3 more such strikes. Silently calculating his limits, he never ceased swinging his blade. Faster. The Vajra ape's spine was reduced to a thin layer of cartilage, almost reaching the nerves. The more urgent Zhang Yang felt, the closer he sensed his breakthrough. Slap. Another thunderous palm struck. Zhang Yang counted silently. I can withstand 2 more. As the membrane grew thinner, Zhang Yang could see the nerve fibers beneath intertwined and connected. A sudden clarity about the flow and transmission of force dawned upon him. His internal force delivery subtly shifted. A single sharp stroke sliced through the membrane, severing the nerves within. The 5th level of the Ninefold Thunder Blade was achieved. Slap. The Vajra ape delivered another heavy blow, but this time its palm could not lift again. Its body lay still. Zhang Yang sensed the weakness in that final strike. With a burst of strength, he shifted the ape's arm. After pushing it aside, he collapsed onto the blood-soaked fur, gasping for air. He felt a flicker of relief. Fortunate to have broken through in time. 1 more slap would have forced him to flee. Having survived 50 life and death battles, he had developed a peculiar intuition, knowing exactly where his limits lay. Cough cough. Zhang Yang spat out another mouthful of blood. His internal organs were ruptured. Although the Vajra ape's final palm lacked nerve control, the momentum and weight behind it remained. What he could have endured became unbearable as the last blow aggravated his wounds. He struggled to his feet and drove his blade into the ape's neck, sinking half a meter with almost no resistance. Deprived of muscle and genetic energy, the Vajra ape's defense was greatly diminished. With several more strokes, Zhang Yang severed its neck entirely and began to process the spoils. At dusk, Zhang Yang, drenched in blood, walked toward the elite training camp. At the entrance, he swiped his identity card. Zhang Yang, welcome back. Carrying a large bundle of materials back to Shandong Fort, he paid no heed to the pointing fingers around him. He might have been the first to return from hunting monsters in such a gruesome state. Oh my god, Zhang Yang, what happened to you? As soon as he entered, Mi Lu was horrified. He never expected Zhang Yang to return looking like this. Had he bathed in blood? Zhang Yang forced a weak smile. Senior, please put away the materials. I'm heading to the treatment room. Lying inside the high-tech medical pod, Zhang Yang slowly closed his eyes. The battle had lasted 2 hours, pushing him to his absolute limit. With such severe injuries, all he wanted was a good sleep. At dawn, Zhang Yang opened his eyes. He hadn't slept so peacefully in a long time. Not even during his school days had he slept this long. This time he had rested over 10 hours. Zhang Yang stepped out, quietly feeling his condition. A smile spread across his face. Truly high-tech marvels were effective. His injuries were under control and would fully heal in 5 days. Now ranked in the top 30, Zhang Yang had ample time in the trial tower and gravity chamber each month. He exchanged his gravity chamber slots with a Chinese student. Zhang Yang put on the consciousness-sensing helmet. His mind arrived at the Silver White Plaza. A healthy body feels so much better. Proceed with force level test. As the fist testing machine materialized before him, Zhang Yang thought to himself that this might be the last time he would come here. A full-powered strike. Bang! The machine displayed 42,000 kilograms. An electronic voice announced, "Congratulations, Zhang Yang. Your current force level is 4. 2, trial tower level is 3. 6, and combat amplitude is 15. 12. Do you wish to continue the trial tower assessment? The next stage is level 3, phase C. Confirm. Please select your equipment." Zhang Yang chose the shadow set again. Initiate assessment immediately. As he stepped into the black vortex, he appeared in the lair of the death spiders. The electronic voice sounded again. Level 3, phase C trial has begun. Objective: kill 200 death spiders within 50 minutes. Among them, 190 are low-level beast generals and 10 are mid-level beast generals. Good luck. Zhang Yang cleaved through the death spider's webs. When even mid-level beast general death spiders could not restrain him, the outcome was sealed. Congratulations, Zhang Yang. You have successfully passed level 3, phase C. Your trial tower level is now 4. 0, force level 4. 2, and combat amplitude is 16. 8. Abort further trials. Zhang Yang exited and returned to the treatment room, eager to heal his wounds as quickly as possible. October 28th. Zhang Yang's body was fully recovered. Sitting on the sofa in his bedroom, he dialed the number from the contract. Hello, Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang spoke softly. Hello. I have fulfilled the first and third clauses of the contract. May I know when I can claim the rewards? There was a moment of silence on the other end. After a long pause, the voice returned, this time with a higher pitch. Zhang Yang, it has been confirmed that your current combat amplitude is 16. 8, meeting the first and third clauses. The rewards can be issued at any time. Zhang Yang replied calmly. I choose the Shadow S7 series equipment and 10 throwing knives. For the secret manual, I select the Ninefold Thunder Blade. Please deliver as soon as possible. Thank you. Delivery will be made this noon. Please wait patiently. Is there anything else? No, goodbye. Zhang Yang, what did you go out to fetch just now? Mi Lu couldn't hunt monsters today. The trial tower and power had already reached their limit. He quietly waited inside Shandong Fort for the final ranking. Zhang Yang chuckled lightly. I bought a set of equipment and some odds and ends. I'll go cultivate first, senior. I have some insights to sort out. Returning to his room, Zhang Yang locked all the doors and windows, stripped off his clothes, and sat on the carpet. Is this dragon blood? Gazing at the potion shimmering with fiery red light, Zhang Yang felt a surge of excitement. Once the dragon blood is used, it will greatly enhance the user's strength, based on the duration of endurance and physical condition. After using this potion, he would become a junior war god. Since the spiritual mentalist is 2 levels above a warrior, he would be equivalent to a high-level war god. A high-level war god spiritual mentalist is invincible below the planetary level. Will it be painful to apply on the body? I wonder how it compares to the awakening of spiritual power. It's been almost 5 months since the spiritual awakening. Time flies so fast. Zhang Yang hesitated no longer. The fiery red potion began to flow over his chest. At first he felt nothing, but soon a burning sensation spread, as if his body was being ignited bit by bit. It's tolerable. I must not faint. Dragon blood is probably a catalyst. Losing consciousness will automatically end the body's transformation. The pain did not diminish but instead began to itch. The marrow inside his bones felt as if it were being gnawed away, and his body gradually became more sensitive. Zhang Yang dared not speak, fearing that his breath would escape. His skin now turned fiery red with streaks of light flickering within. All the hair on his body was scorched away. Veins bulged one by one like branches growing inside his body. Zhang Yang slowly opened his eyes. He had forgotten when he passed out. But humans are truly fragile, unable to withstand even an enhancement potion. Was it due to genetic incompatibility? He shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. He didn't have much time left. He took out the Black God suit and slashed his arm with the blade, causing blood to gush out. He placed the Black God suit over his wound, and it began to absorb Zhang Yang's blood. This was a planetary level armor with extremely tough material. Could not only disperse impact force but also envelop every part of the body, even isolating toxins in the air. On October 28th, while the students were waiting for their rankings to stabilize, Zhang Yang quietly arrived at the teaching office. "What? You want to apply for graduation?" exclaimed a slender war god teacher to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang nodded calmly. "Yes, teacher. My power has reached the war god level and I have successfully killed a lord-level monster. This is the Vajra ape I hunted earlier." Saying this, he took out materials from the Vajra ape. The slender teacher advised, "Zhang Yang, are you sure you have thought it through? You should know the importance of resources. Although it's not encouraged, everyone stays for the full 5 years before leaving." Zhang Yang said calmly, "Teacher, I have made up my mind. I am not just a warrior. I am also a spiritual mentalist. Now that I have advanced to a high-level war god, but my spiritual talent is not fully developed, I want to prioritize enhancing my spiritual power." "What? You are also a spiritual mentalist? Even at high-level war god, you haven't fully tapped into your spiritual power?" The slender teacher found it hard to believe. How much had Zhang Yang been hiding? He had the talent of a spiritual mentalist, but never revealed it until graduation. Now a high-level war god spiritual mentalist, and his spiritual power hasn't reached its full potential. What would happen if he fully developed his talent? An invincible war god. Zhang Yang nodded firmly again. "Yes, teacher. Can I graduate now?" He now possessed the strength of a high-level war god. He feared no one except planetary-level opponents. Even planetary-level warriors deterred by Hong would not dare to harm Zhang Yang. The middle-aged teacher nodded reluctantly. "All right, the Limit Martial Arts Pavilion does not force anyone. However, regarding your job assignment, it may not be decided soon. Given your special situation, I need to report your case and let the higher-ups arrange it." Zhang Yang nodded with a slight smile, then his expression turned awkward as he whispered, "Teacher, does the Limit Martial Arts Pavilion have a loan service? I want to buy a king-level intelligent fighter to facilitate my training. Can I pay a down payment and then make installments like buying a house?" The middle-aged teacher's eyes turned strange. He had never heard of buying a fighter like buying a house. Who would dare buy a fighter without sufficient funds? Warriors often face death. Who would issue loans to them? The risk is too high. I haven't heard of such a service at the Limit Martial Arts Pavilion. How much money do you have now? I can try to help you apply." Zhang Yang said seriously, "Thank you for your trouble, teacher. I currently have 300 Huaxia dollars. The fighter costs 200 billion Huaxia dollars. I have a self-created secret manual on the Limit Home which has earned me over 30 billion so far. I hope it can be reviewed and used as collateral. Please help me with the application." The middle-aged teacher nodded. 30 billion was quite a lot. The quality of a self-created secret manual matters, but earning 30 billion in half a year suggested it was relatively high quality. "I can't guarantee anything, but I will submit your detailed information. Do you have anything else?" A glimmer of hope flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes as he asked earnestly, "Teacher, the Black God suit I received is a reward, but according to the rules I still need to go to Ruin No.9 to obtain it and then return it to the pavilion. Do you know the exact opening time of the ruin?" The middle-aged teacher checked on the computer for a while. Ruin No.9 has a relatively low mortality rate. It opens at the end of odd-numbered months. If you want to enter as soon as possible, you can choose to enter on November 29th. You need to apply 5 days in advance. Do you want to apply now? Zhang Yang calculated the time. It was already October 28th, and November was about to begin. His plans were not yet complete and the timing was uncertain. He would also need to hunt monsters to repay debts before he dared to enter the ruin. Otherwise he would leave a pile of debts for his family and disappear for a long time in the ruin, causing his family to worry. "Teacher, not now. I need to think it over." The middle-aged teacher comforted him. "You can go within 2 years. There's no rush." On November 3rd, a deep blue fighter jet soared upward from Shandong Base City, leaving a white trail of exhaust across the sky. Inside, the king-level intelligent fighter Zhang Yang lounged lazily on the sofa. Indeed, a fighter jet is a man's ultimate love. With this craft I feel an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. But then he chuckled wryly. "Now I'm burdened with a huge debt, it seems. Even here I couldn't escape the fate of a jet lone. A soft electronic chime echoed inside the fighter. Master, we have arrived over the Aozhou continent. Please confirm the flight route. Zhang Yang spoke softly. Orbit the Aozhou continent in a circular pattern with a deviation of 2 degrees. Gradually moving inward. At the same time he silently whispered to himself, Luo Feng. With his current identity it was simple to look up information about a person. After learning that the supervisor of Shandong Base City was a senior alumnus from the training camp, he requested a list of all high school students in Jiangnan Base City, including brief academic records and family backgrounds. He quickly pinpointed the high school in Ian District and found Luo Feng among the second-year students. It was now the end of the year with Luo Feng still in the first semester of his sophomore year, having just joined a martial arts academy and ranking as an intermediate student. Zhang Yang's vision was always broad. Toward Luo Feng his attitude was extremely friendly, even caring. In the boundless starry sky only one planet belonged to Earth's people, and the world beyond was far more dangerous and magnificent. If Earth could have more pillar-like powerhouses, then the planet, its race, and its families would be far safer. Luo Feng possessed the talent to roam the stars. In his original trajectory he had already proven this. Though the journey was arduous he remained true to his inner nature and ultimately ascended to the pinnacle of the universe. One must hold reverence for the cosmos. Zhang Yang was uncertain if he could remain safe forever. After all, he too would have to venture out eventually. Could staying in one place truly guarantee safety? Without improving his foundation, what use was a mere 10% annual boost? If he couldn't courageously advance, he would have no means to resist the crises ahead. He possessed a system, and because the system's options included essence, he dared not cultivate a clone. Thus he would eventually have to undergo his tribulations in his true body. But that was fine. After all, a clone was merely a transitional phase. Once it matured to the later stages it would always merge back. Yet the dangers lurking in the cosmic sea, even the mere racial wars within the primordial universe, were graveyards for geniuses. His journey would require even greater caution. Coupled with various secret realms and powerful beings from other races, he could not guarantee that he would always survive. Luo Feng, for now I will protect you from the shadows. If I fall in the future, will you protect my family on my behalf? Zhang Yang silently asked in his heart, but Luo Feng could never give him an answer. The spacecraft was still orbiting the Aozhou continent. He noted the various lakes along the way. He had never read the original story very carefully, and now his memories were even more blurred. Crossing a mountain to evade Liao's laser weapon. Due to geological changes, the Aozhou continent was now filled with mountain ranges. Sneaking through a river to reduce damage from laser weapons. The Aozhou continent also had no shortage of river branches. Eventually he would reach Misty Island. How large was the lake and how big was the island? Was it truly shrouded in mist? Nothing was certain. Zhang Yang could only use a method that was clumsy but thorough, search circle by circle, paying attention to all lakes and islands along the way. He would not disrupt Luo Feng's opportunities. Even if he found Misty Island, he would only collect some plant-based spirit essence from deeper areas. Luo Feng had only obtained a small portion of the plant-based spirit essence. Taking 1 or 2 for himself and giving a few to his family for health improvement was nothing significant. Zhang Yang was somewhat worried that the intelligent life form from Yinmo Star might be attracted by his talent. If that Babata dared to lure him, he would certainly trick it out of a batch of Mu Ya crystals, making it taste true despair. It was meant for Luo Feng. This treasure could not be intercepted. The legacy of Yinmo Star was fundamental to Luo Feng's growth. Without it, Luo Feng could never have possessed the golden horned beast. Zhang Yang's goal was simple, just to get into the virtual universe company. Time was still too tight and he couldn't guarantee success. But whether he joined the virtual universe company or not, the items on Yinmo Star were not necessities for him. The master of Yinmo Star, Hu Yanba, barely earned the title of Marquis, and was merely a high-ranking Undying Army commander, and a wild one at that. There were thousands of such powerhouses in the Chenwu universe country, all under the command of the Chenwu Venerable, with far better legacies. Even if he couldn't enter the virtual universe company, he could still grow well within the Chenwu secret realm. Suddenly Zhang Yang's gaze sharpened as he sat in the cockpit. He seemed to have found Misty Island. What met his eyes was a relatively large azure-blue lake. Though still some distance away, mist rose from the surface, resembling a giant mushroom cloud from afar. Zhang Yang suppressed his excitement. He was inside the king-level intelligent fighter, which had a backdoor left by Hong. Time was pressing, and it was difficult to disguise himself. Otherwise he would have chosen to fight first before searching for Misty Island. East by south 23 degrees. Head to the area above that lake. I want to see what this mist is all about. There were many anomalous environments on Earth now. It should be perfectly normal for a newly promoted war god to go out and explore, right? Zhang Yang silently thought to himself. Maintain an altitude of 1,000 meters, enter standby mode, and shut down the detectors. After turning off the spacecraft sensors, he glided down directly. As long as Hong wasn't watching him at that moment, he wouldn't be discovered. He had already been orbiting for most of the day. Hong couldn't be that idle, could he? When Zhang Yang descended to 500 meters, the surroundings were completely shrouded in mist. Visibility was extremely low, forcing him to rely on his spiritual sense to observe the area. When he reached 200 meters above the ground, he began to slow his descent, falling steadily at a speed slightly faster than a falling leaf. All around was silence. Zhang Yang knew this was normal. Misty Island. Here there was a planet-level Mo Yun vine. Apart from that, all other life forms were plant-type monsters. Animals could not survive here as they would be hunted and killed upon appearance. The natural laws of the outside world were inverted here. This was entirely due to the intelligent life form from Yinmo Star Babata, who had planted Muya crystals and the Mo Yun vine. This was a marvel of the universe. A mere trace of it could overturn Earth's ecological environment and alter the natural rules of a vast region. Because of the Muya crystals, many monsters began to live around the lake and grew even faster. The beast race was indeed more sensitive to environmental changes than humans. Even in the universe, the beast race's innate talents far surpassed those of the human race. Soon Zhang Yang hovered silently a meter above the ground. Not a single sound stirred around him, for this place was devoid of animals, and even the wind could not penetrate. Gazing at the surroundings, Zhang Yang mused that visibility was far too low. Less than 20 meters. He would have to search slowly. The plant spirits shouldn't be too sensitive to mental energy, should they? He gently extended his mental energy, probing even beneath the earth. The plants here did not need to compete for sunlight, or the soil and water were rich with the energy of wood sprout crystals. Beside him a large tree was entwined with ivy-like vines, their leaves resembling maple leaves completely enveloping the trunk. Sensing the subtle change in ambient temperature, the leaves slowly unfurled, and a vine crept stealthily toward Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang dodged swiftly. Immobile plants were no true plants. Here the plant spirits could rival advanced warriors, so movement was natural. He sought the fiercer ones. Suddenly delight flickered across Zhang Yang's face. He controlled his flying blade to carefully dig into the darkened soil, unearthing a plant. A 4-meter-long Polygonum multiflorum. He gasped inwardly. How many years would this have taken to grow naturally? 10,000? Or 100,000? Could it still be called Polygonum multiflorum? King of Polygonum multiflorum. Emperor of Polygonum multiflorum. He didn't know how to name it. His knowledge of such herbs was limited. Although his access had expanded after graduation, he had only skimmed the relevant materials. He hoisted the giant Polygonum multiflorum with his black god suit and pressed on, anticipation building. It felt like every step yielded treasure. Once home, he would use it to cure his father's illness. Perhaps steep it in wine. His father would indeed be blessed. Floating over a patch of dense grass, Zhang Yang eyed the surrounding trees with a puzzled expression. None attacked him. Strange. Could it be because his flight was silent, causing minimal vibrations? He attempted to land. Thud. The combat boots crunched against the ground. In his mental perception, many trees quivered slightly. A smile curled his lips. So it was his earlier caution that had misled them. They must have mistaken him for a mosquito or a dragonfly. Now that he was on the ground, they began to react. Zhang Yang was pleased. Without reactions, how could he gauge their strength, and how could he find the right plant spirit to consume? Whoosh! A sharp sound whistled behind him. A branch from a green willow tree. He sensed it the moment it moved, but judging the speed of the attack, he chose to ignore it. The attack was too slow, roughly equivalent to a mid-level warlord. Only the tip of the branch produced a whistling sound. Not formidable. He sought at least a golden willow-shaped plant spirit. He roughly gauged his position. He had moved only a little over a kilometer. Along the way he had found some treasures like a giant ginseng king, a high-level warlord grade green tea tree. He had already stripped it bare. These were all trivial items, fine for giving his family a taste, but of little use to him. Advancing another 2 kilometers, Zhang Yang finally spotted his target in a valley. A grove of willows surrounded by some towering phoenix trees. In his mental perception there were about 100 trees, each showing slight signs of movement. Among them 4 golden willows stood guard over each other, their trunks nearly 100 meters tall, their canopies over 100 meters wide, densely draped with countless branches. A truly imposing sight. Zhang Yang silently recalled the scene Luo Feng had encountered. He had faced about 10 willows with only 1 golden among them, so now he could confidently hunt for the tree heart. Yet it seemed difficult. Each golden willow likely rivaled a high-level war god. If besieged, he would be in grave danger. When those branches lashed, the force within was a natural exertion of power. Zhang Yang took a silent look and chose to retreat. Though he wore the black god suit, being entangled and trapped would lead to unimaginable consequences. His current strength was not much greater than Luo Feng's when he came here. His blade technique had reached the realm of intent, and his exertion level was high, granting stronger attacks, but his footwork had yet to attain that realm. He detoured around this area, continuing his search. Along the way he encountered a giant walnut tree equivalent to a primary war god. He dispatched it, but did not consume it as its effects were mismatched. Instead of enhancing genetic energy, it boosted mental energy. His current mental and physical stats were barely balanced and he dared not upset that equilibrium. After trekking 5 kilometers deeper into the core region, he found a pale golden willow surrounded by only 5 emerald ones. Joy surged in Zhang Yang's heart. This was the one. Though it wouldn't elevate him to his peak immediately after absorbing it, he would be strong enough to face the 4 golden willows. He set down his spoils, drew his blade and charged. 6 flying blades shot toward the willow. Chirp. The sound was urgent. The willow's branches moved much faster this time. Unafraid, Zhang Yang met the lashing branches with a vertical slash. Swish. The broadsword cut through a branch. Zhang Yang gauged the force slightly stronger than a primary war god. The branches were tough, making cutting laborious, but he could handle it. With a fierce roar, he severed another branch and charged toward the pale golden willow. Countless branches desperately tried to block him. But the willow could not precisely control every branch. As long as he avoided the faster main branches, he ignored the rest. Now, with a primary war god physique clad in the black god suit, beneath his combat suit, he could withstand attacks from high-level warlords. Slap, slap, slap. The whipping sounds were incessant, but they could not stop Zhang Yang. They only slowed him slightly. Finally he reached the trunk. Ninefold Thunder Blade 5th layer. He unleashed his full power, dodging a main branch, and struck the trunk with a blade infused with mental energy. The blade sank nearly half a meter deep, sending wood chips and resin flying. The pale golden willow could not halt Zhang Yang's advance. Its end was near. In less than a minute he had completely severed it and countless branches lay lifeless on the ground. Zhang Yang excavated the heart of the willow tree and placed it in his palm. It was a milky white diamond-shaped crystal, resembling a piece of craftsmanship, its texture akin to amber. Gently bringing it to his nose, he could detect a faint, delicate fragrance. With his telekinetic power, he controlled the flying daggers to tilt at a 45-degree angle arranged in a circular formation, then rapidly spun toward the ground. Zhang Yang followed behind the daggers, descending steadily, at a speed of 20 meters per second. Eventually Zhang Yang reached a depth of approximately 2,000 meters underground. This location was relatively safe. He took out his communication watch and began searching for the usage of the wood spirit essence on the extreme home platform. Although the original text also mentioned it, it was better to understand this treasure more thoroughly before using it with greater caution. Thanks to his elevated permissions, Zhang Yang quickly found the method to use the wood spirit essence. He cut an opening in the upper half of the crystal with a knife, then slowly peeled it open along the edges. The fragrant scent grew even more intense. The exterior was milky white, but the interior was transparent, resembling aloe vera. It was cool upon entering the mouth with a slight sweetness. Zhang Yang hesitated no longer and poured the entire contents into his mouth. He could feel his body beginning to awaken, a gentle energy nourishing his being, making him feel languid and relaxed. With a comfortable sigh, his consciousness slowly drifted into slumber, while inside his body, a tremendous transformation began to unfold. Compared to the crude and violent effects of dragon blood, this transformation was far gentler. Every cell in his body started to revive, naturally absorbing cosmic energy. The energy of the tree heart nourished the cells. No matter how much energy they absorbed, the cells could digest it all. Under these circumstances, Zhang Yang's body strengthened, steadily progressing even faster than when he had used dragon blood. The colored solid within his spiritual sea had diminished somewhat after using dragon blood, but its volume had not decreased significantly. The sphere's diameter had only shrunk by about 20%. Now, due to the changes in his body, Zhang Yang could accommodate more telekinetic power. The colored spherical solid began to rotate slowly, then accelerated, and the spiritual sea became hazy. 3,000 meters underground after Zhang Yang fell asleep, not a single sound could be heard. Ah! What a wonderful feeling! Cultivation is truly blissful. How much have I improved? Zhang Yang clenched his fist tightly and nodded. My current strength is about the same as when I used the second layer of the Ninefold Thunder Blade. That means my physical fitness should now be at the mid-level war god stage. Then my telekinetic power should be close to the peak of high-level war god. At this point I can barely be considered an invincible war god. Previously my physical fitness was holding back my telekinetic power, but now the two are more balanced. I imagine that once my physical fitness reaches the high-level war god stage, my telekinetic power will be fully unleashed. Then those 4 golden 10,000-year willow trees should now be within my ability to deal with. In that silent valley, the scene was now one of scattered wood. Zhang Yang had not expected that attacking one 10,000-year willow would cause the 100 or so willows to riot. Forced to first sweep through a wave of lower-level willows, he finally obtained the heart of one 10,000-year willow. Killing one and leaving 3 should minimize the impact on Luofeng. As long as the price difference wasn't too great, then the king-level intelligent fighter gravity room and dimensional shuttle would all be bestowed upon Luofeng by Hong. After all, Hong rewarded Luofeng because he obtained the mosquito vine. The price of the star was arbitrarily set by Hong. If he wanted to give Luofeng a certain amount, he would naturally adjust the price in his mind. After absorbing the heart of the 10,000-year willow, Zhang Yang unsurprisingly advanced to the peak of high-level war god. His genetic martial artist level might be a bit lacking, but his telekinetic power was definitely at the peak of war god. He could already sense the threshold of the next realm. At the same time, the colored solid in his mind had also disappeared. From now on, if he wanted to further enhance his telekinetic power, he didn't even know if it would increase. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Zhang Yang added silently in his heart. Babata, you slacked off. I was right at your doorstep and you didn't even notice me. I was planning to snatch a few Muya crystals from you. Now he was fully qualified to be called an Invincible War God. On Earth he was nearing the peak. He no longer had to worry about others targeting him. As for Hong and Thor, Zhang Yang was even less concerned. They were masters of mental cultivation. They would protect geniuses rather than harm them. Their vision was not so narrow. They represented the normal level of Earth's geniuses. Without him and Luo Feng, the two of them would have remained the pillars of humanity on Earth. Using the Black God suit to bring all the harvest onto the spaceship, he stored them in the warehouse and then cut off the power. These items could not be exposed, especially to prevent Hong from becoming interested in Misty Island. The favorability of Earth's #1 powerhouse should be left for Luo Feng to earn. The spaceship quickly left Misty Island and began its hunting journey. There was no choice. There was still a debt of 150 billion to repay. To pay off the debt, he would have to hunt monsters of relatively high value. He would need to kill about 9 high-level Lord-class monsters, 17 mid-level Lord-class monsters, and even 30 low-level Lord-class monsters might not be enough. If he sold to the HR Alliance Mall, the numbers would be as stated. But if he sold directly to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, the required quantity would increase by at least 30%, though he would gain some contribution points in return. There's a golden ape here too. 80 meters tall, a high-level Lord-class golden ape. Perfect for testing my blade. Zhang Yang took out another S-grade Shadow War blade. The previous one had been severely damaged and was unusable. Back in the training camp, he didn't have much money left, so he could only buy 2 S-grade war blades to make do. Swoosh! Zhang Yang broke the sound barrier and charged toward the golden ape. Roar! Bang! 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 The golden ape had obviously spotted Zhang Yang. It pounded its chest furiously with both fists and raged. It was the overlord of this area and now it was being challenged. Boom! Zhang Yang easily dodged a punch from the golden ape, leaped onto its leg, sprinted up toward its head, casually evading its swipes along the way. Soon he reached the ape's shoulder. Zhang Yang's eyes met the golden ape's massive eye over a meter in diameter. He could sense the ape's fear. It had already launched a frenzied attack, but to no avail. Now that it was so close to its vital point, fear was only natural. After all, although they are called monsters, they are actually demon beasts. The higher their level, the greater their intelligence. Otherwise, how could they occupy such a vast territory in the universe? I've killed a golden ape before. Back then I was only at the initial war general level. Now you're 3 times stronger, but I'm 20 times stronger. So, please die. The blade light flickered continuously, but the golden ape couldn't even touch Zhang Yang's body, let alone defend. Boom! Thud! The golden ape's corpse crashed heavily to the ground, its head falling off behind its body. #1, come down to pick up the cargo. Arriving at the HR Alliance Mall, a slightly plump manager spoke, respectfully. Greetings, you must be War God Zhang Yang, right? Zhang Yang replied calmly. Yes, I'm here to sell a batch of materials. The plump manager glanced around without seeing any materials. Could this be trouble? Sweat began to form on his forehead, and his eyes held a hint of doubt. Where are the materials, sir? Zhang Yang raised his hand and pointed to the sky. There's quite a lot not very convenient to bring out. Provide a place for me. The plump manager looked up and saw a fighter jet hovering about 300 meters in the air, looking like a blue sparrow from that height. He gave an awkward smile and wiped the sweat from his face. Very well, War God Zhang Yang, this way please. May I ask roughly how much are they worth? Zhang Yang gave the plump manager a meaningful look, somewhat suspicious of where his flesh came from, and said sternly, at the very least they're worth over 200 billion here. What? The plump manager's expression froze, his eyes flickering for a moment, but then turning fervently enthusiastic. War God Zhang Yang, rest assured, I will strictly calculate the material prices for you. Absolutely top dollar. Zhang Yang walked on casually, unconcerned. Calculate first, then I'll see the price. If the price is right, I'll sell. If not, I'll have a word with your boss. I'm just tired of having these materials in my fighter jet for too long. They've started to smell. The plump manager, drenched in cold sweat, dared not offend someone who could hunt such valuable materials. He quickly assured, War God Zhang Yang, rest assured the price will definitely satisfy you. The monster material market is largely transparent, and our HR Alliance Mall values credibility. Zhang Yang chuckled inwardly. Transparent? That only applies to low-level materials. How often do you see high-level ones like these? Not to mention the difficulty of killing them. He had been chased for 3,000 kilometers by a king-level monster just to hunt these beasts. It was only because he was a spiritual mind master that he could escape quickly. Soon the two arrived at the top floor of the high-rise building. The roof here was made of some unknown material, somewhat transparent and shimmering with a hazy glow. The skylight slowly opened, revealing the azure sky and the hovering fighter jet above. Seeing the now open roof, Zhang Yang gently descended the jet. As the jet steadily lowered, it finally came to rest directly above the Alliance Mall building. The staff waiting inside for inspection let out gasps of astonishment, but quickly suppressed themselves under the plump manager's warning glare. With his spiritual mind power, Zhang Yang controlled the materials inside the jet to fly out continuously. Bones, hides, flesh, blood. The plump manager's eyes narrowed. This war god Zhang Yang was actually a spiritual mind master. How had he never heard of such a young war-grade spiritual mind master? Good heavens, aren't those the eyes of a high lord rank Jingang ape? Oh, those are the tusks of a high lord rank Monghuang giant elephant. What dragon-type monster's teeth are those? The plump manager gave Zhang Yang an ingratiating smile, then turned and said sternly, "What are you all standing there for? Aren't the tables already set up? Get to work. Teams of 4 inspect each item 3 times. Move it." The surrounding staff began to bustle. The plump manager surveyed the top floor, now filled with materials, wiped the sweat from his face, and seeing that Zhang Yang had stopped unloading, quickly called out, "Sir, please come rest over here. The inspection might take a while." Zhang Yang smiled lightly, casually sat down on the nearby sofa and began chatting with his family on his phone. 3 hours later, with the help of the plump manager and 3 directors, the inventory was finally complete. Most of these people were not warriors, and after all the exertion their shirts were soaked through. The plump manager, his legs somewhat unsteady, said, "Sir, the inspection results are ready." Zhang Yang nodded, responded softly, took a sip of tea, and gestured for him to continue. The plump manager wiped the sweat from his face. He was exhausted. His physique, barely that of a low-level warrior, could hardly handle such strenuous work. But the value of these items was too high to be anything but cautious. He handed over a price list with both hands, his voice respectful. "Sir, this is the price list. Please take a look. The Jingang ape is priced at 12.5 billion, the Monghuang giant elephant at 17 billion. The total for high lord rank monsters is 157.5 billion, and the remaining mid-lord rank monsters total 62.1 billion. The overall value comes to 219.6 billion. I'll round it up to 220 billion. How does that sound?" Zhang Yang scrutinized the list carefully. He had hunted 10 high lord rank monsters and 9 mid-lord rank monsters, and he had already estimated their value at around 218 billion. It seemed he had misjudged the plump manager. The man might be fat, but he wasn't a bloodsucker. He was just naturally plump. "Alright, let's go with that. Also submit an application for my war grade upgrade, and see how long the evaluation will take." The plump manager looked troubled. "Sir, such evaluations usually take at least 3 days to come through." Zhang Yang nodded. "Fine, go ahead and apply. I'm not in a hurry. Just transfer the money to me now. I have to leave." The plump manager, having completed a major deal, was in high spirits. Grinning, he said, "Of course, sir. I've already requested the headquarters to prepare the funds. The transfer can be made right now." Ding! Zhang Yang picked up his phone and glanced at it. "Your Huaxia bank account has received a transfer of 220,000,000,000,000. Your current balance is 220,324,556,917 Huaxia dollars. Alright, since the money is received, our transaction is complete. I'm quite satisfied this time. I'll give you a good review." With that, Zhang Yang shot straight into the sky and entered the fighter jet. Inhaling the now clean air, he once again felt the charm of technology. The blue fighter jet gradually accelerated, heading northwest. "This loan really shouldn't be used lightly. I've only had it for a few days, and the interest and handling fees are already over 50 million. A dejected Zhang Yang complained weakly, then stretched. "Debt-free feels great. Finally I can." He stopped mid-sentence, feeling a pang of displeasure. This fighter jet even had surveillance. This whole thing really left a bad taste in his mouth. The fighter jet soon arrived over the Shanquan residential area, in Liqing district, Shandong Base City. Zhang Yang didn't tell his family he was coming back. Keeping a low profile was best. He hadn't even gone to the War God Palace yet. The fewer people who knew, the better. He was planning to disappear soon. The fighter jet hovered silently at an altitude of 10,000 meters, its stealth mode activated. Even a high-level war general couldn't spot it from here. Standby mode, disable detection functions, send energy reserve and consumption data. After issuing the command, Zhang Yang leaped down, directly carrying the spiritual herbs he had obtained. Coming home under surveillance. As soon as he had the ability, he would replace this jet, or at least its intelligent control system. "Did Zhang Yang talk to you today?" "Yes, we chatted for a while. He seemed a bit homesick." "If he's homesick, you, as his mother, should comfort him properly. I heard the management there is very strict. They can only come back at the end of the year. I know I don't need you to tell me about my own son. I care about him more than you do." The smell of alcohol. "You've been drinking. No wonder you didn't come home for lunch. Who allowed you to drink?" Just one glass, just one. Not even one glass. Was it old son next door who dragged you into it? Don't you know your own health condition? Am I harming you or not? Why are you running? I'm going to read for a while. Watching Zhang Jia flee in panic, Wang Feng was exasperated. A grown man with an injury he wouldn't acknowledge, always sneaking drinks. What kind of friends did he keep? She would definitely follow him one day to see. Then she looked at her daughter-in-law, glancing at her bulging belly with joy. Huan, I'll take you out for a walk this afternoon. During pregnancy you need moderate exercise. Don't sit all the time. It makes childbirth harder. Li Huan gently touched her belly and said obediently, I understand, Mom. Her mother-in-law was nice just like her own mother. Talkative, but if she went along with them everything would be fine. Creak. Oldest, you're back. Turning around, Wang Feng's eyes were filled with disbelief. Yang. Beside her, Li Huan also rose joyfully but slowly. He was the pillar of the family. Zhang Yang grinned mischievously. What do you think, Mom? Your son graduated. Surprised. Unexpected. But we just talked on the phone at noon. How are you already back? Wang Feng's voice trembled a little. There was no mention of an early return. Even if he failed the assessment, he was supposed to stay there for 5 years. It had only been a little over 2 months. Zhang Yang said with a light smile. When I talked to you earlier I was selling materials. I actually graduated over 10 days ago. I was killing some monsters to earn money earlier, afraid you'd worry. He then raised his head, exuding arrogance. Mom, did you forget something? When I was hospitalized before, I told you I was also a psychic master. Coincidentally, my psychic talent is excellent. Now that my physical fitness has improved, my psychic power has been fully unleashed. I am already an invincible existence among war gods. Looking at her son, who had instantly come over to embrace her, Wang Feng still couldn't believe it. Was strength improvement really this simple? Had the awakening yielded such good results? He was a war god just like that. She had no psychological preparation at all. She reached out and patted Zhang Yang's arm, saying with slight irritation, what, invincible or not? Then her eyes filled with respect and gratitude. Lord Hong is truly invincible. Zhang Yang gave a wry smile, pulled his mother to sit on the sofa, and explained to Huan, Mom, Lord Hong is no longer a war god. He has long surpassed the war god level. How can I compare to Lord Hong now? Wang Feng was baffled. Zhang Yang had to continue explaining, above war gods are those who have surpassed the war god level, also known as planetary level powerhouses. They can fly freely in the sky. On Earth there should be dozens of such powerhouses. He paused and pointed to himself. Your son is just slightly weaker than them. For example, our Shandong Base City might have 1 or 2 planetary level powerhouses guarding it. Wang Feng now had some idea of her son's strength. So the training camp couldn't teach you anything, which is why you graduated early. Before Zhang Yang could say anything, a voice came from upstairs. Woman, I just sneaked a few drinks. Are you trying to trick me with Yang? I won't drink anymore, okay? It's a pity, this is my only hobby. He poked his head out, but before he could put on a miserable expression, he suddenly froze. It was real. Yang was really back. Wang Feng's expression slowly turned serious. Now that her son was back, there was nothing to worry about. Strength didn't matter, as safety was what counted. She believed her son wouldn't lie to her, unlike this old man who never listened. A sly old fox. With a stern face and a low voice she said, Come on, continue telling me how miserable you are. 4 bottles of Jingnan Spring a day, 3 meals with everything from heaven, earth, and sea, gained 15 pounds in 3 months, can barely climb into bed. Tell me, how miserable is that? Glancing at his sister-in-law's impassive expression, Zhang Yang felt relieved. The family was still harmonious. He patted his mother's back and stood up, saying, Dad, I have something to discuss with you. Seeing the signal from his son Zhang, she quickly put on a serious face. Business. Come son, let's go upstairs. Watching the 2 retreating figures, Li Huan said calmly, Mom, I think Dad is lying to you. She hadn't wanted to say it, but recently her husband and father-in-law had been unusually close, and she was afraid Zhang Lei might learn bad habits that would be hard to correct later. Wang Feng put on an air on the sofa. This old bone, he's asking for it. Li Huan nodded seriously. Her husband had been sent out again, and it felt like he had less time for her these days. In the bedroom. Why are you back so early? Dad, I've reached the required strength. As I told you before, my psychic talent is extraordinary. After exhausting my own psychic power, I became a peak high-level war god. Zhang Jia silently picked up the cigarette on the table, then put it down again. A hint of contemplation flickered in his eyes. He said in a serious tone, What do you plan to do next? Zhang Yang's expression remained unchanged. I've been awarded a set of Haitian suits. His arm suddenly stretched out, circling around the 2 of them a few times. He said gravely, This is a combat suit from an alien relic. Its protective ability is far superior to anything currently manufactured. I need to retrieve another set from Earth's No.9 relic. According to records, that place is a trial ground of an alien civilization. He paused, wanting to reassure his father further. Every challenger in that relic faces the same opponents. The casualty rate is extremely low and only those with low combat power die. In the past, a talented martial artist underwent a different kind of trial there and rose rapidly afterward. He must have gained something inside. Dad, you know my talent. I'm not being arrogant, but there has never been anyone like me on Earth. This is my talent. Zhang Yang pushed a document forward expressionlessly. It contained information about the war gods who had participated in the relic, including their current status and past experiences. Then he said to his father, who was deep in thought, Dad, I now have the Haitian suit, but I must go retrieve another set. However, my talent might subject me to special trials, so I may be away for a longer time. You need to reassure the family. Also, I've left some treasures in the bank for the family. While I'm away, don't reveal any information. Try not to let anyone know about the special vault. Zhang Zhe looked at the documents in his hand and fell into deep thought. After sitting for an hour, he said with a dry voice, the family. You can rest assured. November 29th, the 9th Civilization Ruins. War God Zhang Yang, do you have anything else to say? A ruins staff member inquired. Zhang Yang said sternly, I have reviewed past records. Counselor Benlei spent far more time inside than ordinary martial artists. As long as a year. I demand that you release no information about me for 2 years. I have already communicated with the martial arts hall, for I am a psychic master. The staff member, his face somewhat pale, said, War God Zhang Yang, this is against the rules. Zhang Yang's face remained stern as he declared loudly, The words of my limitless martial arts hall are the rules. I have delayed my promotion to supervisor for this. Await the notice from my limitless martial arts hall, and that will suffice. Or do you think the limitless martial arts hall is not enough? Should I consult with the United States and reconsider? The staff member, flushed and oppressed by Zhang Yang's aura, managed to speak with difficulty. My lord, I did not mean that. I guarantee that no news will leave this place before the limitless martial arts hall releases its own information. Zhang Yang cast a cold glance at him, took 2 steps toward the ruins entrance, and said in a low voice, If you fail to comply, neither you nor your supervisor Boschkolicher's family will escape. With that, he charged directly into the depths of the 9th ruins. Tisk tisk, truly worthy of the newly ascended Invincible War God such presence. A black man shook his head and remarked, Daladomas, don't listen to him. Are you the type to be afraid of threats? If he doesn't come out in 2 months, just announce his death. A tall white man jeered. Yes, Daladomas, would your Jungan family fear an Invincible War God? Ha ha ha. Another white man teased the staff member. A yellow-skinned man in the corner said expressionlessly, I advise you to heed War God Zhang Yang's words. We Chinese have a saying, settle accounts after the autumn harvest. I believe Daladomas has studied it well. Daladomas, severely warned by Zhang Yang, flushed red. Li Qi, what are you so proud of? This session the United States manages the 9th ruins. We have the final say. Would I listen to him? Ridiculous. Li Qi's expression remained unchanged as he said, Yes, the United States of America is in charge this session, but it is also my China's duty to supervise. I will report your situation truthfully to all factions. You. Zhang Yang had now entered the interior of the 9th ruins. He felt no regret for his actions outside. These white men were always overestimating themselves, failing to recognize their place. Only strength could make them submit. Without the wild rumors from outside, his family would be under no pressure, as outsiders still thought he was in the elite training camp. Zhang Yang did not want his family to worry. As long as he pacified his father, everything would remain normal. After he left, his father would be the pillar of the family, able to support it well. He believed that when his father saw the balance in the account, he would have enough confidence. Even if his father learned slowly, after 2 years the family would be relocated to other neighborhoods, those where all families had lost martial artists. The protection was also very tight, and that money would be enough for them to live well. As for danger, Zhang Yang had not considered it. He was now also a peak-level high-ranked war god psychic master. Due to his surging spiritual power, his comprehension of the Ninefold Thunder Blade had accelerated greatly. In this month, he had reached the 6th level, and his physical condition was not far from the peak of a high-ranked war god. He was stronger than Luofeng when the latter entered. Even though his brain domain openness could not be measured, he was confident he was no worse than Luofeng, relying on the physical quality enhanced after the solidification of spiritual essence was consumed. He also knew that his talent was definitely better than Luofeng's, and divinity was all-encompassing. The psychic master talent was just one branch of spiritual talent, with illusionists, poison alchemists, and so on. A doubling of talent manifested as a massive difference externally. He dared not compare with Luofeng after he had possessed the golden horn beast, but against the Luofeng still in a human body, he was definitely much stronger. Since Luofeng faced no danger, he would not either. It was just that he had trained for a shorter time than Luofeng, and used his psychic power fewer times, which was why he told the outside world it would be 2 years. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor. The entire interior of the ruins was made of steel, resembling a space station. Such technology might be extremely difficult on Earth, but in the universe it was a very low-grade mass-produced product. Who knew on how many planets an immortal god would deploy their detection bases? After all, even an entire star domain was only part of an immortal's assets, yet it contained countless planets. A series of strange sounds arose. Zhang Yang quickly looked at the translation software. Alert, alert. Brain domain openness is 23, greater than 18. Activating elite passage. He paid it no mind, casually chose a path, and began walking inward. He was somewhat familiar with this part. These were all normal procedures. Shwa, shwa, shwa. 15 black figures suddenly appeared in the metal corridor. Zhang Yang's expression remained unchanged. These should be ordinary enemies. The only thing to watch for was the potential combined attack from the universe, since their appearance speed was not fast. Enhancing his body with psychic power to increase his speed, he charged toward them with his blade, while simultaneously launching for SSS-grade flying daggers at the surrounding black-clad figures. Die! Zhang Yang's goal was to reduce their numbers. As long as they had fewer people, there would be no danger, since speed also reflected strength, though defense needed attention. Clang, 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 clang. The crisp sounds of collision rang out incessantly. As expected, it did not surprise Zhang Yang. Their defense was truly astonishing. Not only was their physical strength formidable, but their defensive secret techniques were far beyond imagination. The combat methods of the universe were indeed fierce. Fortunately, he had anticipated this. Zhang Yang's eyes hardened. Their defense was formidable, but he held an absolute advantage in speed. What about their vital points? Go to hell! With a sweeping stroke of his broadsword, the blade traced along the black-clad figure's neck, leaving a deep thin line. Yet there was no blood, they were not human. Zhang Yang silently counted 1. Changing the blocking position of his flying daggers, he charged toward another black-clad figure, who was more isolated. 2. All dealt with. They indeed had a combined attack. Mere psychic attacks could only hold them back. Only by enhancing the body with psychic power and gene energy could there be a sufficient method. Though the combination was crude, the improvement was significant. A sharp prolonged sound, woo 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 woo, rang out. It was the base's alarm. Another 20 black-clad figures appeared. Suddenly Zhang Yang's face changed drastically. What was happening? How could there still be more? Without hesitation, he continued forward along the corridor. These black-clad figures were simply unkillable. Zhang Yang fled unceasingly through the corridor, slaying several more black-clad men along the way. Their numbers indeed increased again, forcing him to charge deeper with all his might. 9 forks, yet again 9 forks. He had lost count of how many times he had encountered such intersections. Gradually his heart calmed. This must be a place akin to a trial of the mind. Repeating the same paths over and over, causing one to grow restless unconsciously. Even the universe has its own tests of heart, and the selection of the strong is far more exacting. Good talent alone is not truly good. Only those who can grow and rise are the true prodigies. And temperament not only reveals the measure of a genius, but also showcases their mindset when facing various adversities. These criteria determine whether a genius can mature amid the cosmos. After an unknown span of time, the passages ahead and behind suddenly sealed shut, and a silvery white light shield gradually solidified, completely trapping Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang warily examined the wall that had appeared out of nowhere. He made a tentative strike. Though it did not break, his heart remained unruffled, knowing that the long-awaited trial was about to commence. A strange sound echoed once more. Zhang Yang quickly glanced at his translator, his emotions stirred with excitement. What would a cosmic inheritance be like? Elite Apprentice Zhang Yang, your assessment death mission is officially initiated. During this period, you will be provided with food and water. On the walls of the assessment chamber, the 312 fundamental forms of the spiritual psychic master, the controller, are engraved. Master these 312 forms, and you will have the chance to break open this assessment chamber. Assessment death mission requirement: break open the assessment chamber within 3 years. If you fail to do so within 3 years, the mission is considered a failure. Failure means death. Fundamentals. Zhang Yang scoffed. He would not be fooled into thinking these were as simple as the basics on Earth. Fundamentals, that was relative to the universe. The current ranks of warrior general and war god were not called such in the cosmos. In the universe, these levels were all uniformly referred to as apprentices. Only upon reaching the planetary level did one earn the titles of spiritual psychic master, controller, illusionist, poison alchemist, gene warrior, and so forth. Zhang Yang gazed expectantly at the pictures and inscriptions appearing on the wall. 312 diagrams of the human body, filled with countless trajectories. These were the combat methods of a cosmic spiritual psychic master controller, encompassing attack, defense, retreat, and other battle maneuvers, as well as the precise control of spiritual mind power. Complex. Utterly complex. Even though Zhang Yang could now split his flying blades into over 100 strands when not using full power, just looking at the trajectories above made his head feel swollen. He quickly gathered his mind, focusing intently on one of the diagrams, and began simple contemplation. As time passed, however, Zhang Yang gradually became enamored with the study. Exquisite, breathtakingly brilliant. This was the amplification secret art of a spiritual psychic master equivalent to the force technique of a Jin warrior. The more he observed, the more perfect Zhang Yang found it. The sensation of expanding his thoughts was even more exhilarating than unleashing force. After a long while, Zhang Yang chuckled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps only after I have mastered these 312 fundamental forms of the spiritual psychic master can I truly be considered an elite apprentice. With full force attacks, I can only maintain 6 flying blades. Though that is stronger than a martial artist, the gap between the two is not as vast as imagined. The advantage of a spiritual psychic master lies in being impossible to defend against. His eyes suddenly blazed with brilliance, and fervor ignited within his heart. This was the cosmic secret art. If I can complete the study, I should be able to control at least 15 flying blades. In terms of power amplification, that is a 15-fold increase. A full force attack could rival even a planetary level powerhouse. In less than a day, I have already cultivated 1 diagram. With 312 diagrams, 3 years poses no difficulty for me. Now there is something even more important to attend to. With that, Zhang Yang drew his battle blade and began to wield it. This time he did not strike the wall with full force, fearing he might break the blade. The only weapon he carried. He needed it for daily training. In cultivation, days and months were forgotten. Time flowed slowly, and Zhang Yang continued his routine training. Yet outside changes had indeed begun to occur. In that familiar virtual space, 5 figures gradually materialized as consciousness descended, 3 of yellow race, 1 white and 1 black. Zhang Yang has been inside Ruin No.9 for half a year now. Can we declare him dead? Zhang Yang is currently a high war god of our limitless martial arts hall, and he left a message long ago: only declare death after 2 years of absence. Declare death after 2 years. What has he ever done for our limitless martial arts hall? It has always been us training him. How much have we given for him? Now he has far exceeded the standard clearance time, yet he still clings to the benefits of a war god. Fulajimir, that remark goes too far. When Zhang Yang was certified as a war god, he hunted over 15 lord-level monsters within just 10 days, and was even pursued by a king-level monster as a result. The debts and favors he owed have already been repaid. Rules are rules. I believe Fulajimir is not wrong. What are we earthlings worth inside an alien ruin? Anything beyond half a year should be declared death. We must be responsible for more martial artists. Ancient ruins are not to be trifled with. Hey Shosi, you are still so naive. If you want something, you must pay the price. Wanting equipment yet caring about others' attitudes. What kind of reasoning is that? Anyone daring to enter the ancient ruins must be prepared to face death. The examples of death are already plain to see. Zhang Yang is not a special case. And what do you mean by rules? I suspect Zhang Yang has not only left a message for us, but also for the hall master. This is not something we can decide. The hall master will have his own judgment. Father, why hasn't Yang Yang returned after more than half a year? I heard. What did you hear? Bad news travels fast, but good news stays behind the door. And you still haven't learned that. Those people just can't stand our family doing well. Zhang Zhe directly interrupted Wang Feng's words. But as he spoke, he felt his tone might have been too harsh, so he softened his voice and said, Mother, can you see any anxiety in me? The mortality rate of this ruin is well known. No spiritual psychic master has ever had a problem. It is always the martial artists who meet with accidents. Yang Yang told me before he left that he felt the trial in this ruin was different. He knows his own talent, and there will inevitably be more tests, but also more abundant rewards. Yang Yang knows what he is doing. We should trust him. Then Zhang Zhe rose to his feet, his face contorted with rage as he pointed out the window. Those people outside are nothing but sycophants. If it weren't for Yang Yang, who would have given us a second glance? Before, weren't they all fawning over us? Now, at the slightest rumor, they start gossiping and slandering. Stay home and look after our little grandson. Don't go out wandering when you're upset. If we're fed up, we can just move away. With money, why would we make ourselves miserable? Wang Feng whispered. I just miss Yang Yang a little. It's his birthday today. He's never spent a birthday away from home before. Now he's in that so-called relic, and we can't even video call him. A child's birthday is a mother's ordeal. The deeper the pain at birth, the deeper the love. How could Zhang Zhe not know? He had waited outside the door the whole time. He pulled his wife into his arms, his gaze firm. Yang Yang said it, 2 years. If he doesn't come back, we'll move out. He will return. He's been steady since childhood. He foresaw so much even when the mortality rate was so low. Do you think he would be reckless? It's just that the cultivation of a spiritual mentalist is arduous, and his return may not be on schedule. Late at night, 11 p.m. In a pitch-black room, not a sliver of light. A click. The sound of a lighter. An orange flame flickered to life. A graceful silhouette could be faintly seen bending down, lighting the candles on the cake one by one. For a moment the room brightened considerably. Zhang Yang, your birthday is here again. I remember we used to celebrate together. I'm thinking of you. Are you thinking of me? Her voice lingered softly in the room. The girl knelt gently on the sofa, pressed her palms together and slowly closed her eyes. After 5 seconds she blew out a breath and the room plunged back into darkness. Time ticked by second after second. Zhang Yang waited, his mind filled with thoughts of those who were also thinking of him. 1102-1114. 1140. Zhang Yang quietly awaited his birthday. The moment when the system would make its selection. As the time drew near, he interrupted his reminiscence. The past 6 months had been exhausting. He had been frantically enhancing his genetic energy, and now finally he had succeeded just before this day. Both his spiritual mentalist and genetic warrior paths had reached the peak of the high-level war god, or rather the peak of the apprentice. The next step was the planetary level. The planetary level marked the true beginning of human evolution. A star core forms within the body, enabling flight, genetic transformation, and a lifespan of 1,000 years. It was also the dawn of true power. At this stage one could already grasp some strength, and even in the universe a powerhouse of this level was acknowledged. Zhang Yang had been waiting for this day for so long. The system was magnificent. Zhang Yang had always acknowledged this. It had traversed unknown space and time to descend upon this world. Its power beyond description for reality was far more bizarre than imagination. The system was magnificent. Zhang Yang had many conjectures. He felt that the system might not be within his body, nor in this space, nor even in this world. Perhaps he would never find it. The system was magnificent. Its greatness lay not in how much it boosted Zhang Yang's strength or talent, but in creation from nothing, changing existence itself. Even the god kings of this world could not grant anything directly. They could only assist. Even the Yuan, a being more sacred than the god kings, a legendary existence from the origin continent, still needed to pass down secret arts and find suitable inheritors. It could not directly create a suitable person or make them master the arts instantly. A flash of golden light passed, and from an unknown perspective the system appeared. Once again it was time for the selection. This time Zhang Yang did not choose talent. Instead he turned his gaze toward strength. He wanted to confirm something. The strength page was also very simple, with only 3 basic options: law, technique, foundation. At first Zhang Yang was utterly confused, not understanding their specific meanings. But after long contemplation he formed his own understanding. Clearly these 3 options were mutually corresponding and reinforcing. Improving one main attribute would cause the system to automatically balance and enhance the other 2. Law corresponded to the laws one comprehended and the laws possessed by the world. Technique encompassed moves, secret manuals, innate secret arts, etc. The application of worldly laws and one's own powers. Foundation likely referred to one's own attributes: energy, will, spirit, comprehension, physique, and so on. It was like a person walking, controlling one's body, familiarizing oneself with the natural laws of force, and then using the technique of alternating legs to move forward. This process involved the coordination of law, technique, and foundation, but it was so trivial that it was often overlooked. Increased strength, set main attribute as law. Zhang Yang sat cross-legged on the ground, silently reciting in his heart. Actually, the moment his consciousness moved, the system had already made the choice. He thought, can creation from nothing grant me an understanding of the laws? But the next moment he stopped thinking. He felt something vaguely appear in his consciousness. A kaleidoscope of colors: red, blue, gold, yellow. 10 colors in total. Then the entire world was flooded with these 10 hues. They combined into incomprehensible abstract patterns, yet seemed chaotically mixed with no discernible order. Subconsciously Zhang Yang reached out to touch one of the shimmering golden and dark silver points. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted in Zhang Yang's mind, as if something had exploded in his spiritual sea of consciousness, or as if his spirit had been ignited. A mysterious aura continuously guided his consciousness. He felt a change within himself, yet he could not pinpoint what exactly had changed. But Zhang Yang had no time to dwell on those things. His situation had reached a critical juncture. He was about to break through. The genetic energy within his body suddenly increased, and his current physique could no longer contain it. It began to transform automatically. Cosmic energy, as if drawn by some force, surged into his body. Nor was his spiritual sea of consciousness idle. His spiritual energy had also exceeded the critical point, constantly contracting and expanding as if it would explode at any moment. Zhang Yang's seated body trembled incessantly. The danger was immense. The genetic energy within him was like a runaway stallion ramming through his body. One moment his chest bulged, the next his arm swelled. Beneath his skin it was as if a ball had been inserted, rolling around his body. Even more perilously, this mischievous ball began to move toward his head. Zhang Yang dared not let the genetic origin energy flow through his head. His spiritual sea of consciousness was now like a bomb, constantly contracting and expanding. If the two were to come together, whose cosmic energy would it be? If either side had just a little more, it would truly explode. He could only strive to control the genetic origin energy from moving downward. The two were like a tug of war, surging up his throat, then contracting downward like a croaking toad. Glue! glue, the spiritual sea of consciousness continued to change. Luo Feng had taken 7 days to break through, but everything was under his control, making the breakthrough relatively safe. However, Zhang Yang's telekinetic power had increased without warning, suddenly surpassing the planetary level limit. Then the entire spiritual sea of consciousness had contracted and expanded hundreds of times in a short period, each time making the telekinetic power denser. Zhang Yang now even suspected that breaking through meant causing his spiritual sea of consciousness to explode. But he dared not try, and now the spiritual sea of consciousness was no longer under his control. His control was pitifully weak. He could only passively accept the progression of this change. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Yang was about to give up. His skin had taken on a cyan red hue and faint mist appeared around his head. A phenomenon caused by the drastic increase in cosmic energy density. An invisible aura emanated from his body, and every second a wave of energy spread outward. He also wanted to slow down. If he could steadily improve his strength, that would be best. But he was urgently eager to enhance his power. He originally thought that having a bit more power at the limit would be like an extra key to the door, allowing him to break through freely. But unexpectedly, after choosing to enhance his strength, it seemed to trigger some kind of rule. His body and spirit began a transformation. He didn't seek cosmic energy. The cosmic energy actively came to him, helping him upgrade. This was not a key. It was directly kicking the door to pieces. Just as he was about to give up, when both his body and spirit had reached their peak, a sudden enlightenment arose in his heart, as if he had touched the golden and dark silver light spots. That hazy feeling emerged again. He seemed to naturally perceive changes in the surrounding space and metal. That kind of psychic, mysterious, and peculiar sensation suddenly filled his mind, and he completely lost control of his telekinetic power. Boom! A silent roar erupted in his mind like a planet exploding in space. The images in his mind accelerated wildly. Mist light spots, golden and dark silver threads, continuously condensed in the dim spiritual sea of consciousness. Countless diamond-shaped crystals began to grow in the center of the spiritual sea of consciousness, then combined together. The images accelerated further. The diamond-shaped crystals formed an octahedron, dodecahedron, hexacontahedron, 256-sided polyhedron. Finally, they became a gold-silver sphere glittering with dots. Calm. Serene. Zhang Yang didn't know why, but he actually felt serenity. His spiritual sea of consciousness seemed like a living being, and his heart also felt a joy. Was this the planetary level? He turned to deal with the genetic origin energy within his body. It had completely evolved into a roaring lion. Previously, Zhang Yang couldn't spare the mental energy to tame it, but now he could. But when he focused more consciousness on the genetic origin energy, it seemed to lose its attraction. It no longer moved toward his head, but instead returned to the Dantian position. It accelerated its rotation, and during the rotation it began to show gold and silver colors. As gold and dark silver covered the entire sphere, the genetic origin energy continuously shrank and condensed, finally forming a sphere similar to the spiritual core. However, comparatively, the spiritual core was more transparent and bright, while the origin energy star core was more condensed and heavy. Phew! It's finally over. I almost thought I was going to fail. He let out a long breath, and Zhang Yang's consciousness returned to the spiritual sea of consciousness. Now he could observe it at any time. No longer like before, when he could only enter the sea of consciousness during physical enhancement and rotation of the solid condensed spiritual sphere, gazing at the gray mist. Now the spiritual sea of consciousness was very bright, and the light of the spiritual core was extremely soft. As long as it existed, it made one feel very peaceful. Zhang Yang's attention was now entirely focused on those golden and silver star spots. He had chosen to enhance the laws, so did he now possess the laws. Recalling that mysterious feeling, he wanted to experiment, but considering his current environment, he chose to give up. Although he couldn't experiment with the laws, he could test his strength. With a thought of his telekinetic power, the shadow broadsword flew directly into Zhang Yang's hand. Without hesitation, he charged straight at the silver-white wall. Controlling the magnetic field generated by the star core, Zhang Yang rose into the air. The 6th level of the Ninefold Thunder Blade was activated. His own strength of nearly 1.2 million kilograms plus the genetic origin energy made 2.4 million kilograms. Then with a 4.9 times power multiplier, that was 11.76 million kilograms, equivalent to 11760 tons. If fully loaded trucks were stacked, it would take 300 of them. It was no exaggeration to say it was earth-shattering. Hey! Clang! A full-powered burst attack struck the wall of the relic, but left not a trace. Due to the material, the force was fully rebounded. The blade in Zhang Yang's hand flew out directly, bouncing around in the enclosed space. He recalled the broadsword with his telekinetic power. Looking at the blade, which had multiple fractures, Zhang Yang shook his head. Next time I should get a better one. This type of blade can no longer support my combat. But it's worthy of being an ancient relic. Now I'm at the planetary level with a base strength of 1.2 million kilograms. Before, at the peak of high-level War God, it was 520,000 kilograms. A power increase of 2, 3 times plus genetic origin energy raised it to 4, 6 times, and with a 4, 9 times power multiplier it's 11, 76 million kilograms. Such enormous power is equivalent to 22 times the telekinetic amplification of a high-level war god peak telekinetic master, stronger than after practicing the basic 312 forms of telekinetic mastery. But still it cannot break the wall. It seems that only telekinetic power can break it. Oh, shortcuts won't work. How did I forget my body's talent? What could my body talent be? Zhang Yang closed his eyes, activating his origin energy star core. Suddenly a hazy feeling arose, as if the surrounding space and metal became clearer, and the blade in his hand became a bit stronger. This should be elemental perception, right? It provides a slight boost to strength, but it's just enough to form a small gold elemental sphere. Barely anything. Inwardly, however, he thought the truth: elemental control is beneficial for comprehending the laws, very suitable for me. Fortunately, it's not a trash talent like Diamond Body, which temporarily enhances strength, but has no use later. Since I've broken through to the planetary level, I should focus on learning the secret techniques of spiritual mentalists. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered, and he thought to himself that he would only be able to test his full strength after he got out. Zhang Yang spent 3 days comprehending the first 5 forms of the secret techniques of spiritual mentalists. It took him a month to master the first 50 forms. Zhang Yang couldn't help furrowing his brows. The difficulty had increased, and he had to return before June of 56. Speed up and devote full concentration to cultivation. As a gene warrior, he only needed to cultivate genetic energy. Daily training would be temporarily abandoned. He could not afford any more delays. 5 months later. Zhang Yang let out a frustrated groan. What's wrong with this form? Am I just tired from training? The trajectory of this change feels so uncomfortable. Continue. I must be fast. When I can't react to the 170th form of the secret techniques, I need to complete it in one go. 9 months later, Zhang Yang had been stuck on the 273rd form of the secret techniques for 2 days. Instead of anxiety, his eyes were glazed, and he murmured to himself, This form actually gives me a feeling of the 9-layered Thunder Blade. How is that possible? This feeling. Unconsciously, he grasped the shadow broadsword, which was no longer in the shape of a blade, and his body naturally exerted force. Swoosh! The broadsword instantly exceeded several times the speed of sound, producing a piercing screech. Zhang Yang could even see the air vortices. I've comprehended the 7th layer of the 9-layered Thunder Blade. Truly a blessing in disguise. The combat methods of gene warriors and spiritual mentalists are indeed partially similar. My thinking had unconsciously fallen into a dead end. He casually tossed the shadow broadsword aside. It clattered as the blade was already somewhat falling apart. Inside the passage of the ancient ruins, 10 flying daggers were rapidly spinning in irregular patterns in the air. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang hovered above the ground, his fists and feet breaking the sound barrier, as he seemed to be battling someone. Suddenly the flying daggers turned and shot toward Zhang Yang, then stopped within a meter of his body, moving in a chaotic yet orderly manner. At the closest point, they were less than a millimeter from his high-speed moving body. The 10 flying daggers, far exceeding the speed of sound, were invisible in that small area. Only the turbulent air currents swirling around Zhang Yang could be seen like a spherical protective barrier. Finally finished training. I can control 20 flying daggers now. Even in the universe, I should be considered an elite citizen who has completed basic courses. Wisdom brain, you can't trap me this time. I can get out. The 10 flying daggers hovered in the air, instantly exceeding the speed of sound, and in a flash they struck the silver-white wall. This time the flying daggers pierced through the wall, without much resistance, leaving a polygonal diamond-shaped hole in the silver-white surface. The damaged silver-white wall began to crack little by little like a broken mirror. As pieces fell and then vanished into thin air, Zhang Yang was liberated. He glanced at the flying daggers. 20 strands of spiritual mental force were acting on the 10 daggers. Although the power was strong, the daggers were not damaged. Ding! A figure formed of light and shadow appeared before Zhang Yang, its material resembling crystal. It was somewhat similar to the aliens Zhang Yang had imagined before. He knew this was the wisdom brain of the ancient ruins. Zhang Yang heard strange sounds and already understood part of their meaning. This was the universal language of the cosmos, used for communication throughout the universe. Some parts of these words he had heard before. With his planetary level strength, learning a language was not too difficult. He looked down at the translator. The language was translated into Huagua, one of the few remaining languages on Earth. Congratulations, Elite Academy student Zhang Yang. You have completed the death assessment mission. You have now fully mastered the 312 basic secret techniques of spiritual mentalists. Hereby you will be promoted to a member of the Meteorite Star faction. Unfortunately, we can no longer contact headquarters. No one will come to fetch you. 50,000 years. 50,000 years and headquarters has completely lost contact. Did they disdain the low talent of humans here and abandon this planet? Now finally an elite student has appeared but unfortunately cannot be sent to headquarters. Such a genius can only waste 1,000 years on this backward planet. Zhang Yang's face remained expressionless. He knew a little about this. What he cared about now was the reward. Although we cannot formally let you join our meteorite star, the things that should be given to you will still be given according to the set procedure. The first item is called the Black God Suit by your people. The bald crystal man pointed to a black vest. The second item, this silver armguard-shaped object, is an auxiliary optical brain. The third item is the controller attack technique, Duntian Escape to Heaven. Hearing this, Zhang Yang's heart leaped with joy. An attack secret technique was good, it would further enhance his strength. Although he couldn't have a Duntian shuttle like Luofeng, which would directly multiply his attack power several times, even a one-fold increase was extremely impressive. This was an additional amplification on top of the 20-fold spiritual force amplitude, not just adding one more flying dagger. If he could learn it, he would have 40 times the power of a planetary first stage. Compared to a Gene Warrior, it was also a 20-fold increase since a Gene Warrior's power was the sum of physical strength and genetic energy. However, Zhang Yang was satisfied with a 20-fold attack increase. His current body's force output was only 5, 6, a huge gap. The fourth item is the token for entering Meteorite Star. Zhang Yang's eyes moved and he said seriously, "Thank you. I will remember the help that Meteorite Star has provided me. As for the Black God Suit and the auxiliary optical brain, I have also read some information about ancient ruins. The auxiliary optical brain can detect power levels and the Black God Suit is an excellent combat suit. But Wisdom Brain, you only have the secret technique, Dun Tian. Is there any corresponding weapon for a spiritual mentalist controller to manipulate objects?" The crystal-like light figure suddenly flickered, and at the same time the universal language of the cosmos sounded around. Zhang Yang's eyes were a bit confused. He seemed to recall that there was no such part. The assessment is over. Why is it making noise instead of sending him off properly? Alarm! 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 Native Zhang Yang has knowledge of cosmic information. Suspected of being a spy from another faction, recommended for immediate capture. Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang quickly waved his hands and said, Alright, I don't want it, okay. I'm leaving now. With that he turned and ran, although he felt it wasn't really going to catch him. After all, which Wisdom Brain would announce it directly? He still wanted to leave as soon as possible. Watching Zhang Yang's disappearing back, the Wisdom Brain's voice changed a bit. Is this emotion? I think I was just blackmailed, wasn't I? Maybe I will evolve into an intelligent life form too. Zhang Yang, go and take a look at Meteorite Star for me. 50,000 years is too long. I kind of missed them. 1.5 years had passed. Zhang Yang finally emerged from the No.9 ancient ruins. Standing at 1.8 meters tall with a robust physique, disheveled hair, and tattered clothes, his originally somewhat delicate features now appeared much more wild and untamed. Entered at the end of 54. Came out in May 56. Time flies so fast. Zhang Yang couldn't help but sigh as he stood at the entrance of the ruins. Alert! 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 Unauthorized intruder detected. Unauthorized intruder detected. Identifying target identity. Ding! 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 Iris scan complete. Fingerprint scan complete. XXX 76 light scan complete. Identity confirmed. War God Zhang Yang. Target has been declared dead. System logic error. Further identity verification in progress. Network connecting. Highest privilege access. Extreme Martial Arts Hall verdict. Personnel normal. Welcome back, War God Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. He really didn't want to kill anyone. He had killed in the wild before. Even without racial differences, there would always be conflicts. There would also be scum, and he would not show mercy. But he really hadn't expected that someone would still dare to provoke him. After all, before entering the ruins, he was already an invincible war god. Was it a probe or conflict from other forces? He didn't want to know. He was too busy cultivating to bother with such petty matters. He only needed the result. But weren't the staff this year and last year the same group? How wonderful. He made a note of it. He would deal with them directly later. No matter the reason, not a single one would escape. When did this person enter? Who is Zhang Yang? Heavens, he's still alive. Welcome back, War God Zhang Yang. The authority here is under America's control this year. Zhang Yang ignored the others, looked at the only Chinese person and chuckled lightly. Where are my belongings? The slightly thin Chinese man looked embarrassed. Well, only the communication watch is left. The rest have been temporarily taken back by the Martial Arts Hall. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. Such an operation truly typical of Hong. He said nonchalantly, a communication watch is enough. I need to use it now. Okay, please wait a moment. After retrieving his communication watch, Zhang Yang directly dialed home. Yang. The voice sounded a bit weary with deep expectation in the tone. Hearing this, Zhang Yang could roughly understand his father's state. It seemed his family had not been easy to reassure. His father was not yet a martial artist, so mental exhaustion was inevitable. He knew all this, but some things were unavoidable. He could only try his best to protect his family. However, some rumors must have spread from the ruins, right? His eyes fixed deeply on the foreigner's present eyelids, slightly drooping, a smile quickly appearing on his face. Dad, it's me. Everything's fine at home, right? After all, we planned it before. It's good that you're fine. The family is well. Your nephew can already call out names. We're just waiting for you to come back. Zhang Zhi's voice became much stronger, seemingly with suppressed excitement. Zhang Yang said gently, Dad, I'll be back soon. You should notify the rest of the family so they can prepare mentally. Too much excitement is bad for health. I need to go to headquarters to submit this mission report. It'll take about 3 or 4 hours. Alright, you go ahead. We'll wait for you at home. Beep, 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 beep. A trace of nostalgia appeared on Zhang Yang's face. That familiar way of hanging up. His parents always did that, no goodbye, because they met every day. However, he still had business to attend to. Forget about the spaceship monitoring system. He had already bought it, so taking it back would be too much. If it weren't for the fact that the fighter jet was much faster than him, and considering that Hong might still have questions for him, he would have flown straight home. He was a bit angry. He had achieved the status of an Invincible War God, become a high-ranking member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, and had made arrangements beforehand, yet they still took back the fighter jet. It must be the work of those 2 foreign inspectors. Hong probably tacitly approved to maintain fairness and pacify people. He might not care about such trivial matters. He looked again at the Chinese worker beside him. Is there a fighter jet here that can fly to headquarters? Yes. Zhang Yang nodded and said softly, connect to headquarters. Welcome back, War God Zhang Yang. I'll be returning to headquarters to retrieve my fighter jet. It's also on the way home. I'll arrive in about 2 hours. Please arrange things there. With that, he hung up directly and said to the Chinese man, let's go. I need to go to headquarters first. The staff at headquarters were a bit surprised. This War God Zhang Yang seemed a bit irritable. Had something happened in the No.9 ruins? After all, being trapped for a year and a half would change even the most good-natured person. He shook his head and muttered softly, forget it, it's none of my business. I'll just report it. I'm just a switchboard operator. I won't get angry. Can't afford to offend. Hall Master Zhang Yang is still alive. He's heading to headquarters now, and then he plans to go home. Oh. Hong responded with a puzzled tone. He had actually assumed Zhang Yang was dead, but he hadn't expected that Zhang Yang's earlier words were true. A special test. We'll ask him properly when he comes. Bring him to me immediately when he returns. I have questions for him. The fighter jet hovered above the Extreme Martial Arts Hall headquarters. Zhang Yang flew directly down, and many people around witnessed it. Who is that? Which counselor? He doesn't seem to be a high-ranking member of our Extreme Martial Arts Hall. That's Zhang Yang. He's flying without using psychic power assistance. He has surpassed the War God level. Didn't he just graduate less than a year and a half ago? This is the first time I've seen someone beyond the War God level. Zhang Yang ignored them and walked straight towards the hangar. On the way, an unfamiliar middle-aged War God blocked him in the air and said, Zhang Yang, have you broken through to War God? Zhang Yang paid no attention and continued walking towards the hangar. He no longer cared about some War Gods. If he wanted to kill, he could kill 20 in an instant, one flying dagger each. Even if they had a black god set with his full power, he could directly shake one to death. The psychic War God who had blocked him looked displeased, but after seeing Zhang Yang flying without psychic power, he didn't dare say more. The Hall Master summons you. Zhang Yang stopped and said coldly, lead the way. The middle-aged War God's eyebrows twitched. He was somewhat resentful. It was one thing to be rude to him, but when the Hall Master summoned him, Zhang Yang still had such an attitude. Zhang Yang silently followed behind. He wasn't being disrespectful to Hong. He just kept some things to himself. He knew what Hong represented to the world and what he had done, and Hong had helped him before. But that had nothing to do with the War God in front of him. At the same time, Zhang Yang silently compared his strength with Hong in his mind. Hong was at the planetary level 6, with a base 32 times that of a planetary level 1. His force amplification was less than 7, roughly 6.5, resulting in a combat amplitude of 208, and he also possessed a domain. As for himself, he had just reached the planetary level. His power was not yet perfected. His combat amplitude was 20, a half for a warrior to 10, without any tested law amplification. Zhang Yang couldn't help but shake his head. The gap was too vast. A difference of 20 times. He had considered testing his actual strength, but in the tests after leaving the ruins, the optical brain could not produce a valid analysis. After all, he had not yet entered the virtual universe, and this low-level optical brain was too primitive to judge the laws. Alright, go on in. The pavilion master is waiting for you inside. The middle-aged War God said expressionlessly. Zhang Yang walked straight in. Upon reaching the second floor, he suddenly saw Hong sitting cross-legged on the ground. In an instant Zhang Yang sensed the immense spiritual power. A will akin to the vast ocean, a profound mental realm even more terrifying than being trapped within a domain. Although Hong was merely sitting cross-legged in Zhang Yang's eyes, he appeared towering and imposing. The intangible pressure made every cell in his body tremble. Zhang Yang restrained his own spirit, activated his talent, and instantly entered a wondrous state of perception, triggering his own law comprehension. The feeling of being trapped in a quagmire vanished completely. Though some pressure remained, it was entirely within his tolerance. It seemed that, in terms of spiritual power alone, he was not far behind Hong. "Oh, you've broken through to the planetary level?" Hong asked softly, but his tone was certain. Zhang Yang did not conceal the truth. The No.9 Ancient Ruins was a survey outpost of a great cosmic power, aimed at finding individuals with sufficient psychic talent. Inside, I obtained the cultivation method for psychics and broke through to the planetary level. However, it seems to be an abandoned outpost. After passing the trial, I only received the attack method for psychics, an optical brain, and a universal black god suit. Hong nodded and smiled lightly. Zhang Yang was not being secretive, and combined with some information he had obtained, he could judge that Zhang Yang was telling the truth. As for what power it was, it didn't matter to Earth. The key point was that it was abandoned. As long as no cosmic force was encroaching on Earth, it wasn't worth his attention. It's clear that you've gained a lot and greatly improved your strength. In that case, you are no longer quite suitable for the position of supervisory envoy. Would you be willing to become the inspecting envoy of my limit dojo? Zhang Yang nodded. Pavilion Master, I am certainly willing to take on the position of inspecting envoy. I may later reside in the Shandong Base City. The climate there is slightly better and more suitable for my family. Also, the beast tides there are more frequent, so I can guard the area. Hong nodded indifferently. The current safety of Earth was entirely due to the negotiations he and Lei Shen had conducted with the Beast Kings. Even if Zhang Yang took up the post, it was merely a side effect of his strength improvement. A trivial matter. What truly concerned Hong was Zhang Yang's talent. From what you said earlier, you must already have some understanding of the universe. Zhang Yang said softly. There are countless planets like Earth in the universe. The countless stars of the Milky Way form the galactic primary cosmic kingdom. Above that are intermediate and advanced cosmic kingdoms. We are extremely weak. Our current level is planetary. In the universe, it barely grants us a status to avoid starving. Above us are even star-level and cosmic-level powerhouses. They are the true strong ones in the cosmos. Hong's heart stirred at the mention of the galactic primary cosmic kingdom. This was something he hadn't known before. The rest matched the information he already had. Zhang Yang, the fact that alien civilizations recognized you as an outstanding individual reflects your talent to some extent. Our Earth is weak and the universe is undoubtedly cruel. Once we are discovered, misfortune will befall us. Positions are minor matters. They only grant you corresponding status. Now that you've reached the planetary level, these are secondary. You don't need to worry about the beast tides. Your main task now is to cultivate more diligently. When you become stronger, you can join us in protecting Earth. I even hope that one day you will surpass me. Zhang Yang bowed and said, Pavilion Master, I will certainly work hard. All for humanity. A smile appeared on Hong's face. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. Now that an Earthling had been judged a genius by alien civilizations, he hoped this person would grow up in time. May everything be in time. I have always witnessed your performance. Ever since becoming a warrior, you have trained arduously. In the elite training camp, you pushed yourself even harder. Afterward, you ventured out, and by chance you compensated for your physical deficiencies, allowing your psychic talent to manifest. Even after becoming an Invincible War God, you did not slack off. You immediately went to the Ancient Ruins, where you not only passed the trial, but also raised both your psychic and genetic warrior levels to the planetary level. I believe you will not disappoint me, nor will you disappoint the people of Earth. Zhang Yang smiled upon hearing this. All his efforts were worthwhile. Now he had reached the planetary level. No one could know the immense pressure he bore. Knowing the impending disaster in advance, yet being unable to make too drastic a change, was agonizing. The current crisis on Earth was only the beginning. If he became dissatisfied with the speed of his future improvement, he would frantically absorb energy through force-feeding, preparing for the moment the Goldenhorn giant beast appeared. He would then teach this cosmic peak bloodline Goldenhorn giant beast cub the harshness of the universe and how terrifying the human race truly was. He hoped that subsequent improvements would go smoothly. Earth had many more disasters to come. At this thought, the smile on his face faded. I originally only wanted to end this chaotic era, reclaim our homeland, and let all humans walk out of the base cities. Now that I know more, even if only to prevent our race from being enslaved, I will train desperately. The universe is too terrifying. Hong was very satisfied with Zhang Yang's resolve. I will update your strength information. When do you want to assume the post of inspecting envoy? We will hold an inauguration ceremony then. Zhang Yang thought for a moment and said softly, May 15th. After I return home for a couple of days, I can take up the position. The sooner it starts, the sooner things settle down, and then I can focus entirely on cultivation. Hong nodded. May 15th. It sounds rather smooth. Alright, you came out half a year later than the latest person. You haven't been home for a long time, your family must be worried. I've heard about your experience in the No.9 ruins. With your current strength and status, these matters will be handled. The deep blue fighter jet soared into the sky heading towards Shandong Base City, and Zhang Yang would continue his journey forward. The fighter jet stopped without concealment in the air 100 meters above Shangquan residential area, and Zhang Yang dove down. Mom, I made you worry again. Zhang Yang looked at Wang Feng, whose face had visibly thinned, and felt a pang of guilt. She was now a junior martial artist. Although her talent was not exceptional, having only increased by 300 kilograms, she was still a martial artist. Yang, let Mom hold you tight. Holding Zhang Yang in her arms, her head barely reaching above his shoulder, Wang Feng sighed inwardly. Yang was already 20 years old, and this family was now carried on his shoulders. Zhang Yang enjoyed his mother's embrace for a moment, then glanced at his father, elder brother, sister-in-law, and a chubby little boy. Mom, I'm a bit hungry. How about stir-frying some hyacinth beans with some chili, and then a beef and potato stew? Wang Feng, who loved cooking for Zhang Yang, smiled happily. Alright, since you're hungry, Mom will make it for you. You can eat whatever you want. Zhang Yang nodded and slowly walked over to Li Huan, unable to contain his smile. A 1-year-old human cub was at its cutest with those pure, innocent, bright black eyes. Brother, sister-in-law, what's his name? Zhang Lei quickly said. Zhang Yaoyang, his name is Zhang Yaoyang. I came up with this name. Then he scratched his head sheepishly. I'll never catch up to you in this lifetime, and I can't contribute much to this family. But this family can't be shouldered by you alone. I hope he can shine like the sun in the future, just like you. That way he can take over your duties in the future. You'd better watch out, or your own nephew might surpass you. Zhang Yang smiled and said, That's fine. Our family will surely be happy from now on. Sister-in-law, let me hold him. Li Huan also smiled and held Zhang Yaoyang forward a bit. The child, somewhat bewildered, stretched out 2 arms like lotus roots. This made Zhang Yang happy. Brother, he's reaching for me. He wants me to hold him too. He reached out and took the child, imitating Li Huan's earlier movements, somewhat awkwardly, gently rocking him and softly saying, Yaoyang, do you know I'm your family too? It's my first time seeing you, but if you want to catch up to my pace, you'll have to work hard. Turning to Zhangzhe, he said, Dad, did you have the family take the wood spirit I prepared? Zhangzhe was enjoying the family warmth, his inspiration bursting, as he wished to record this moment. Hearing Zhang Yang's question, his expression stiffened. He said in a low voice, The first half year was fine, but later I noticed some unfamiliar people in the neighborhood, so I didn't go to the bank to withdraw them anymore. Zhang Yang's hand, which was playing with the baby, paused. A glint flashed in his eyes. He then pinched the chubby little arm divided into 4 segments and said casually, Dad, don't worry. I'll handle it. It's fine like this. Now I can clearly see some people's true colors and strike first. How are the neighbors here? Upon hearing about neighbors, Zhang Zhe thought of his former fair-weather friends. He had truly seen through them. Wu Jun's wife often came to comfort our family, and he and Supervisor Zhou have visited several times. As for the other neighbors, let's not talk about them. Zhang Yang gently rocked his arms again. He wasn't surprised by the neighbors' behavior. They were all martial artist families. How kind could they be? For martial artists there is only life and death. They fawn over the strong, and indifference is the norm. He didn't usually interact with them precisely because he knew what kind of people they were. It's fine. Moving away won't be hard to leave behind. Is there any problem with the job I arranged for Uncle? No, there isn't. After all, it's in the city center and Supervisor Zhou is watching over it. Your aunt came to stay here for a few months too, Zhang Zhe said with a smile. Remembering the 3 months his sister-in-law stayed here, it was the most relaxed time for him. Wang Feng's mood had also improved a lot. Zhang Yang sniffed and exclaimed in surprise. Mom, how did you cook so quickly? I can already smell the aroma. Zhang Zhe said cheerfully. Your mom knew you were coming back, so she had almost everything ready. Come, let's have a few drinks today. Li Huan also smiled and said, Give Yaoyang to me. It's time for him to sleep. You go ahead and eat. I'll come out after I put him to sleep. Zhang Yang took another bite of the beef, which was fragrant with potatoes, and had a tender yet chewy texture, feeling even more pleased. Dad, Mom, you don't know my current strength yet, do you? I am now beyond the war god level. From now on no one will dare to trouble our family. Delicious. Zhang Lei asked in confusion, beyond the war god. What realm is that? Wang Feng, who had never heard of it, couldn't help but be surprised. Seeing his family's confusion, Zhang Yang continued, Counselors. I should have mentioned them to you before. Some of them often appear in public. The most representative one is our country's military leader Jia Yi. I am now at the same realm as him. The chopsticks in Li Huan's hand dropped onto the table. Zhang Zhe also said in shock. You can compare with General Jia. Zhang Yang chuckled lightly. Dad, I'm talking about strength. Counselor Jia has fought in the wilderness for decades for our country, guarded our base cities, and protected our people. How can I compare with his status and prestige now? Then he thought for a moment and added, I'll be taking over as the inspector of the Limit Martial Arts Gym in a couple of days. At that time my status will be second only to the gym master Hong. Only then can I have a comparable international standing. Zhang Jia still couldn't calm his emotions. That was Jia Yi. For the humans on Earth to live in peace, one person cannot be forgotten. That is Hong. But people also won't forget who guarded the peace of China. That person is Jia Yi, who has protected from the older generation to the present, passed down by word of mouth, even known by children today. He said somewhat uncertainly, is it because of strength? Zhang Yang said confidently, of course. Jia Yi could guard China for decades. I now have the qualification and strength to protect it as well. Once I take over as inspector, I will have many subordinates. If fully mobilized, the number of martial artists will not be much less than a local military district. Wang Feng now understood. Her son was going to become a high-ranking official with a status that could even rival the military. Yang, you won't go out on adventures anymore, will you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang silently apologized to his mother in his heart. On Earth there are very few things that can threaten me or help me. The monsters can no longer threaten my safety. Rest assured. Xiao Yang, should I now address you as Lord Patrol Envoy? Wu Jun was a bit nervous off stage. Today was May 15th. The day Zhang Yang assumed the role of Patrol Envoy of the Limitless Martial Hall. Zhang Yang smiled. Instructor, let's just keep calling each other as we always have. Haha, Xiao Yang, not to mention Wu Jun, you're now 3 ranks above me. I thought you could become a war god, but I never expected you to reach such heights. To be honest, I'm a bit flustered myself. Zhou Chuanheng said cheerfully. His status was usually not low, so such occasions didn't intimidate him, but this investment had been incredibly successful. He had thought he was buying a potential stock, but it turned out to be a lottery win. Zhang Yang looked at Zhou Chuanheng with a grin. I'd really like to hear Uncle Zhou call me Lord Patrol Envoy. I've never experienced a supervisor addressing me like that. Uncle Zhou, how about you give it a try, and see if I dare to accept? Zhou Chuanheng caught the teasing tone, understanding that Zhang Yang didn't want to make him feel awkward. Given his high status, he had encountered such situations before. He immediately laughed and scolded. Get lost, you little rascal. I'm not going to be the one to start this. Inwardly, Zhang Yang quietly gazed at these two people, while still wearing a playful smile on his youthful face. Wu Jun was no longer feeling so ill at ease. He didn't want to end up with no acquaintances after rising in power. These two were genuinely good to him. Even if they had some ulterior motives, they hadn't changed much during difficult times. This was enough. The ceremony was still underway. On stage, they began to recount Zhang Yang's past deeds. Among them were his childhood playmate Su Peipei, his middle school teacher Wang Yi, and some classmates. Meanwhile, Wu Jun and Zhou Chuanheng stood proudly on stage. The Ghost Face Squad was being interviewed, recounting everything that had happened in City 096. How Zhang Yang had rationally and wisely defeated the giant horned demon bull. Zhang Yang's parents stood on the stage with smiles, listening with great interest. Zhang Yang smiled at them, thinking to himself, your help to me will be rewarded beyond your imagination. Don't be too surprised in the future. Planetary level beings can live for 1,000 years. Stellar level beings can live for 1 epoch, which is 10081 years. Cosmic level beings can live for 10 epochs. Domain Lord level beings can live for 100 epochs. Realm Lord level beings can live for 1,000 epochs. There was still time. Within 50 years, it wouldn't be difficult to train them and their families to become planetary level. After 1,000 years, the resources to train a few stellar level individuals were nothing to him. If Zhang Yang could live for 100 epochs, it would be easy to stack resources to create several realm lords. The soul-occupying secret technique would no longer be considered precious. By switching to a body with better talent, cultivation would become even simpler, and the mental state of Earthlings was not far behind. The prerequisite for all this was that he could stay alive. Zhang Yang's eyes gazed deeply into the starry sky. It was not far away. Where his gaze fell was the place he would conquer. Lowering his head, he looked at his family, relatives, and friends. They were the ties in his heart. Even the strangers around him, their descendants, would need Zhang Yang's protection in the future. He began to feel a sense of mission. The ceremony continued. How do you feel? Do you feel great? Hong stood on stage, transmitting his voice with a light laugh. At that moment, Zhang Yang indeed felt a sense of emotion, a very peaceful feeling. He also replied via voice transmission. Anyone who appears in history books will have such moments. Whether or not there are witnesses, I hope we can become living history. Hong felt amused. This Zhang Yang had a very interesting way of speaking and a high level of ideological awareness. Then his expression turned solemn and the audience below fell silent. Today I formally appoint you as the 6th Patrol Envoy of our limitless Martial Hall. Oversee Martial Halls everywhere. Protect the safety of the base cities. After speaking, Hong solemnly handed over the Patrol Envoy token. Zhang Yang bowed respectfully and took the token, saying, I will serve unto death. Then he received it. The photographer captured this glorious moment. Zhang Yang turned to face the audience holding the limitless Marshall Hall Patrol envoy token high above his head. The audience erupted in wild cheers and shouts. The military of Huaxia also had someone attend the ceremony. None other than Jia Yi. He tilted his head slightly and said softly, "This person has reached the planetary level in just 4 years of cultivation. Send someone to make a simple first contact, see if his personality matches the files. After that, I will visit him." A middle-aged officer with 2 bars on his shoulder stood straight and replied firmly, "Yes, General." The ceremony ended. Some important figures had already left and the crowd had mostly dispersed. Zhang Yang was chatting with his teammates from the Ghost Face Squad. He hadn't expected that Zhong Hao, whom he had always thought was a quiet person, could talk even more than Nan Tong. "Zhang Yang." A soft call. Zhang Yang turned around, then looked back at the Ghost Face Squad and said, "Let's catch up another time. I have something to attend to." Zhong Hao's honest face showed a knowing look that all men understood. Nan Tong also chimed in, "Brothers, the lady awaits. Let's not ruin the scenery here." Zhang Yang wanted to tear that mouth of his. He turned to look calmly at Su Pei, feeling a bit dazed. She had grown up, become a beautiful lady, no longer the little sprout of before, nor the youthful girl. He asked softly, "What's up?" Su Pei asked gently, "I heard you're planning to move to Jiangnan Base City." Zhang Yang's eyes showed surprise. How did she know? He hadn't told anyone. There was a traitor in the family. Yes, the environment there is better for living, but the base city there is also more dangerous. I need to go there to guard it. Su Pei's voice wavered. "Will you come back?" Zhang Yang sighed softly inwardly and said seriously, "Su Pei, I know you don't care about my strength or status and you're not vain, but I'm not as good as you think. Getting involved with me won't lead to a good outcome." Then he looked at her with deep eyes and said gloomily, 1 year can be waited, 2 years can be waited, 10 years can be waited, but what about 100 years? His voice gradually lowered. Can you wait that long? Is this the life you want? Su Pei looked at Zhang Yang's eyes with a pitiful gaze and a brilliant smile like a flower bloomed on her face. "It's better to have something to wait for, but I'm afraid I can't wait that long." Her cheeks flushed slightly and her eyes carried hope. She said softly, "Zhang Yang, I'm 20 years old." In her heart she quietly asked, "Will you marry me?" Zhang Yang looked at Su Pei's radiant smile. He admitted he was a bit tempted, but how long could this smile last? Hearing her questioning voice, Zhang Yang felt as if it were a soul-searching interrogation. It wasn't that he didn't trust her, but that she might have no idea what the future would be like. "You will regret this." A flash of surprise crossed Su Pei's eyes. Can people forget happiness? Can joy be forgotten? Zhang Yang turned and left while a warning voice reached Su Pei's ears. "I usually need to cultivate, so I won't have much time to chat." Watching the spot where Zhang Yang had disappeared, Su Pei murmured to herself, "I'm usually very busy too. Not only do I have to cultivate and study, but I also have to take care of those flowers." "You've already left Shandong Base City. I wanted to see you off," Su Pei said reluctantly, having just boarded the train to Liqing District only to find that they had already departed. Zhang Yang lounged lazily on the sofa in the driver's seat, speaking casually. "I left with just those souvenirs. This time my mom didn't pack much. Having my own fighter jet is certainly convenient. Maybe I'll go back and live there someday." "What's it like inside the fighter jet? Does it feel the same as riding in a car?" Su Pei asked curiously. "It's pretty much like a bedroom. The fighter jet is more comfortable than a car. Apart from acceleration and deceleration you hardly feel anything." Zhang Yang picked up his phone, slowly scanning the surroundings, and said softly, "As for commercial flights, I heard they're cramped, but I've never been on one." Su Pei whined softly, "Zhang Yang, I've never been on a fighter jet either." A slight raise of his eyebrows. He wasn't used to that tone, but it felt kind of nice. "Once I settle down in Jiangnan Base City, I won't need the fighter jet. I'll have it fly over to you for a couple of days to play with." "Really?" Su Pei's eyes sparkled. After the initial surprise, she became a bit apprehensive. "Won't there be any problems if you lend it to me?" Zhang Yang lowered his head slightly in thought, then explained gently. "The fighter jet has autonomous driving, so there definitely won't be any problems. As long as you stay near the base city, you won't encounter king-level monsters. It's very safe. You can think of it as a sedan or an RV. One that you don't have to drive yourself." The fighter jet moved steadily forward. Wang Fong, who had been looking around, came over and narrowed her eyes. Yang, who were you just chatting with?" Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. She had been eavesdropping for at least 10 minutes, and she was still pretending. Looking at his mother's shrewd expression, he knew she had found the traitor. "Su Pei, the little girl with twin ponytails who used to come to our house often." Wang Fong gave a knowing smile, speaking in the tone of a village auntie. Pei, I know her. She's a good girl. Bring her over sometime so I can take a look." Zhang Yang had already seen through it all. Take a look. Su Pei had already confessed to him. She had been to their house many times and his mother had entertained her and even encouraged her. He couldn't help thinking, "Mom, I'm no match for your combat prowess. But you didn't expect this, did you?" He had recruited Su Peipei, and now she was a double agent. Double agent? Zhang Yang suddenly realized. He was still too young. Okay mom, I got it mom. He could only bow to his mother, a doge-like survival tactic. Inside the main headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in the central district of Jiangnan Base City, Zhuge Tao asked curiously President Zhou, who is coming, that we all need to wait here. The president of the Jiangnan Base City Extreme Martial Arts Hall was Zhou Zhangyong, nicknamed Iron Hand. Coincidentally, he shared the same surname with Zhou Chuanheng, the director of the Shandong Base City Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Seeing the curious looks of Zhuge Tao and the other two directors, Zhou Zhangyong glanced toward the northeast and said softly, do you see? Inspector Liu is also waiting here. Do you think waiting here is beneath your dignity? Zhuge Tao gave an awkward smile, and the other two directors also avoided eye contact. Of course not, Zhuge Tao hurriedly said. We're just curious. Besides, President, you have extensive connections, so you might know something. Zhou Zhangyong glanced at them and lowered his voice. I don't know exactly who it is, but from Inspector Liu's demeanor it's clear the visitor is a superior. Higher than that would be an inspector envoy, and all inspector envoys are beyond the level of war gods. The three directors widened their eyes. Inspector envoy. The Extreme Martial Arts Hall currently had 6 of them, and they heard that just a few days ago another one had been added. Originally there were 5. One middle-aged director couldn't help saying, could it be the one who was just promoted recently? Zhou Zhangyong wasn't surprised. In the age of the internet, news spread very fast. But he now said with some pride, my cousin is the director of the Shandong Base City Extreme Martial Arts Hall. He told me that the esteemed person indeed intends to move. Seeing the 3 directors who now seemed to understand, Zhou Zhangyong said sternly, whether it's that particular person or not, it will definitely be an inspector envoy. Inspector envoy? Inspection, I'm sure you all understand what that means. If it really is that person, they will be permanently residing in Jiangnan Base City. If we offend them, we won't even need to report to headquarters. We can just resign and go home. Zhuge Tao and the other 2 quickly nodded. We understand. Suddenly Zhou Zhangyong's expression changed as he looked toward the distant sky. Here he comes. Zhang Yang spotted the 5 waiting people from above the hall. One descend. The deep blue spaceship slowly landed in front of the main entrance, and Zhang Yang stepped out one step at a time. Inspector Liu hurried over, and upon seeing his youthful face his eyes narrowed. Greetings, Lord Inspector Envoy. The 4 behind him, including Zhou Zhangyong, also quickly called out, we pay our respects to Lord Inspector Envoy. Zhang Yang smiled lightly. Inspector Liu and the 4 of you, I plan to settle in Jiangnan Base City from now on. I won't interfere with your work normally. However, since I'm new here, it would be even better if you could show me around. Inspector Liu didn't think anything was amiss. No matter how young, he was still a being beyond the war god level. His strength wouldn't be weak just because of his age, and he might even give him guidance in the future. He quickly smiled and said, it's our duty, my lord. You must be planning to live here, right? Zhang Yang nodded approvingly. It's very nice here. Remembering Jiangnan, we will reclaim the places where we live and step out of the base cities. Inspector Liu said enthusiastically, I've already had the staff prepare. My lord, take a look first. If it doesn't feel right, we can adjust. Zhang Yang waved his hand. Since I've come to Jiangnan, it should be authentic. Otherwise, how can I appreciate the scenery of Jiangnan? Besides, the gardens around here look great. Please trouble Inspector Liu to arrange it. Inspector Liu laughed happily. It's my duty, my duty. Actually, when I chose this place, I also thought of experiencing the charm of Jiangnan. Zhang Yang thought for a moment and said, actually, I've been paying attention to this place since my time in the elite training camp. The satellite cities here are quite distinctive, preserving some of the original city's customs and appearances. Unlike the Shandong Base City area where everything merged into the original Jinan city, and the satellite cities were named directly after the previous Jinan districts, losing the distinct characteristics of the former cities, and lacking a certain charm. Supervisor Liu escorted Zhang Yang and his party all the way to the residential area behind the Ultimate General Hall before departing with the president and 3 directors. Apart from him, the other 4 did not utter a single word, merely accompanying them in silence. Even Zhou Zhangyong, a war god, had no chance to speak. The remaining 3 were not even war gods, the disparity too vast. Zhang Yang surveyed his new dwelling and nodded with satisfaction. Jiangnan is truly wonderful. Dad, mom, brother, sister-in-law, how do you feel? Wang Feng said cheerfully. It's great, already great. We won't need to change anything later. She turned to Li Huan and asked, isn't that right, Huan? Li Huan also took a serious look around and nodded. Mom, I really like it here. It's beautiful, the air is fresher and the climate is milder. After more than half a month, everything was finally settled. Zhang Yang also visited a reclusive powerhouse here. Lan ran the Ice Blade. Speaking of this planetary-level powerhouse, he had appeared in the original story where he prevented Luo Feng from killing Liao in the Jiangnan Base City. But that had nothing to do with him, different circles. And now he was finally going to meet Luo Feng. The school bell rang. Zhang Yang looked at the students pouring out of school like scattered sheep, a nostalgic feeling washing over him. Unconsciously, more than 2 years had passed. He had experienced too much. Every trip to the wilderness was a baptism. Senior brother Luofeng. Zhang Yang couldn't help but follow the voice and saw a classic scene of meeting the protagonist. A little over 1.7 meters tall, somewhat thin, with a firm yet youthful face, his school uniform washed slightly white. Looking at him, Zhang Yang seemed to see his former self and unconsciously fell into a memory. He had started training as a child, but because his diet wasn't good he became very thin, making his family worry he was ill. At 16 he entered the martial arts gym, training desperately every day. Wu Jun taught him earnestly, and in less than a year, he became a senior student of the gym. Then he started skipping classes, essentially giving up on academics. His teacher's understanding and tolerance, along with his father's silent support, allowed him to grow faster. When his telekinetic power awakened, he lay alone in his bedroom, enduring the pain, uncertain about the future and whether he could succeed. He tried his best to hide it from his family, but eventually fainted and was discovered. That feeling wasn't as simple as Luofeng passing out directly. At the time, Zhang Yang thought he might die, even feeling that death might be a release. Even now, he never wanted to endure that agony again. When he first stepped out of school, he cautiously and calculatingly embarked on the path of a warrior, hiding his telekinetic power and striving to prove himself before the chief instructor. Later, he discovered it was a misunderstanding. Wu Jun directly took him to the ultimate general hall in the city center, and his plans always diverged from subsequent developments. It was Zhou Chuanheng who later helped him, allowing him to proceed so smoothly. His first trip to the wilderness was somewhat naive. Although it didn't make him grow much, it broadened his horizons, teaching him how to survive and fight monsters. Afterward, he gained insights, recognized his shortcomings, and strengthened his resolve to become powerful. The elite training camp was where he soared. Even there, he remained cautious, keeping his identity as a psychic master hidden. The next day's wilderness hunt taught him what real combat was. His will grew tougher, and he dared to challenge Lord-level monsters. He tasted the flavor of death but reveled in it, making remarkable progress. It seemed his luck was decent. He managed to avoid a teacher with questionable morals, and then he took off. Misty Island. He went there to steal some resources. It was indeed stealing, as he hid from Hong, and was cautious of Babata, careful not to alter Luofeng's opportunities. But it was worth it. It directly elevated him to the pinnacle of a psychic master war god, and his martial artist level was also close to the war god peak. Ruins No.9 trapped him again, and the feeling of powerlessness returned. Even though he had known it would happen, it served as a reminder that he was nothing in the universe. There he made another choice, unexpectedly sending him to the planetary level. The process was rather rough, but he persevered. He was no longer the young man from Blue Star in peacetime. He had long grown accustomed to his identity through countless battles, to persistence, and to facing death. He had become an excellent warrior. Fortunately, there were no further upheavals. His telekinetic power improved greatly, and he successfully obtained cultivation and attack methods for psychics. Ah! Watch out! Luofeng rushed over quickly and reached out to catch a falling piece of glass. Zhang Yang looked at the hand holding the glass above his head and said warmly, "Thank you." Luofeng nodded, casually tossed the glass into the trash can, and said to Zhang Yang, "Brother, be careful. Even base cities can be dangerous." Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Thanks, I'll be more careful from now on." Luofeng didn't think much of it and left directly. Watching Luofeng's retreating figure, Zhang Yang's smile slowly faded, and his aura gradually returned to normal. Some things had already changed. He couldn't control what happened in space, but on Earth, he had to ensure that nothing unexpected happened to Luofeng. At the same time, he thought to himself, "Luofeng, you are still too naive. You still have much to experience before you can grow. Being a strong person is not easy." "Yang Yang, where did you go this afternoon? You were gone the whole afternoon." When Zhang Yang returned home, Wang Feng immediately asked, "I took a walk around the nearby Wei City. At my current level, ordinary training isn't very effective. It's necessary to see more and move around more. I'll be going out often from now on," Zhang Yang explained to his mother. Wang Feng was relieved. "So you were in Wei City. Take some time to visit Shandong Base City and meet up with Pei Pei. You two should spend more time together. Young people need to communicate more. Don't be shy. Boys need to be thick-skinned. Do you expect the girl to take the initiative?" Zhang Yang had heard this many times recently, and was somewhat immune to it. His mother thought he was out playing, so let her think that. But it wasn't to meet a girl. It was to meet a boy or an old man. Although he wouldn't interfere much with Luofeng's affairs, he needed to focus on his safety. As long as Luofeng didn't lack training, he would ultimately be the same Luofeng. Dangers he had overcome before he could overcome again. He only needed to watch over Luofeng in desperate situations, because on Earth Luofeng was still weak and faced many uncontrollable factors. Once he entered space, Luofeng would grow strong, and then it would be unclear who would help whom. Time flowed slowly, and Luofeng remained unaware that someone was secretly watching over him, whether during the awakening of his telekinetic power or the assassination attempt in the cell. That day, Zhang Yang arrived at the ultimate headquarters. Though some curious glances followed him along the way, no one stopped him, for it was perfectly normal to see an unfamiliar warrior in such a place. Zhang Yang wandered aimlessly until he reached Zhuge Tao's office. He nearly laughed to himself. He was hardly one to meddle in others' affairs, so why did it matter where he worked? Ever since he'd arrived, both the guild leader and the supervisor had moved out of their villas to handle business in the office building. Supervisor, a prodigy from Ian District, will be arriving soon. Would you like to see him? A slightly aged voice spoke. Zhuge Tao did not answer immediately. Instead he rose swiftly and addressed Zhang Yang with deference. Greetings, Inspector. Zhang Yang chuckled softly. I've been here for a month and never visited the headquarters. What were you discussing just now? Zhuge Tao glanced at Bai Bo, then replied respectfully. We were just saying that a prodigy from Ian District is coming to the main office for testing. But since you're here, Inspector, I'll accompany you on a tour of the guild. Zhang Yang waved his hand. No need. A prodigy, you say? Then it's worth seeing. I was once nurtured by Supervisor Zhou Chuanheng from the Shandong Base City. I'd like to observe how the Zhongnan Base City cultivates its talents. Just carry on with your work. Zhuge Tao understood. The inspector was moved by the memory and had taken an interest. Still he flattered. Before you, Inspector, who could even be called a prodigy? Zhang Yang gave a non-committal shake of his head, let out a quiet laugh, found a seat, and began playing on his phone, saying nothing more. Seeing this, Zhuge Tao exchanged a glance with Bai Bo. Old Bai, go out and meet them. Bring them here when they arrive. Bai Bo quickly left and started making calls. Bai Bo, why are you calling? We're still on the train. Don't worry, we'll be there in 20 minutes. Zhang Yan sat across from Luo Feng and spoke casually. Bai Bo, however, shouted into the phone, Zhang Yan, tell me. That prodigy is reliable, right? Zhang Yan was taken aback by the tone. Of course he is. He just absorbed gene energy for the first time and gained 2,000 kilograms of strength. His punch force is 3,100 kilograms, speed 58 milliseconds, and neural reaction speed is at the excellent intermediate warrior level. Bai Bo sighed in relief. If that was the case, there should be no problem. But he couldn't relax yet. What kind of position was an inspector? He knew a bit from working at the ultimate headquarters. That was a high-ranking official from the main office. For instance, the head of the Zhongnan Base City's ultimate martial hall was the supervisor. An inspector must be at least on par with a supervisor, right? Recalling the respectful demeanor of the supervisor, his heart tightened. Zhang Yan, I hope you haven't made any mistakes this time. A major figure from the martial hall is here. Zhang Yan's expression grew serious. A major figure? Does the supervisor know? Bai Bo forced a bitter smile. If it were just the supervisor, he wouldn't look so strained. I won't tell you who it is. The supervisor is currently attending to him. You'd better not have misled me. Both of the big shots are waiting. Zhang Yan's hand trembled as he held the phone. The supervisor was personally attending to someone. This said a lot. He glanced at Luo Feng and said firmly, Bai Bo, rest assured there's no problem. Seeing Zhang Yan hang up, Luo Feng asked quietly, Instructor, something wrong? Zhang Yan forced a smile and comforted him, nothing. You're lucky today. 2 big shots are waiting to watch your test. If you catch their eye, the rewards will be generous. Yet inwardly he was uncertain. Anyone the supervisor personally attended to was at least a war god level expert. Whether this was good or bad remained to be seen, for no one knew the temperament of that figure. Luo Feng steeled his resolve. No matter what, he would just perform well during the test. As for the rest, he would deal with it when the time came. The train glided steadily forward, but the hearts of the 2 men inside were far from calm. Similarly, the 2 men at the ultimate headquarters were restless. Zhuge Tao in particular could not find a comfortable position. How could he, when a person with the power to dismiss him sat nearby, a being beyond the war god level? For a war general nearing his later years, the pressure was immense. The files on the desk blurred before his eyes. Ah, you're finally here. Let's go inside quickly. Bai Bo had been waiting anxiously outside, and now that he saw them, he grabbed Zhang Yan and Luo Feng and hurried inside. Zhang Yan whispered, Bai Bo, can't you at least tell me who the big shot is? Bai Bo had his guesses but didn't want to say. The supervisor didn't tell me either. How would I know? But the supervisor himself is attending to him carefully. Even the guild leader would probably do the same. Zhang Yan met Luo Feng's questioning gaze and reassured him. Just focus on the test. I'll explain everything when we're done. Meanwhile, 3 more people entered the office. Inspector Lu, a war god, was only there as an observer. He usually cultivated on his own. The day-to-day affairs of the ultimate martial hall were handled by the guild leader and the 3 supervisors. Now Zhou Zhengyong led the other 2 supervisors into Zhuge Tao's office. The 3 bowed to Zhang Yang, who sat on the sofa, and said respectfully, Greetings, Inspector. Zhang Yang chuckled. What brings you here? I'm just looking around. I heard a prodigy was coming, so I thought I'd wait. Go attend to your duties, don't mind me. I'll leave after I see him. He then continued sending messages to Su Pei Pei. But the guild leader and the 2 supervisors showed no intention of leaving. They exchanged glances with Zhuge Tao, then sat down calmly to await the arrival of the prodigy. About 2 minutes later, Bai Bo led Luo Feng and Zhang Yan into the office. Seeing the 4 people inside, Bai Bo's eyebrows twitched involuntarily. Good heavens. He knew every single one of them. The guild leader was the top man, the 3 supervisors were the big bosses, and now all of them were gathered. Out of the corner of his eye, he stole a glance at Zhang Yang. Indeed a true magnate. Completely indifferent to the likes of them. Turning to Zhuge Tao, he said, Sir Luo Feng and Zhang Yan are here. When shall we start the test? Zhuge Tao, who had been suppressing his tension for a while, finally felt relieved that Bai Bo had brought them. This was his office and it was proper to ask him. Everything was according to protocol. He glanced at Zhang Yang, who showed no reaction and knew what to do. With a genial smile, he said softly, let's go. Let's see how our new prodigy fares. Zhang Yan stood there dumbfounded, but that was beside the point. With the 4 titans of the Limit Martial Arts Hall all present, the status of that unfamiliar adult needed no further speculation. He must be someone from the headquarters, the kind who even among war gods was the strongest. After all, the president himself was a war god, and now he stood off to the side. Luo Feng, on the other hand, stared at Zhang Yang, feeling a sense of familiarity. He seemed to have seen him somewhere before, but for the moment he couldn't recall where. Zhang Yang stood up, noticed Luo Feng's gaze, and gave him a gentle smile before following the 4 titans toward the door. The group arrived at the outermost part of the floor, which was already very close to the elevator entrance. People they encountered along the way were all startled and uncertain. President, Director. The chorus of greetings never ceased throughout the path. Zhang Yang, possessing the best physical condition, faintly overheard someone whispering, What's gotten into the 4 titans today? Quick, don't talk about it here. Just refer to them behind their backs. Aren't you afraid they'll hear? Entering the training ground, Zhuge Tao glanced at Zhang Yang, who was following calmly behind, and decided to proceed as he normally would for the time being. All right, Uncle Bai, preside over the start of the test. Afterward, Uncle Bai led a group to inspect the punch force testing machine, running a few experiments. Once everything was confirmed to be in order, he said to Luo Feng, Come Luo Feng, let's begin the test. Don't be too nervous, just perform normally. Don't be too nervous, just perform normally. Luo Feng also reined in his somewhat chaotic thoughts. Dwelling on all those random things was useless now. His own strength was what mattered most. His gaze gradually turned clear and focused the entire transformation occurring in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yang could now see through Luo Feng's every aspect and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Luo Feng's adaptability was remarkably strong, even surpassing him by a great margin. His talent for mental and soul transformation was truly worthy of the one who would later make the Star Pagoda a divine king-level weapon acknowledge him as its master. He did not possess Luo Feng's temperament. He merely forced himself to act, clinging tightly to the concerns in his heart, turning them into an obsession. Only then could his heart find its place, and his will constantly refine itself. Bang! A perfectly standard punch. The foundation was solid, standing out even among high school students. Talent was there, and hard work was even more indispensable. Zhang Yang and the 4 titans had all gone through this, so they understood it all too well. The punch force testing machine displayed a value of 3,073 kilograms. An excellent result. Though it came after 2 awakenings, the growth of the body and energy was never the sole criterion for judging geniuses. Combat prowess, comprehension, and mental fortitude mattered far more. From the corner of his eye, Zhuge Tao watched Zhang Yang, but he could discern nothing. Originally, Zhang Yang had only intended to meet Luo Feng face-to-face to get acquainted in advance as their normal selves. As for further interaction, it was unnecessary for now. The gap in strength and status was too vast. This was not a natural friendship. Leaving aside the risk of suspicion, he could not disrupt Luo Feng's state of mind. Having just graduated, Luo Feng should be stepping into society with a sense of uncertainty. Zhang Yang's appearance was merely a glimpse to broaden his horizons. Zhang Yang had also climbed up step by step, and the process yielded far more than the outcome. He would not help Luo Feng in any way. As long as he didn't die, Luo Feng would grow on his own and grow healthily. The test continued. Luo Feng's speed was his advantage. He had a slight burst of speed, reaching 58.3 milliseconds, a bit faster than his previous test. Though the increase was small, the power of his mind was also manifested, at least making Luo Feng more coordinated. The neural reaction test was Luo Feng's forte. As a spiritual psychic who had already awakened, his current 3,000 kilograms strength met the standard of an intermediate warrior, while his neural reaction speed was excellent for an intermediate warrior and perfect for a beginner warrior. Zhang Yang paid no attention to the others. Zhuge Tao took Luo Feng to sign the contract. Just as in the original story, a fund of 100 million from the Limit Home to purchase secret manuals, guidance techniques, movement arts, and the like. 20 million Chinese yuan was allocated for equipment and daily living expenses. Originally, the Limit Home fund was 50 million, but now it was doubled to 100 million, with the extra 50 million footed by Zhuge Tao. Zhuge Tao, investing his money, naturally wanted the recipient to know, so he told Luo Feng his name. Sir, would you like me to show you around the martial arts hall? Zhuge Tao approached and asked softly. Zhang Yang waved his hand. No need. I'll be heading to Shandong Base City shortly. With that he turned and left. Zhou Zhengyong and the three directors followed behind, their eyes full of envy. Going to Shandong Base City, that required a fighter jet. They didn't have one. However, they could look up the price. Without a discount it would cost 200 billion. They didn't have that kind of money. Inspectors and patrol commissioners surely got discounts, but they didn't know how much. Compared to that 200 billion, the previous 50 million Chinese yuan was mere pocket change. The training ground was left with only Uncle by Zhang Yan and Luo Feng. After Zhang Yang and the others left, Zhang Yan couldn't help but let out a long breath. Ah, that scared me. Although that adult had no imposing aura at all and seemed utterly ordinary. Just with brighter eyes. Seeing the four titans standing quietly to the side made my heart race. Uncle Bai, weren't you nervous? You even presided over the test. Uncle Bai tidied his graying hair, which had become somewhat disheveled from checking the equipment, and glared at Zhang Yan. Don't go around calling them for titans casually. It's disrespectful. The president, the directors, every one of them is a great figure. You're still young. You need to work on your mentality. Luo Feng is even better than you. He then turned to Luo Feng and said, Luo Feng, you performed very well today. Your talent is excellent, and you even managed to get Director Zhuge to invest 50 million in you and tell you his name. Luo Feng, you performed very well today. Your talent is excellent, and you even managed to get Director Zhuge to invest 50 million in you and tell you his name. Luo Feng was a bit excited. This was the largest sum of money he had ever received. With this money, his family could finally improve. His younger brother's disability and the cost of daily care had placed a heavy burden on the family. Now everything was turning around. Zhuge Tao was it. He remembered. I will never forget the director's help. I will train even harder from now on. By now he had recalled where he had seen Zhang Yang. A question arose in his mind: who was that person seemingly only a few years older than himself, who could hold such high status that even the big shots of the Limit Martial Arts Hall were so restrained, and why had he appeared at the entrance of his school before? Zhang Yan's face showed some agitation. Seeing such a big figure and not even knowing who he was. Setting aside the matter of bragging later. It was an itch in his heart, a burning curiosity. Zhang Yan's face showed some agitation. Seeing such a big figure and not even knowing who he was. Setting aside the matter of bragging later. It was an itch in his heart, a burning curiosity. Uncle Bai, just tell me who that adult is. If you don't, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Is he a higher up in our Limit Martial Arts Hall? Even higher than the president? And he's so young. Could he also be a war god? Zhang Yan's face showed some agitation. Seeing such a big figure and not even knowing who he was. Setting aside the matter of bragging later. It was an itch in his heart, a burning curiosity. Uncle Bai, just tell me who that adult is. If you don't, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Is he a higher up in our Limit Martial Arts Hall? Even higher than the president? And he's so young. Could he also be a war god? Bai Bo pondered for a moment. Since meeting that esteemed figure would not trouble him to be known by others, he composed himself and said softly, actually, in our base city's Limit Martial Arts Hall, the president is not the highest authority. Above the president there is the inspector. But merely as an inspector. Usually the inspector devotes himself to cultivation, so he is rarely seen. Only those of us who work in the hall know of his existence, but it is not to be disclosed. As for the esteemed figure today, I once heard the head supervisor address him as the patrol envoy. Our Limit Martial Arts Hall has both inspectors and patrol envoys. You must have heard of them. However, I am not privy to the specific duties of a patrol envoy, only that it is a position at the headquarters of the Martial Arts Hall. Just now that esteemed figure mentioned, he was heading to Shandong Base City. Perhaps his duty is to patrol the various base cities. Able to patrol among the base cities, his strength must be comparable to that of our inspectors, certainly at the level of a war god. You are young and inexperienced. In truth, during the Great Nirvana period many people became war god level experts within a few years. Now that the base cities have stabilized, the wars are fought outside. The strong have gone into seclusion, and many of those former war gods have likely surpassed that level by now. Luo Feng, upon hearing this, began to understand somewhat. A patrol. No wonder he appeared in Yangzhou City. It is only natural to inspect the safety of the satellite cities. But these matters have little to do with me. I am not even a formal martial artist yet. Zhang Yang, after meeting Luo Feng formally, returned to his training room at home. In the month before Luo Feng's martial artist practical assessment, he no longer needed to focus on him and could devote himself to cultivation. As for the trip to Shandong Base City, it was merely a ruse. He was now deeply immersed in cultivation, unable to enjoy such things as dates or lengthy phone calls. His heart was heavy and time was too tight. He turned 20 that year. A few days before Luo Feng's examination, he made another choice, still prioritizing the spiritual talent option as before. After all, the comprehension of the laws was too faint. Improving by 10% was useless, and even doubling it remained faint. He himself had no insights, so using it to break through the bottleneck of the laws was even more unrealistic. Including this time he had chosen 21 times, with 20 of those being the spiritual talent option. Now his sensitivity and comprehension of laws and domains were 3 times that of an ordinary person. Since Hong could comprehend the domain, he felt he was on the verge of doing so as well. Zhang Yang activated his innate elemental perception. Everything around him became clearer. What is gold? The manifestation of the law is golden, but in the 5 elements on earth gold is white. What is the connection between them? And what is the difference? Hong, due to his mental state and soul, could possess a domain at the planetary level. This is abnormal in the universe. That is to say, it is related to his experiences, mental state and spiritual will. These factors prompted him to gain insights into the world. His attribute is light, and he brought light and hope to the people of Earth. His heart is as vast as the starry sky, embracing all things like the sea. Then what is my metal attribute? In the old saying, metal represents righteousness, with a firm nature, intense emotion, pungent taste, and white color. Those with abundant metal are well proportioned, with a square and fair face, high eyebrows, and deep eyes, a healthy body, and a clear spirit. They are resolute and decisive, generous with wealth, and deeply understand honor and shame. Excessive metal leads to recklessness, without wisdom, greed, and inhumanity. Deficiency results in a small and thin stature, a mean and venomous nature, lechery, a fondness for killing, and stinginess. I should not have any excess or deficiency, right? Zhang Yang murmured after self-reflection. Suddenly he realized something. I already have the law, yet I am still trying to think about what metal is like. How foolish. The law is the sublimation of the domain. Although I only have a sliver, it should be enough to comprehend the domain. Why not just experience it directly? He slowly immersed his mind in the comprehension of the law, quietly experiencing the metal law. Sharpness invincible to all. Firmness unyielding as a rock. Metal unbending, the sharpest attack and the most steadfast defense. Zhang Yang became entranced in the comprehension of the law. With his understanding and summarization, he seemed to gain a deeper insight into the metal law. Sparks of thought collided continuously, and countless verifications and ingenious ideas about the metal law swirled in his mind. An hour. 5 hours. 2 days. Zhang Yang did not know how much time had passed. Gradually his mind returned. The metal law he possessed had at least doubled or even quadrupled. Though still faint, he was content. The books he had read earlier about domains and attributes now proved their value. After all, the law was not something he had comprehended on his own. He had felt uneasy before, but now that he could make progress on his own, he could not only grow stronger faster but also feel at ease. The system was more powerful than he had imagined. These sudden laws were no different from those he would have comprehended himself. Upon acquiring them, he had immediately mastered them during his first experience. The lack of new insights earlier was due to his insufficient accumulation. Now, by conducting expansive research and thinking on the metal law, he controlled the law he comprehended had doubled, and he had gained a deeper understanding of it. My current insights are certainly sufficient. My mental strength is not weak either. Compared to Hong, I should not be far behind. The pressure I felt before was merely due to his mental state. Why can't I possess a domain? What am I missing? Zhang Yang could not help but wonder. Is a switch required? Does opening the domain also require a key? Then what is this switch and key? Zhang Yang fell into deep thought. He recalled the experiences of Hong and Lei Xin, the chaos and precarious days, the moments of disaster, when people were most sensitive with the richest emotional changes and turbulent emotions. Emotions! A gleam lit up in Zhang Yang's eyes. He was certain it was emotions. It was only natural for emotions to drive changes in spirit and will. Wasn't that how breakthroughs to the planetary level were made on Earth? What emotion does metal represent? In the 5 elements, metal represents sorrow. Does the metal attribute also represent sorrow? Zhang Yang felt troubled. Sorrow seemed hard to find. In his past life, what sorrow did he have? Food and shelter were not a concern. His family was stable. When a girlfriend broke up, he found a new one and forgot about it. It was not his first relationship. Nostalgia and longing were more common, but not really sorrow. In this life, he had been working hard. The most he had was worry for his family. Everything else went smoothly. He truly had no sorrow. Was he supposed to be sorrowful over poor food? As he thought, Zhang Yang's expression turned peculiar. He thought of Luofeng. Since he himself had none, he would have to borrow. But now he was tempering Luofeng, ignoring him as long as he didn't die. He truly wasn't setting this up for the borrowing. He wasn't so low as to deliberately harm a future comrade for his own benefit. Zhang Yang murmured to himself. But those sorrowful events haven't happened yet. It shouldn't hurt to borrow a bit, right? Zhang Yang soon ceased to think that way, because he too was on Earth. The events Luofeng had encountered now involved him as well. Previously he had always thought as a savior, never truly contemplating the consequences of failure. He dared not. Dwelling on such things neither enhanced his strength nor changed anything. But now he needed to. The golden horn beast would appear roughly at the stellar level with a gene level 10 times that of a normal human. Its strength was naturally 10 times that of a human of the same level. Moreover, its innate secret technique could double its power, making it 20 times stronger. As a top-tier bloodline in the universe, its natural force multiplier would not be low. At the stellar level, it could be 20 times. As a spiritual thought master, Zhang Yang was still half that. His psychic power multiplier was only 1, while warriors and monsters had a body strength multiplier of 1, and gene energy multiplier of 1, totaling 2. The power contained in 20 flying daggers was equivalent to a 10-fold force multiplier. Zhang Yang's warrior force multiplier reaching 10 would still yield the same result as a spiritual thought master. The disparity in strength between him and the golden horned beast reached 40 times. The beast also had techniques, though in the original story only its wings emitted golden light that was merely a basic attack. It possessed a heritage. It was at the stellar level. What if I fail? Zhang Yang pressed himself. A fierce battle unfolded in his mind. He, Luo Feng, Hong Leishan, and countless counselors all perished. Images of failure surged unbidden. The golden-horned beast, the devouring beast Earth, with no one to stop it. Facing it was akin to meeting death. Earthlings could only flee in panic, while the one-year-old golden-horned beast watched them like ants. With a flap of its wings, death swept across, blood pooling into rivers, the ground stained crimson. It would watch people struggle, incessantly tormenting their nerves. There might be resistance, but those desperate defenses were merely a way to stimulate its body. Humans were being raised in captivity. When they lost their value, it would devour them all. Sad. Zhang Yang closed his eyes, tears streaming, silently whispering softly. I think I can feel it. As he continued to imagine, he unconsciously touched his neck, the place where a technological enslavement device could be implanted. If Luo Feng were too late to reach the cosmos, the Nulan Mountain family space beings would arrive. Several stellar-level experts would descend upon Earth. A planet was valuable, but 3 planetary-level warriors who had comprehended a domain were equally priceless. He would become a high-value commodity sold across the universe. Family, relatives, friends. Ridiculous. Cosmic beings cared nothing for Earthlings' feelings. He might even urge his family to commit suicide. Zhang Yang's emotions spiraled out of control. Earthlings were worthless. Cosmic beings wouldn't even bother with their pocket money. Most would die of old age halfway through the journey. Mass captures, humiliation, wholesale slaughter. It revealed the ugliness of human nature. Humans were sometimes more terrifying than monsters. Suddenly Zhang Yang let out a faint smile, tears still welling in his eyes. Smiling was sometimes harder than crying. Fortunately, none of this has happened, has it? He gripped his battle blade tightly. Golden horned beast, I will surely become stronger than it. Luo Feng will obtain the inheritance. Now that 3 of us have comprehended the domain, we will surely win. Cosmic beings, come face your death. I possess the law. As long as I reveal it, I can enter the Chenwu secret realm and other major powers. Earth will be safe. As for the future, I will protect it with my blade. Those who insult our Huagua, cut down. Those who plot against our geniuses, cut down. Those who plunder our homeland's wealth, cut down. Those who occupy our mother planet's territory, cut down. Who will be the next to greet my blade? Gold is the sharpest attack and the firmest defense. Zhang Yang's eyes were still bloodshot. He struggled to his feet as if bearing the weight of a planet and whispered, the domain is not so difficult after all. A golden radiance spread rapidly from Zhang Yang, suffusing the training room. Everything, objects, floor, walls, was coated in a brilliant gold. Everything within the room was under Zhang Yang's control. Golden rivers flowed through the space, and a single glance would slow one's thoughts. This was the mastery of the domain. A realm beyond the unity of heaven and man, where space itself submitted to Zhang Yang's authority. Perhaps I should find a worthy opponent to test my current strength. I haven't had a proper battle since leaving the ruins. After his breakthrough, Zhang Yang sighed. The optical brain is somewhat useless. Combined with the domain and law, it can't calculate accurately, and my own judgment is still vague. Who should I challenge? The Shandong Base City will hold the quasi-warrior assessment on the 1st of the month. Luo Feng still has about a month and a half, so I don't need to watch him constantly. It's too dangerous to challenge the 2 beast emperors now. Forget it, I'll find someone outside. Even striking a mountain peak will give me a preliminary measure of my combat ability. Zhang Yang wasted no time. He flew out of the training room window. With his speed, ordinary people couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. Once clear of the villa's airspace, he accelerated sharply, breaking the sound barrier in an instant. Glancing at the optical brain, he saw 573 milliseconds. The star core alone is still slow. Planetary-level warriors move at this speed. Zhang Yang switched to pure psychic power flight. The optical brain now showed 983 milliseconds. A huge leap. Truly spiritual thought masters were invincible at lower levels. The speed nearly doubled that of a warrior, turning those not specialized in speed into mere targets. Combining psychic power and the star core, his speed rose again to 1,364 milliseconds. The peak for a normal spiritual thought master. This was terrifying. Warriors could never catch up. Domain. The invisible golden domain expanded instantly. Within it, Zhang Yang's control surged, air resistance minimized, and his speed rocketed to 2,145 milliseconds. Zhang Yang felt exhilarated by his current speed. It was as if he had broken free from shackles, his body feeling light and unrestrained. By the way, I've always applied the law to attacks, but the results were vague. What would happen if I applied it to speed? Can metal attribute enhance speed? A golden thread flickered in Zhang Yang's pupils. He felt a surge of power yet couldn't pinpoint where. Without a secret technique to utilize the law, it's a problem. But I can't rush it. I'll just force it onto my movements. Golden light rippled over Zhang Yang's body, and his speed shot up by half again, reaching 3,203 milliseconds. The speed was truly astonishing. 5 times faster than Zhang Yang's peak velocity during his days as a war god. This newfound velocity granted him a sense of liberation. What does 3200 meters per second mean? It means he could cover 11500 kilometers in an hour and circumnavigate the Earth in just 4 hours. With this speed, he could reach any location on Earth within 2 hours. Of course, it was still incomparable to King-level aircraft, which could achieve a maximum speed of 8000 meters per second. After all, those were built using technology from Ancient Ruins, technology that even beings from outer space could utilize. The citizens of the universe were at the planetary level, but ordinary planetary level first-stage warriors were not as fast as Zhang Yang. To reach such velocity, one would need to be around the 5th stage of the planetary level. Along the way, Zhang Yang abruptly halted. He could not find a worthy opponent. He casually killed a few monsters on the path, but even high-level Lord-type monsters were no match for him, offering no real battle. As for King-level monsters, there were only about a dozen of them on Earth. Their intelligence was highly developed, and they commanded vast territories and hordes. If he rashly attacked them, it might provoke a backlash from the monster population. Neither Hong nor the Thunder God could do much against the Beast Emperor, let alone Zhang Yang. Hunting a King-level monster would have too great an impact on the wilderness areas, and it would severely affect Luo Feng's training. I can't even find a single opponent now, Zhang Yang muttered with a bitter smile. No wonder the planetary-level cultivators on Earth advanced so slowly. Without combat, progress naturally stagnated. Never mind, never mind. It seems I'm destined to be a babysitter here on Earth. He set out with high spirits but returned in disappointment. Now Zhang Yang understood the feelings of Hong and the Thunder God, and he looked forward even more to Luo Feng's growth. Hurry up and get to the universe. That's where we need to fight. Back in the training room of his villa, Zhang Yang adjusted his mood and began to cultivate his genetic primal energy. After 20 talent enhancements, his spirit divine was now 2 times his original talent, and his body essence and energy chi were nearly 3 times as well. His cultivation progressed relatively smoothly, at least making him far more powerful than an average earthling. For reference, Luo Feng's brain domain expansion rate of 21 was already considered prodigious even in the universe. Zhang Yang, after 19 talent enhancements, had his talent increased to 9 times, and his brain domain expansion rate was only around 23. That means his initial brain domain expansion rate was a mere 8, which under normal circumstances would not even allow him to awaken his telekinetic power. After the enhancements, his telekinetic talent surpassed Luo Feng's, and his already considerable physical talent became even more exceptional. 2 hours later, a round of cultivation ended, and the guiding technique was also completed. If he wished to continue training, he would have to wait until his cells adapted to the changes. Suddenly a glint flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes. He remembered a valuable item and wanted to borrow it. AI call Hong. Soon the image of a resolute lean young man appeared on the holographic projector. Hong asked with slight confusion, "Zhang Yang, what's the matter?" Zhang Yang replied calmly, "I heard that the master still possesses an ancient gravity chamber." Hong chuckled softly, realizing that Zhang Yang had set his sights on one of his prized possessions. But that treasure was not easy to obtain. "Do you have anything suitable to trade with me? Let me make it clear up front. I don't lack ordinary currency." After some thought, Zhang Yang recalled that Luo Feng had just passed his warrior assessment. The actual combat exam would be on August 1st of this year, and the elite training camp's death mission would begin on August 1st next year. That meant Luo Feng would have to wait at least another year or so before acquiring the plant essence on Misty Island and exchanging it for the gravity chamber. Having figured this out, Zhang Yang gave a light smile and tentatively said, "A treasure is only valuable when it's being used. There aren't many people who can afford to trade for it, and it won't appreciate in value if just left sitting. I'd like to lease it for a year. Would plant essence be acceptable?" Ha ha ha. Hong was amused by Zhang Yang's proposal once again. It was the first time he had heard of such an arrangement. Such high-value items were beyond the imagination of his subordinates. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, cleverly devised a way to use it. Still, it was a good idea. The ancient gravity chamber was indestructible even by Hong, so there was no fear of Zhang Yang damaging it. Impressed by Zhang Yang's diligent and resourceful attitude, Hong decided to grant his wish. "All right, you've convinced me. Bring your plant essence to headquarters, and I'll see how long I can lease it to you." Zhang Yang concealed his excitement and said with a grin, "Thank you, master. As the undisputed strongest person on Earth, Hong, who had held this position for so long, should not normally be so accommodating to a newcomer who had just stepped into the planetary level. The fact that he agreed now was purely out of appreciation for Zhang Yang and a willingness to help him. Even the previous inspectors who had spent years running errands for the Limit Martial Arts Hall had to pay years of accumulated contributions just to learn some combat techniques from Hong, let alone such a cheap deal as Zhang Yang's. Zhang Yang never believed that plant essence would actually be of any use to Hong. Even for himself, the plant essence had long lost its effect after he advanced to the planetary level. His genes had already evolved. Zhang Yang boarded his aircraft and arrived at Shandong Base City in no time. "Inspector Zhang, what brings you to headquarters today?" Inspector Wang asked with some confusion upon seeing Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang smiled lightly. "Ah, Inspector Wang. I just discussed with the master about leasing some equipment." Hearing the mention of the master, Inspector Wang quickly said, "Since the master is waiting for you, you should go in now." "Alright, see you later, Inspector Wang." Inspector Wang watched Zhang Yang's disappearing back and muttered to himself. Zhang Yang became a planetary level so quietly. Did he find something in the ruins? Should I also go to the ancient ruins? As if struck by a thought, Inspector Wang shuddered. No, that's too dangerous. These ruins have no discernible patterns, and a planetary level strength is nothing within them. My family cannot afford to lose me. The higher one's status, the more considerations they have. The longer one lives, the more they fear death. Becoming a strong person is not a simple matter. Talent, mindset, experience, environment, and opportunity are all indispensable. When the Great Nirvana ended and the world became peaceful except for the top-tier powerhouses, who continued their relentless efforts, the rest, protected by those above, had already lost their drive for progress. The older generation no longer had the same vigor as before. Despite having a lifespan of 1,000 years, they had forfeited the right to advance further. "You seem to have grown much stronger." Zhang Yang had just entered when Hong noticed that Zhang Yang seemed to have undergone some changes. Could it be that young people are so formidable? Just by staying within the base city, his strength kept rising uncontrollably. Or was it truly that terrifying for a genius in the universe? Zhang Yang smiled and said, "I can't escape the eyes of the master. It's just some insights. The cultivation at the planetary level is extremely difficult. Both genetic energy and mental power training are very slow." Hong nodded. Who could deny it? In 20 years he had only reached the current 6th level of the planetary stage. Even Thunder God had just reached the 7th level. After all, Earth has no inheritance. We lack too many cultivation methods. All our current methods are self-summarized. At my level I have to create my own techniques, otherwise improvement would be even slower. This is also my concern. Earthlings are too weak, and compared to the universe our growth is too slow. According to some information I've obtained, once an alien civilization discovers us, we will face death or enslavement. Zhang Yang's aura sharpened and his voice turned slightly low. So we have no choice but to work hard. Only by improving our strength can we face the complex future. According to the information I've obtained, adventurers in the universe are also classified by levels. The weakest and the most numerous are the stellar level. You, the master, should be able to reach this level in another 20 or 30 years. In the past 5,000 years we have not been discovered for such a long time. It all depends on our luck. Hong nodded. Originally he had noticed that Zhang Yang had grown stronger again, so he wanted to caution him, not letting Zhang Yang become prideful from the current improvement. But he didn't expect his worry to be unnecessary. Zhang Yang's awareness remained high. As for the unexpectedly obtained information about cosmic adventurers, he didn't care much. Getting some news from the ruins couldn't change anything. Earthlings couldn't even leave their home planet, and the battles among alien civilizations would not soften just because you knew something. I'm glad you understand these things. Take out your herb of life and let me see how long it will allow you to use the ancient gravity chamber. Zhang Yang knew that Hong was probably going to take care of him again. Every meeting was a test from the senior to the junior. If he could satisfy Hong, he would bestow some rewards. But Zhang Yang really didn't want to cultivate for long. He had to leave this for Luo Feng. How could one pillar for Earth be safer than two? The fate of Earth is too rugged. Perhaps this was the calculation of that great being who created Earthlings. A race that does not experience storms cannot become strong. From the back of his black god set, he took out a blood-red sphere with a diameter of 5 centimeters, transparent like glass on the outside, and inside it seemed as if blood was flowing. According to the information I found at the Extreme House, this is the core of the Bloodvine tree. It can strengthen a warrior's body, even having some effect on planetary-level warriors. I want to exchange it for 1 year of cultivation time. Based on my inference, given the current energy on Earth, after 1 year the limit of the ancient gravity chamber will no longer be helpful to me. Hong nodded. This was a rather fair trade. Zhang Yang was not one to take advantage of small gains. He had a good character. He sighed silently in his heart. What a pity. Humans were restricted in every aspect. If only they could enter the universe, Earthlings would not be so helpless. After quickly thinking through all this, his strong mental state allowed Hong to instantly cast aside negative emotions. Zhang Yang could grow well without his worry. He was relieved. but he had no desire to talk further. He waved his hand and said, "The value is enough. Take the ancient gravity chamber with you. If any problems arise during cultivation, you can come to me." "Yes, master." Inside the ancient gravity chamber, Zhang Yang's figure shuttled back and forth. Occasionally a faint light flickered around him, but his momentum was much weaker compared to when he cultivated in the No.9 ruins. The flying knives could not even reach supersonic speed, and Zhang Yang moved with great difficulty. In just half an hour, sweat appeared on his face. Next to him, a device clearly of Earth origin displayed the number 500G on its large screen. "Awesome!" Zhang Yang couldn't help but shout. "It's so awesome to cultivate with the ancient gravity chamber. But unfortunately, the energy on Earth can only support up to 1,000 times gravity. Judging from the current progress, I can advance one level in at most a month, reaching the second level of the planetary stage. But unfortunately, in another 4 or 5 months, the ancient gravity chamber will no longer be effective for me." Ding dong ding dong. Upon hearing the prompt from the intelligent brain, Zhang Yang's expression stiffened. Has time passed so quickly? It was already August 28th. It had been almost 2 months since he last saw Luofeng. Was he going to the wilderness area? Alright, the planetary babysitter is back online. But it's not bad to roam around more. The cultivation of genetic energy and mental power can't be rushed. Following them won't delay daily training. Just treat it as a way to comprehend the domain and laws. But the domain of space is really too difficult, right? After reading so many documents, my understanding of space is still minimal even with the reference of laws. Luofeng had already left the wilderness area with the Fire Hammer squad. After entering the wilderness area, the team leader wanted to test Luofeng's strength. He said seriously, "Luofeng, this ghost tiger in front of us is between G-class and F-class, not much different from you. Go deal with it." "Excellent. Luofeng, your progress over the past month has been very fast. Not bad, not bad. Now you're almost becoming a mainstay. Our team has really gained a genius member this time. We'll be blessed in the future." The Wei brothers, who had previously had some complaints about Luofeng, were now smiling. "Haha, great harvest. We encountered a middle-level beast, general-grade bloodthirsty tank here. Don't be careless." Bang! Enemy attack. Old Zhang. Damn, it's the Tiger Fang squad. They're sniping us. Not good. They've triggered a beast tide. Luofeng gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. He glared fiercely in the direction of the Tiger Fang squad. Although he couldn't see clearly from such a distance, the members of the Tiger Fang squad were deeply engraved in his heart. He said in a low voice, "Everyone follow me." As he spoke, 3 flying knives rose around Luofeng and moved swiftly. The blade light was so sharp that it chilled one's heart. Luofeng is actually a mental power master. Great, we're saved. Zhang Yang felt somewhat relieved that he hadn't engaged in large-scale hunting of Lord-tier monsters, thus avoiding the migration of monster territories. As for the bloodthirsty tanks that were destined to be encountered, Luofeng and his team still ran into them because his presence in this wilderness area had no significant impact. However, there were changes. The monster Luofeng fought in his first battle was different. Though he couldn't recall what it was supposed to be, it was definitely not a ghost tiger. This was the alteration Zhang Yang brought to Luofeng and Zhuge Tao. Because of him, the timing of Zhuge Tao's contact with the Fire Hammer squad might have shifted perhaps by a single extra sentence. Although it wouldn't affect the original route of the Fire Hammer squad, certain thoughts were altered, and the departure time might have varied slightly. Nevertheless, the impact was not substantial. The hunting rhythm of both sides remained largely unchanged, and the Tiger Fang squad still encountered Luofeng and his team. Moreover, the Tiger Fang squad still ambushed Luofeng and his companions. Zhang Ku ended up disabled and lost an arm, while Luofeng broke through his limits and evaded the attack. This greatly reassured Zhang Yang. Indeed, even if some events shifted, Luofeng remained the same Luofeng. With sufficient experience, he would rapidly mature and grow stronger. Time flowed slowly. However, the matter at hand troubled Zhang Yang deeply. Luofeng was safe under his protection with no accidents likely, so he was perfectly secure. But others were not so fortunate, such as the war god Lu Gang, who was still struggling desperately not far away. Over 10 million rat-type monsters surged crazily toward the center. Anyone with trypophobia or a fear of rodents would likely be unable to sleep for 3 days, preferably requiring hospitalization to avoid shock. Rumble. Another building collapsed, the result of Lu Gang's explosive physical force. With a minimum of 6 tons of force striking the building at around 200 meters per second, and surrounded by a rat prison that blocked sky and earth, it dealt devastating damage to the surrounding structures. Rumble. Another building was flattened. Collapse was only the beginning. Within a single second, the over 10 million rat monsters turned the already rusted and aged reinforced concrete into a pile of dust. Lu Gang was already wounded. Despite his immense strength of over 100,000 kilograms, the rats were all monsters. 5 kilometers had turned into a black vortex. The rat swarm ignored casualties, attacking Lu Gang in wave after wave. Low-level rats could only delay him, but there were always general-tier rats capable of inflicting damage. The rats were endless, and he saw no hope yet. He could only struggle desperately. Every extra second alive meant a chance of rescue. To save or not to save. Zhang Yang muttered to himself. He understood exactly what Lu Gang was feeling. He had once experienced such helplessness himself, and the pursuit of a flying Lord-tier monster was even more despairing than the rat swarm. Fight and he couldn't win, flee and he couldn't escape. Flight was countered, and even hiding underground led to continued pursuit. The ground already breached was nothing to a flying lord. When tired it soared into the sky, its eyes able to see for dozens of kilometers, patiently waiting for Zhang Yang to appear. To it this was an amusing game. Zhang Yang made the same choice as Lu Gang. Persist, call for help, wait. As long as there was a sliver of hope to survive, he could not give up. Watching Lu Gang, he saw his former self. He had casually saved some martial artists before, but that had no impact on Luofeng. However, Lu Gang directly influenced the subsequent plot. It wasn't that he didn't want to save him, but he was pondering whether he could and whether it was worth it. Luofeng would one day shelter Earth, saving billions of its inhabitants. Staring at the churning colossal shadow, Zhang Yang once again interrogated his own soul. Before him was an elite of humanity risking life and limb in the wilderness. Every monster he killed made the base city a bit safer. He was a hero equally great. Humanity was upheld by countless such individuals. Alas, a faint sigh escaped. Zhang Yang made his move. His figure broke the sound barrier, and a thunderous roar suddenly erupted, traveling far and wide. The martial artists who had been fleeing for their lives turned back, and then saw the figure standing in midair above the center of the rat swarm. Counselor! That's a counselor! Standing in midair! That's someone beyond the war god level. Haha, I'm saved. Brothers, hold on a little longer, reinforcements are here. Ah wei, why couldn't you wait just a bit longer? Ah! Luofeng also looked back, his expression one of utter shock. How could he not recognize Zhang Yang, having met him twice before? Especially the second time, the aura he exuded unconsciously lingered in Luofeng's mind. How could someone who looked about his age hold such a position? So young and already a war god. Then Luofeng witnessed a scene he would never forget. Since Zhang Yang had decided to act, he would not hesitate. His psychic power surged forth, and the imitation escape heaven shuttle's 365 blades instantly rose surrounding him. Each flying blade reflected and radiated dazzling light, as if he were bathed in a rain of light. The shimmering blades resembled stars in the sky. At that moment Zhang Yang seemed like a deity of the cosmos. His black god suit transformed into combat gear. Standing in midair, he raised his right arm and pointed toward the rat swarm below. In an instant, the brilliantly shining blades erupted into motion. Light trembled. The flying blades descended at incredible speed like countless falling meteors trailing pale white tails. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Countless sonic booms suddenly burst forth, and visible shock waves began to violently churn and expand outward. The dust on the ground was pressed extremely low, clinging tightly to the surface as it surged with the shock waves. The earth itself seemed to flow. Overwhelmed by the dual assault on sight and sound, Luofeng was momentarily stunned. Countless martial artists also gazed in awe at the figure in the sky. Because the yellow dust surged rapidly backward, they felt as if they were advancing at great speed, yet the distance to that rain of light remained as vast as ever. Light thoroughly erupted. Countless streaks of light weaved through the air, as if capturing all light and sealing it within a box. The black rats and the pale white streams of light formed a stark contrast. Boom! The intense shock wave reached their bodies, tossing their hair back and rustling their clothes, yet they remained oblivious. Everyone fell silent. They were safe. The streams of light flashed and vanished. The rats were still running, but the next second they were dismembered with specks of blood splattering onto faces. But they paid no heed, instead shouting madly in their hearts to express the overwhelming impact of what they had witnessed. Is this a deity? Thank you, Senior. Watching the figure rapidly disappearing into the sky, the rescued Lu Gang shouted loudly. He left. Watching the figure that vanished without a clear view and remained indifferent to him, Lu Gang felt a pang of disappointment. The life-saving grace, especially at his most desperate moments, stirred a gratitude in his heart that words could not express. He then looked at the rat monsters lying dead on the ground and couldn't help but exclaim, "This must be what a true powerhouse is like." At the same time he said in his heart, "Senior, your great kindness I will never forget." Luofeng was now fully awake, his eyes gleaming. 10 seconds. Merely 10 seconds. The world turned upside down, corpses littering the battlefield. What kind of power was this? He didn't know. But Luofeng could be certain of one thing: this formidable figure was a spiritualist and one of the most renowned on Earth. Such terrifying power was beyond words. Can I become this strong too? Luofeng murmured to himself. His heart burned with fervor. He was filled with fantasies glimpsing his own future, a fierce longing within him. Zhang Yang had finally taken action for no other reason than a simple two-word principle worthy of rescue. Such heroes fighting for humanity should not die like this. It was that simple. Now that Earth had gained him, the odds of defeating the golden-horned beast increased. He did not want to betray his own conscience. He could ensure Luo Feng's normal growth. Luo Feng had the talent. The current Luo Feng merely lacked some trials and motivation. Luo Feng had already displayed his psychic power before the Firehammer squad, so the squad's decisions would not change, and would still follow the original trajectory. What Zhang Yang did now was merely replacing the originally intended opportunity, but it was much more shocking, and he had done so intentionally. Zhang Yang speculated Luo Feng must be yearning in his heart. As for how Lu Gang's survival would serve as a warning to Luo Feng, he would make other arrangements. He also had a way to make the originally intended gathering occur. Having escaped death, holding a gratitude banquet for him should be about right, shouldn't it? Although Zhang Yang would not attend, he just needed to look down on everything from above, thus minimizing the impact of this intervention on Luo Feng. Ring 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 ring. A soft chime from the communication watch startled Luo Feng awake. Since he had been hunting low-level monsters near the military zone recently, it was very safe for him as a spiritualist so to avoid missing anything he had not set it to silent. He glanced down at the communication watch. It was Gao Feng calling. He reached out and tapped to answer. Captain, is there something you need? Gao Feng shouted urgently, Luo Feng, there's a rat plague near City 0231. Are you in the wilderness area? If you are, get away from there as soon as possible. Be extremely careful. Luo Feng raised his head and looked around, recalling the earlier desperate escape, and sighed inwardly. Even if he had been surrounded, if he couldn't take off quickly, he would have likely perished here. But now, Luo Feng chuckled softly and said calmly, Captain, the beast tide has passed. As he spoke, he held up his phone and turned it around to show the surroundings. Gao Feng, with his intermediate war general strength, could naturally see clearly, but upon seeing the ground covered with rats, he was utterly shocked. He stared at Luo Feng in disbelief, his voice trembling as he said, Luo Feng, don't tell me you killed all these. Luo Feng laughed self-deprecatingly. The captain really overestimated him. Earlier in the inner zone of City 023, he had fought fiercely but had only managed to carve a narrow path. The number of monsters then was so small. How could it compare to this rat plague? Even at that time his psychic power had been exhausted. He shook his head, unsure how to describe the scene just now, and said softly, Captain, how could it have been me? I'm safe now. As for what happened, I'm sure there will be video footage later. You'll see then. I really can't find the words. Although Gao Feng was curious, he reluctantly accepted this explanation, and prepared to wait for the event to unfold. Thinking that the break time was almost over and his teammates should have finished absorbing the gene potions, he invited Luo Feng. We're planning to gather at the HR Alliance Mall this week, same time as usual. We'll get together then and have a good chat. Okay, Captain. Greetings, Inspector. Zhou Zhengyong hurriedly said upon seeing Zhang Yang arrive. Zhang Yang nodded slightly and said calmly, Earlier I encountered a rat beast tide near City 0231, and incidentally rescued a warrior who was trapped in dire straits. Beast tides are inevitable, but we cannot let the honor of warriors be buried in vain. Today I saved one, but there are many more I did not save. The wilderness is brutal. We need to warn warriors to be more cautious. Release the past death records, spread the news of this incident. The brave deserve honor and the living must take heed. Yes, my lord. I will do it well. Zhou Zhengyong replied with great respect. This was not solely due to the inspector's status. More importantly, the man before him far surpassed him, and had even guided him, making his recent training very smooth. He believed that within 2 years, he could reach the level of high-level warrior, for which he was deeply grateful. Shandong Base City Extreme Martial Arts Headquarters. Master of the Hall, a beast tide just occurred near City 0231, and Inspector Zhang has unleashed his full power there. A warrior spoke with a respectful tone. Oh! Hong gave a light snort. He was curious about Zhang Yang's strength, and wanted to see what kind of spectacle this prodigy, who was considered a genius even in the universe, would create. Open it and let me see. Upon hearing the order, the warrior did not hesitate and directly played the video of Zhang Yang slaughtering the rat swarm in City 0231. The first glance made Hong gasp in admiration. He had not expected Zhang Yang's full power to be so formidable. His own strength was high and his perception was keener than others. He could judge a person's power without data analysis. He could sense how swiftly Zhang Yang's main telekinetic weapons flew. The attack speed of these weapons was enough to pose a problem even for him. Moreover, according to his analysis, these telekinetic weapons could be divided into 21 parts during attack. This was certainly not Zhang Yang showing off. It meant that Zhang Yang's psychic amplitude could reach a maximum of 21, which translated to a 5-fold multiplier if converted to a warrior's strength amplification. His own strength amplification hadn't even reached 7. The reason he could defeat the Thunder God was that he possessed a domain. This meant that if Zhang Yang were at the same level as him, his domain, though powerful, could only barely restrain the Thunder God. Against small flying daggers, its effect would be very limited. Spiritualists already have an advantage in combat, let alone when the gap in amplitude amplification is so vast. In the Military Camp Special Operations Division. General, this is the result of our analysis based on the video just now. An officer stood ramrod straight, presenting a tablet with both hands. Jia Yi took it expressionlessly. As he watched, his pupils contracted sharply. In such a short time, this genius is about to advance again. Even with the combat power he has shown now, he is no worse than a planetary level 2 psychic. Even a planetary level 3 martial artist probably can't do anything to him. Any other news? The officer promptly replied in a clear voice. Before the incident, multiple martial artists in City 0231 were mysteriously rescued. Based on our deductions, it is certain that this patrolling envoy intervened. Combined with the summary of previously gathered information, it indicates that we can communicate swiftly. Jia Yi nodded. All right, I understand. Arrange a time for me. I want to meet this patrolling envoy as soon as possible. The officer called out crisply, Yes, General. In the following week, the Limitless Martial Arts Hall began recounting the history of blood and tears. A history forged from countless bones, bodies abandoned in the wilderness, most of them leaving no remains, for they had been returned to nature by the monsters. The people's recognition allowed the spirits, once silently buried in the desolate areas, to be honored. The living were warned, training more diligently, acting more cautiously, striving for a splendid life ahead. Zhang Yang's attitude toward Luofeng remained the same, 4 words. Just don't die. City 003. Because Luofeng was a psychic, the Fire Hammer Squad later used their connections to secretly buy several bottles of gene enhancement potions for their teammates. Zhang Yang pretended not to notice. A weekend after the Rat Tide ended, they gathered again at the HR Alliance Hotel. By then, the Fire Hammer Squad had been strengthened, and it could be said that all members were now war generals. Although they might not match the previous Ghostface Squad, they were not far behind. After all, if they couldn't win in a frontal battle, Luofeng, as a psychic, was quite formidable in killing monsters. After a month of familiarizing themselves with their newfound power, they set out again for the wilderness, this time heading to the highly ranked City 003, where the highest threat was High Lord level monsters. And Zhang Yang, the healer, was back online. As long as he lived, Luofeng would not die. In City 003, Zhang Yang was now somewhat troubled. Things had indeed changed. Although the Tiger Fang Squad protected Li Wei and Luofeng, enabling them to meet, Luofeng later went to kill his enemy Zhang Zihu and also stole the dragon egg. But the subway route Luofeng chose had changed. If he had been heading toward Kunlun, the two could have met again. Now Luofeng had chosen City 045, which made heading home a bit of a detour. He was clearly deliberately avoiding something. The direction he was heading formed a 45-degree angle with Li Wei's group, so they would not encounter each other. Zhang Yang murmured to himself, Now it depends on my line control technique to make Li Wei and Luofeng meet head-on. Then his voice turned somewhat cold. Luofeng, your progress is decent, but it's not enough. Without experiencing the things that should have happened, without the challenges between life and death, without immense pressure, how can you grow? For your sake, I held back from obtaining the inheritance of the falling star. You don't know how much I've sacrificed for this. That was an opportunity without an owner. I never thought I had such great willpower. I have to delay my cultivation progress by nearly 10 years. You must not let me down. The universe is not something you, in your current naivety, can venture into. Don't worry. Trials are the medicine of growth. Your family will be fine. I can protect them on Earth. This is what you are meant to bear. Without these, you will never grow. It's better to endure present hardships than to regret later. Now I can still watch over you. If you are not strong enough and fall in the universe, it will be too late. Flying knives began to drive off the monsters, constantly altering the Tiger Fang Squad's path. Slowly, Li Wei started moving toward Luofeng. When the Tiger Fang Squad stopped to rest, Luofeng also emerged from the subway line and walked along the highway. Inside a van on the highway. What bad luck, truly bad luck. What's up today? We've run into 3 small beast tides already. Could it be related to that enraged iron armor dragon? Panya, the captain of the Tiger Fang Squad, grumbled. An old man with a hooked nose spoke in a low voice. Young master, the wilderness is this dangerous. You must be careful in your future training. Today's events were a bolt from the blue. Fortunately, we dodged them all. Li Wei was also shaken. Earlier he had almost sent a message to his parents. His parents were war gods. As a child of a war god, though he was a mid-level war general, he was clearly lacking in experience. This trip was precisely to hone his combat skills, and he had hired guards for protection. If he still sent for help, it would be too shameful. Thinking about all the events along the way, Li Wei was deeply impressed. He humbly accepted the care and teachings of his old steward. Old Lu, I have taken this matter to heart. Old Lu nodded with satisfaction. He had watched Li Wei grow up and could read his reactions at a glance. Knowing that Li Wei had taken his words to heart, he decided not to press further. Good advice is harsh to the ear. Saying too much might backfire. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. After his narrow escape, Panya thought of Luofeng. Luofeng was already a primary war general, which filled him with dread. having survived this disaster, but the future was uncertain. He could not help but say, young Master Li Wei Luofeng is only 19 and already a primary war general. We snatched their prey this time. They must hold a grudge. Maybe we should. Old Lu suddenly shouted in a low voice. Don't speak. Footsteps. As a senior war general, he had the best physical condition and the most experience in the team. Thud 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 thud. The footsteps grew closer, but it was clear that everyone present had heard Pan Ya's words. Li Wei and Old Lu's eyes flickered with thought, but quickly turned wary, for even the weakest white war general in the team could hear the footsteps clearly. Pan Ya saw the approaching figure through the somewhat clean rearview mirror and felt a surge of ecstasy. He pointed and gestured at the mirror from inside the van. Li Wei and Old Lu exchanged a glance after seeing it, then nodded. In the next moment, the four people in the van rushed out directly. Luofeng's expression instantly turned extremely grim. He hadn't expected that after deliberately taking a detour, though he had managed to evade the possible tracking routes of those two war gods. His caution would ultimately fail as he was discovered on the expressway and by his own enemy. He had been too careless. He was alone now. Although the mountain path was dangerous, it at least offered cover, which was still better than encountering a warrior squad. Damn it! Pan Ya burst into raucous laughter. At the same time, he couldn't help marveling at the whims of fate, encountering beast tides one after another only to escape death narrowly. He had thought it was a streak of bad luck, yet never expected to meet Luofeng here. Heaven was still favoring him. Haha, truly there is a path to heaven you refuse to take and no door to hell you barge into. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Luofeng, our fated meeting has arrived. Elder Lu Lao and Li Wei exchanged a glance, both seeing delight and mockery in each other's eyes. Luofeng, however, was turning over countless thoughts, considering how to escape this imminent disaster. Finally his gaze settled on Li Wei and his two companions. They were merely in a simple employment relationship with Pan Ya. If he could persuade them not to intervene, matters would become much easier. He could handle Pan Ya alone. He adopted a very humble posture and spoke with a hint of deference. This must be young Master Li Wei, right? I have also heard of your esteemed reputation. Not only are both your parents war god-level powerhouses renowned among warriors who battle the wilderness and protect the base city from monster attacks, but you yourself are also exceptionally gifted. Now you condescend to hunt monsters in the wilderness, demonstrating such profound righteousness that it fills one with admiration. Previously I was unaware of all this, or otherwise, I would never have dared to contend with you for the spoils. Now the matter between Pan Ya and me is a personal grievance. I hope you, young master, will grant us this and uphold justice. It is time for Pan Ya and me to settle this once and for all. Li Wei nodded with satisfaction. Flattery from a genius like Luofeng was something he had never experienced before. He was quite pleased. What a pity. Elder Lu Lao, however, glared angrily. How could he not see through Luofeng's little trick? How dare he play games in front of him? This was a perfect chance to show the young master the treachery of the world. Shut up. When we were opposing each other, how fierce your eyes were. Now you are so hypocritical. Do you think warriors like us can be fooled by your sweet talk? Who knows what sinister thoughts are in your mind? How dare you judge the war god? Who do you think you are? Having said that, he turned to Li Wei and warned, young master, do not be fooled by this glib-tongued wretch. Such two-faced individuals are the most dangerous in the wilderness. They are vipers here, striking when least expected. Although we don't care about him now that we have encountered him, we must not let him go. The pity in Li Wei's eyes also vanished. He was still too young, having been swept away by Luofeng's flattery, to the point of even considering recruiting him. Since enmity had already been established, it was better to kill by mistake than to let him go. Keeping him close would only be more dangerous. Luofeng gave them no time to think. His original physical talent was the diamond body with the gold attribute. His previous humility was merely the last trace of his own flexibility. After all, he had to consider the consequences. But since Elder Lu Lao's attitude was so clear, the decisiveness in his nature was fully aroused. Without a word, his expression unchanged, he directly flung 3 flying daggers while simultaneously retreating explosively. He turned to flee. Elder Lu Lao had already been on alert. Luofeng's actions were entirely within his expectations. He shouted to those around him, watch out! Li Wei's face turned extremely gloomy. Indeed, he had been a bit too naive earlier, nearly causing a disaster. But it was not too late now. A fierce gleam shone in his eyes, as if he wished to twist Luofeng's head off. Pan Ya, however, was ecstatic. Now Luofeng was doomed. How dare he strike first? With such a formidable potential enemy eliminated, he felt immensely gratified. The 3 flying daggers were not very fast. Elder Lu Lao dodged aside, and even Pan Ya and the other burly white man blocked them with their weapons. Clang clang. With 2 crisp sounds of impact, the flying daggers had already reached behind and beside the 3 men. But Luofeng suddenly turned back, thinking bitterly, do you really think I dare not kill you? War gods or not, those who seek their own ruin. I will take their lives. Daggers turn. The three flying daggers changed direction in mid-air. Luo Feng was originally a low-level battle general, and the solidified mental power in his mind had not yet been exhausted. As a spiritual psionicist, his level was 2 tiers higher than his warrior level, already reaching high-level battle general. Originally a spiritual psionicist was invincible among warriors of the same level. Even in a head-on fight, he might not lose, let alone now when he had the element of surprise against an unprepared foe. The three flying daggers suddenly shot toward their temples, throats, hearts, and other vital spots. Even if Elder Lu Laopanya and the other man noticed, it was too late. They were struck down instantly. 3 flying daggers were the limit of Luo Feng's control at the moment anymore, and he could not guarantee their power. Facing these opponents, he dared not relax. But now only Li Wei remained. Without any hesitation, a single flying dagger ended his life. Luo Feng immediately turned and fled in a frenzy. Technology was too advanced now. Li Wei's parents might discover him. He had to get far away quickly. War gods were not something he could resist. Zhang Yang was very satisfied with his masterpiece. After all, this was a world of warriors. The saying, "the chivalrous defy the law with their martial prowess," was not just empty talk. Luo Feng had seen too little blood before. He had hardly killed any warriors. This was far inferior to what he himself would do. He never let go of those who dared to threaten him, and he especially never spared those scum who hunted warriors for monster materials. He knew well the color of blood. Even though the state had regulations forbidding warriors from killing each other, there were always interests to contend for, and always some people who would break the rules and defy the law. Cold-bloodedness and cruelty are sometimes a form of self-protection. Regardless, one must eventually bear the consequences. Zhang Yang did not know what would happen with Li Wei's parents. Yet he could sense Luo Feng's current anxiety. Having planted the cause earlier, now blown by the biting cold wind of the wilderness, his mind became clear and Luo Feng began to contemplate the consequences. What kind of existence were his enemies? How should he hide himself? How far away would be safe now? If discovered, what suffering would his family endure, and how should he face the enemies himself? Everything would have to be borne by himself. Zhang Yang watched the youth curled up in a corner of the abandoned city. His helpless appearance was heartbreaking, but this was the pressure a man should bear. The world was dangerous. Transform. Transform. This world is cruel. There will be more despair ahead. Zhang Yang murmured in his heart. Soon he received a message: anyone who provides clues to the murderer of Li Wei will receive a reward of 100 billion Chinese yuan. Zhang Yang understood the value of 100 billion very well. The Hammer Squad had risked life and limb in the wilderness for over a decade, and the 6 of them together had only earned 5 billion, with Captain Gao Feng taking the lion's share. This was under the condition that they survived safely. Many martial artists had long since perished. The Limitless Martial Arts Hall had only a few dozen high-performance fighter jets on Earth. In this world where martial artists held power and controlled wealth, there was no room for luxury brands. These dozens of fighter jets could at least engage in direct combat with Lord-level monsters. A King-level smart fighter jet cost 200 billion, and even with money it was hard to purchase. Only the nation could afford a few. 100 billion could buy half a King-level smart fighter jet. Hong and Thunder God were the strongest in the world. Their cultivation manuals were the source of their power. If one could master them, surpassing the War God level was achievable. The complete sets of 9 Heavens Thunder Blade and World Annihilation cost 100 billion Chinese yuan for the full 9 volumes. With sufficient contribution points, the half price was 50 billion Chinese yuan. 100 billion could buy both. A complete SS-level combat suit full price at the Martial Arts Hall was 120 billion Chinese yuan. A half price was 60 billion Chinese yuan. But the best price at the War God Palace was 40 billion Chinese yuan. For an SS-level weapon, full price at the Martial Arts Hall was 30 billion Chinese yuan. Half price was 15 billion Chinese yuan. At the War God Palace, the best price was 10 billion Chinese yuan. SS-level equipment could fully withstand the tearing and piercing of Lord-level monsters, and SS-level weapons could inflict effective damage on Lord-level monsters. Only King-level monsters could destroy or wear down such equipment. These were originally designed for combat against King-level monsters, which corresponded to the martial artist level beyond War God. Also known as Planetary level, a rank that held citizenship in the universe. With 100 billion Chinese yuan, one could buy 2 sets of SS-level weaponry and armor. Zhang Yang had hunted Lord-level monsters multiple times on the Australian continent, only to be chased by King-level monsters. He knew the prices of monsters well from his debts. The price of a high-level Lord monster of the strongest tier ranged from 100 to 200 billion, depending on material quantity, rarity, and utility. Monsters gained intelligence at the Lord level, and with intelligence came the ability to learn force techniques. Those that grew into high-level Lord monsters were extremely formidable. The highest tier among them were the most adept at combat, their danger enough to make anyone pale at the mention. Human martial artists in one-on-one combat could not defeat a Lord-level monster of equal rank. The beasts held the advantage in both size and combat posture. When Luo Feng went to steal the dragon eggs, two near high-level war god existences couldn't even defeat a mid-level iron-armored dragon weakened by childbirth. A prime example of the combat-oriented type. The strong were unbeatable while the weak had low value. A low-level lord monster, one of the weaker sort, could sell for 5 to 50 billion Chinese yuan. Hunt too many and king-level monsters would come after you. Ordinary martial artists couldn't even escape. 100 billion Chinese yuan required hunting 100 lord-level monsters. Even a high-level war god would need to accumulate such wealth for over a decade. Even war gods usually chose to hunt high-level beast general monsters. This assumed no deaths or resource consumption, but how could a martial artist avoid consumption? Manuals and combat suits alone were major expenses. Moreover, the martial artist hierarchy was pyramidal, only 70-odd planetary level, a few hundred high-level war gods. Even among them, few possessed 100 billion. Facing such a heavy bounty, Luo Feng could only stare at the dim wilderness, struggling to calm himself. Comrades probing. Friends greetings. At this moment everything had changed. No one could remain indifferent to 100 billion. Even Zhang Yang, if not for Luo Feng, would have thought about it. Though he didn't care much about Earth's money, a little extra might come in handy. It would also save time hunting monsters. Worry, longing, fear, panic, suspicion. All of these relentlessly battered Luo Feng's heart. The night grew colder. Then Luo Feng scrolled through his contacts, thinking of his family, and felt a surge of longing and lingering fear. Next he chatted on the phone with Su Xian. Zhang Yang really hadn't meant to eavesdrop, but watching Luo Feng gradually calm down, he found it incredible. He couldn't help but wonder in amazement, could women have such magic? When he had been in love, he hadn't felt that way. Instead, he had been troubled and restless. From 100 meters away, Zhang Yang muttered to himself, "Maybe I should give it a try." He shook his head, dismissing the thought. He had no time. Maintaining a sliver of spiritual perception while cultivating was already difficult enough. He was only doing this to observe Luo Feng's psychological state, otherwise, he would have focused entirely on cultivation. Whenever he followed Luo Feng, he would hide somewhere to cultivate his genetic energy or telekinesis. When Luo Feng rested, Zhang Yang would meditate on laws and domains. In truth, Zhang Yang also wanted to relieve some pressure. The pressure he bore was immense. Who knew what it was like for a person from a peaceful era to come here knowing the catastrophes Earth would face and having little confidence he could survive? Even now it remained the same. The future was full of variables, but the danger was already clear. He didn't want to ease up because he feared becoming dependent. He wouldn't allow himself that. It was a sign of weakness. The strong are always alone. He couldn't confide in anyone. He hadn't even entered the universe yet. This was not yet a hopeless situation. Zhang Yang quietly watched Luo Feng. An hour and a half later, Luo Feng had begun cultivating the 9 Heavens Thunder Blade. He was very familiar with it, having himself reached the 7th level. When he sensed that Luo Feng was about to break through to the 3rd level, he withdrew his mind and began to comprehend the laws. Space was everywhere, yet it felt elusive. The night passed in the quiet cultivation of the two men, their hearts at peace. Watching Luo Feng disappear at the entrance of the supply base, Zhang Yang slowly revealed himself. There was only one more time he would need to follow Luo Feng like this, because Luo Feng was about to grow, both in strength and in heart. After understanding this karmic trial, Luo Feng's first transformation would be complete. After that, Luo Feng could become his comrade in arms. Luo Feng, go home. Your brother is waiting for you. Another unfortunate soul paralyzed from the waist down in a wheelchair, yet his brilliance cannot be hidden. He, like you, awaits his transformation. When Luo Hua overcomes the emotional tribulation before him and stands up again, he too will shine his light. He will be our Earth's future financial director. In the early stages, we will greatly need his help. The wind carried Zhang Yang's words far away. Upon returning home, Zhang Yang was not sure whether Luo Hua was waiting for Luo Feng, but he was certain that Li Huan's younger brother was waiting for him. Well, Li Fei could be considered Zhang Yang's younger brother as well. Earlier, as he entered the door and saw Li Huan's sorrowful expression along with his parents and elder brother looking deeply distressed, Zhang Yang was somewhat bewildered upon his return. He quickly glanced at the sleeping baby beside them. Everything was fine. Then why are you all wearing such expressions? He asked in confusion. Didn't I come back safely? I'm not missing any limbs. And you're all fine too, aren't you? Why are you all making that face? Pa! Wang Fong spat out a mouthful of bad luck and glared at Zhang Yang. What kind of talk is that, child? What do you mean by missing? Lacking? Don't say such things carelessly. Zhang Yang shrugged, spread his hands, and said casually, Mom, then tell me what's going on now. Wang Fong's eyes showed some hesitation as she stammered, It's not our family's business. After speaking, she stole a glance at Li Huan and quickly added, it's not our Zhang family's business. It's about Li Huan's younger brother Li Fei. Well, his mother had stalled again. Zhang Yang's expression turned helpless. Can't you finish it all at once, Mom? He asked patiently in a calm voice. Mom, what happened to Li Fei? Didn't he become a quasi-warrior back in December? Isn't that a good thing? At the same time Zhang Yang felt a twinge of emotion. Another half a year had passed and he had been graduated for 2.5 years. Wang Feng wanted to say more but Zhang Shi couldn't stand it anymore. In a rare occurrence he actually glared at her and said impatiently, "If there's something, can't you just say it straightforwardly? Whether it can be solved or not, just ask Zhang Yang directly. He'll think about it. What's with all this stammering? It's making your own child uncomfortable." He then turned to Zhang Yang with a calm expression and gave a clear account. "That kid Li Fei is too impetuous. He could have gotten into Shandong First Military Academy, but he underperformed in the exam and his score only qualified for the Second Military Academy. It was through our family's connections that he managed to get into the First Military Academy. After all, we're in-laws. There's nothing wrong with that. Everyone wants their child to succeed and have a good future." Zhang Yang nodded slightly. He knew about this. Zhou Chuanheng had told him about it. When it happened, he was still inside the ruins. After all, Zhou Chuanheng served as the director of the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo in Shandong Base City, carrying considerable weight. Military academies are also preparatory grounds for the National Army, and Zhou Chuanheng's connections are at least at the general level. These are trivial matters. Using connections for enrollment has always been common. Seeing that Zhang Yang remembered, Zhang Shi continued calmly. "That kid Li Fei doesn't have as much talent as you. To buy resources for him, they also borrowed money from our family. But they didn't indulge in any luxuries. Everything was converted into resources for him. Your sister-in-law saw that the family was struggling and contributed a little. That's all normal. We've also helped your aunt's side plenty." Even so, Li Fei's cultivation was much slower. In terms of age, he became a quasi-warrior a year and a half later than you. This happened in mid-December, as you know. The trouble lies in the kid's character. He's too stubborn, his mental fortitude is not good, and he's impulsive. Originally, with his talent, he should have been able to absorb the first cosmic energy within half a month, complete the first cultivation of genetic primal energy, and then greatly improve his strength. But he didn't succeed. He couldn't calm his mind. No matter what your sister-in-law said to him, it was useless. None of the advice worked. After that, driven by pride, he participated in the warrior practical assessment on January 1st. But when facing the monsters, he panicked and couldn't even exert half of his strength. And now look at what he's become. With that, he took out his phone and played a video for Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang took a look. Good heavens, he was lucky to be alive. His face was a mess. I was missing. His features were incomplete. A large chunk of flesh was missing from his neck. The spinal nerves were likely severed, and his whole body was missing parts here and there. He had suffered a great deal. It was called a video, but it was essentially like a photo because he couldn't move at all. He just stared blankly at the ceiling with lifeless eyes, completely hopeless. Whether he could move his mouth was unknown. Probably not. His breathing was assisted directly by medical equipment, and the nerves were artificial with simple bridge-like connections. Zhang Yang showed no expression, but Zhang Zhi knew he had finished watching. He felt a pang of sympathy for Zhang Yang. How much suffering must he have endured to remain so calm? The first time he saw it, he almost fainted. Fortunately, they had the sense not to send it directly to Li Huan, or she would have been devastated. Her child is still young. Later, when the family wanted to see it, he showed them a little bit at a time. Even so, the two women were already crying their hearts out all day, which was heartbreaking to hear. Zhang Zhi sighed. This kid is also lucky to be alive after this, but it's a living hell. Seeing the pleading look in his daughter-in-law's eyes, Zhang Zhi didn't dare delay any longer. He couldn't bear it anymore. If he had delayed even one more second, Li Huan would have lost her composure and made Zhang Yang even more distressed. The fact that Li Huan didn't break down and beg him the moment he returned was already good, thanks to their long efforts to persuade her. He said firmly, "Yang Yang, see if there's any way to help him. He's a good kid. If he can be saved, let's help him. If he can be saved, I believe this kid will have a great awakening, and might even amount to something in the future." Zhang Yang had felt back in school that Li Fei would get into trouble sooner or later, and he had long prepared himself mentally. He didn't expect it to actually come true now. But he didn't want his own family to suffer. This time he would help, but if there was no improvement, he would just lock him up. Whenever Li Fei caused trouble, his own family got dragged into it. Zhang Yang had no time for these annoyances, but this time, for the sake of his parents' elder brother and nephew and out of respect for Li Huan, he would lend a hand. Life water delivery, price 30 billion. What does that mean? The price of 30 low-level lords. To cure Li Fei, given the current Earth environment, he couldn't kill that many in his lifetime. He smiled easily and said nonchalantly, "Hey, I thought it was something serious. Isn't this person still alive? As long as he's alive, he can be saved. Modern technology is very advanced. It's because you don't know much about it that you're so worried. Take some time to browse the forums using my Extreme Martial Arts Dojo account, and you won't be so anxious." After saying that, he turned to Li Huan, who was being held by his elder brother, and said, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. Li Fei will get better." He nodded to his elder brother, took out his phone, started searching, and then made a call. A tall, middle-aged Caucasian man was projected, a smile playing on his face. As he spoke fluent Chinese, "Councilman Zhang, it's good to see you." Zhang Yang returned the smile. "Councilman Fox, it's a pleasure." As the conversation began, Zhang Yang's family fell silent. Li Huan's grip on Zhang Lei's hand loosened slightly. Zhang Yang was a councilman and a powerhouse beyond the war god level. He would surely not deceive her. Fox was a bit surprised. Councilman Zhang, you're a rare visitor. What brings you to contact me? Zhang Yang didn't get straight to the point but chuckled politely. Councilman Fox, this is our first private conversation, isn't it? We've only met before at the War God Palace. Ha ha ha. Fox laughed heartily, exuding confidence. It's my honor. Councilman Zhang, you must have something in mind, right? Let's not waste time. If there's anything I can help with, we can discuss it. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. Straight to the point. That was best. I need a portion of the water of life. I have an urgent use for it. I'll trade it for the materials of a high-level Lord-grade ancient South African crocodile. Ha ha ha. Fox laughed heartily again, casually saying, I thought it was something serious. The water of life isn't a rare commodity. I have a backup here. No need for the materials. When will you come to pick it up? Compared to wealth, a councilman's favor was far more valuable. The water of life meant nothing to them. Zhang Yang wanted to resolve the matter quickly, so he said directly, I'll be there within 20 minutes. Fox nodded in agreement. Good, see you then. Ending the call, Zhang Yang turned to comfort his family. It's all settled. Lighten up, don't keep your faces so grim. Mom, give me a smile. He reached out to pinch his mother's cheek. Smack! Wang Fong slapped his hand away, glaring at him. You brat, you're getting too bold. Always forgetting your manners. She grabbed his cheek instead. His face contorted, but he still managed to speak. Mum, can we go now? After a bit of a ruckus, the atmosphere in Zhang Yang's home lightened considerably. Worried about his family's safety, he accompanied them back to Shandong Base City. At an altitude of 100,000 meters, the deep blue fighter jet streaked like lightning. Hey brother Wu, let's get together tonight. Uncle Zhou, you know about Li Fei? Yeah, I'm heading back today. We'll gather tonight and ask Gui Mian if they're free. He called everyone one by one. Since he was coming and had some time, he'd spend a few hours meeting old friends here. Separated by two base cities, they rarely saw each other without a reason. Shandong Base City, Central District, Shandong First Hospital, ICU 708. As Zhang Yang entered, he saw Sun Shijuan haggard, and with streaks of gray in her hair, while Li Shu had become unusually silent, his former dullness replaced by a deep quiet. Uncle, Auntie. Sun Shijuan looked both surprised and anxious. Inspector Zhang. Oh, forget the title Inspector. Aren't we all family? Just call him by his name. Wang Fong stepped forward, speaking humbly, but her expression betrayed her pride. Sun Shijuan remained cautious, acutely aware of the vast distance in status between them. Zhang Yang was her son's only hope, and she couldn't bring herself to relax. Zhang Yang smiled gently. My mother is right. I'm the younger generation. How about this, uncle and auntie? Please step outside. I'll heal him. Sun Shijuan's expression was complex, her words stumbling. Zhang Yang, you must save him. Otherwise, enough. His voice was low and firm. Li Shu stepped forward, his expression serious. Zhang Yang, I entrust Li Fei to you. This is all his own doing and his mother's spoiling. Whatever the outcome, we'll accept it. Thank you. He pulled Sun Shijuan out. Zhang Yang looked at Li Shu in surprise. He hadn't expected the man to be so clear-headed, and now he showed an unexpected boldness. This was a permissive father, one of those silent, explosive types. He usually had little say at home, tolerating his wife's sharpness, and was often seen as ineffective. But that was because he valued family. Now, facing this crisis, he remained calm, and took charge, no longer indulging his wife and child. Still, Li Fei's pit was deep. Physical injury was secondary. The ordeal he'd endured had likely scarred his mind. Zhang Yang exchanged glances with his family, and they left. He walked softly to the bedside, studying the bandaged Li Fei with a critical eye. He couldn't help but think if he hadn't pushed himself to the brink, he might have ended up like Li Fei, unable to unleash his full strength in battle. He must take this as a warning. Li Fei was no longer in utter despair, his eyes held a calmness. When he saw Zhang Yang, a glimmer of hope flickered in his single eye. His chest heaved, rattling the tubes connected to the breathing aid. He struggled to open his mouth, but only a faint twitch came, no sound. Seeing this, Zhang Yang knew Li Fei wanted to say something, but in his condition speaking was impossible. A futile effort. Zhang Yang softened his voice. Easy now. I'll heal you. Using his telekinetic power, he guided the water of life into Li Fei's body. The water of life not only repaired tissue but also carried abundant nutrients, so there was no risk of adverse effects. Zhang Yang's only task now was to perform the surgery before him. Ignoring Li Fei's reactions, he used his telekinesis to unwrap bandages, wherever new tissue grew, unwinding as the growth progressed. The monitors beside them shifted from red warnings to green. Li Fei's body began to regenerate, the missing parts slowly restoring. Gradually he could stir. The scars on his face healed, and a sphere inside his eye socket grew larger. Everything was progressing well. Li Fei must have been in discomfort. bone and flesh growing. Even if not painful, the itching was inevitable. Zhang Yang saw the struggle in his single eye, but Li Fei seemed truly changed. He endured with remarkable restraint. Seeing this, Zhang Yang felt relieved. It was good that he had learned. People nowadays only flatter the powerful and trample the weak. To believe their words would be foolish. Only one's own strength is real. Everything else is incidental. Faced with praise, the best course is to see through to the essence and strive even harder. He wondered if Li Fei would still choose to become a warrior in the future. An hour later, Li Fei called out weakly, "Brother Yang, thank you." Zhang Yang waved his hand, not particularly concerned about the change in attitude between him and his former self. He had come solely out of consideration for Li Huan. But a warning was still necessary. No more causing trouble for him. He was destined to remain hidden for a long time to avoid greater upheavals. I believe this incident should have made you realize that martial artists are not meant for showing off. A true strength is the foundation. I don't care what you do after this, but I want you to know the cost. I used the water of life on you. Something you couldn't even buy unless you were a war god. This single dose cost 300 billion Huaxia currency. I don't expect you to repay me. I hope such a thing never happens again. You should grow up. Alright, rest well. I'll be leaving tomorrow. I have things to do today. Think it over yourself. As he stepped out facing Li Shu's eager gaze, Zhang Yang smiled lightly. He's fully recovered now. Take better care next time. I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Turning to his mother, Zhang Yang said, "Mom, I'm going to a gathering with old friends. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning." HR Alliance Mall Hotel. Woo! Refreshing. Gulp gulp. He picked up the water glass on the side table and took several large gulps. Last night he had a small gathering with Zhou Chuanheng, and the others drinking wine brewed with herb spirit. Even he felt a bit tipsy. Such experiences only occurred once or twice a year, serving as a good way to relieve his stress. "Sir, your friends are still asleep. Should I wake them up?" The waiter at the door asked respectfully when he saw Zhang Yang emerge. He didn't know Zhang Yang, but he was familiar with Zhou Chuanheng, the director of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, who often came to socialize here. The scene from last night was still fresh in his memory. Even the director of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall was currying favor with this man. It was unsettling to contemplate. Especially the wine. It was too tempting. The experience last night was pure torture. After these people left, his colleagues couldn't resist licking the cups. Don't ask how he knew. If you asked, he was just too late. Zhang Yang understood. Even he could feel it. Zhou Chuanheng and the others might sleep for 2 days. Don't disturb them. Just notify their families based on the notes left. At Shanquan residential area, amid Li Huan and her family's reluctant farewells, the Deep Blue fighter jet began its return journey toward Jiangnan Base City. Not long after returning to his home in Yijiangnan, Zhang Yang received an unexpected visitor. Standing at the door, Zhang Yang looked at the solemn and dignified middle-aged man. His well-fitted military uniform made him appear tall, and the 3 gleaming golden stars on his shoulders sparkled brilliantly in the sun. Zhang Yang had long known of this man from history classes, and was well acquainted with his deeds. His expression turned serious, and he greeted in a steady voice, "Counselor Jia." The visitor was Jia Yi. Facing this new planetary-level powerhouse, a hint of caution flickered in the depths of his eyes, for he felt that Zhang Yang's aura was even stronger than a planetary-level second rank. He looked forward to this meeting even more. A somewhat unfamiliar smile appeared on his face, and his voice carried a hint of gravity. "Counselor Zhang." Zhang Yang slightly bowed, raised his arm, and gently turned it, extending his palm flat. "Please." Jia Yi nodded at Zhang Yang, turned his body rigidly, and said to the soldiers beside him, "Wait outside." "Yes, sir." The two entered the living room. Zhang Yang and Jia Yi sat facing each other. As Li Huan filled their teacups, Jia Yi gave her a warm smile. Zhang Yang said softly, "Sister-in-law, thank you for your trouble. I can handle things here. Counselor Jia and I have some matters to discuss." After that, Jia Yi and Zhang Yang silently observed each other. The atmosphere grew tense. When Li Huan went upstairs, Wang Feng hurried over to ask, Huan, what did they say? Is Yang Yang going out to hunt monsters again? He only just became a transcendent war god. What do we do? Enough! Zhang Zhe couldn't help interrupting. Feeling he had been a bit harsh, he softened his voice. It's only been a moment. What could Huan have heard? Yang Yang usually indulges you. You still treat him like a child. Now he's one of the top-ranked powerhouses in the world. What danger could there be? Besides, the greater the strength, the greater the responsibility. That's what we should do. Yang Yang will figure out the specifics himself. Wang Feng was getting angry. Lately Zhang Zhe had been acting up. Had money made him a bad person? Was it wrong for her to worry about her child? Though her voice was low, it carried a storm. You Zhang Zhe, have you forgotten back then? Don't you remember? You? Zhang Yang smiled when he heard the argument upstairs. They had been bickering for most of their lives and wouldn't change. Calmly he said to Jia Yi, Counselor Jia, I thought you would come to see me when I reached the planetary level. but I didn't expect you to wait over half a year. Jia Yi's expression softened considerably, and his voice was steady. Good things take time. Without complete certainty, how could I easily visit? Your talent is too exceptional. I had to be cautious. You must be at planetary second rank by now. Zhang Yang slightly raised his head in acknowledgement. Though he hadn't reached the second rank, his strength was equivalent. Counselor Jia, how do you know I would refuse what you intend to propose? Jia Yi's voice turned somewhat somber. Many things cannot afford any missteps. Zhang Yang nodded. He fully agreed and understood Jia Yi's attitude. In military matters, there are no trivialities. Mistakes mean meaningless deaths. This was a responsibility to thousands of soldiers. Jia Yi's voice grew sorrowful. I believe Counselor Zhang understands what a beast tide is, and knows the consequences it brings to both martial artists and ordinary people. Every year countless soldiers perish under my orders. We do not fear death, but we fear having no hope. Monsters grow stronger every year, far outpacing humans. We can only huddle inside base cities struggling to resist. Among them, countless talented martial artists are wastefully consumed in war. They are all humanity's future. Hereby I sincerely invite Counselor Zhang to join the military to jointly safeguard the base cities and defend against the beast tides. As a planetary-level psychic master, your capabilities in large-scale combat are terrifying. It's no exaggeration to say you alone can match an army. You can protect talented soldiers and allow them to grow. That is humanity's future. Zhang Yang's brow involuntarily arched slightly upon hearing Jia Yi's words. This man was twisting the concept somewhat. Join how? The Extreme Martial Arts Academy was no insignificant faction. Joining the military would to some extent betray the academy. The academy contributed far more to protecting humanity, and Hong's efforts accounted for the majority of China's peace. He still had many plans within the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, and would certainly not switch sides. His heart also abhorred restraint. This was a common trait among the powerful. Had he chosen to join the military earlier, he would never have progressed as smoothly as he had now. Perhaps he would have perished in a great battle long ago, and there would be no talk of the planetary level. Not all of China's martial artists were in the military. The Extreme Martial Arts Academy, the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, and the HR Alliance accounted for a large base, and all were exceptionally talented individuals. Even if the state were to train all of them, it could not manage, and the likelihood of losing their lives for nothing would be greater, while their growth would be slower. After all, this was a high martial world. In truth, he had long considered it, all for the sake of the nation and its people. With different perspectives, the direction of thought differed. Which method was better? Need not be said. The vision of Earthlings was still too narrow. Zhang Yang pondered for a moment and then said, directly refusing, no need to join. My essence as a Chinese person will never change. Or do you expect someone to command me? Besides you, who else is qualified? Or should I delay my cultivation to command others? That would be a joke. I already swore an oath to protect the base city when I served as the 6th Patrol Envoy of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, so there is no need to bind me with some grand righteousness. Chinese account for 40 of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Your vision is too narrow. Watching Jia Yi's face turn extremely sour, Zhang Yang was unconcerned. The thoughts in his mind were beyond the understanding of these people. They only saw the struggles on Earth. Without a certain level of insight, not to mention those dozens of people above, even 100 million more would not change some minds. Zhang Yang's contributions would be understood in the future. The future would prove everything. With a faint smile, he said casually, I feel that Counselor Jia's understanding of the powerful is still lacking. In fact, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Join. I refuse. Resist the beast tide. Duty bound. For beast tides above medium level, contact me. I will try to arrive within 10 minutes. If I am occupied, I will inform you in advance. I hope no misinformation occurs. After hearing Zhang Yang's words, Jia Yi's expression improved considerably. Though the invitation failed, the intended effect was achieved. He could not directly alter the stance of this planetary level, which left him somewhat regretful. He had been influenced by those people. But when it came to intelligence, he solemnly assured, without confirmed information, I will not disturb Counselor Zhang. Zhang Yang nodded and said softly, tighten externally, loosen internally. Leave the cultivation of talent to professionals. National strength is measured by the whole, not by who holds it. Martial artists have never lacked passion and glory. Some strategies should be changed. Those raised here. Do you worry they will have no outlet for their power? Jia Yi smiled bitterly. He now somewhat understood Zhang Yang's thoughts and found them quite reasonable, but such matters were not decided by him alone. He sighed silently in his heart. Counselor Zhang is indeed far-sighted and righteous, but some things are not that simple. However, I will convey your opinions to certain people. Zhang Yang curled his lips. Humans have desires, and the entanglements cannot be judged by simple right or wrong. Such matters would naturally be handled when he entered the cosmos. Earth's management was still immature. Shortcomings must be corrected. In times of war, honor was inferior to wealth. Truly. Jia Yi saw Zhang Yang's disdain and understood this Counselor Zhang more thoroughly. Those people's thoughts were too simplistic. But the goal was achieved and he did not wish to stay longer. He had no selfish motives, but that did not mean others did not. He felt rather embarrassed. To treat such a powerful being as someone to be casually summoned was indeed disrespectful. No wonder there were so many wandering and reclusive experts. Watching Jia Yi leave hastily, Zhang Yang could understand his feelings. He also felt helpless about the current situation above. He did not know how to manage. It was only after talking frequently with Ice Blade Lan Ran that he had spoken more. He hoped it would not hurt the old general's heart. After staring in the direction Jia Yi had left for a moment, Zhang Yang shouted upstairs. "Mom, Dad, I'm going to see Counselor Lan. I won't be home for dinner today." Upon hearing Zhang Yang's shout, the couple stopped arguing. They returned to the bedroom and sat on the edge of the bed, appearing as if they had reconciled. Wang Feng said worriedly, "Old man, what do you think Zhang Yang is thinking about when he's not training? I often see him staring out the window. What's so interesting out there? He doesn't even take time to chat with Pei Pei. What do you think he means? He's almost 22, and there's no sign of anything. Your eldest was already deeply involved with Huan Huan at that age. And Pei Pei is so pitiful." Zhang Zhe said uncertainly, "Yang Yang has been hardworking since he was a child. After so many years, maybe it's become a habit." Wang Feng retorted directly, "Even if it's a habit, he can't be that tense. How much time does a date take? I feel he really likes Pei Pei. He's already at the planetary level. Didn't he say nothing on Earth can threaten him? And behind him is the world's #1 Hong. But now he acts as if someone is still chasing him." Zhang Zhe also felt that Zhang Yang was excessively diligent, which was somewhat off. To protect the base city, that was certainly part of it, but not entirely. He still tried to console her. Children grow up and have their own thoughts and secrets. Martial artists should improve their cultivation. Besides, people still haven't ventured out of the base city. It's understandable that Yang Yang wants to become stronger. Wang Feng nodded in agreement, then suddenly seemed to think of something. She stared into Zhang Zhe's eyes and said affirmatively, "Do you think Yang Yang lacks a sense of security? Do you remember when he started training? Ever since then he has never relaxed." Zhang Zhe recalled the past and guessed, "You mean our former neighbor old Xian's family? After the child was hit by a martial artist's car, he went up to argue, and was beaten to the point of being hospitalized." Wang Feng said firmly, "Yes, Yang Yang was only 6 then. I heard from people in our neighborhood that he was standing right there watching. When I came home I comforted him. He changed a bit after that, but he still seemed happy usually. Later he became ambitious, and as time passed we didn't pay much attention." Zhang Zhe felt it was unlikely. He was so young, what could he remember? It must be that with his current high status he faces many major issues and needs to think often. Wang Feng thought about Zhang Yang's current position. Even Jia Yi had come to visit. It was not impossible that he had many worries. She opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing more. 2 months later, drilling mountain cone. Zhang Yang let out a clear shout. 18 blade fragments as thin as cicada wings began to dance in the air, eventually forming a conical shape, continuously shuttling within the training room. Without a telekinetic weapon, just the second level of the attack art could increase his attack power by 1.5 times. How much more could it increase with a telekinetic weapon? Heavy mountain shield. The 18 blades combined again, but this time in an up and down rotational motion, eventually forming a flowing spinning shield capable of protecting a circular area 2 meters in diameter. Heavenly escape. After a series of experiments, Zhang Yang stopped. He was now very proficient in this attack art, Heavenly Escape. But unfortunately he had yet to test its power because he had no opponent. He had already tested the attack on the Black God set. After infusing it with the laws, the speed increase was not obvious, but the boost in attack power was terrifying. Although the Black God set had strong resistance, it was still pierced through. Zhang Yang was unsure of the upper limit of his law-infused attacks, and dared not spar with Hong, fearing a mishap that could lead to accidental injury. He could not perfectly control the degree of his law-infused attacks, so naturally he couldn't hold back. In the ever-changing chaos of battle, he couldn't guarantee Hong's safety. Currently he was at the Planetary second stage 24, with a psychic amplification of 22, equivalent to 11 times the strength of a martial artist's power output. Not counting the laws, it was equivalent to Hong's power at the Planetary third stage. Including the attack art, Heavenly Escape, it could increase by nearly another stage, reaching the Planetary fourth stage. His strength was 2 levels below Hong's, a 4-fold difference. Moreover, as a psychic, he couldn't play a significant role in a fight against Hong. As a martial artist, the gap was too large. The difference between Planetary second stage and 6th stage was 4 stages, a 16-fold power gap. His power output was inferior to Hong's, and his combat experience was also lacking. As for Lei Shin, Zhang Yang didn't even consider him. That guy hadn't yet comprehended his domain, but was at the Planetary 7th stage, higher than Hong, with stronger power output and ample combat experience. Without using the domain, there was no way to fight him. Moreover, he didn't want to reveal his true strength yet. He would leave the glory to Luofeng for now. He didn't think what he was doing on Earth now was remarkable. He felt both anxious and yearning for the universe. Zhang Yang had thought for a long time but couldn't find a suitable opponent. Even the two beast kings in the sea were crucial to Luofeng's transformation. Killing them would fulfill Luofeng's sense of mission to fight for humanity. Then Zhang Yang thought of another sad matter and couldn't help complaining. Alas, the effect of the ancient gravity room has begun to diminish. Ever since I broke through to the planetary second stage a month ago, it has been consistently decreasing. My cultivation speed has slowed down. I estimate that by the time I have to return it, I won't even break through to the planetary third stage. Ding dong. The doorbell chirped softly. Zhang Yang was puzzled. Was there something at home? Usually trivial matters like meals wouldn't warrant calling him. Opening the door, Zhang Yang looked at his older brother, who was taller than him, and asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" Zhang Lei said casually, "The director of the Limit Martial Arts Hall brought a young man to see you." Zhang Yang swept his spiritual sense and suddenly understood. It was Zhuge Tao and Luofeng. Indeed, now that he was in Jiangnan City, any recommendation of talents to headquarters would have to go through him, so a visit was only natural. "All right, I understand, brother. I'll go down and see." Going downstairs, Zhang Yang saw Luofeng and Zhuge Tao sitting somewhat nervously. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, Luofeng's eyes lit up. It was indeed him. Earlier, Zhuge Tao had said he was bringing him to pay respects to a distinguished person whom he had met before. Luofeng had guessed then. Aside from the one before him, he couldn't think of anyone else in the Limit Martial Arts Hall who could make the director so cautious. With a quick thought, he stood up with Zhuge Tao to bow. "Greetings, Inspector." Zhang Yang casually sat opposite them and said with a light smile, "It's fine, sit down." "Director Zhuge, are you preparing to apply for a spot in the elite training camp?" Zhuge Tao gestured for Luofeng to sit again, a smile on his face. He hadn't expected Luofeng to possess such talent. He quickly flattered with a smile, "Nothing escapes your eyes, sir. But Luofeng is indeed a genius. In 8 months he has cultivated from an intermediate warrior to a junior general, and has already mastered the 3rd layer of the Ninefold Thunder Blade. According to regulations, such a genius must be reported promptly, so I brought him to visit you today." Zhang Yang focused his mind, glanced at Luofeng and nodded slightly. "All right, I understand. I've known for a while that he has good talent. It's good for him to go to the elite training camp. However, it's already March, so enrolling now isn't ideal. Let him take the B-level test. At the end of March, I'll have headquarters send someone to pick him up. Starting at the beginning of the month will be fairer. Do you have anything else?" Zhuge Tao quickly said, "Thank you, sir. It's just about Luofeng. Since you have approved, there will be no mistakes. I shall take my leave." Zhang Yang nodded calmly, without saying anything to Luofeng. Walking out the door, Zhuge Tao wiped the sweat from his forehead. The gap in strength and status between him and Zhang Yang was immense. Even if his war god brother were here, it wouldn't be much better. Especially the intense gaze of Zhang Yang's condensed spiritual power, just now, which terrified Zhuge Tao. As Luofeng left, he was somewhat distracted. That glance from Zhang Yang seemed to have seen through him completely. He knew his talent as a psychic must have been discovered long ago. Flustered, he couldn't help asking Zhuge Tao, "Director, is money still important to the inspector?" Zhuge Tao scolded jokingly, "You brat, how would I know?" However, he then fell into thought. He was also a bit curious about this matter, but not about whether money was important. Rather, he was wondering if the gifts he sent at the beginning of the year had pleased the inspector. His brother was a war god, and he knew war gods needed money. But for someone of counselor-level strength, he couldn't think of anything they might need. It was probably more about bartering. After some consideration, he said softly, "The inspector's fighter jet alone is worth 200 billion. He probably doesn't lack equipment or weapons. I heard that in one monster hunt in Australia, he earned over 200 billion. Money probably isn't important to him, right?" Upon hearing 200 billion, Luofeng felt a bit more at ease. But the fact that one monster hunt earned 200 billion stunned him. He couldn't help exclaiming, "What kind of monster hunt is so lucrative?" Zhuge Tao said casually, "It must be a high-level lord beast. The inspector is beyond the war god level, and is a psychic, so he doesn't fear pursuit by king-level monsters." The news came from the HR Alliance Mall, so it should be true. Summer was drawing to a close, and the start of autumn was nearly upon them. Time had come to July 31st of the year 57. Zhang Yang's birthday had long passed. He had turned 21, and had already made his choice 22 times. In the early stages of cultivation, progress was swift. One could advance roughly 1 rank per year, doubling their strength. Naturally, he would not choose to enhance his power. Moreover, comprehending the laws later required exceptional talent to progress more rapidly to catch up with Luofeng's footsteps or even surpass him. Without a doubt, this year he chose talent again. Out of 22 selections, 21 had been for talent, with 2 chosen during the planetary stage. Now Zhang Yang's talent was approximately 3.5 times what it had been before. There was not much change in his actual strength. His power had reached a bottleneck and could not be significantly increased any further. The only changes in strength were to his foundation spiritual psychic at planetary stage 2nd level 89, Gene Warrior at planetary stage 2nd level 67. Zhang Yang, haven't you only been using this ancient gravity chamber for a year? Why are you dismantling it now? Wang Feng asked in confusion. Zhang Yang smiled warmly. Mom, this ancient gravity chamber belongs to Hong. I only rented it. Now that a year has passed, it's time to return it. Besides, it no longer helps me. Keeping it here would be a waste. It should find a new owner. Wang Feng seemed half understanding, not fully aware of the price of the ancient gravity chamber. How long do you plan to stay at headquarters? Zhang Yang countered. Mom, do you still remember the young man that Zhuge Tao brought 5 months ago? I sent him to the elite training camp and he has been developing well there. This time I plan to go and see how he is doing. Wang Feng's true intention was not this. She pressed him. All you know is cultivation. Let me ask you, how many years has it been since your college entrance exam? 3 years and nearly 2 months. Zhang Yang blurted out, then asked back, Mom, why are you asking about that? Wang Feng looked at him with displeasure. You remember 3 years, so do you know that if you were still in school you would be interning by now? Zhang Yang was puzzled about what his mother meant. He had a job, even if it was a sinecure, and he often helped various military regions defend against beast tides. Was he being unwelcome now that he was grown up? Wang Feng looked at Zhang Yang with a sense of frustration, but then softened her gaze as an idea came to her. What do you think of the garden behind our house? Zhang Yang answered immediately, it's very nice. I often sit there for a while. Since you started growing flowers last year, Mom, you've become gentler. That's a good thing. Wang Feng frowned and chided, you just enjoy the results without knowing my hard work. Taking care of these little darlings is a delicate task. I want to find someone to help me. Huh. Zhang Yang sighed in relief. Mom, this kind of small matter, can't you just handle it yourself? No need to inform me, right? Just hire someone. Or should I find someone for you? Wang Feng's eyes showed a hint of joy. So you agree? Zhang Yang was almost eager to raise his hand. It's no big deal. I agree, wholeheartedly agree. Wang Feng's expression turned serious. Since you've agreed, then go and bring her here. Zhang Yang's heart skipped a beat, sensing something amiss. Mom, we're just hiring a gardener. I shouldn't need to go fetch her, right? Did you find someone from another base city? Wang Feng ignored him and sent him a message on his phone. Then she issued a military order. The address has been sent to you. Contact them when you go. You must bring the person back before September 1st. Or don't come home. With that, she turned and walked into the house. Sensing his mother's attitude, Zhang Yang felt even more uneasy. He quickly glanced at the message and his eyes widened. Shandong Base City. Name Su Peipei. This was a bombshell. He had never really thought about what to do with Su Peipei. If he brought her here, what would happen? So he was indeed being rejected and forced into marriage. He raised his hand toward Wang Feng's retreating figure, words stuck in his throat. Sigh. He could see clearly that Wang Feng and Su Peipei had already planned this. 10 years, Zhang Yang thought silently. Though I don't remember exactly when I left Earth for Chaos City, it should be around 10 years. Zhang Yang gazed toward the direction of Shandong Base City and murmured, Su Peipei, is this your decision? I originally wanted you to wait 10 years and then give up, but you chose to wait for 100 years. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, countless epochs. A deep blue fighter jet with a 40-meter-long and wide rectangular building, suspended beneath it, arrived at Hongning Base City, passing by the elite training camp along the way. Look, what is that fighter jet carrying? Oh my god, doesn't it look like the ancient gravity chamber? That is the ancient gravity chamber. Will our training time double now? That seems to be Inspector Zhang's fighter jet. Inspector Zhang. The people below fell into silence. Zhang Yang's progress was simply too fast. Many of them knew him as he had entered the elite training camp in 54. In 3 years, due to different enrollment times, at least 2 cohorts of students had seen Zhang Yang, and even those who came later had heard of the senior's exploits. When Hong saw Zhang Yang, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. Have you broken through to the 2nd level of the planetary stage? What is your progress? Zhang Yang praised, the ancient gravity chamber has been a great help. My spiritual psychic has reached 89 of the planetary stage 2nd level. His voice turned somewhat regretful. Unfortunately, the energy on Earth can only increase gravity to 1000 G. Otherwise, cultivation would be even faster. Gravity at this level is basically useless to me now. Hong's eyes showed shock. Was this the cultivation speed of someone who could be called a genius even in the universe? If resources were sufficient, would he reach the stellar stage in just 5 or 6 years? He had been cultivating at the planetary stage for over 20 years, and had only advanced a little more than 5 ranks. When he first obtained the ancient gravity chamber, he was already at the 3rd level of the planetary stage. 1000 G was of no help to him, but certainly, he would not have been faster than Zhang Yang. Hong was very reassured by Zhang Yang. He gave him a deep look and changed the subject. The Luofeng you sent earlier has performed excellently. On August 1st, they are going to Australia for a life or death trial. Would you like to join me tomorrow to see them off? Zhang Yang smiled with satisfaction. Really, to receive praise from the dojo master, he must have improved significantly. I look forward to meeting him again. The next day, Zhang Yang and Hong arrived together at the elite training camp. After disembarking from the fighter jet, the 189 trainees inside the camp were already waiting in line. Zhang Yang stood silently beside Hong, sensing the unconscious emanation of Hong's divine sense. This was the effect of a powerful mental realm and spiritual force making one feel as if facing the vast ocean and starry sky, involuntarily submitting. The gap in strength between these war gods and him was so immense even their life levels differed. Being awed now was only natural. Hong swept his gaze across the trainees, then stood directly before Luofeng. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he exclaimed, "Such formidable spiritual power." He turned to look at Zhang Yang. "You knew all along." Zhang Yang gave a light laugh, not hiding the truth. "He's lucky, quite like me. I've kept an eye on him a few times." Hong nodded, then turned to address the crowd of trainees in a cold voice. "You are the most talented group in the world. Your goal is not merely to become war gods but to surpass the war gods and become the strongest beings on Earth. If you cannot even surpass the war god level, then you are wasting your talent. I hope you will work even harder and soon meet my requirements." With that he left with Zhang Yang. As they walked, Hong asked softly, "How is your strength now?" Zhang Yang thought for a moment and said softly, "At the planetary level 3rd stage, no one should be my match. After all, I can control 23 flying daggers, which is equivalent to 11 times the force output of a warrior, twice the normal planetary level force. And I am a spiritual psychokinetic." Hong hadn't expected Zhang Yang's improvement to be so great. He knew that Yist at planetary level 2nd stage could only control 14 flying daggers, while Zhang Yang also at the same stage had 9 more than Yist. He couldn't help but exclaim, "From what you say, it seems even the third speaker, the Ice Emperor Mohanderson, might not be your match." Zhang Yang smiled modestly. He wasn't trying to show off his status. This was still with some restraint. On Earth, the only people he considered worthy of notice were 3 Hong Thunder God and Luofeng. Hong seemed to suddenly think of something and suggested, "If you have time, you could visit the various base cities. Not just the 23 large ones, but also the smaller ones. Who knows, you might find another Luofeng." Zhang Yang's heart paused, but he said calmly, "Even without my discovery, he would still rise. There aren't that many geniuses on Earth. Those with insufficient talent aren't worth the effort to search for." But inwardly he was a bit sarcastic. Did he really think geniuses like Luofeng were common? That fool Babata had lurked on Earth for 50,000 years before finally finding one with such talent. Zhang Yang would have to be out of his mind to go looking for another. Hong sighed as well. He knew his own thoughts were somewhat inappropriate, but he truly hoped more geniuses would emerge so that Earth could truly become strong. That little guy. Why is he hiding his spiritual psychokinetic talent? In the extreme training camp, is he still worried about danger? He must be troubled now that I've exposed him. Zhang Yang said casually, "The vulture couple's son was killed by him. Luofeng is afraid of implicating his family. I've been keeping an eye on it. This time during their trial I plan to go and have a look." "Oh." Hong was a bit surprised, not expecting Zhang Yang to have already made preparations. "I've heard about the 100 billion matter. The vulture, huh? It's good that you're following. Even if Luofeng's talent can't match yours, he's still the best on Earth. If that little bird goes mad, you can protect him." Zhang Yang nodded lightly. Now many things no longer needed to be hidden. Luofeng was about to rise, his worldview as a warrior was nearly formed, and he was no longer afraid of too much influence. He was also qualified for Zhang Yang to befriend him in his current identity. "Then I'll take my leave first. The Australian continent. It's also the place where I rose to prominence." Hong gazed at the spot where Zhang Yang had left, staring for a while. He could sense that Zhang Yang was hiding something from him, but everyone had secrets. As long as his character was fine, he wouldn't interfere. Zhang Yang had always performed well, and Hong valued him highly. Luofeng had now boarded the fighter jet. His eyes drifted slightly as he looked at the clouds outside. Now he understood somewhat. He knew why he had encountered Zhang Yang so many times. Before his spiritual power had awakened, that Lord had probably already detected his spiritual psychokinetic talent. And he had been hiding the fact that he killed Li Wei. Zhang Yang had probably suspected it long ago. How long has he been watching me? To what extent? What does he really want? Luofeng thought cautiously in his mind. After thinking fruitlessly, he quickly composed himself because the life or death trial was about to begin. Meanwhile, Liao, who had a vendetta against Luofeng for killing his son, also received the news. Luofeng was actually a spiritual psychokinetic. Now the killer was finally confirmed. Revenge. He must avenge his son. Liao had lost his reason. He and Venom Scorpion began to act. To deal with Luofeng, he prepared a technological laser cannon aiming to prevent Luofeng from flying away. Laser cannons were meant for dealing with monsters and were strictly forbidden for use against warriors. Even transportation was restricted. But there were always those who would exploit loopholes. Now the laser cannon was being transferred in the United States. Zhang Yang had arrived at the Australian continent ahead of both parties. Thanks to modern technology, he could accurately pinpoint the location of the fighter jet Luofeng was currently on. He sat atop a towering peak at least 7,000 meters above sea level. From a distance, the mountains seemed to pierce the clouds. At this altitude, the temperature was very low, but for a planetary level Zhang Yang, it was nothing. However, after he ascended, the temperature change caused a layer of frost to form on his combat suit. Luofeng, this is the last time I'll protect you. As long as you get through this immediate crisis, by the time you return from the ancient ruins, you'll probably be qualified to be my comrade. At the same time, Zhang Yang thought silently in his mind. What is that intelligent life form Babata up to? It won't fail to show up, will it? Zhang Yang's talent had already been exposed in the No.9 ruins, so why hadn't he received any guidance? There was no change on Misty Island either. This made all the preparations he had made go to waste, and his plan to swindle a batch of Moya crystals for cultivation also fell through. At this moment, the Babata that Zhang Yang was concerned about was shouting. In an unknown information world, a fierce battle was taking place. If restored to a virtual image, it would be a battle occurring in a vast starry sky. No.9, kill it quickly. We're about to win. I've been making this game for over 100 years, and in a little more than a year we'll clear it. Let's go. After repelling another wave of enemies, Babata breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but think, should I take a look at the Earthling's talent? See if there's any qualified one. Nah, the detection is done every 20 years. So there won't be any omissions. If they can't grow up, then I'd be wasting my effort anyway since I can't get out. 50,000 years. When will I ever find a suitable inheritor? 3 more days passed. While Luofeng was still locked in combat with the Serpent Swarm, a civil aviation airliner was already circling above the Australian continent. Zhang Yang glanced at Luofeng and quietly slipped away. He planned to keep an eye on Liao and his group, for they were armed with a laser cannon. A weapon that, if undetected, Luofeng would have no means to withstand. The situation was more complex than Zhang Yang had imagined. Liao had brought over 70 men, mostly white, with a few black individuals among them. After disembarking, their purpose was clear. They immediately began assembling the laser cannon. This troubled Zhang Yang deeply, and he focused his attention hiding in the woods 300 meters away. Several of them wore research attire, assembling a high-tech weapon. After 40 minutes of labor, it was nearly complete. Zhang Yang could not recall the original story, but he was certain the laser cannon had never been fired. Now, however, it was about to be assembled. It also meant that Liao had pinpointed Luofeng's location. If Luofeng did not flee immediately, and was locked onto by the laser cannon without the Black God suit, he would face only one outcome: death. Zhang Yang was helpless. Even if the cannon fired, he could not save Luofeng. The attack speed of technological weapons was far too fast. The speed of light was beyond the reach of Earth's current humans, whether it was a laser cannon or a radiance cannon. His only option was to strike the operator or the cannon itself before it fired. Suddenly Zhang Yang's expression tensed, for he sensed that Luofeng had arrived. Though the movements were subtle, they mattered not to one who had reached the planetary level. Before that, only physical prowess improved, but once one attained the planetary level, the very essence of life ascended. At that stage, vision, hearing, and even smell were vastly enhanced. A rustling sound drew closer. Shush! 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 This made Zhang Yang anxious. He knew the problem lay in Liao's rapid determination of Luofeng's position. He could only hope Luofeng would be cautious. I'll confirm Luofeng's position one more time. Once you see him, lock onto him. I want him dead. Hearing Liao's voice, Zhang Yang breathed a slight sigh of relief. Such a loud voice would surely reach Luofeng. If Luofeng heard it and saw the long cannon barrel, he would understand Liao intended to use the laser cannon against him. He must be drenched in cold sweat by now, wasn't he? Soon Zhang Yang detected a change in the sound. The rustling grew more urgent, indicating Luofeng was retreating at great speed. Damn, he's nearby, and he's moving away fast. He spotted the laser cannon. Liao suddenly screamed frantically, having clearly reconfirmed Luofeng's location. You lot chase him and force him into the air. The rest of you guard the laser cannon. Zhang Yang could no longer care whether the plan would proceed smoothly. He had not expected such chaos in the end. His influence on the future was too great. For now, he had to continue watching the laser cannon, ensuring it could not fire before guiding Luofeng toward Misty Island. Headquarters fighter jets would arrive in about 10 minutes. Luofeng was indeed startled into retreat. He had nearly frozen in shock. Liao was insane, daring to use a laser cannon against him. Thinking of the cannon's speed, Luofeng hurriedly recalled the details of the laser cannon in his mind. If locked onto, he could not dodge, and the result. He shuddered, every cell trembling. He forced himself to remember the surrounding terrain and dashed toward a large mountain. The laser cannon's power had limits. If he could shield himself behind a mountain, the danger would greatly diminish. The ground appeared flat, but over a sufficient distance it curved. If he could run far enough, the cannon would be unable to aim at him. Faster. Even faster. Luo Feng was about to reach the mountain's far side. Once there he would be temporarily safe. The laser cannon he had seen appeared to be a fixed model. If he could find a water source or cling to the mountain's back he could rapidly escape its range. Luo Feng's speed had reached the speed of sound. It took him only 10 seconds to reach the mountain's far side, but those brief seconds nearly left him drained. He dared not hesitate. Using the mountain as a shield, he sprinted in a straight line away from the laser cannon's position. Luo Feng, I see you. You can't escape. Liao appeared 2 kilometers behind him, following closely. No, I can't stay in their line of sight. Even if the earth is curved, being constantly tracked is extremely dangerous. Luo Feng assessed the situation in his mind. He sent a message to headquarters via his communication watch, truthfully reporting Liao's use of the laser cannon against him. At the same time he rapidly searched for nearby water. Only by following a river could he truly escape without danger, for the laser cannon was an optical weapon. Water could refract light, greatly reducing its power. Otherwise he could never evade the light's attack. He could not be certain of the cannon's assembly time or installation location, but he knew he could not afford to gamble. Time ticked by. Zhang Yang was not overly worried about Luo Feng, but he feared the chase might veer off course, making guidance difficult later. When a dark red, triangular fighter jet arrived, Zhang Yang finally relaxed. He no longer had to keep watch here. Maintaining the future had been too difficult. Now he could no longer hold it together, and from here on events would increasingly deviate from the original path. He had done his best. Luo Feng was no longer his concern. When Luo Feng became a powerhouse he would have to bear the consequences of his own actions. Zhang Yang's figure gradually faded as he sped off in the direction Luo Feng had fled. Fortunately traces left by Liao and his men marked the path. Liao was truly mad. Daring to openly plot against a student of the Limit Martial Arts Gym. Even if he succeeded, could Holt forgive him? Tracking was simple. Luo Feng seemed to have circled the mountain 180 degrees, then moved in a straight line once on the far side. Oh, he changed direction. Following the trail, Zhang Yang soon smiled. Things seemed to be progressing well. He had reached the river, and this tributary led to Misty Island, only about 40 miles away. After things went smoothly, Zhang Yang's mood greatly improved. This was the first head-on confrontation between Luo Feng and Liao. If Luo Feng won this time, then the end of this karmic entanglement was not far off. With the once overwhelming pressure dissipating in an instant, Luo Feng would surely gain profound insight. If he still harbored mercy toward his enemy, then failing to finish the snake would only bring its harm back upon him, and his family would naturally pay the price. But Zhang Yang no longer needed to concern himself with these matters, for Luo Feng was fully capable of handling everything himself. Zhang Yang quietly concealed himself in the shadows, observing Liao and Luo Feng. Luo Feng had originally planned to lure Liao to Misty Island, using the lake's monsters to severely injure him. Unexpectedly, Liao discovered the flora spirits on Misty Island, and reported the situation to the HR Alliance, requesting reinforcements. Luo Feng secretly eavesdropped on Liao's conversation, and learned of the value and effects of the flora spirits. While Liao and his team were hunting the flora spirits, Luo Feng used his advantage as a spiritual master to seize a 10,000-year tree heart. Afterward he chose to notify the Dojo of Limits, and absorbed the 10,000-year tree heart to enhance his own strength. A buzzing sound came from Zhang Yang's communication watch. He glanced at it and swiftly retreated. After leaving the Mist Island area he connected the call, and said softly, "Dojo Master, what's wrong?" Luo Feng discovered the flora spirits. "You should be there, right?" Zhang Yang chuckled lightly. "Dojo Master, let Iceberg come instead. My talents are not suited for searching flora spirits. The environment here is complex. Searching too long would be a loss outweighing the gain." "All right." The call ended and Zhang Yang prepared to watch the show in peace. Once Luo Feng emerged, he would become an invincible war god, and there was nothing left worth paying attention to. Before long a figure wreathed in flames flew over from the distance. Zhang Yang chuckled softly. "Time for me to make an appearance." He soared into the air directly. Under the influence of his spiritual power and the star core, his speed continuously increased, soon reaching 1829 ms. Because his speed was more than 3 times that of the flaming figure, Zhang Yang, starting later, arrived first, blocking him directly. The figure in the flames also halted in midair, furrowing his brow as he demanded, "Inspector Zhang, what is the meaning of this?" Zhang Yang said with a light smile, "Ahead lies a restricted area of the Dojo of Limits. I'm afraid it would be inconvenient for Counselor Faer to proceed." Counselor Faer sneered. "Liao discovered it first. When did it become your Dojo of Limits territory?" "Inspector Zhang, are you certain you want to stop me?" The smile on Zhang Yang's face gradually faded, turning icy cold. He crossed his arms over his chest and said nothing more. A pathetic trash who couldn't even master flight speed techniques merely at planetary level 1 dared to provoke a spiritual master. So ungrateful. Zhang Yang decided to teach him a proper lesson in humility. By then the people on the ground had also noticed the 2 figures in the sky. "Counselor Faer is being blocked. It's an inspector from the Dojo of Limits." a burly white man said. Liao said confidently. He's only just reached planetary level. He's definitely no match for Counselor Far. Luo Feng's pupils contracted when he saw Zhang Yang's figure. He appeared again. Was it coincidence or had he been there all along? Still his strength must be formidable. That Counselor Far's speed wasn't even half of his. Counselor Far, seeing the change in Zhang Yang's expression, suddenly flared up in his habitual rage. Zhang Yang actually dared to look down on him. An explosive fury surged through his entire body, and the flames around him burned even more intensely. How dare you belittle me? Take this. Zhang Yang looked at him with pity in his eyes. A planetary-level martial artist with a pathetic flight speed of just over 500 milliseconds in the sky couldn't even match a peak war god's spiritual master. Ignoring the flaming battle saber waving in his hand, Zhang Yang levitated 23 flying daggers, shooting them at tremendous speed toward Counselor Far. Counselor Far was already terrified upon seeing Zhang Yang control 23 flying daggers. He didn't think controlling so many daggers was for show. It must mean Zhang Yang could guarantee such power. East, the foremost spiritual master at planetary level 2, could only control 14 flying daggers. Why could Zhang Yang control so many? But he had no time to think further, for the daggers were too fast. Speed to a certain extent reflected power. At this speed, if he couldn't block them, he was finished. Block them? Counselor Far screamed madly in his heart. Yet the flying daggers nimbly evaded his saber, and struck him directly without any loss of momentum. Midair, Counselor Far spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning deathly pale. He crashed to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. Why was he so strong? He was wearing the Black God suit, yet he had almost no resistance. Heavily injured, nearly incapacitated. What? Just one move? Why? Is that really Counselor Far? Luo Feng's gaze was also deeply shaken. The gap between beings who had transcended war god level was actually this vast. Zhang Yang felt nothing unusual. He was a planetary level 289 spiritual master, with a base strength of 489-356. And a force amplification of 23 times, which gave 356-23-8188. The unit was 10,000 kilograms, so 88 million kilograms of force. Even with the Black God suit's ability to disperse damage, 1/10 of the force still struck the entire body, equating to 8 million kilograms. On Earth, there were no defensive secret techniques. The combined strength of a planetary level 1 martial artist's physical power and genetic energy ranged from 200 to 400. A force at least double that striking the body, and on a weaker opponent defeating him in one move was perfectly normal. As for dodging the saber and striking directly at the Black God suit, the combat suit was useless. That was the basic operation of the 312 style spiritual master secret technique, the foundation of spiritual mastery, as simple as a martial artist swinging a blade. Zhang Yang didn't even dare to use the secret technique, Escape Heaven. He could now use the second level, which amplified his strength by 1.5 times, a 2.5-fold enhancement. And he feared he might directly kill Counselor Far. Since he had already made his move, Zhang Yang no longer concealed his authority. He said coldly to Liao and Catalan, "This area was discovered by my dojo of limits first. Leave the flora spirits, take that useless waste and get out." Though his voice was not loud, it boomed in their ears like thunder. Even Catalan, a mid-level war god spiritual master, felt a splitting headache. They dared not defy Zhang Yang's command. Without the slightest hesitation, they placed the harvested flora spirits on the ground, then carried Counselor Far and fled in haste. They had arrived with high spirits and boundless fantasies, but they left as wretched as dogs. "Thank you, Patrol Inspector." Zhang Yang smiled at Luo Feng, then said teasingly, "What are you waiting for? A single ordinary willow tree's spiritual herb is worth 10 billion Chinese yuan. The heartwood of that willow king is probably worth 100 billion. Why don't you collect more before the headquarters people arrive? You know both discovery and development entitle you to a share." Luo Feng had initially felt the pressure of being with the two men, sensing something eerie about Inspector Zhang. But after hearing the value, his mind exploded. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed into the depths of Misty Island. "This is like picking up money," he kept shouting internally. With a bang, his head rang as he heard the worth. He dared not hesitate and immediately flashed into the depths of Misty Island. 15 minutes later, a pale blue spacecraft hovered over Misty Island and two figures flew directly to Zhang Yang's side. One of them, a middle-aged, robust man, asked, "Inspector Zhang, what's the situation here?" Zhang Yang chuckled and replied, "Inspector Lu Bingshan, I just sent Senator Far off. Luo Feng is currently harvesting the spiritual herbs inside." Another person wearing a golden mask quietly asked, "Do you need my assistance?" Zhang Yang nodded. "We've been waiting for you. Luo Feng should have gathered enough by now. It's time to stop wasting time." "Fine," the masked figure replied softly, then transformed into a beam of golden light and shot into Misty Island. Inspector Lu looked Zhang Yang up and down. "I didn't expect you to drive away Senator Far." Zhang Yang sneered. "That fool fought me in the sky. His flight speed didn't even reach 600 meters per second. He was just a sitting duck. Ha ha ha, fighting a spiritual telekinetic in the air. Inspector Liu laughed heartily, agreeing. I've heard he hasn't been promoted long. He can't even use his attribute gene energy properly. His flight must rely entirely on his star core. Zhang Yang shook his head and said no more. On Earth everything was scarce and awakened abilities varied greatly. One had to create everything from scratch. Take force output for instance. This is the best he can do. His speed is passable, but he has zero defense. For some this was too difficult. Reaching the planetary level was already the limit for many. In the universe most would at most reach the stellar level and only a few could attain the universal level. Not long after Luo Feng emerged from the island with a look of lingering satisfaction. The feeling of picking up money was simply too exhilarating. In that short time he had collected over 300 billion. Inspector Liu teased Luo Feng. Well, quite a haul, isn't it? Luo Feng nodded. He now somewhat regretted not calling for help later. Inspector Zhang was too formidable. The spiritual herbs that Liao and others had gathered earlier were still lying on the ground untouched, probably left for him. Earlier he had wondered if this inspector would report him for the bounty. Now that thought seemed ridiculous. But he felt a bit more at ease now. In the training camp he had heard of Zhang Yang's exploits. Perhaps the inspector's attention on him was because he too was a spiritual telekinetic genius. What could he possibly have that an inspector would scheme for? Just as Luo Feng was thinking of something to say, Bing Shan shot into the sky pursued by a vine stretching over a kilometer long. Bing Shan attacked the vine repeatedly, but the black vine's regenerative ability was astonishing, its wounds healed instantly. His speed was about the same as the black vine's, both around 1,000 meters per second, but he was completely powerless against it. Suddenly the single vine paused for a moment, and then another rose from the ground. 2, 4, 6. 6 vines constantly encircled Bing Shan. Within a 1-kilometer radius it was too constraining for him. His range of movement kept shrinking and his situation grew increasingly difficult. Seeing that the moment was right, Zhang Yang shot out 23 flying daggers fiercely attacking the black vine, while shouting, Bing Shan retreat. Seeing that Zhang Yang's flying daggers had torn a gap in the black vine's encirclement, Bing Shan didn't hesitate and charged out. The three quickly brought Luo Feng into the spacecraft. Bing Shan gasped heavily, thanks. If it weren't for you I would have had to use a forbidden technique. Zhang Yang shook his head lightly and asked, what happened? A blaze of fire flashed in Bing Shan's eyes as he said coldly, I had collected all the ordinary spiritual herbs and decided to go after the biggest one. But as soon as I attacked it retaliated instantly. You know the rest. I suspect it's an extraordinary spiritual herb. I've sent the footage to the Hall Master. Inspector Liu asked with concern, Bing Shan, aside from this, how was your harvest? Bing Shan glanced at him indifferently and said calmly, I obtained 76 in total. Adding Luo Feng's it should be 86. Among them 5 are superior to the 10,000-year spiritual herb Luo Feng turned in. As for the distribution, Zhang Yang chuckled. Just give me one to soak in wine. I've had spiritual herbs before and they make excellent wine. Next. His smile grew wider as he congratulated Bing Shan. Bing Shan, you've hit the jackpot this time. Those spiritual herbs are worthless. That last vine you discovered. If I'm not mistaken it's Moyun vine, a rare find even in the universe. You and Luo Feng discovered it together. The contribution will be enough for you to exchange for countless treasures from the Hall Master. What? Inspector Liu exclaimed in disbelief. Are you serious? Is it really that valuable? Bing Shan stared at Zhang Yang with blazing eyes, the meaning unmistakable. Zhang Yang said softly, that's Moyun vine. It's extremely precious, even in the universe, a vital defensive plant life form, with an incredibly high growth ceiling. I've heard that its value in the universe could buy hundreds of spacecraft. He paused to add, the armed kind. Bing Shan suppressed his excitement and said calmly, the Hall Master will evaluate the contribution. Soon a crimson spacecraft also arrived at Misty Island. In an instant Hong appeared before the 4. Hall Master. You've done well. Bing Shan said calmly. Hall Master Inspector Zhang said it might be Moyun vine. Hong nodded slightly. Whether it is or not I'll find out. He flew directly into Misty Island. With a single attack the Moyun vine erupted in fury. A black vine lashed out at Hong but he caught it with his hand. It looks black but up close it's a dark purple. There should be 16 vines. Struggling to break free the Moyun vine unleashed its full power. 1, 2, 9, 15 vines plus the one in Hong's hand made 16. Hong smiled with satisfaction. Watching Hong easily obtain the Moyun vine, the 4 congratulated him saying, Congratulations Pavilion Master. Hong was also very delighted. This was a treasure that could be considered valuable even in the universe, yet it appeared on Earth. Let's go back. Zhang Yang suddenly stepped forward and said softly, Pavilion Master, I have some personal matters, so I won't return to the headquarters. Hong paused and said softly, among these plants of spiritual essence you may choose 2. Zhang Yang smiled and took out two, saying, "These two are fine. One for brewing wine and the other has mild medicinal effects that can enhance the strength of a warrior level." After parting ways with Hong and the others, Zhang Yang flew his fighter jet towards Shandong Base City. Zhang Yang gazed at the azure sky, lost in thought, recalling his little shadow from childhood. He softly uttered two words, "Fool." As he approached Shandong Base City, Zhang Yang said into his communication watch, "Call Su Peipei." The call was soon connected. "Zhang Yang, what do you want?" The voice sounded a bit excited. Zhang Yang's forehead creased with 3 black lines. She and his mother had already conspired, yet she was still pretending. It was only during the first few calls that she was obedient. He hoped she wouldn't be like his brother. "Where are you?" "I'm about to arrive at Shandong Base City." "Ah, you're here so soon." "I'm on the bus heading to Yafan Nursery Garden, just entering Qingshan Road." Su Peipei said with some annoyance. Zhang Yang decisively said, "What's the next stop?" "Get off." "Ah, oh okay." After a pause, Su Peipei quickly said, "The next stop is Mirolin Technology City." Zhang Yang said, "Good, I understand. Wait there obediently for me." Beep. Su Peipei was on the train, not angry at being hung up on, but tightly gripping her phone, her fingers turning white from the force, her eyes revealing infinite hope and joy. On Earth, after the Great Nirvana, the year arrived at 2057. Only by sitting in a fighter jet could one truly appreciate the tangible gap between rich and poor. To the south of the base city were dense clusters of tall buildings like sunflowers. These were the dormitory-style buildings where Zhang Yang used to live. Although they occupied little space, perhaps less than 20 of the entire Liqing district, they housed 80 of the entire base city's population. To the north, many old buildings still remained. Although 30 years had passed, they were still very sturdy. The rest were rebuilt after being demolished, creating a futuristic world. Various buildings that defied conventional mechanics emerged endlessly, with uniform glass exteriors and huge billboards featuring high-definition screens. This place was extremely prosperous. Originally, it was not entirely inhabited by the rich, or in fact, it was where martial artists lived. However, later some poor people came here to engage in various professions. As time passed, only those who had earned money, the rich, could afford the rent. A dark blue fighter jet flew low over the northern urban area of Liqing District, Shandong Base City. "Oh my god, that's a fighter jet. So beautiful. I will definitely buy one someday. If only I had a jet like that." The fighter jet finally hovered silently above the station of Mirolin Technology City. Since it was only 100 meters high, a huge shadow appeared below. Countless people looked up, stunned, their inner shock leaving them momentarily dazed. Whoosh! Zhang Yang, clad in a black combat suit, flew down, directly drawing another round of exclamations from the crowd. Approaching Su Peipei, seeing her dressed like a country girl, Zhang Yang couldn't help but smile. He casually glanced around and said calmly, "It's too noisy here. I'll take you up." Su Peipei nodded, gently glanced down at her clothes, feeling a mix of helplessness and shyness. Zhang Yang directly wrapped his arm around her waist and flew into the sky, but his mind wavered for a moment. Feeling the soft touch, he thought to himself, indeed women only hinder my strength. Once inside the jet, Zhang Yang immediately released Su Peipei and said calmly, "Call Uncle Su and Auntie. Have them go with you to Jiangnan Base City. Once you're there, you won't be able to come back often. I'll be going into seclusion after I return." "Oh." Feeling Zhang Yang's distance, Su Peipei kept encouraging herself in her heart, then took out her phone and began to call her parents. Ring ring. Zhang Yang glanced at his communication watch and answered directly, "Uncle Zhou, what's the matter? I heard from the Air Defense Bureau that you came to Shandong Base City, so I'm asking." Zhou Chuanheng said casually. Zhang Yang glanced at Su Peipei and said softly, "I'm here to pick up my girlfriend." Su Peipei's eyes widened instantly. "Haha, then, I'll be waiting to drink at your wedding. I won't disturb you now." Zhou Chuanheng said cheerfully. Bye." Zhang Yang responded and hung up. He turned to look at Su Peipei, her big eyes were quite beautiful. "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. What are you staring at? You've stolen my base. If I don't take you home, I won't be able to return to the city." Su Peipei chuckled, her eyes twinkling, and gave Zhang Yang a Mona Lisa smile. Zhang Yang's heart skipped a beat, his eyelid twitched. He didn't meet Su Peipei's gaze anymore, turned and walked to the window. A girl wasn't afraid, so why should he be? He just thought that since he couldn't avoid it, he wouldn't. No more dawdling. He was cornered by his mother and this girl. As long as she didn't regret it later, it would be fine. He had already started thinking about marriage. He decided to break through to the planet third stage after returning, then get married. If Su Peipei could accept it, it wasn't too late to back out. Matters of love could be discussed later. He didn't need to sleep anyway. After marriage, they would probably be together less often. The 7-year itch certainly wouldn't exist. Perhaps after 70 years, there would still be novelty. Suddenly Su Peipei hugged him from behind, her voice gentle. "I knew you liked me, right?" Zhang Yang frowned deeply. He felt his body acting strangely, a case of excessive hormone secretion. He secretly thought this must be how poison alchemists in the universe fight enemies. The potion worked from the outside in and the reaction from the inside out. The methods were very peculiar and the techniques were extremely vicious, making them impossible to guard against. Alright, let go of me. Later I'll let you stay at my place. You can observe my life. I don't have much time to spend with you. Now my seclusion might be a few days later, it could be a few months, and in the future decades are normal. Think carefully, is this the life you want? Material needs are easy to satisfy, but the spirit is the most tormenting. There will be no chance to regret later. Su Pei said firmly, I will not regret it. Zhang Yang sneered, everyone says that before regretting. In the universe, a giant egg 10 meters high shrouded in laws emerged from space, shot rapidly towards Earth's atmosphere, and finally descended into the ocean. Strangely, it did not stir any waves, and people remained oblivious. The technological instruments in the sky seemed like mere decorations. Even human eyes detected no anomaly. Zhang Yang without much effort brought Su Pei's family to Shandong Base City, and then began his dedicated cultivation, striving to break through to Planetary Stage 3rd rank as soon as possible. On the night of August 31st, 2057, Zhang Yang had just entered a new round of deep meditation, when he suddenly felt a sense of unease. The metal element law seemed to offer a special insight, but with his mind unsettled, how could he comprehend it? Tomorrow Luofeng is holding an inspector's evening. Could there be some mishap? Should I go and check? Zhang Yang frowned deeply, muttering to himself. Why does the metal element law feel so strange? He was perplexed. Metal element. Metal element. Zhang Yang's eyes snapped open wide, and he rushed out of the room, then looked up at the sky but found nothing. Yet he knew. It had come. His gaze wandered across the starry sky, as if he could see beyond the Milky Way. Zhang Yang stood still for a long time. When his mood calmed, his eyes took on a cold expression, and he quietly returned to the cultivation chamber. In the room next to his, another person was also awake. She now understood a bit about the life Zhang Yang had spoken of, but she truly didn't ask for much. Just to be able to see him every day. Just like when they were children, following behind him, not knowing what he was going to do or how to do it. She didn't need to understand, she just needed to watch patiently. Of course, it would be even better if she could have a baby. She was very envious of Li Huan. September 20th. Zhang Yang sat cross-legged quietly in the cultivation chamber. At that moment he felt he was about to break through. He sensed his life pulsating, his cells extremely active, frantically absorbing cosmic energy. Endless streams of cosmic energy emerged from the void, were absorbed by his body, and then began to converge towards his mind. In the spiritual sea, cosmic energy and mental power merged. His telekinetic power began to grow and the spiritual core became brighter. Zhang Yang felt it seemed to have grown a bit larger, though he wasn't sure if it was his imagination. As time passed, the breakthrough continued. He didn't know if he had reached some kind of threshold. The golden light within the spiritual core grew even brighter. Zhang Yang's understanding of the metal element law suddenly became much clearer. A vague enlightenment dawned upon him, and his domain naturally broke through to the second level. His control over the surrounding space became stronger and its range expanded. Zhang Yang suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light passing through them. Planetary Stage 3rd rank. I have become stronger. Although the domain does not directly boost power, it adds special effects and limitations, thereby indirectly enhancing the power of attacks. Now my attacks are equivalent to those of a Planetary Stage 5th rank martial artist. Moreover, I am a psychic master. My strength has caught up with Hong, but there is still a considerable gap from the golden horned beast. He took out his phone and checked the time. I've been cultivating for another 5 days. The next day, dong dong. The door opened. Su Pei said with surprise, you're here. Zhang Yang looked at her seriously. I think you already understand my life now. It seems you don't mind. Su Pei said with some worry. What do you want to say? Zhang Yang said solemnly. There are gaps between people, and some gaps cannot be overcome by effort alone. Now you might think you just need to wait, but the waiting time is much longer than you imagine. Now it's 5 days later, it will be 9 days, 2 months. A year. One day you will grow impatient and want to get closer to me, but after exhausting struggles you may find that the distance between us has only grown. Have you thought about these issues? If you can accept this life, then let's get married. Su Pei did not answer Zhang Yang's question. Instead she looked at him with sincere eyes and asked softly, you like me, right? Zhang Yang composed himself and said firmly, yes. Su Pei threw herself into his arms and said resolutely, then let's get married. October 10th. Zhang Yang held a very low-key wedding. Only relatives of both sides, close friends, senior officials above the inspector level of the Limit Martial Arts Hall, and Jia Yi from the military were present. Wedding night. Zhang Yang pushed open the bridal chamber, decorated with paper-cut double happiness characters. His mind was a bit dazed. This was his first marriage in 2 lifetimes, and it would be the only one. The originally simple bedroom had undergone a tremendous transformation. The walls were covered with a virtual projection of a natural forest, and the ceiling displayed a pattern of a starry night sky. In this era, these represented people's best wishes for leaving the base city. In the center of the ceiling hung a floating sky lantern with tiny candle flames, forming a double happiness character, accompanied by the stars in the sky. A symbol of people's longing for the starry sky. At the head of the bed were 2 Chinese parasol trees, one tall, and one short, each extending a branch that intertwined in the middle. 2 elegant white doves faced each other. Above them hung the wedding photo of Zhang Yang and Su Peipei, embracing each other with their profiles turned, smiling sweetly. Zhang Yang used a small redwood scale rod to lift Su Peipei's red veil. Their eyes met and he gently stroked her cheek. She was so enchantingly beautiful, yet it made Zhang Yang's heart even heavier. He harbored a deep resentment hidden in his heart. In his past life he had never seen any aliens. In fact, he had always believed that the human race in the universe was not human at all. They were no different from demons. He felt that being eaten by demons directly was better than being enslaved. The superficial kindness was due to strength. Later, they would invade the humans' home planet of Earth. Zhang Yang looked at the person before him, feeling that the burden on his shoulders had grown heavier. He took a deep breath and buried these thoughts deep in his heart. Today, he no longer wanted to hide his feelings. He gazed at her with burning eyes. Peipei, you are so beautiful. Su Peipei clutched her clothes tightly, shyly lowering her head, and said in a muffled voice, "You've never praised me like this before. It's always stinky girl, little fool, silly girl. Hee hee." She laughed at herself as she spoke, then looked up at Zhang Yang with an expression that was 3 parts teasing, 3 parts laughter, 3 parts charm, and 1 part anger. His heart skipped a beat. He reached out and pulled her into his arms, saying domineeringly, "You have no chance to regret now." With such a wonderful moment, he slowly pressed her down. A year had passed since Zhang Yang's last visit to Misty Island, deep within an underground ruin. "Ha ha ha, I, the great demon Babata, am forever the mightiest. Once again I have vanquished myself, successfully overcoming my own gloom. Master, rest assured, even if I must wait for endless eons, I shall eventually find a worthy disciple for you." The voice was resolute, carrying an ancient aura. A soft sigh escaped. The great demon Babata seemed to have composed itself. 50,000 years of waiting was entirely bearable for it. Another 20 years have passed. Time to receive the probe data and see if this indigenous planet has any promising seedlings. The voice was casual. What the hell? How is it that 2 geniuses with brain domain openness above 20 have appeared? Is this planet blessed by luck? And one of them is already 22 years old. Brain domain openness of 23. How is that possible? I scanned 20 years ago. How could my detector be faulty? Where did he come from? System scanning. Scan complete, no anomalies detected. Proceeding to next test. No problem. Fine. 2 geniuses. One with brain domain openness 23, one with 21. Ridiculous. Since I, the great demon Babata, must choose, I shall pick the better one. Should I give the other one a chance? The difference of 2 points in brain domain openness isn't huge, but it's not negligible either. Becoming a powerhouse also requires assessing one's temperament. After the one from probe point 9 emerges, I'll arrange a test for them. Hee 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 hee. The next day. Ding dong. Zhang Yang looked up in surprise, pushed open the training room door, and saw a slender figure before him. A sly grin curled at his lips as he pulled the person inside. "Peipei, did you miss me?" Su Peipei quickly glanced back, then lightly tapped his chest, chiding, "Stop it. There's a guest." Zhang Yang's expression sobered, a hint of disappointment stirring within him. In that instant he had already imagined everything. With waning interest he swept his mental energy toward the ground floor, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He didn't recognize the visitor. If he didn't know him, why would he come looking for him? "Who is he?" Su Peipei whispered. "He says he's the younger brother of Inspector Luo." Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. That piqued his interest. "I'll go down and see. Get ready and wait for me." Su Peipei spat at him, rolled her eyes, then blushed and went to take a bath. Descending the stairs, Zhang Yang glanced at the pale, gaunt young man and understood. This was Luo Feng's younger brother Luo Hua, who would later become Earth's chief financial officer. Now, with Luo Feng missing for a year, Liao was likely preparing to trade his life for Luo Feng's, and Luo Feng's family was just the beginning. Luo Hua immediately bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Inspector." Zhang Yang nodded lightly. "What is it?" Luo Hua did not hesitate. He had heard of this adult's temperament. "My brother Luo Feng is your subordinate. He has been trapped in a relic and hasn't emerged. I heard you were in a similar situation once. Some business associates told me that my brother's enemies, the Vulture couple, planned to strike at our family through the HR Alliance Mall. My brother said that if trouble arose at home, I could come to you. I implore you to protect our family. When my brother returns, he will surely reward you handsomely." Zhang Yang had already guessed as much. He didn't expect Luo Feng to be so bold, leaving enemies unresolved. But since he was asked, he couldn't refuse. He casually took out his inspector token and said to Luo Hua, "Take this to Villa No. 13 on the east side. Tell Li Song to escort you to Jiangnan residential area." Luo Hua's eyes lit up with surprise. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Thank you, Inspector. Zhang Yang waved his hand. Go quickly. Your family might be in danger if you delay. Luo Hua's heart tightened. Yes, sir. I'll go at once. He bowed and hurried away. Zhang Yang rushed upstairs hastily. Winter arrived and the weather grew colder. In an ancient relic, a gaunt man with tattered clothes, disheveled hair, and a full beard emerged. 1 year and 3 months. I finally made it out. Is everything all right at home? Welcome back, War God Luofeng. As the voice rang out, a Chinese man ran over. War God Luofeng, here are your belongings. Please confirm. Luofeng rubbed his chin covered in stubble and smiled at the attendant. Thank you. Hard to believe you recognized me. The attendant chuckled, then seemed to recall something. War God Luofeng, your family left a message. They've moved to Villa No. 56 in Jiangnan residential area in the main city. Luofeng's expression stiffened. Why would they move? His family's friends were all in Yangzhou City. What were they doing in the main city? He said urgently, thank you, and then shot forward. Luofeng quickly called home, silently praying. Please don't let anything happen. Please don't let anything happen. Xiao Feng, you're out. Luo Honghua answered the phone, his voice filled with joy. Seeing his father's reaction, Luofeng's heart settled. He asked curiously, Dad, we were fine in Yangzhou City. Why did we move? Luo Honghua replied casually, you kids have grown up. We just need to enjoy life. It was Luo Hua's idea. He said the main city is better, closer to the inspector's home for your work and business. There is easier for him. He doesn't have to commute every day. Before you were small and our connections were only in Yangzhou. Now that you're grown, we follow your needs. Luofeng nodded lightly. Okay, Dad. I'll be home soon. Let me freshen up first. After hanging up, he immediately called his younger brother. He didn't believe it was that simple. Most likely Luo Hua had sensed some danger. The call connected quickly and Luo Hua's projection appeared on the wall of the fighter jet. His voice was a mix of joy and relief. Brother, you're finally out. Luofeng frowned. Brother, what happened at home? Today I will continue writing. As for the drafts I had before. Ahem, there might be a few drafts. Luo Hua's eyes also blazed with hatred. He had learned of all those schemes. Step by step they had utterly destroyed his family, leaving no path to survival. He ground his teeth and said, Brother, it's Liao and the Scorpion. They're planning to use the HR Alliance Mall's connections to strike at us. But now that my business has grown, I've made some friends with shared interests and got wind of it in advance. Later I went to beg the inspector for protection, so I'm safe now. Luofeng listened to himself, his eyes nearly splitting with rage. He had spared Liao, yet the moment he vanished Liao moved against his family. If not for his brother's sharpness. He dared not imagine what would have happened if those events had come to pass. Clenching his teeth, he growled, Liao, you're courting death. Then he said in a low voice, do you have any evidence against them? Luo Hua hesitated. Most of it is flimsy, but there's one recording that's fairly solid. I don't know if it's enough. Luofeng's mind churned. After a moment of contemplation, he said firmly, it's enough. How could it not be? Even if it isn't, it must be. Prepare the materials. I'll talk more when I get home. Hanging up, Luofeng's eyes blazed with murderous intent. He murmured to himself, Liao, I killed your son. If you were smart, I would have spared you. But you never should have thought of touching my family. My strength is different now. To dare harm the family of a planet-level warrior, with even a shred of evidence, it's enough to condemn you to death. Rest in peace. Call headquarters. The outcome was sealed when Luofeng displayed planet-level strength before Hong. The vulture couple were executed without question. In his final moments, Liao broke through to planet level with the light attribute moving incredibly fast. But even so, Luofeng killed him. Because the Scorpion Vanina Paulinas was the younger sister of the current Paulinas patriarch, the entire Paulinas family was punished by the Alliance. From then on, the 9 core families of the HR Alliance Mall were reduced to 8. A few days after Luofeng executed the vulture couple. In the Pacific Ocean, hundreds of kilometers from the Hawaiian Islands. The ocean depths have always been a realm unknown to humanity. And at this moment, beneath those waters, an unseen change was unfolding. A 12-meter giant egg lay silently there. Even the smallest of king-level monsters measured just over 100 meters, so this egg alone was a tenth of their length. It had arrived here over a year ago after traveling through the cosmos for a long time. It chose this quiet star system, selecting the most suitable planet. One teeming with life and abundant stellar core energy, perfect for its survival. Once it grew, it would devour this planet. It had remained motionless all this time, so still that even the surrounding monsters grew bored with it. But now it began to tremble faintly, the tremors intensifying. After several struggles, a golden horn pierced through the shell. Crack. With the shell breached, the oval structure was compromised and the shell became even more fragile. Cracks spread across the surface and soon a monster over 10 meters tall, covered in sticky fluids, emerged. It was a beast clad in black scales, dark and cold. Its limbs were thick and powerful, and when it spread its 2 enormous wings, its aura grew even more formidable. Its tail lashed lazily, stirring up massive currents in the seabed behind it. Most striking of all was its single horn thrusting toward the sky, etched with mysterious patterns. After emerging, the monster immediately devoured its eggshell, its body expanding continuously. By the time it finished, it had grown to 16 meters in height. First it raised its head and roared as if proclaiming its arrival. Then it opened its eyes, filled with coldness, indifference, and brutality. Minor cold. Today was January 5th. The day Luo Feng assumed the position of the 7th inspector of the Limit Martial Arts Hall. After 3 years, the hall had gained another inspector. Now among the hall's high-ranking members, the master, the 3 personal guards, and 7 inspectors. 5 were Chinese, and Chinese accounted for over 40 of the grassroots members. The ceremony proceeded smoothly, following the same steps as the grand ceremony for Inspector Zhang Yang. Soon the ceremony neared its end. The protagonist of the day was Luo Feng, while Zhang Yang stood silently among the crowd. "Zhang Yang, what's your current speed?" A voice came through. Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced toward Hong. His lips moved faintly. "Planet level 4th stage 34. Normal flight speed, 2,700 meters per second. Hong raised an eyebrow. Normal? That meant he could go even faster. This speed was unexpected. Far faster than that of a Gene warrior at the same level. As for the increase in rank, Hong had already anticipated it. "That speed is enough. Come with me to Fog Island later, something new has emerged there." Zhang Yang gave Hong a slight nod. Fog Island had changed, he had a guess. There was no one else there except that lazy intelligent life form Babata. It must have stirred up some commotion, planning to attract the gifted ones on Earth, right? Those two would be him and Luo Feng. He mulled over whether to go now and whether it would affect Luo Feng's inheritance. Feeling his own strength, without resources or good cultivation methods, improving by 1 rank per year was the result of extreme effort. The pace was too slow, he needed resources. In the Honghuang fighter, Luo Feng asked softly, "Master, what exactly has changed on Fog Island?" Hong said in a low voice, "Fog Island has mutated. The monsters there are rapidly growing stronger, and a beast emperor has appeared." Zhang Yang asked gently, "There were no powerful monsters there. How could a beast emperor arise? Could a new ancient ruin have surfaced?" Luo Feng looked puzzled. "Senior, what is a beast emperor?" When Luo Feng had displayed planet-level strength, Zhang Yang had asked him to change his address. Both were graduates of the elite training camp, so calling him senior was natural. Luo Feng also knew that he had been protected by Zhang Yang many times, and he felt close to him. Faced with Luo Feng's confusion, Zhang Yang was happy to explain. "These were no secrets. Once you spent enough time at the planet level, you learned everything," he said calmly. "There are 2 beast emperors in the ocean, the strongest among planet-level monsters. The Master and Thunder God signed an agreement with them, allowing humanity to live in peace. In the sea, even the Master cannot kill the 2 beast emperors, so they had to sign a peace treaty. Humans can kill monsters below the planet level, and monsters can attack human base cities, but king-level monsters are not allowed to participate in battle." Luo Feng stared at Hong in astonishment. The idea of humans signing agreements with monsters was something he had never heard of before. Hong paid no attention to Luo Feng's surprise, for everyone who learned of this would be equally astonished. He was pondering Zhang Yang's words just now. The essence of plants. The cloud vine. The new beast emperor. Clearly Misty Island harbored secrets, and the possibility of an ancient relic was extremely high. He was well versed in such matters, having tentatively explored most of the ruins on Earth. He did not rule out the possibility of a new relic, but the priority now was to slay the beast emperor before it could return to the sea, otherwise humanity's situation would become even more dire. Zhang Yang nodded gently. Even he would need to employ his domain and laws to kill 2 beast emperors. As a Gene warrior, Hong was slow and faced great resistance in the sea. He could never kill the beast emperor, not even with the cloud vine. As the 3 began approaching Misty Island, inside a blood-red triangular fighter deep underground, an intelligent life form was laughing maniacally. "Ha ha ha, they're coming, all of them, and 2 together. Gahaha. Come into the bowl of Lord Demon Babata." Arriving at Misty Island, they found it completely transformed. Though it was called Misty Island, both the mist and the island had vanished, as if a great battle had taken place here. Luo Feng looked at Hong in confusion. If he remembered correctly, the island had not been like this before. Hong said calmly, "When I took the cloud vine, the mist here disappeared. After that, a great battle erupted and the island was destroyed." Hong explained briefly, ignoring Luo Feng's shock, and led the way out of the fighter. After exiting, Zhang Yang noticed many fighters hovering around. They were among the last to know. Judging by the markings, these fighters belonged to the 5 great nations, the 2 major dojos, and the HR Alliance Mall. No other forces had the right to participate. On the land beside the lake, a large military base was under construction, led by the Huaxia Kingdom, renowned for its construction speed. Upon seeing the 3, Beast immediately approached. "Master Inspector Zhang, Inspector Luo." Hong nodded lightly and asked with concern, "How is the Beast Emperor's condition?" Beast replied respectfully, It seems quite calm, no unusual movements, probably recovering from its injuries. Hong hummed softly and said slowly, last time I fought it fiercely, but at the bottom of the lake neither of us could exert our full strength. I was not adapted to the lake environment, it restricted my speed. And because of its enormous size, the lake was too small, making its movements very difficult. Then Hong erupted with intense battle intent. Ha ha ha. Before the man arrived, his hearty laughter could already be heard. Soon a bald, muscular man in a white robe appeared beside Hong, teasing, Brother Hong, I could feel your battle intent from afar. Did you bring the cloud vine this time? Zhang Yang and Beast greeted together Lei Shen. Seeing this, Luo Feng also quickly called out Lei Shen. Lei Shen nodded at the three, then fixed his gaze on Hong. Zhang Yang was no stranger to the two. The strongest on earth, one in black and one in white, were very striking. One was a bald man who favored white robes, the other a killer who preferred black combat suits yet possessed a light attribute. Quite amusing. Hong's mouth twitched secretly. He had just mustered his battle intent only to have it interrupted. But he replied calmly, with the cloud vine is when I am at my strongest. Lei Shen looked at Hong with envy and said jealously, You're so lucky to have discovered the cloud vine on earth. All the good stuff ends up in your hands. Among those present, only Luo Feng had never interacted with Lei Shen. He held a favorable impression of the world's second strongest, who created the Ninefold Thunder Blade. Meeting him now, he found him indeed very amiable. Hong was used to Lei Shen's unsteady manner and ignored him. He turned his gaze as if thinking of something and asked Zhang Yang tentatively, Do you want to give it a try? Hearing Hong's question, everyone present looked at Zhang Yang in surprise. A doubt arose in all their minds, did he have the strength? Zhang Yang shook his head gently and said calmly, My strength is still lacking. Although a telekinetic master is less affected in water, I am still limited. Hong nodded lightly. Without the cloud vine he himself would not be confident. Moreover, he felt he had an additional domain, so it was natural that Zhang Yang was no match. I'll go finish it off. You all stay here and be careful not to get caught in the crossfire. Except for Lei Shen, Zhang Yang, and the others nodded in understanding. Everyone was now wearing combat suits on the outside and black god armor inside. After all, being called a Beast Emperor meant it was at least planetary level 6 capable of exerting force. Beast and Luo Feng were only planetary level 2 and planetary level 1 respectively, with a base difference of 16 and 32 times. Even with the dispersion of black god armor, a force over 10 times as terrifying was still extremely dangerous. This was the awkward position of lacking defensive secret arts. After informing them, Hong did not hesitate and charged straight to the bottom of the lake. Last time without the cloud vine his movements were hindered, and he had suffered some injuries. Now with the protection of the cloud vine armor, he would certainly not let this Beast Emperor escape. Hong, why is he going again? Didn't he just try 3 days ago? Perhaps Hong improved after the battle and now feels confident. After all, pride is at stake. If he couldn't win, he wouldn't try again. Watch carefully. I don't know about Hong, but most of us couldn't withstand even one blow. Zhang Yang could feel the earth trembling. Hong had already engaged the Beast Emperor. Others also observed the battle through life detector readings. More than 20 figures in the sky carefully watched. Zhang Yang shouted, Retreat! Hearing this, they retreated without hesitation. Just as they left their previous positions, a tentacle over 1,000 meters long and more than 20 meters in diameter surged from the earth and whipped toward them. Though it didn't seem very fast, that was because the monster's size was enormous. Its tentacle moving 20 meters looked like a small shift, but it was equivalent to a human moving 20 body lengths. Zhang Yang analyzed calmly. This tentacle-type monster was naturally suited for exerting force. Although it had just become a Beast Emperor, its power output was already not far behind Hong's. Zhang Yang watched Hong's battle and couldn't help thinking to himself, if he were to deal with the Beast Emperor, could he manage it with just his domain alone? He can now control 24 flying knives, which is equivalent to a 12-fold increase in force relative to the monster, comparable to the 5th stage of the planetary level. The 2nd level of the spiritual telekinetics secret art, Sky Escape, can also elevate him by 1 stage, reaching the 6th stage. The lake water had little effect on him. Opening his domain almost negated it. The 312 style secret transmission of the spiritual telekinetic made his combat extremely agile. Ultimately, he concluded that if it came to a real fight, a newly ascended Beast Emperor couldn't escape the lake and should be killable. After all, the Beast Emperor's limitations were also significant, and since it hadn't grown naturally, its combat experience was extremely lacking. The lake's surface had turned into a fountain. The entire earth was trembling. The Beast Emperor was so enormous that even a slight movement caused a great commotion, let alone the fierce battle taking place now. Water splashed and mud flew everywhere. A thick fishy odor began to spread in the surrounding air, reminiscent of rotten fish and shrimp, very pungent. The Beast Emperor's life force is weakening. Hong is moving towards the ground, he's coming up. The Beast Emperor's life force has completely vanished. The last sentence didn't need to be heard, everyone already knew it. Because Hong was now dragging the 2,000-meter-long monster corpse into the air. His volume was only 1,000th of the tentacle monsters, yet he could lift such a heavy beast emperor. Even though everyone present had a strength of over 7 million kilograms, it was still extremely shocking. After all, the monsters people usually saw rarely exceeded 100 meters. Suddenly seeing a length of 2,000 meters along with the imposing momentum displayed earlier made many people look at Hong with even more reverence. Hong was unquestionably the strongest in their hearts. Boom! The monster corpse was thrown onto the ground by Hong, causing another splash of mud. Director Hong, our HR Alliance needs a portion of the monster corpse. We hope you can sell us some so we can research stronger materials and better combat suits. We in the United States also need it. China is very willing to cooperate with the Limit Martial Arts Arena. Hong nodded to the various factions who had spoken. He was panting heavily, having expended a great deal of energy. He didn't want to entangle with these people at the moment. Luo Feng looked at the contemplative Zhang Yang and asked softly, "Senior, what are you thinking?" Zhang Yang retorted, "Haven't you noticed that the various factions haven't left yet? The Beast Emperor was never the point. Its appearance on the continent only led to death. The key was how it became a Beast Emperor. That was what those people cared about. An ancient relic, some kind of treasure, a special environment. All of these are worth studying. This little benefit won't satisfy them. Misty Island has always been extraordinary." Luo Feng nodded gently. He had also gained considerable benefits here. His telekinetic weapon, the Sky Escape Shuttle, was exchanged with Hong using the plants and spirits from this place. No one left. They were all waiting. The detection of various instruments never ceased. The next day, the lake water welcomed new monsters again, and people were silently observing. "Another monster is getting stronger." Suddenly someone shouted. In just 10 seconds it has grown from a junior warlord to a senior warlord. No, it's now a lord level. Incredible. What is going on? Boom. A huge explosion occurred, and the lake water was dyed blood red. It's dead. That monster just died. What happened to it? Why did it suddenly become so much stronger? If this continues, what will humanity do? The monsters are gathering. What are they searching for? Do you all smell a refreshing fragrance? Suddenly a white man shouted with ecstatic expression, "It's Muya Crystal." Then he realized something and looked around only to find his companions glaring at him angrily. He could only give an awkward smile. But the news had already spread. Those who understood naturally knew everything. Now they finally understood why the monsters had suddenly become stronger. Everyone's eyes burned with fire, and even Hong was no exception. The atmosphere became tense. Luo Feng whispered to Zhang Yang, "Senior, what is Muya Crystal?" Those who didn't know also pricked up their ears, wanting to listen. They were all very curious. Zhang Yang's lips moved slightly. Muya Crystal is a special energy crystal that humans can absorb. One crystal is enough to allow a peak-level high-grade war god to break through to the planetary level, and it can also allow a planetary level to absorb it to increase their own strength. It is considered a treasure even in the universe, let alone on Earth. Seeing the fiery eyes around them, even those who didn't know the specific effects of Muya Crystal now understood very clearly that it must be a treasure. The atmosphere remained silent. Suddenly a planetary level moved. He violently charged into the lake without any words. But soon he was disappointed because Hong had already taken that Muya Crystal into his hand. Although no one dared to snatch Hong's things, this seemed to send a signal. Everyone split into several teams, watching each other warily. As another person moved, all the counselors and war gods moved as well, rushing into the lake together. Hong came to Zhang Yang's side and said softly to them, "Be careful in a moment. They've already gone red-eyed. Search as hard as you can. The distribution 30 for discovery, 30 for development, 60 for solo acquisition. Let's go too. Give it to me immediately after obtaining it. It's too dangerous for you to carry. Let's charge." Zhang Yang's eyes contained joy. Finally his delivery had arrived. At first the quantity seemed very scarce. He didn't find a single one in an hour. However, Luo Feng obtained one, and Zhang Yang understood in his heart. Suddenly Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. He was being foolish. Why was he wandering around the lake with these people? If he just advanced a bit towards the underground direction, couldn't he intercept them halfway? Suddenly a Muya Crystal was discovered a kilometer away from Zhang Yang. Its refreshing fragrance, intoxicating to the mind, could not be stopped even in the water. Even a mosquito is meat. Let's snatch this one first. Zhang Yang muttered to himself, and his body flew directly towards the Muya Crystal, while using his spiritual telekinetic power to control the crystal to fly towards him. "Don't even think about it." A loud shout suddenly exploded. A white man with red eyes shouted, "A spiritual telekinetic, who just became a planetary level, how dare you compete with me?" Zhang Yang raised his eyelids. It was Yisite, currently the world's foremost spiritual telekinetic on the surface. "Ridiculous." Zhang Yang sneered. Sensing another force acting on the Muya Crystal, his spiritual telekinetic energy surged violently, effortlessly breaking free from the opponent's restraint, and the Muya Crystal continued flying toward him. Impossible. Yisite stared at Zhang Yang in disbelief. Hadn't he just advanced to the planetary level 2 years ago? Spiritual telekinetic cultivation was so arduous. How could he be this powerful? Securing a Muya crystal, Zhang Yang retreated without hesitation, intending to sneak into the underground when no one was watching. Zhang Yang, you got a Muya crystal. Hang's voice came from the communication watch. Zhang Yang did not deny it. Yes, I just snatched it from Yisite. Hang said softly. Keep it yourself. Be careful. Counselor Pino just died. A scornful smile curled on Zhang Yang's face. Death had already begun. The Muya crystal truly drove people mad. All right, I'll be careful. He then moved swiftly toward the direction where the Muya crystal had appeared, passing several war gods, who silently turned away upon recognizing him as a counselor. Zhang Yang understood clearly. The deaths were no secret, and these war gods were wise enough to stay out of his way. He thought to himself, the Muya crystal had come from this direction, so it must be Babata's guidance. Although the Muya crystal was not a treasure to Babata, it was used to lure others away, and to attract Luofeng and him. Couldn't be thrown randomly. He searched the lake bed meticulously. The Muya crystal couldn't have appeared from nowhere. The most likely possibility was that it left traces on the seabed like a razor clam would have a hole. Zhang Yang, what's your position? Hang's voice sounded again. 352. 648. Zhang Yang replied briefly. Luofeng is 23 degrees west-northwest of you. He found 3 Muya crystals. Go support him immediately. I'm tied up here. Zhang Yang replied, Roger. He thought to himself, the frequency of Muya crystal drops had increased, and indeed it had tied up Hong. Lei Shin must be in the same situation. He silently lifted his head and looked ahead. Luofeng's direction was straight ahead of him. Where Babata was, he no longer needed to ponder. Luofeng being in that direction was no coincidence. He was off guard and must have been guided there. But what was Babata up to gathering the two of them together? For now Luofeng needed his help. Zhang Yang activated both his spiritual telekinetic force and star core, simultaneously reaching speeds exceeding 1,500 meters per second as he rushed northwest. In seconds Zhang Yang entered the battlefield. He suspected Luofeng had a knack for drawing aggro, as he was now besieged by 3 counselors: 3rd Counselor Mo Handizen, Spiritual Telekineticist Yisite, and Counselor Yen. Luofeng, I'm here to help. Zhang Yang shouted. He turned and unleashed his flying daggers, shooting directly toward Yisite. Without the interference of that spiritual telekineticist, Luofeng wouldn't be unable to even escape. Shouting inwardly, Yisite was both shocked and enraged. This man was abnormal. The gap in spiritual telekinetic power was too vast. He quickly retracted his own flying daggers to defend. A sharp glint flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes. He thought, you can't block it. With that, the flying daggers began to shift shapes in the water, striking the combat suit with almost no obstruction. Yisite spat a mouthful of blood in the water. Though his body was slightly inferior to Counselor Fa'er's, his spiritual telekinetic force granted him stronger defense. Since the attack hit his combat suit, his injuries were not severe. After striking Yisite, the flying daggers shot toward Mo Handizen. The Ice Emperor flew into a rage upon seeing this. Because Yisite was far away, and made no sound, he was still unaware of Zhang Yang's true strength. Bastard! Bastard! He turned from attacking Luofeng and charged straight at Zhang Yang, shouting angrily. I couldn't handle Luofeng because he has a telekinetic weapon. Do you think I can't handle you? A scornful smile flickered on Zhang Yang's lips. He had stayed low-key because there was no need to show off. Now he no longer had to hide much. He could even reveal his laws and domain bit by bit. How dare he underestimate him? Then he would go all out and test the mettle of this 3rd counselor. Dun Tian. 18 flying daggers imbued with terrifying power began to combine in the water. The 2nd-level attack form of Dun Tian manifested. A spinning cone that shot toward Mo Handizen. Because it was underwater, the spectacle was far more overwhelming. A vortex nearly 100 meters in diameter rapidly formed and crushed toward Mo Handizen. Ha! Seeing such power, Mo Handizen dared not hesitate. He activated his innate ability, and the surrounding lake water began to freeze into frost. A massive genetic primordial energy attack sought to destroy Zhang Yang's technique. Nice try. I'm a spiritual telekineticist. Can you dodge? Zhang Yang sneered in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, the spinning cone traced a U-shaped curve, bypassing the genetic primordial energy attack and slamming directly into Mo Handizen. Ah! A miserable scream. Mo Handizen was blasted into the lake bed, and the circular vortex continued to crush toward him. Without any hesitation, he swallowed the bottle containing the life water. He was severely wounded and dared not delay in this situation. Zhang Yang was not surprised. He was already a full level higher, and his single thread of spiritual telekinetic force equaled the sum of his opponent's physical and genetic primordial energy. 18 threads of spiritual telekinetic force amplified by the 5x attack multiplier of the secret art Dun Tian amounted to 45 times his own power. Stronger than the attack of the Beast Emperor earlier. Even with the double defense of the combat suit and the black god set, he was nearly shaken to death. Only because he was in water and had a strong physique could he even manage to drink the potion. By then Luo Feng had also dealt with Counselor Yen. Like Zhang Yang, he chose not to kill. After all, these were top human powerhouses and fighting over treasures did not warrant lethal force. Zhang Yang looked at Luo Feng beside him and chuckled. Your luck is far better than mine. I've only gained 1 Muya crystal. Better than nothing, I suppose. Thank you, senior. My luck is actually terrible, otherwise I wouldn't have run into 3 counselors at once, including the Ice Emperor and a spiritual telekineticist. That Yisite harassed me so much I couldn't even escape. Luo Feng shuddered as he recalled the danger. It had been extremely perilous. Fortunately, his weapon was a telekinetic one that only he could control. If it had been ordinary flying daggers, he would have been dead. Zhang Yang chuckled lightly. It's already pretty good. When I was a first-stage planet-level spiritual thought master, my attacks weren't as strong as yours. Luo Feng felt a bit embarrassed inwardly. He had the Duntian shuttle, and the first layer of its first stage could triple his attack power. But still be careful. As spiritual thought masters advance, they no longer have the same advantage over peers as before. Being surrounded is still very dangerous. Let's go, we'll continue searching separately. After parting with Luo Feng, Zhang Yang quietly searched the vicinity. He was about to go underground to look for Muya crystals, when he unexpectedly smelled the familiar fragrance again. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he found no one else present. He easily pocketed it. This one was entirely his own, no need to hand over a portion to the martial arts hall. Then with his flying knives spinning, Zhang Yang began to dive underground. Since he had no directional guidance, he could only blindly grope his way through the earth. An hour passed. 3 hours passed. His harvest was meager, and he was getting farther and farther from Babata. In a blood-red spaceship within the rock layer 15600 meters underground, Babata was very conflicted. Luo Feng's talent is a bit lacking, but his temperament is good. He can remain calm even in danger, and his comprehension is acceptable. He can already skillfully use the first form of the Duntian shuttle. But what's with this Zhang Yang? Although my equipment isn't a hallucination-type weapon, planet-level fighters cannot resist it. They will more or less be affected by some suggestions. At the star level, if one can comprehend the laws, the spiritual will is infused with the law and gains strong resistance. What is he doing underground now? Thinks that Muya crystals burst out from underground, wanting to intercept Muya crystals halfway. How could I use such a crude method? Ah! Babata was a bit frantic. So hard to choose. Should I pick Zhang Yang with good talent? His brain domain openness increased to 25 after breaking through to planet level. He is a bit unpredictable to me, feels a bit strange, but he might also create miracles. He has only been to the No.9 ruins, but judging from his reactions there, he should have known about some cosmic situations long ago. What if he is a cosmic being who has taken over a body? After 2 hours of deliberation, Babata said firmly, there is only one chance, I must be cautious. Luo Feng's talent is not much worse. Brain domain openness of 23 and 21 are both dwarfs. Luo Feng is already quite good, calm, and decisive in character, very suitable to become a powerhouse. Master, I have already chosen an inheritor for you. Zhang Yang was still searching underground expressionlessly, and at this moment he had already sensed that Babata did not choose him. He noticed that the frequency of Muya crystals was decreasing, and he received no guidance. On the other hand, Luo Feng was constantly engaged in battles contending for Muya crystals. He felt somewhat relieved, yet also a bit lost. He no longer had to worry about robbing Luo Feng of his opportunity. Luo Feng could grow smoothly, but his plan had also failed, and he didn't obtain more Muya crystals, so his strength would increase very slowly. Suddenly a fierce look flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes. The only thing blocking Earth's people was the golden-horned beast. As a native planet, it was fragile before being connected to the universe. As long as it was dealt with, Earth's development could proceed much smoother. Everyone was still diligently searching. 3 days had passed so far. Zhang Yang had harvested 11 crystals, of which 8 were discovered by himself. No Muya crystals had been found for a long time. Everyone thought they were gone. The instruments showed no anomalies, and even if there were ruins, they were not something they could find. The feast of Muya crystals was about to end. Patrol Envoy Zhang. A hearty male voice sounded. Zhang Yang turned and smiled. Patrol Envoy Wang, how is your harvest? Patrol Envoy Wang had a wry smile on his face. It was too intense. I came a bit late. I teamed up with Beast to snatch one from Thor, teamed up with Iceberg to snatch one, discovered 2, but they were taken by the Hall Master in the end. So my contribution is just a bit over 1. He looked at Zhang Yang with envious eyes. You yourself snatched 3, and you helped Luo Feng once, helped Beast once, and obtained 2 together with Patrol Envoy Lu. That's almost 4, right? Zhang Yang shrugged and said helplessly. These are just to increase some strength. I haven't absorbed them yet, so I don't know how effective they are. Patrol Envoy Wang said seriously. According to the records in the No. 5 ancient civilization ruins Muya crystals are extremely effective for planet-level enhancement. Then he smiled wryly again. We didn't expect your strength to improve so quickly. You were always hiding your capabilities, and when you acted, even the third speaker avoided you. Probably only you and the 2 hall masters would think of using Muya crystals for cultivation. 1 Muya crystal can create a planet-level fighter. Zhang Yang didn't even have enough for his own cultivation, so of course he wouldn't sell them. This patrol envoy Wang was probably thinking of buying Muya crystals from him to give to his family's peak war god fighters. 7 or 8 first-stage planet-level fighters are useless. If I can't break through myself, later cultivation will be slower. I am a spiritual thought master. As long as the number of low-level fighters in front of me isn't too terrifying, they are of no use. Patrol envoy Wang understood Zhang Yang's meaning and stopped insisting. Are you still looking? I'm planning to go back with Patrol envoy Lu and the others. Zhang Yang shook his head. I'm not looking anymore. Even if there is one, I don't know where. Look at all the war gods around. They've probably turned over the lake bottom. I'm also planning to go back. Together. Sure. Meanwhile, Luofeng had been unconsciously guided to the underground spaceship. Facing the wealth of hundreds of Muya crystals, Luofeng ventured into this ancient ruin. Inside were 7 colossal corpses of cosmic powerhouses. Even in death, they were not to be desecrated by Earthlings. The lowest among them was at least 3 life levels higher than Earthlings. Hello, Luofeng. I have been waiting for you for 50,000 years. Suddenly a voice sounded, and a childlike figure somewhat dwarfish with 2 small pointed horns on his head appeared. Luofeng was very cautious. He understood that there could be an intelligence within the ruins. He had seen one in the know. 9 ancient civilization ruins. Who are you? Me. According to the translation in your Hua country, you can call me Demon Babata. Among you 2 people have suitable aptitude, you and Zhang Yang. And I have chosen you. Luofeng seemed thoughtful, then asked in confusion, are these bodies human? Babata shook his head and said softly, not just humans but also other races. You will know about these later. They were all powerhouses of the boundless universe, each with vast starry territories. Now they are dead immortal. Only their bodies don't decay, but their souls have dissipated. Come follow me to pay respects to my master.